Chapter 1. In the year 1485 of the Oceanic calendar, the great maritime route to the New World. On a lush, verdant island adorned with silver sands, the tranquil silence was shattered by the thunderous roar of cannon fire. In the nearby waters, a dozen fishing boats were besieging a pirate vessel. A man, as formidable as a lion with wild hair and beard, wielded a harpoon, cutting through the crowd with blood splattering in his wake. None of the pirates posed a match for this man, and soon only the pirate captain remained to resist. "Damn it! You've killed all my brothers. They'll fight you to the death." With a swift thrust, the harpoon pierced through the captain, who died with unclosed eyes. "Huh! If you're to die, then die alone. I have yet to live enough." The man nonchalantly disposed of the captain's body and began directing his comrades to carry away the corpses and gather the spoils of war. Just then, a voice called from the shore. "Rick, what are you doing here?" "Hurry back home. Susanna is about to give birth." "Really? Gulalala, that's wonderful. I'm going to be a father." The lion-like man beamed with joy, leaping away and disappearing along the coastline. As he traversed a winding path, he soon found himself in a clearing where a village, ensconced by dense jungle, came into view. The village was composed of identical wooden houses, arranged in concentric circles. With a plaza at its heart in the center stood a statue of a female huntress, adorned in animal skins and holding a spear. Every household had fish and various seaweeds drying in the sun, and the villagers all bore the appearance of golden-haired, golden-eyed beings. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground. Growing closer, the man named Rick dashed through the village, leaving behind a trail of boisterous laughter. Within one of the houses, two young women were bustling about, carrying hot water, when a heart-wrenching scream startled them. "Quick, you two! Bring the hot water. Susanna, follow my instructions and push the child is almost here." The voice of the elderly midwife was imbued with a soothing magic, and as her words fell, calmness enveloped the room. "Grandma, I can feel him moving. What a mischievous little fellow. Ah, it hurts." The so-called mischievous little one was gradually awakening from his slumber. The man, nestled in his warm bed, thought to himself, is it not dawn yet? What time is it? As he drowsily reached for his phone. It's coming. Oh no, the child's hand is coming out first. "Susanna, hold on." The midwife realized the baby was in a slightly incorrect position and hastily pushed the tiny hand back in. To her surprise, the little hand seemed quite restless, as it reemerged almost immediately, seemingly trying to explore its surroundings. Time was of the essence. If the child did not emerge soon, there could be dire consequences. Thus, the midwife urged Susanna, "Now, push." With a slithering sound, a curled-up infant slipped into the world, and the midwife finally breathed a sigh of relief, her anxious heart now at ease. "Where's my child? Show him to me." Soon, the clean male infant was cradled in Susanna's arms. The little one, rosy and adorable, elicited a soft chuckle from Susanna as she gently caressed her son's tender cheek. "How ticklish. Mom, let me sleep a little longer. The dawn has yet to break." The infant, quite annoyed, reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find the world shrouded in a veil. The man, still in a daze, took a moment to adjust before discerning his surroundings. As his gaze traversed two majestic mountains, it fell upon a beautiful woman's face, her skin a warm wheat color, with strands of hair clinging to her forehead, lending her an air of fatigue. Her amber eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with a tenderness that could almost draw tears. The man's first thought was, "Wow, she's stunning. Where did this golden-haired beauty come from?" He instinctively opened his mouth to inquire, but only babbling sounds escaped. In a moment of panic, he attempted to rise, his arms flailing in confusion. After several futile attempts, he suddenly froze. "Was that chubby little hand my hand?" Staring at his pudgy hand, the man abruptly realized his current predicament. "I've been reborn." As he grappled with self-doubt, a booming voice called from outside. "Susanna, where is our son? Show him to me." The very sound seemed to shake the entire house, and just as Rick stepped through the doorway, a wooden basin came flying towards him, striking him on the head. "Lower your voice. If you scare the child, I swear I'll make you regret it." "Shoo! Ahem, quickly show him to me." Suddenly lifted by a pair of rough hands, the man found himself gazing into the face of a ruggedly handsome man. Though the stranger's gaze radiated joy, the man felt an instinctive fear from the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Akin to a small animal being eyed by a top predator, this was no longer human. Seeing that his son was neither crying nor fussing, Rick was puzzled suddenly. A light of realization flickered across his face. Turning the infant over, he gave a resounding slap to the child's bottom. Gulalala, calmedadi. In that moment, humanity seemed to remember, oh, what am I even thinking at a time like this? The man felt as though he might burst from the absurdity of it all. The sharp sting on his bottom brought forth a mix of humiliation and a touch of excitement. But reason prevailed, and he found himself stammering, wah wah wah. Hey, what are you doing, you idiot? An infant cannot talk. All right, it's my fault for being too delighted and forgetting that detail. Susanna shot Rick an exasperated glance before softly suggesting, let's name our son. Haha, I've thought a name already. Our offspring shall be as mighty as a lion. Let's call him Leo thus. His name shall be Brandon Leo. From that day forth, the man who had traversed into this unfamiliar world acquired his own name. After 2 months of growth, Leo finally emerged from the cycle of eating and sleeping, prompting him to contemplate his current situation. As a longtime aficionado of anime and web novels, he swiftly accepted the notion of reincarnation, not merely accepted, but thrilled by the prospect of being part of the ranks of transmigrators, a rare occurrence indeed. Thus, Leo began to consciously gather information, completing this task while nursing not long ago. He recalled a day when his mother suddenly complained to his father about the increasing frequency of pirate attacks. Expressing that life was already arduous enough without contending with the nuisances of piracy, she wondered what that scoundrel Newgate was thinking. Choosing to become a pirate, instead of defending their homeland, the newspapers reported that their pirate crew had been defeated by the Navy, with even the captain perishing in battle. In just a few short sentences, the current backdrop of the world was laid bare. Newgate, homeland, pirate crew. Disbanded with this information, if Leo couldn't deduce which world he had traversed into, he would hardly qualify as an otaku. Upon realizing he had been transported to the world of One Piece, Leo was ignited by a fervent passion, a mischievous grin spreading across his cherubic face, bringing on the standard fare for transmigrators. Ding! Nothing happened. That sound was merely a figment of Leo's imagination. No matter, perhaps I just approached it incorrectly. Closing his eyes once more, he concentrated intently, calling out, Kami-sama, old man, Siri, Genshin activate. The fervor within him seemed to be waning, as if it might extinguish at any moment. This is a disaster. Leo thought he felt he was bringing shame to the transmigrator community. He was one of those rare, Thrino transmigratorsno system, no abilities, no background. Such individuals were undeniably rare among transmigrators, so rare that upon discovery, they warranted protection, for without it, they would undoubtedly meet an untimely end. With this realization, Leo couldn't help but shed tears, wailing, wah wah wah. Oh dear, this little one is quite the glutton, having just finished nursing. He's hungry again. As time passed, and the seasons changed, Leo found himself over a year into his journey in the world of One Piece. During this year, Leo fully adapted to his new environment, one must admit. Even as an infant, life in the world of One Piece was exhilarating. From the moment Leo turned 3 months old, his mother, Susanna, placed him in a small backpack, carrying him wherever she went. Susanna, the strongest huntress in the village, led a team of women into the forest to hunt ferocious beasts. Each member of the hunting party was fit and powerful, and Leo grew up surrounded by these maternal lions. The first time he witnessed a hunt, Leo nearly wet himself, as the beasts in the world of One Piece towered at least 10 meters high. Faced with such colossal creatures, Leo felt no inclination to resist. It wasn't until Susanna demonstrated what it meant to take down a beast right before him that Leo ceased to fear those formidable giants. Upon careful observation, he discovered that the members of the hunting team had all mastered the arts of armament hockey and observation hockey. It was no wonder that they dealt with ferocious beasts with such ease. Today was yet another ordinary day. Leo stood in the small backpack, resting his chin on Susanna's shoulder, relishing the exhilaration brought by their swift movement throughout their journey. They encountered numerous prey, all of which Susanna dispatched effortlessly. Though he had witnessed this many times before, it still filled Leo with exuberant delight, causing him to dance with excitement. Mommy Yaya. Seeing Leo's adorable antics, the other team members teased, Susanna, little Leo seems quite enamored with your fighting prowess. Just look at how happy he is. Susanna, however, merely scoffed, displaying her disdain. After all, she was the one carrying Leo, and the little rascal was anything but still in the backpack, which made her quite uncomfortable after countless reprimands proved futile. Susanna finally snapped. She clamped Leo under her arm with one hand while wielding her weapon with the other. From his new vantage point in front of her, Leo was even more delighted. Observing his mother in battle from this position was far more comfortable than clinging to her shoulder. However, his joy was short-lived, as misfortune soon struck. After successfully hunting a colossal crocodile, the group erupted into cheers of celebration. In her exuberance, Susanna seemingly forgot what she was holding as her arm swung. Leo's face collided with a tree trunk, leaving him dazed and disoriented, while also causing a recently emerged baby tooth to abandon him. The instigator of this mishap appeared oblivious to her error, even leading the laughter directed at Leo's gaping grin. Infuriated, Leo retreated into the small backpack, and while he sulked, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a peculiar fruit. Amidst a cluster of red wild berries, a singular blue-skinned fruit stood out, its surface adorned with spiral patterns unlike anything Leo had ever seen. The fruit seemed to pulsate, its blue skin flickering with light. Could this be a devil fruit? After a brief moment of astonishment, Leo was overcome with euphoric anticipation. Today, he shall be known as the Emperor of Fortune. Although uncertain of the fruit's powers, Leo acknowledged that consuming it might be a gamble. Yet its appearance was simply too enticing. Without hesitation, he took a sizable bite. A cacophony of indescribable flavors assaulted his palate, reminiscent of spoiled yogurt tart yet tinged with salt, its sticky texture leaving a bitter aftertaste. Oh, it truly lived up to its reputation. Leo's countenance fluctuated between blue and green as he struggled to swallow the fruit's flesh, ultimately wearing a look of utter dismay. After a day filled with labor, Susanna tended to her weapons while chatting with Rick about the day's amusing events. Meanwhile, Leo had returned to normalcy, now engrossed in exploring his newfound abilities from a small bed. Initially, Leo dismissed the notion that consuming a devil fruit would provide him with detailed information about its powers. In his mind, the only sensation accompanying the consumption was the unpleasant taste that rendered him momentarily disoriented. Thus, he concluded that discovering the fruit's powers would require personal exploration, achieved by keenly sensing the changes within himself. Yet, after tirelessly experimenting, rubbing his skin to no avail, Leo found himself bewildered. Could it be due to his juvenile state that the effects of the devil fruit remained elusive? Or was it possible that he had consumed a variant akin to Chopper's, the human fruit, in its otaku form? Such a thought was simply too daunting to bear. Unwilling to concede defeat, Leo persisted in his research. Days passed until he could no longer endure the worried glances from his mother, prompting him to cease his efforts. The conclusion was disheartening. Perhaps the fruit he had consumed merely resembled a devil fruit in appearance. With his aspirations of becoming a powerful user dashed, Leo began to reconsider his future. Sphinx Island served as a commendable starting point. Its remote location fostered a rugged spirit among its inhabitants. At the very least, his parents possessed formidable strength. Leo had witnessed them effortlessly dispatching marauding pirates on multiple occasions. Thus, Leo's plan was to train alongside them from a young age, mastering both armament and observation hockey, and then lead his kin to thrive across the seas. As a transmigrator, Leo understood the significance of perseverance, determined to demonstrate through his actions that those who flow with the current can lead fulfilling lives. Thus, from an early age, Leo exhibited a formidable appetite, dedicating his days to incessant eating and sleeping, striving to gain an advantage from the outset. However, by the time he turned 3, he realized that his plan was prematurely thwarted. For Susanna refused to teach him the Sphinx war dance, as she stated. Hunting was a woman's domain, and men should steer clear. Not only did Susanna prevent Leo from studying martial arts, but she also forcibly entrusted him to Mr. Allen for instruction. Mr. Allen was an erudite individual and an outsider, having been washed ashore on Sphinx Island along with his son, cruising after a maritime disaster. Barely having arrived, the villagers were quickly captivated by Allen's extensive knowledge. He introduced innovative fishing and medical techniques that significantly improved the villagers' lives. Witnessing Allen, a man, manage a child alone, Susanna took on the responsibility of caring for cruising, fostering a close friendship between their families. Thus, at the tender age of 3, Leo began his journey of knowledge alongside his elder companion, cruising under the guidance of Allen. Initially, Allen aimed merely to impart fundamental lessons to the two children, yet to his astonishment, both his son and the mischievous Leo revealed themselves to be prodigies. Cruzen possessed an exceptional memory, nearly achieving photographic recall. Meanwhile, Leo, as a time traveler, was endowed with formidable mental prowess, granting him remarkable memory and analytical abilities. Consequently, after 3 days of basic instruction, Allen decided to expand beyond foundational knowledge. Introducing a diverse array of subjects into their curriculum, he showcased his vast erudition in history, curiosities, social skills, shipbuilding, navigation, and first aid. There was seemingly nothing he could not teach. Thus, Leo enjoyed 2 serene years of scholarly pursuits. Time progressed to the year 1490 of the Oceanic calendar. At the mere age of 5, Leo had inadvertently entered a phase of being both despised and disregarded, displaying a rather unruly demeanor. Were it not for his charming appearance, one might ponder how many beatings he would endure in a single day. "Leo, you rascal, halt right there. I am determined to teach you a lesson today." "Ha ha ha, Lena, you fell for such a simple trap. You little fool." In the village, there were several children of Leo's age, yet he particularly relished teasing a girl named Lena, who happened to be a disciple of his mother and the next generation of Sphinx huntresses. Their paths often crossed. When they first met, Lena was a shy little girl, but now she had transformed into a spirited little leopard. As they grew older, Lena developed a physical dominance over Leo. And after several failed attempts to capture him, today she finally succeeded. "Humph, at last. I've caught you. Watch as I deal with you," Lena exclaimed, perched atop Leo, her small fists waving threateningly before his eyes. However, Leo was not about to concede easily. After struggling for a while and finding himself unable to break free from her grasp, he resorted to tickling her underarms. "You brat, don't try that on me. This time, I won't let you escape." Just as Lena was getting into the swing of her victory, a voice called out from the distance. "Lena, where have you run off to? The afternoon lessons are about to begin." Leo intended to cry out for help, but Lena swiftly covered his mouth. Nevertheless, Susanna had already spotted the two children in their playful scuffle, and upon closer inspection, realized it was her own son who was on the receiving end of the playful assault. "Uffed, how embarrassing. Lena, hurry up, or we'll be late for class," Susanna remarked lightly, leaving with a smile. From that day forth, the little lion could no longer hold his head high in front of the little leopard. As the sun rose as usual, a pirate ship adorned with a black flag appeared on the horizon, the ship's railing. A boy with a pineapple-shaped haircut raised a telescope and asked his father, "Is that Sphinx Island ahead? It looks like a rather tranquil little isle." "Gulalala." Laughter echoed even before their arrival that a giant with a beard resembling a crescent moon strode forth from the captain's quarters, draped in a captain's coat. "Indeed, that is my homeland. Prepare the supplies, lads. We are about to disembark." With Whitebeard as command, his crew sprang into action. As the pirate ship drew nearer to the shore, Whitebeard soon spotted a colossal figure waving at him from the beach. A smile crept across Whitebeard's face as he exerted his legs, leaping from the ship and landing steadily before Rick. The scene fell silent for a moment, then both giants erupted into laughter. "Gulalala, you rascal, you still remember to come back. Rascal, I return in glory." After exchanging greetings, the two men bumped fists before intertwining their forearms and striking a pose as if to engage in an aerial arm wrestling match. This unique greeting had been their custom. Although it had been 30 years since they last performed it, the memory remained vivid. "Rascal Newgate, welcome home. Rascal Rick, I am now renowned across the seas." As the two conversed, another figure suddenly leaped out from behind Rick. Susanna swung an axe towards Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard showed no fear, laughing heartily as he drew his beloved sword. Kanjiunki, meeting Susanna's axe with a swift counterstrike. Black lightning flickered as the axe and sword clashed. And after a brief stalemate, Susanna found herself at a disadvantage, performing a backflip to dissipate the force and landing gracefully on Rick's shoulder. Whitebeard sheathed his sword, laughing as he greeted, "Gulalala, Susanna, it has been too long. You still radiate such vitality." A night fell. The island appeared shrouded in a veil of darkness. Campfires flickered along the coastline, and the distant sounds of pirates singing filled the air. The Whitebeard pirates decided to linger on Sphinx Island for the night. Encircling the bonfire, singing in unison and drinking heartily, each member reveling in the release of their emotions. Not far away, however, three figures gathered around a separate fire. Rick raised his cup, draining a large gulp of drink. "Newgate, it has been over 30 years since you first set sail that if you grow weary of the pirate life, consider returning to Sphinx Island." Whitebeard stroked his beard with pride. "My journey is far from over. Without my watchful eye, those reckless lads would struggle to survive upon the seas." Susanna, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "With your talents, you could thrive in any venture. Why must you remain a pirate if you cherish your sons? Why not settle down and start a family?" Newgate gazed gently at his sons. "To venture the seas alongside them and witness their growth under my protection is my greatest desire." Yes, the trio reminisced. "Mr. Allen approached, cradling Leo in his arms that he paused at the boundary of light and shadow, seemingly intent on obscuring his form within the darkness, gently placing Leo in the illuminated area before turning away. Leo, slightly puzzled, glanced at Allen's retreating figure, but upon seeing no unusual behavior, he turned and dashed toward his parents. His mind was filled with thoughts of meeting Whitebeard. After all, this was the youthful version of the legendary captain. How many devoted fans could resist the allure of observing such a towering figure up close? Whitebeard regarded Leo with surprise before bursting into laughter. "Gulalala, is this your son?" Whitebeard's remark nearly sent Leo's heart leaping from his throat in excitement. "Wonderful! He noticed me. Should I say something now?" At that moment, Leo's body stiffened from overwhelming nervousness. Suddenly, he saw Whitebeard extend his right hand towards him, uttering those fateful words, "Be my grandson." "Huh? Did you mispronounce that?" Leo was completely frozen, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Whitebeard, wondering why he had inexplicably been relegated to a lower generation. "I'll grant you a chance to rephrase that. Or I might just unfollow you." "Newgate, have you had too much to drink?" Susanna interjected angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at Whitebeard. "How dare you take advantage of me by making Leo your grandson? What should Rick and I call you?" Initially, Whitebeard did not realize he had misspoken. It was simply that Leo appeared too small, leading him to unconsciously feel that making him a son was inappropriate. Only when Susanna began to roar did he grasp the situation, and he could only smile awkwardly in apology, even as Susanna struck him on the forehead with her cup, leaving a bump. The ensuing conversation revolved around Leo, and after overcoming the initial tension of their meeting, Leo gradually adapted, charming Whitebeard with his playful antics and endearing behavior, garnering much affection. The following morning, after leaving his flag on Sphinx Island, Whitebeard departed. This was his primary purpose for returning in the days that followed. Leo continued his studies with Allen, occasionally teasing Lena, only to receive a few playful beatings in return. Time passed swiftly within these ordinary moments, until one fateful day when a ship bearing the flag of the world government arrived at Sphinx Island, shattering the island's tranquility. 3 individuals clad in white suits and masks disembarked, emanating an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. The villagers, startled while mending fishing nets on the beach, hastily abandoned their tasks and retreated into the jungle. The 3 figures in white suits paid no heed to the villagers, merely orienting themselves before heading towards the lighthouse on the opposite side of the island. Having completed his studies for the day, Leo was skipping merrily along the path back to the village when he suddenly encountered the 3 white-clad figures. Leo had discerned the attire of the approaching figures. A singular question raced through his mind. Why would agents of CP0 be present in this location? When he brushed past them, he felt as if he had been ensnared by a venomous serpent. And it was only after they vanished at the end of the road that he dared to uncoil his stiffened form. He needed to swiftly inform his parents. although he was oblivious to CP0's intentions in Sphinx. Their trajectory hinted at a pursuit of Mr. Allen. Meanwhile, a member of CP0 suddenly interjected, "Captain, why are you preventing me from eliminating that brat?" "The mission takes precedence," the leader succinctly replied. Shortly thereafter, 3 agents arrived at the lighthouse. Allen, who was still tidying up the classroom, froze upon seeing the white suits. IT seemed he was aware of his fate and had no inclination to flee to Dr. Rosen, as the personal physician to the celestial dragons. "Your escape has caused us considerable trouble. You will be returned to the Holy Land for judgment. Do not attempt to resist, or the consequences will be dire. I am merely a doctor, not a slave to the celestial dragons." "Why can't you let me go? Your knowledge of the God Valley incident precludes such mercy. However, considering we were once colleagues, if you cooperate, we shall not resort to violence." After a brief silence, the man who had assumed the name Allen replied softly, "Very well. I shall accompany you." "Captain, wait," another agent interjected. "To prevent information leaks, I propose we eliminate everyone on this island." Upon hearing CP0's words, the previously resigned Dr. Rosen suddenly became animated. "Please do not harm the people here. I have been using a false name. No one knows my identity, and I dare not divulge secrets like others." The CP0 captain pondered for a moment before gesturing for Dr. Rosen to follow. The 3 CP0 agents encircled him as they made their way to the shore. The journey proceeded smoothly, and soon they reached the beach, just as Rosen was about to board the ship. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Several fishing boats suddenly surrounded the warship. Rick, standing on the nearest vessel, glared furiously at the 3 CP0 agents. "Leave him be. No one is permitted to take our comrade from Sphinx." The CP0 leader pointed towards the flags on the ship, declaring, "The world government is apprehending fugitives. Stand aside and do not obstruct our duties." The people of Sphinx were unfamiliar with the concept of the world government. With that, Rick leapt from the ship onto the beach, brandishing a spear and preparing to attack. The CP0 members bore mocking expressions as they swiftly appeared beside Rick, utilizing the 6 styles technique to deliver a piercing jab towards his ribs. Yet Rick had no desire for prolonged combat. His arm was instantly reinforced with armament hockey, and with a powerful elbow, he forced the CP0 agent back, continuing his relentless charge towards Allen. Nevertheless, CP0 did not relent. After being pushed back, they firmly planted their feet, then unleashed a reinforced technique, rumble foot, swallow, launching countless razor-sharp strikes towards Rick from unpredictable angles. Despite his formidable hockey, Rick was unable to cover his entire body, and he could only endure the barrage, ultimately sustaining injuries. At that moment, reinforcements from the fishing crew rushed in. The 2 CP0 agents who had been guarding Dr. Rosen no longer stood idly by. As the enemy numbers swelled, with a flurry of shave, the 2 CP0 members descended upon the fishermen like wolves among sheep, incapacitating several within mere moments. The silver sands became stained with the blood of his comrades. Rick's eyes burned crimson, his entire being consumed by rage. "You dogs of the world government, you seek death!" Rick bellowed as he vanished, reappearing behind one CP0 agent. His ironclad grip seized the agent's head and forcefully slammed him into the ground. In that instant, everyone felt the earth beneath them tremble violently. "Now it's your turn," Rick sneered as he lunged at the remaining 2. The CP0 leader motioned for his subordinates to keep watch over Dr. Rosen while he shed his cloak. "What a beast! Fortunately, I am quite adept at taming beasts. I hope you allow me to savor this moment for a while." The CP0 leader unleashed his full might, demonstrating terrifying prowess, as every strike was a reinforced version of the 6 styles. His finger gun, Storm Foot, Hawk, relentlessly rained down upon Rick, soon transforming the robust man into a bloodied figure. "Please, cease this. Do not harm the innocent any further," Dr. Rosen screamed, his eyes wide with fury, yet he was struck down by a guard's punch, rendering all resistance futile from the outset. Shortly thereafter, Susanna arrived at the beach with a hunting party. Scanning the scene, she found her comrades sprawled in pools of blood, with only the blood-soaked Rick still standing, albeit unconscious. The government warship bobbed up and down with the waves, and the island silhouette had vanished. After the CP0 leader completed his report, he leisurely sipped his coffee. "Sir, will leaving the islanders unharmed not pose future troubles?" After all, Dr. Rosen's words are hardly trustworthy. Humph. We need not engage with Whitebeard. Let us disseminate the coordinates of that small island. Claiming it to be the resting place of Captain John's treasure, I am certain the detritus of the seas will gladly do the cleanup for us a day after the tragedy. The atmosphere within the village remained bleak. Inside Leo's home, the scent of herbs permeated the air. Although Rick was wrapped in bandages, he appeared to be in good spirits. To replenish her husband's strength, Susanna had hunted a bountiful supply of meat, and Rick was currently waging a battle against the feast before him. Take your time. Don't choke, she advised. Susanna, your culinary skills are as superb as ever. After feasting on your roast, I feel invigorated. Rick employed this method to soothe his family's hearts, fully aware that time for ordinary people to nurse their wounds in this era was limited. He needed to recover swiftly to brace for whatever may lie ahead. Thus, another 10 days passed, and as everyone had feared, the fishing crew's injuries had yet to heal when they were beset by a pirate attack. After dispatching the last pirate, Susanna surveyed the devastation. Once beautiful sands were now marred, with the bodies of villagers and pirates strewn haphazardly. Those still standing could spare no time for healing. They had to clear the battlefield, separating the corpses of comrades from those of pirates. The fallen comrades would be returned to the village for burial, while the pirates would be unceremoniously cast into the sea, thereby providing at least some benefit to the surrounding fisheries. Taking a deep breath, Susanna seethed. Are these pirates mad? How many times have they attacked recently? When did Sphinx become such a magnet for them? When the hunting party's warriors consoled her, Captain, I interrogated a pirate, and it seems they are here in search of treasure. Treasure? We've grown up here, and this is the first I'm hearing of such a thing, and if I find out who has been spreading these rumors, they will surely regret being born into this world. After venting her frustration, Susanna resumed directing the post-battle efforts. As the main force in the conflict, the female hunters needed to restore their strength swiftly. Susanna had already informed the Whitebeard pirates of the situation in Sphinx. As long as they could hold out for 5 days until Newgate's return, they would be safe. That night, the female hunters concealed themselves behind the rocks, resting as the branches crackled in the fire's glow. The flickering light wavering in the darkness as if it could extinguish at any moment. Leo wished to alleviate his mother's burden, so he quietly approached Susanna. Mother, perhaps we can keep the pirates at bay on the sea. His words momentarily stunned Susanna before a smile of appreciation graced her face. Combat is for adults. Children should not meddle. Mother, I believe it unnecessary to engage the pirates in a desperate fight on the beach. We should extend the battlefield. Observing her son, who had taken on the demeanor of a little adult, Susanna's mood lightened somewhat, and she encouraged him with a smile, gesturing for him to continue. We can feign weakness at the beach, making a slight stand before retreating into the jungle. The pirates will undoubtedly scatter when crossing the thicket, allowing the hunting party to pick them off one by one. What if the pirates do not disperse? Even better, we can ignite the jungle, burning the pirates alive within the woods. Susanna's gaze turned dangerous as she regarded Leo. You are not suggesting we play with fire in the forest again, are you? Leo felt a wave of frustration. Why could he not escape that incident from when he was just 3 years old, an oblivious child? He quickly clarified, Mother, I am not jesting. The jungle is the domain of the female hunters. As long as we lure the pirates in, whether through ambush or fire, we can make the battle far easier, as long as there is life. What does it matter if the jungles of the island are set ablaze? Susanna suddenly sighed. They had long considered Leo's plan. Retreating into the jungle was their last resort. Once the jungle was incinerated, the Sphinx would have no escape route left. In the ensuing days, the battle grew increasingly arduous. The inhabitants of Sphinx united with unwavering resolve, sacrificing their lives to repel the pirates' relentless assaults, ultimately managing to hold out until the 5th day. Gazing at the rising sun, Susanna felt her eyes moisten. Then, casting a glance at her dwindling companions, her gaze sharpened. If they could endure just one more day, safety would be theirs. It was uncertain whether the pirates had received news of the Whitebeard pirates' reinforcement. But on the final day, multiple pirate crews descended upon Sphinx Island. Even a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million joined the fray, perhaps believing it to be their last chance to seize John's treasure. Ha ha ha! Slay everyone on this island. for John's treasure belongs to us. The water buffalo pirates. After successfully fending off several waves of minor pirate crews, Sphinx finally faced a formidable challenge: the infamous water buffalo pirates. Their captain, George, a pirate with a bounty of 91 million, commanded a crew of exceptionally fierce fighters. As the battle commenced, Sphinx's militia faltered under the initial onslaught, leaving only a few to escape into the jungle after dozens lay slain. George's crew, a band of muscular men adorned with horned iron helmets, bore menacing expressions that a cruel smile spread across George's face as he declared, "What of Whitebeard? He thinks that just because he has served under rocks for a few years, he is someone of note. Today, I, George of the Water Buffalo, shall personally obliterate his territory. Men, the treasure lies deep within the jungle. Kill everyone and let us seek our fortune." With a fearsome roar, the muscular men howled, their cries echoing like a pack of wild beasts. The water buffalo pirates swiftly invaded the jungle, where they finally encountered fierce resistance. Under Susanna's leadership, the female hunters moved like phantoms through the underbrush, leveraging their extensive hunting experience and knowledge of the terrain to catch the pirates off guard. However, as the battle wore on, the water buffalo pirates discovered effective countermeasures. They felled trees along their path, constricting the hunters' movement until they were forced into a direct confrontation. Observing the nearby village, Susanna realized they had to halt the enemy here. Gripping her weapon, she led the remaining female hunters with a fierce battle cry towards the pirates. The clash intensified, and although the hunters were individually formidable, their numbers were insufficient, and soon many fell under siege. Just as Susanna resolved to fight to the death, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the jungle. It was Rick and the fishermen coming to their aid. Charging forward, Rick resembled a humanoid beast, carving a bloody path through the pirates and finally rescuing Susanna and two other female hunters. "Susanna, you must return to the village and evacuate the elders and children." Without a trace of sentimentality, Susanna replied, "Hold on, I will be back." Before turning and racing towards the village, that moment, the village resembled a ghost town. Rick had already arranged for the elders and children to wait at the far side of the village before departing. When Susanna found the crowd, they had split into two groups to mislead the pirates. The elders chose to serve as decoys. Susanna led the children to the island's opposite side, where towering cliffs rendered pirate landings impossible. Below the cliffs lay a cluster of rocks, and several small boats had been hidden there in advance. After ensuring the children were safely aboard, Susanna turned to her son, Leo, and earnestly said, "Leo, take this record pointer. Return after half a day at sea. I believe you can manage." Before Leo could respond, Susanna interrupted, gently ruffling his hair as she whispered, "Do not worry about us. I will drive the pirates away. You have always wanted to see the sea. Consider this an adventure." Without waiting for Leo's reply, she pushed the small boats into the water. Watching the fishing vessels carried away by the waves, a flicker of reluctance crossed Susanna's eyes, soon replaced by steely resolve. Just as she was about to return to the battlefield, an unforeseen event occurred. A pirate ship suddenly emerged from the other side of the cliffs, directly in the path of the boats carrying the children. Boom! The cannons on the pirate ship roared to life, with cannonballs landing perilously close to the small vessels, nearly capsizing them in the tumultuous waves. The cries of children echoed from the distance, and Susanna's heart clenched once more. Damn it! How could there still be pirates here? Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped a vine and scaled the cliff. The pirates on the cliff's edge were a different crew altogether, grinning wickedly as they aimed their cannons at the small boats. "Oh, marvelous! There are a few children on that ship. Shall we capture them as slaves?" They jeered. "A handful of children isn't worth much. Let us have some fun." The pirates continued firing at the small boat, intentionally missing to frighten the children, relishing their screams with raucous laughter. Perhaps tiring of the game, one pirate spotted a young girl on the boat and tossed a lasso towards her. "Watch out." Leo had noticed the pirate's actions and instinctively pushed the girl aside, taking her place in the lasso's grasp. The rope tightened instantly, hoisting Leo into the air before he crashed heavily onto the deck. Dazed and disoriented, he barely had time to recover before a boot connected with his stomach. "You bastard! You've ruined my fun!" A pirate cursed as he approached, reaching to grab Leo's hair. Suddenly, the pirate felt darkness envelop him, and before he knew it, His head was driven to the deck by a swift kick. "You scoundrels die," Susanna roared, her eyes blazing with fury as she positioned herself protectively around Leo, locking her gaze onto the pirates before her. At that moment, a pirate dressed as a warrior stepped forth from the crowd. "That you're quite impressive. Would you care to join us?" "The one you just dispatched was a lieutenant. You could take his place." Susanna drew her dagger, pointing at the warrior, her meaning unmistakable. The warrior shook his head. "Regrettably, you've made the wrong choice. I shall have to eliminate you." With that, he unsheathed his sword. After several exchanges, it became evident that the weary Susanna was no match for the warrior. Sustaining multiple wounds in the process, she realized that she might perish here today, but even in death, she would carve a path to safety for her son. Thus, she changed her strategy, focusing on defense as she retreated towards Leo. Even in the face of danger, the female hunters maintained their focus. Finally, after a fierce clash with the warrior, Susanna seized her opportunity. Using the rebound from her dagger, she swiftly retreated towards the ship's edge, grabbing her son and throwing him overboard. The warrior's expression darkened. Despite the circumstances, she had managed to save someone. The warrior's sword glinted ominously as he struck with incredible speed, landing a blow on Susanna's shoulder. Yet, remarkably, she appeared unfazed, even managing a slight smile. Enraged, the warrior attempted to withdraw and strike again, only to find his sword ensnared by Susanna's shoulder blade. As Leo fell through the air, his eyes widened. The last image he beheld was his mother's gentle smile, fading into the distance. It seemed as though time had frozen for an instant. It wasn't until the cold seawater rushed into his mouth that he was jolted back to reality. Gulping and gasping, he felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, and a singular thought consumed his mind. "I don't want to die." Finally, Leo ceased struggling, releasing his last breath as his body sank slowly into the depths. Just before his consciousness slipped into darkness, he heard what sounded like joyous laughter. "Hee hee hee. My dear host, let me grant your wish." That a seagull soared across the sky, its silhouette mirrored on the tranquil sea surface. A small boy lay unexpectedly upon the water, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. As if stirred by the light, the boy's eyelids fluttered, and instinctively he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Gradually, he opened them, revealing a pair of deep blue irises, reminiscent of endless, surging waves. Leo stared intently at the back of his hand, and after a prolonged moment, his consciousness returned. In that instant, 2 tears streamed down his cheeks. "Mother!" Leo lay motionless upon the surface of the sea, his hand shielding his eyes as he transitioned from soft sobs to uncontrollable wails, with only the tender visage of his mother remaining in his mind. Why? Why did the invincible mother meet her demise? What am I to do? Overwhelmed by the abrupt changes, Leo's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. The indomitable image of Susanna had long been etched deeply in his heart, and he had steadfastly believed that he would surely thrive under his parents' protection. Throughout his journey, Leo had regarded Sphinx Island as a novice village, with his parents serving as his guardians. It was only today that he comprehended the extent of his misconceptions. This was not a fabricated realm, nor were there transcendent beings capable of altering reality at will. Having never truly feared this world, Leo had finally come to terms with the harshness of reality. In that moment, he recalled his mother's words. In this world, ordinary individuals have no time to heal their wounds. With this thought, Leo abruptly sat up, only to realize he had been lying on the water's surface. A phenomenon seemingly unrelated to buoyancy. The ocean felt as if it were an integral part of his being. Thus, he began to concentrate his thoughts, lifting one hand, and as he did so, a bulge formed on the water's surface, morphing into a small wave approximately 5 meters high, which stood silently before him. Leo could not help but wonder, is this my devil fruit ability? I am finally a wielder of power. That a bittersweet smile crossed his face, and he struck the water's surface with a fierce punch. Damn it, why did I not awaken sooner? If I had grasped this power earlier, Mother would still be. Leo fell silent, realizing the futility of what-ifs. Concealing his sorrow deep within, Leo resolutely stood up, glanced at the compass to confirm his direction, and then strode across the waves towards Sphinx Island. As he journeyed, he accidentally brushed against the dagger at his waist. a gift from Susanna before she cast him from the pirate ship. As he caressed the cold metal, Leo silently vowed to save Sphinx and avenge his mother. The manipulation of the waves allowed Leo to return swiftly to Sphinx Island in just 1 hour. Along the way, he also found several lost companions, who regarded him as their beacon of hope upon witnessing his newfound abilities. You all stay hidden here. I will return to the village to assess the situation. Do not emerge until I come back, he instructed the children before diving back into the sea, intending to circle back to the beach battlefield from beneath the waves. In no time, Leo reached his destination, cautiously peeking above the water's surface to find 2 large ships anchored nearby, one of which belonged to the water buffalo pirates. Numerous busy figures lined the shore, and judging by their attire, they were also a band of pirates engaged in transporting corpses. Leo's brow furrowed at this sight. Could it be that his father and the others had met with failure? The realization weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to draw nearer for confirmation. However, just as he was about to move, a furious roar interrupted him. Who is in the sea? The shout startled Leo, and he instinctively turned to flee, but the assailant was swifter. Before Leo could fully submerge, he was seized by the collar. Marco, is that you? Are you Leo? Why do your eyes? After awakening his powers, Leo's pupils had transformed from golden to deep blue, nearly causing Marco to mistake him for someone else. The phoenix, like Marco, with his flaming wings, lifted Leo and bore him back to shore. Ordinarily, Leo would have been thrilled, but today he lacked the enthusiasm. Where have you been? Your father has been searching for you. Marco inquired, but Leo remained silent, instead asking about his father's fate. Marco, where is my father? At a loss for words, Marco's gaze turned sympathetic as he replied, Uncle Rick. He fought bravely but perished. He was a great warrior. When we found him, he lay amidst over 30 corpses, including that bastard George. He died fighting valiantly. After a moment, Marco recalled something and asked, by the way, did Aunt Susanna accompany you? Leo continued to remain silent, but the tears brimming in his eyes spoke volumes. After a day of tallying, it was revealed that scarcely 1 in 10 had survived on Sphinx Island, leaving only around 20 elders and a handful of children. Upon learning this grim outcome, Whitebeard's fury seemed poised to overturn the very ocean itself. More than 30 years prior, Sphinx Island had also been left with but a few children, among them Newgate. At that time, pirates frequently besieged the island, and when survival seemed bleak, he resolved to venture out to seek a better fate. 30 years later, having achieved great success, Newgate aimed to protect his homeland under his own name. Yet a similar tragedy unfolded, as if nothing had changed in those 3 decades. A day later, upon the cliffs of Sphinx Island, Leo knelt alone before a grave. After discovering his father's body, he laid his parents to rest there. Due to the inability to locate Susanna's remains, he could only substitute a symbolic burial mound. Leo stared blankly at the gravestone, his past life as a reclusive individual rendering him somewhat estranged from familial bonds. Yet, this estrangement had been mended in this foreign world. In his moment of grief, Leo was left with nothing but confusion. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached from behind. Whitebeard's massive form loomed beside Leo as he placed a bottle of sake before the gravestone and sat down next to him. After a prolonged silence, Whitebeard spoke again, reiterating, Leo, be my son. From this day forth, carry my name as you navigate the seas. Leo pondered for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, father, but I cannot accept. Though my mother is gone, I must uphold her teachings that I will set sail one day, but not as a pirate. Whitebeard gazed deeply at Leo for a long while before bursting into hearty laughter. Dora, what a spirited child you are. But do not dismiss the goodwill of your elders. Should you encounter trouble at sea, invoke my name. Remember, living is more important than anything else. Yes, father. The days that followed returned to a semblance of tranquility, the only difference being the presence of a patrolling pirate crew in the surrounding waters. Since confirming his devil fruit ability, Leo dedicated most of his time to its development. He understood the folly of greed. So to enhance his efficiency, he set specific development tasks, one for attack, one for confinement, and one for escape. The first skill he developed was the escape technique, as he had already experienced the sensation of walking on waves, making it significantly easier to master. Leo attempted to have the waves propel a fishing boat, and soon succeeded, yet this alone was insufficient for a true escape. Thus, he devised a method to encase the boat in a hollow water sphere and practice submerging it until he could dive to a depth of 100 meters, completing the maneuver. Upon completion, it was time for the quintessential naming phase, and after dismissing dozens of options, Leo finally settled on a name that resonated with the essence of his homeland, Divine Vessel. The successful development of Divine Vessel instilled Leo with immense confidence. Following that, he focused on the confinement technique, which was straightforward. Inspired by the water prison technique from ninjutsu, Leo decided to implement a method of throwing water spheres at his enemies to achieve control. Leo raised his hand, summoning a stream of water, and attempted to manipulate it into a whipping and spitting motion. After several trials, he discovered he could launch the water stream like a water gun. However, the volume was insufficient for effective control, leading to failure. Leo continued to experiment with larger quantities of seawater. During this process, he found that using both hands was far easier than one, and vaguely remembered hearing prayers when he awakened his powers. Thus, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication, as if genuinely beseeching the sea for strength. To his astonishment, a miraculous scene unfolded. 7 or 8 thicker streams of water were summoned, with the projectiles expanding to a radius exceeding 2 meters. In this manner, Leo not only completed the water prison technique, but also achieved a group control effect. Even against formidable foes, he felt unafraid, knowing he could concentrate the water bullets on a single target. When it came time to name this technique, Leo reflected on the helplessness he experienced during his first near-drowning, leading him to christen it Abyssal Prison. Lastly came the attacking technique, for which Leo undertook numerous experiments, attempting to form various shapes out of seawater for offensive maneuvers or mimicking gun gestures to fire water projectiles. Yet, none of these techniques met his expectations. In a moment of despair, Leo recalled Susanna's dagger. Upon seeing the dagger, a spark ignited in Leo's mind. Perhaps this would suffice. Leo affixed seawater to the dagger and then executed a slashing motion. Initially, the insufficient amount of water hindered his ability to form an attack until he began to compress the seawater onto the blade, when he felt a notable increase in the weight of the dagger. Leo swung it once more, a deep blue water blade, measuring 2 meters in length and composed entirely of seawater, materialized, expanding as it flew, akin to splashed water. Through repeated experimentation, Leo determined that the maximum flight distance of this water slash was 20 meters. With a maximum dispersion of 10 meters, if it failed to strike a target after reaching its limit, it would gradually dissipate into the air. Within the effective attacking range, this technique could effortlessly sever wooden fishing boats. Leo also tested its power against rocks, leaving significant marks even on the hardest of surfaces. Satisfied at last, Leo nodded and named this technique Deep Blue Blade. Thus, after 5 years of development, Leo's planned abilities were fully realized. On a certain morning in the year 1495 of the Sea-Round calendar, 3 young individuals stood before an old wooden cabin. Among them, the only girl, Lena, suddenly grasped Leo's arm and looked at him with a pained expression. "Are we really going to do this?" Leo turned to her, offering a comforting smile as he gently removed her hand. Turning back to face his home, he was left with nothing but determination in his eyes. He tossed a torch through the doorway, and the flames ignited instantly, the dilapidated house swaying precariously in the fire's embrace. The roaring flames consumed not only the house, but also all of Leo's memories tied to Sphinx. Yet he did not wish to sever his past. Rather, he sought to engrave those memories deeply within his heart. Illuminated by the firelight, Leo drew out Susanna's dagger, which now bore the inscription, "Don't forget October 3rd, 10 on its hilt." Seagulls soared in the azure sky, and the sea lay calm. It was a rare day of splendid weather on the Grand Line. "Leo, I'm so bored." "Haven't we found the island yet?" exclaimed a girl clad in tight-fitting leather hunting attire, reclining on the deck with her feet dangling over the edge. "Please call me Captain." "Lena, if you're bored, you should practice the Sphinx battle dance more or go fishing. In any case, find something to occupy yourself." "Look at me. I'm steering the ship while also exercising tea." That moment, Leo, donning a sailor's hat and with a pipe clenched between his teeth, was at the helm. Upon closer inspection, the pipe was unlit, merely for show. Additionally, The small boat was not propelled by sails. In fact, the sails were not even unfurled. Instead, Liao was using his divine ability to navigate the vessel, a training method he had stumbled upon that deepened his control over seawater. The results were remarkable. He now wielded greater mastery over the water than ever before. After Liao's retort, Lena simply gave in and lay down on the deck, gazing at the clouds as if her thoughts were about to take flight. And soon she drifted into slumber. Liao shook his head in exasperation. Such a tranquil maritime life was indeed challenging for Lena, a spirited girl. After checking the compass and confirming the direction was correct, he decided against lingering in this pose. He went to the small kitchen and prepared 2 cups of icy fruit juice, bringing them back to the deck, observing the peaceful face of the sleeping girl. Liao was suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse. Ah, so cold. The icy water jolted Lena awake, akin to a startled kitten. Before she could express her annoyance, her attention was captured by the icy fruit juice. The girl downed the juice in one go, only to lament soon after. Ah, it hurts, my head hurts. Lena repeatedly pounded her temples with her small fists. Liao, exasperated, took the cup away. Why the rush? No one's competing with you. I was thirsty. Is there any left? No, we don't have much fruit stored. We can't use it all for juice. Bear with it. We should reach the island today, and once we land, you can drink to your heart's content. Liao, are you a devil? How can you bear to let such a lovely girl like Lena suffer from thirst? I don't care. I want water. Icy water. The girl pouted on the deck, throwing a tantrum. Duong. Lena clutched her head, looking at Liao with a pitiful expression. Please, I really didn't drink enough. Liao could only look at her helplessly. Since setting sail, he felt he had to worry much more than before. How had he never realized how persistent this little girl could be? No juice, but will you drink fresh water? Without waiting for her answer, Liao waved his hand over the sea, summoning a water sphere made of seawater. Liao demonstrated a trick, transforming one sphere into 2, one still colored like seawater and the other completely transparent. Here, try this. It's my specially purified water. This was also a result of Liao's training. Controlling seawater meant that separating fresh water from it was an effortless task for him. Lena dove headfirst into the water sphere, seemingly unaware of her blunder. Instead, she playfully winked at Liao through the watery barrier. Moments later, she began to struggle, as she was inadvertently drowning in the water meant for drinking. Liao, face-palming, moved the water sphere away from her head and disdainfully tossed it back into the sea. Lena, are you an idiot? Who drowns while drinking water? Cough, cough. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time, Lena replied, sticking out her tongue in a cute manner. Liao had no choice but to create another sphere of purified water for her to drink. Suddenly, an idea seemed to brighten Lena's face. How about we drink together? No. If we drink together, it would be like an indirect kiss. Liao, you're so naughty, Lena exclaimed, covering her flushed face with her hands, casting a sidelong glance at Liao. Liao felt as if he had an anger meter above his head, nearing its limit. You're red as a boiled teapot. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. In the end, Liao handed her the cup filled with water, and the little girl finally quieted down. This evening approached. They finally spotted land. Liao and Lena had successfully reached their first destination, Grana Island. Unlike the primitive nature of Sphinx, Grana Island was renowned for its commerce. Bustling with ships, their small vessel slowly entered the harbor and found a corner to dock. Lena, once we disembark, stick close to me. Don't wander off. Don't touch anything without permission. And if you want something, just tell me. And don't get into any arguments with people, understood? To Liao, Lena still felt like a child, so he unconsciously assumed a parental role. Meanwhile, Lena's attention had long been captured by the towering sailboats around them, and she merely responded to Liao's words with casual indifference. Oh, you're so chatty. Fine, fine. I'll behave. Why are you glaring at me? Lena huffed, her cheeks puffed up. After securing the ropes, Liao led Lena onto the shore. Grana Island was over 5 times larger than Sphinx, featuring a medium-sized town bustling with commerce and throngs of people as they passed through the harbor. Even Liao, who prided himself on his vast knowledge from previous lives, found himself momentarily dazzled, at the very least. He encountered numerous unique races on the streets whose names he could not recall. As they walked, the streets gradually became lively, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Since arriving, Lena's little head seemed to be spinning with excitement, as everything appeared to pique her interest. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted into their nostrils, causing Lena to twitch her nose a few times. And saliva began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Grana's signature roasted seafood, a century-old establishment with a guaranteed reputation. You won't regret trying it. Come, dear little sister, would you like to taste it? Today's treasure conch and sunmoon clams are particularly good. Uncle, your roasted seafood smells so delicious. Of course, it's meticulously roasted with my secret sauce. You can't find it anywhere else. Give me 5 sunmoon clams. 2 octopuses, and the treasure conch looks good too. Let us have 5 of those. Liao hurriedly intervened. Can you eat that much? Didn't you promise me when we left the ship? Before Liao could finish his sentence, Lena had already stuffed a skewer of roasted octopus into his mouth. Liao's eyes widened in surprise as he chewed vigorously, eventually raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. The two strolled along, eating the roasted seafood, while Liao continued to chatter. I'll let this slide this time. But next time, if you see something you want, you must tell me. Don't just run off without a word. Finish your food, and then we shall go shopping for clothes. That outfit of yours, adorned in animal hides, is rather conspicuous. It would be wise for us to maintain a more subdued appearance for the time being. Did you hear me? Lena. As Rio spoke to himself, he turned around only to find the little girl had vanished. He glanced around, yet Lena's figure was nowhere to be seen, causing a wave of panic to surge within him. Without delay, he discarded the food in his hands and began to search along the path. Meanwhile, Lena was crouched over the counter of a weapons shop, animatedly gesturing at the proprietor. Excuse me, do you have a sheath or a dagger? About this long, of course we do. However, judging by the length you just measured, it would be more appropriate for a dagger. I have sheaths made from deep-sea shark skin and jungle banana crocodile skin. Which would you prefer? Ultimately, Lena selected the sheath crafted from deep-sea shark skin for Rio. Just as the proprietor handed her the packaged item, she suddenly heard Rio calling her name, prompting her to dash out of the weapons shop, shouting in his direction, Rio, over here, come quickly. Following her voice, Rio finally spotted Lena at the entrance of the shop and hurriedly approached her, exclaiming in frustration, why do you keep wandering off? What if you got lost? I should have just left you on the ship. Lena's expression froze momentarily, and with a pout, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I saw that your dagger still needed a sheath, so I thought I would buy one as a gift for you. Here, take a look and see if it fits. As she spoke, Lena extended the newly purchased sheath towards Rio. Truth be told, the girl's gesture touched Rio deeply, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to whether to scold or forgive her mischievous behavior. Observing Lena's head drooping lower in shame, he relented and accepted the gift, casually sliding it onto the dagger. You have quite the discerning eye. Thank you, Lena, I really appreciate this gift. With that, he took Lena's hand, and they departed the weapons shop together. With Rio holding her hand, Lena's mood brightened immediately, and she giggled, saying, I'll wander off again. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. Humph. After spending 2 days on Grana Island, Rio felt he had gathered sufficient intelligence and decided it was time to leave. Inside the cabin, the two little heads huddled together, contemplating their next journey. Rio pointed at the nautical chart and stated, Lena, the next island we are heading to is quite distant, and our ship is not equipped for such long voyages, so I plan to hitch a ride with a merchant caravan as favorable winds. Lena suddenly perked up with interest. Are we going to be bodyguards or perhaps join as pirate hunters? Rio's expression darkened. Little girl, do you even know what you're saying? 2 10-year-olds applying to be bodyguards? That would surely be a laughingstock, and becoming pirate hunters is even more absurd. This is the New World Sea, where becoming a pirate hunter is akin to courting death. Lena, rubbing her head where he had playfully knocked her, looked at Rio with suspicion. What do you mean? We can't hire them to protect us, can we? Do we even have any money? Rio had been waiting for her to ask such questions, and with a sudden flash of pride, he answered, Don't forget my abilities. I can trade my skill in creating fresh water for our passage on the merchant ship. Upon hearing this, Lena's eyes lit up with realization, and she regarded Rio with an admiring gaze. After breakfast, Rio took Lena to a clothing store, Granite Island truly lives up to its reputation as a commercial hub, with an array of garments catering to various races. There are trousers 3 times the length of regular tops, obviously designed for the long-legged. There are also sleeves that trail to the ground, meant for the long-armed. And then there are undergarments adorned with studs and thongs with tails. What on earth? Noticing Rio's unwavering gaze on a peculiar outfit, Lena's displeasure surfaced. What are you looking at? Is that outfit really so appealing? Huh. No, I'm just curious about how that tail is attached. Soon enough, the proprietor approached them. What can I assist you with today, ladies? We have all sorts of attire available. In response, Rio nudged Lena forward. Help her pick out something that looks more ordinary. With that, Lena was led away by the shopkeeper to try on some clothes. While Rio, feeling a bit bored, began to wander around, he had to admit, the shopkeeper had a good eye. The styles here were quite aligned with a two-dimensional aesthetic. After a while, Rio selected an outfit he liked and entered the fitting room as well. Rio's choice consisted of a sleek ensemble, black trousers that had a slightly stacked appearance at the cuffs, paired with a sleeveless black tank top that seemed perfect for athletic activities. Over this, he donned a long, red hooded coat, finishing off with a pair of black combat boots. After donning his new attire, Rio struck a few poses in front of the mirror, feeling as though something was still amiss. Suddenly, he gathered his tousled golden locks and secured them into a neat ponytail. Upon glancing again, he found it much more agreeable. Satisfied, he exited the fitting room, only to find that Lena had already finished trying on her clothes as well. At first glance, Rio nearly mistook her for someone else. She wore a loose t-shirt adorned with cute patterns, exuding an air of playful charm. Yet her choice of bottom was quite shocking, short denim shorts that barely covered her. Her long, slender legs were fully on display, complemented by a pair of heeled sandals that accentuated her height. Seeing Lena, who seemed to struggle to keep her balance, Rio's mind raced with thoughts of dire consequences. He abruptly turned to the shopkeeper. "Did you choose this for her?" The shopkeeper, seemingly oblivious to the fire in Rio's eyes, nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, I listened carefully to the client's preferences and based on my experience. I paired this lovely young lady with these outfits. What do you think of my taste? You are truly something else." After praising the proprietor, he turned to Lena. "Is this what you requested? Have you seen anyone dressed like this before?" Lena, still tugging at her t-shirt in an attempt to cover herself, replied meekly, "Once, Susanna caught Uncle Rick reading secretly and asked him if he liked that style that I saw the cover of the book. And the lady on it was dressed like this that I thought, being Rick's son, you might share the same taste." Rio, damn, that scoundrel father of mine has such a past. Didn't Timon break his legs for that? Suppressing his curiosity about the incident, Rio insisted that the shopkeeper select a more appropriate outfit for Lena. Putting aside the clothing for now, there was no way he would allow her to wear such shorts and heels. How could she even move in those? After Lena changed into a more suitable outfit, the two of them left the clothing store. Upon exiting, Rio suddenly noticed the caravan owner they had previously negotiated with entering a tavern. Prompting him to approach for a quick greeting, as they reached the tavern's entrance, Lena suddenly wrinkled her nose and exclaimed in disgust, "What is that smell? It's awful. I don't want to go in." "All right, then wait for me here and don't wander off. I'll be out shortly." About 5 minutes later, while waiting at the tavern's entrance, Lena was boredly kicking at the pebbles on the ground when suddenly she heard cries for help coming from a nearby alley. "Help! Help!" Cautiously peeking around the corner, Lena saw 2 suspicious men stuffing a little girl into a burlap sack, muffling her cries with a rag. One of the men even kicked the sack, causing the girl's cries to turn into muffled sobs. Lena was instantly filled with rage. How could 2 grown men bully a small girl? Without hesitation, she charged into the alley. Before the men could react, she delivered a swift kick to one of them from behind, causing a loud thud as something shattered upon impact, and the man collapsed to the ground like a fish out of water. The other man, clearly taken aback by her audacity, drew a dagger to retaliate, but Lena leaped into the air and struck him on the nose with her knee, sending him crashing to the ground alongside his companion. After dispatching the 2 men, Lena proudly lifted her chin and, with a huff, went to untie the burlap sack, cradling the 5-year-old girl in her arms. Seeing the child's swollen eyes from crying made Lena's heart ache, and she fumbled to loosen the ropes binding her. Just as she was about to ask the girl something, a group of men burst into the alley. They were clearly allies of the fallen men. And the leader, with a face as dark as thunder, quickly deduced what had transpired. He brandished his dagger, pointing it at Lena. Who is this little girl daring to ruin our plans? Try to be a hero. Are you? You want to be leaving here. Boys, capture her. After exchanging a few words with the caravan leader, Leo exited the tavern, only to discover that Lena had once again vanished. One could hardly be surprised. This was quintessential Lena. Leo felt his blood pressure rising and had no choice but to repeatedly reassure himself. Stay calm, stay calm. After all, Lena is just a child. Glancing around in vain for a figure, Leo approached a man sitting by the roadside near the tavern. Excuse me. Sir, have you seen the little girl who was just standing at the tavern entrance? Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly looked at Leo with a tense expression. Is that little girl your friend? Yes, sir. Do you know where she went? Oh dear, young man. You need to hurry and save her. I saw a gang of human traffickers chasing after her toward the port. What? Traffickers? Leo gasped in shock. The profession of traffickers is among the most despised in the world of One Piece. And he could hardly believe that Lena had fallen prey to them. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo dashed toward the port, and just as he was about to run off, he heard the old man shout behind him. The largest ship at the port belongs to the traffickers. Without looking back, Leo called out a quick thanks and disappeared around the corner. What he did not notice was that the old man who had provided him directions wore a sinister expression as he watched Leo retreat. As Leo sprinted onward, he did not catch sight of Lena anywhere, so he resolved to locate the trafficker's ship. Following the old man's intel, he soon spotted a large black ship that had just departed the port. This was bad. The traffickers were making their escape. Those scoundrels! Leo cursed under his breath and leaped into the sea. The trafficker ship had just set sail and was quickly picking up speed. In no time, Grana Island was reduced to a mere silhouette on the horizon. On the deck, a portly captain suddenly shot one of his subordinates. You imbeciles! You can't even handle something so simple. You let two little girls slip through your fingers. What use are you to me? Captain, that little girl was quicker than a monkey. We chased her down several streets, but she jumped onto a roof and got away. Excuses. Do you know how much a girl with combat skills is worth? You've made my money fly away. What will you do to compensate me? The captain's face twisted in rage as he listened to his subordinate's explanations, which only fueled his anger further. He raised his gun again, ready to shoot his subordinate once more. Suddenly, a scream echoed from nearby. Huh. What are you doing? Ah, monster, you're a monster. Don't kill me. The fat captain turned to see two of his men lying in pools of blood. Where did you come from? Kid, how dare you harm my crew? Do you want to die? As he cursed, the captain drew a long whip from his waist and lashed it toward Leo. Leo nimbly dodged the strike, but was met with a powerful kick from an approaching trafficker, sending him crashing against the ship's railing. Quickly, bind this kid and throw him into the brig. What a day of bad luck. Without waiting for the traffickers to act, Leo suddenly clasped his hands together, creating a loud clap that drew everyone's attention. 0.8 massive streams of water surged from behind him at a devil fruit user. The trafficker captain's eyes gleamed with greed. This was an unexpected windfall, worth even more. He shouted excitedly, "Catch him alive!" Meanwhile, Leo's expression was one of icy determination. The water streams obeyed his command, launching an assault on the enemies, ensnaring everyone on the deck in water orbs in an instant. Observing the flailing captain trapped within the water sphere, Leo felt no sympathy. He drew a dagger, compressing the seawater onto its blade, and swung it toward the captain. The deep blue blade sliced through the captain's arm with ease, like a hot knife through butter, blood gushing forth and staining the entire water sphere crimson. Yet Leo showed no signs of stopping. He delivered another strike, severing the captain's leg. After executing these actions, Leo allowed the water sphere to shrink slightly. Exposing the captain's head, the deck was suddenly filled with the wails of a wounded beast. My arm! My leg! How dare you! Silence! Scream again, and I shall sever the remaining limbs from your body. Now answer my question. Where are my companions imprisoned? How? Who is your companion? A girl around 10 years old. We haven't captured anyone like that. Feel free to check the hold. Everyone we have is locked up there. Very well. Then you are of no further use. With that, Leo raised his blade, poised to end the captain's life. Wait, I remember now. Before we set out, my men were pursuing two little girls, but one of them escaped. So that means Lena is still on Grana Island. Excellent. As long as she hasn't been caught by the traffickers, Lena is not in any danger. I must hurry back. The little girl must be frantic without me. Resolute in his decision, Leo disregarded the captain's pleading gaze and swiftly severed his neck. By the time Leo dealt with the captain, the rest of his crew had already drowned within the water orbs. Earlier that morning, a bizarre incident unfolded at the port of Grana Island. A large black ship was washed ashore by the waves. Upon inspection, numerous corpses and hundreds of slaves were discovered aboard. 3 days had passed since Lena went missing, and during this time, Leo had scoured every corner of the town, due to many merchant ships departing the island on the day of the incident. Leo could only pray that Lena had hidden aboard one of those vessels and was unknowingly carried out to sea. If that were the case, it would at least mean she remained safe. In desperation, Leo sought the assistance of the Whitebeard pirates, imploring them to help in the search while he awaited news in Grana. However, another half-month passed without any word of Lena, leaving Leo devoid of hope for her return. The only thing he could do now was pray for her safety. Mistakes had been made, and lingering in uncertainty would not resolve anything. Leo felt an instinctive sense that Lena was still alive. Since he could not find her, he decided to let his name resonate across the seas, trusting that one day, Lena would come to seek him out, that he firmly believed they would reunite. Suddenly, Leo grasped the profound truth in his mother's words. Ordinary people do not have the luxury of time to mend their wounds. With this understanding, Leo gathered his spirits and resumed his journey. The weather in the New World was capricious and treacherous, yet the roaring winds and surging waves could not deter the avarice of pirates. 2 pirate ships clashed against the tempest, their crews engaging in a fierce battle, drawing ever closer until the combat reached a fever pitch, painting the scene in blood. From a distance, Leo observed intently, marveling at how the waters around him remained remarkably calm, even shielding him from the stormy seas. Casting aside his sunflower seeds, he reflected, indeed, pirates are a reckless lot. Leo did not watch the fray merely for amusement. He awaited the outcome of the clash, so he could seize the opportunity as the opportunistic fisherman. After all, it was rare to encounter 2 evenly matched pirate crews, and despite the risks, Leo was determined not to let this chance slip away. Having been at sea for half a year, he was nearing the end of the funds he had looted from the traffickers. And now he sought to replenish his coffers on the vast ocean. Nothing yielded quicker profits than a no-cost venture. However, he was unwilling to rob merchant caravans, so he turned his sights on the pirates. Over the past 6 months, Leo's abilities had improved significantly. He estimated that as long as he did not encounter a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he could manage with his devil fruit powers against these weaker pirate crews. At last, the 2 pirate factions were on the verge of determining a victor. One group had been completely surrounded and was on the brink of annihilation. Leo knew it was time for him to act. Activating his devil fruit ability, his small boat began to submerge. After descending approximately 30 meters, he approached the pirate ship. His deep blue blade had also grown stronger. Its attack range had expanded to 50 meters, with a maximum length of 30 meters after dispersing, now resembling the grand slashes of a swordmaster, albeit only in appearance. However, this was more than sufficient to deal with these small-time pirates, whether real or water-based. As long as the blade was sharp, it would suffice. The deep blue blade accurately struck its target, effortlessly severing the bottom of the pirate ship as if slicing through butter. That ha. You lot, hurry and clean up the battlefield, search meticulously, and haul the treasures of these short-lived fools onto our ship. The victorious pirate captain was in high spirits, relishing the thought of plundering the spoils. Just as the pirates reveled in their triumph, they suddenly felt the ship lurch beneath their feet. The entire vessel began to tilt at both ends before commencing its descent, caught up in the frenzy of looting. The pirates had no time to secure themselves, tumbling into the sea along the slanted deck. This was precisely the effect Leo desired. Once the pirates fell into the ocean, they were effectively in his domain. Under the influence of the sea, Leo's abilities were significantly enhanced. It was akin to the current situation where, with but a flicker of thought, he ensnared all the pirates in an abyssal prison. As the pirates began to struggle, the treasures they had just seized scattered about like confetti. Leo, resembling a player in a Monopoly game collecting coins, deftly maneuvered his small boat beneath the pirates, catching the plummeting riches. Momo Momo, what a bountiful harvest today! I never imagined the pirates would be so wealthy. He hummed a cheerful tune, tirelessly stowing the treasures in a chest until he felt the strain of controlling the boat. He concluded his endeavors by delivering a couple of strikes to the drifting shipwrecks as a final touch. The entire skirmish lasted no more than an hour. All the pirates had met their watery demise, and the crafty Leo had long since vanished from sight. The seas of the New World remained tumultuous, possibly due to the lack of naval presence in the area during his solitary voyage. Apart from a few encounters with merchant ships, he predominantly encountered pirate crews, some of whom were notably formidable. The most perilous encounter was with the Beast pirates. Alarmed, Leo swiftly activated his divine vessel and plunged to a depth of 100 meters, surfacing only after the water signaled that they had moved on. This ability to sense targets through the medium of water was an unintentional discovery for Leo. That it was an incredibly potent skill. While submerged, he could detect all objects within a 10 nautical mile radius, enhancing his perception to an extraordinary degree. As he concentrated, images from that range would materialize in his mind. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of observation hockey, he felt that his technique was exceedingly overpowered. While as his voyage continued, a troubling issue arose. Leo suspected he had purchased a counterfeit log pose. While near the islands, it seemed functional. But once out in the open sea, it appeared to have malfunctioned. Without a pointer to indicate direction, Leo was left adrift, relying on chance. Fortunately, he no longer needed to worry about fresh water or food. But subsisting solely on fish was becoming nauseating, and he realized he hadn't ingested any vitamins for quite some time. If this continued, his health would surely suffer. Yet fortune smiled upon Leo. After drifting for 10 days, he finally encountered a ship point one day. While listlessly lying on the deck, exuding an aura of despondency, he was suddenly alerted by the distant sound of cannon fire. Could it be another pirate ship? The seas were indeed rife with such scum. After dispatching them, he resolved to keep a keen eye on the log pose. With determination, he activated his divine vessel and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon nearing, he discovered that pirates were attacking a merchant vessel. As was their custom. They commenced with cannon fire to intimidate, then drew nearer, all the while bellowing threats to the merchant crew to surrender or face annihilation. How utterly unoriginal. Just as the two ships were about to collide, a colossal flying slash erupted from the merchant ship, cleaving the pirate vessel in twain, which was swiftly consumed by the whirlpool of its own demise. Leo was taken aback. The merchant ship harbored a master swordsman that if he were to approach recklessly, might he be mistaken for an adversary. A solitary child adrift at sea was undeniably suspect. It appeared he needed to devise a plan to ensure his presence didn't attract undue attention. Quietly accelerating past the merchant ship, Leo surfaced with an empty barrel, his small boat still cloaked in its submerged state. Disguising himself as a castaway, he drifted along the merchant ship's route, intending to make contact in this manner. Ironically, no one noticed him. Leo was infuriated. How could these careless dolts fail to see such a large barrel adrift? While sailing, they should be observing the water's surface. How many treasures must they have overlooked? With such ineptitude, they were doomed to remain impoverished. After several passes around the merchant ship, just as despair was beginning to set in, he finally caught the attention of the crew that a few sailors, displaying a modicum of compassion, called out to assist Leo and hoisted him aboard along with the barrel. Peeking through a narrow slit in his eyelids, he discreetly surveyed the deck surroundings, hastily closing his eyes to feign unconsciousness upon seeing someone approach. Suddenly, he felt a large hand pinching his nose, as if the person intended to bring their face closer. When he sensed the warm breath of the individual, Leo was startled. Surely they were not about to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. In a panic, he sputtered water and began coughing loudly. Gradually opening his eyes, he displayed an expression of confusion and helplessness, ultimately fixing his gaze on the sailor before him. "Young man, are you all right? It appears you have encountered a maritime disaster," the sailor inquired. "Sniffle, where are Mommy and Daddy? Our ship was sunk, boo-hoo," Leo lamented, anxious that his subpar acting skills would be unconvincing to these sailors. They appeared rather dim-witted. Surely he would be fine. After a brief exchange, the sailors concluded that the boy had survived a pirate attack after his ship was destroyed. "Where's your homeland?" Upon hearing this question, Leo pondered if they intended to return him home. "Uncle, I came from Sabaody," he replied, initially intending to fabricate a backstory, but fearing that further elaboration might lead to mistakes. Thus, he adopted a fearful demeanor, responding in a child's voice, "What a poor yet fortunate child you are. Come, let us introduce you to the captain," the sailors said. "Thank you, sir," Leo replied, exhilarated that his ruse had succeeded. After sailing with the merchant vessel for several days, Leo gradually became acquainted with the sailors, who regaled him with tales of their maritime adventures during leisure time. Occasionally, he would encounter the ship's captain at mealtimes, accompanied by a samurai-like bodyguard. Leo suspected this individual was the master swordsman responsible for the immense flying slash. The bodyguard, a squinty-eyed fellow, always wore a smile, exuding a gentle aura, devoid of the sharpness one would expect from swordsmen. Yet Leo was certain not to be deceived by appearances. Squinty-eyed individuals were often formidable opponents. Leo speculated that this bodyguard hailed from Wano country. Recalling the manga he had read, renowned swordsmen were typically celebrated masters of the sea. He was astonished to encounter a Wano samurai with such prowess so casually. The remainder of the journey was remarkably calm, with no further pirate encounters. During this time, Leo diligently maintained his training, pretending to sit on the deck in contemplation every night, allowing the crew to believe he was merely missing home. Meanwhile, beneath the unnoticed surface of the sea, several 5-meter-wide water orbs floated, moving up and down in the air. Leo utilized these orbs as training equipment to enhance his abilities, not only boosting his physical strength, but also honing his control over water when it was detached from the ocean. While he had effortlessly dealt with the pirates before, it was crucial to recognize that he had the advantage of the ocean's environment at that time. Now, controlling the water outside of its natural habitat made replicating those feats nearly impossible. Determined to address his shortcomings in naval combat, Leo resolved to develop new abilities tailored for use outside the sea. He knew he must adapt to this mode of operation. One night, while sitting alone on the deck, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind, the sound of wooden clogs connecting with the deck. "Hello, little one, I am Gung Saburo. Are you also longing for your homeland?" Following the voice, Leo turned to face the speaker. Upon hearing the swordsman introduce himself as Gung Saburo, he realized that the so-called master swordsmen were indeed no ordinary individuals. This man was likely a figure of renown, one whose name was known, but whose deeds had never been witnessed. "Yes, Uncle, if possible, I would like to return home soon," Leo replied, blinking his large eyes and feigning innocence. "I too miss my homeland," Gung Saburo replied warmly. "Did you also encounter a maritime disaster, Uncle? Where is your homeland?" Gung Saburo merely smiled and remained silent, standing beside Leo in quiet contemplation. Noting Gung Saburo's reticence, Leo fell silent as well. Conversing with such a taciturn individual proved challenging. Did all sword-wielders adopt such an aloof demeanor, posing in a melancholic fashion while their garments fluttered in the sea breeze? Just as Leo began to mentally critique Gung Saburo, the swordsman spoke once more. "Young one, it seems you did not meet with misfortune due to a pirate attack. On the day you boarded, I observed you chasing the ship while clutching a barrel for quite some time." "Uncle, what are you talking about?" A sudden shock coursed through Leo's mind as he pondered the implications of the words directed at him. What did it mean for him to hear such a statement? If the intent was to expose himself, why had he not alerted the others aboard the ship sooner? "Oh, fret not. I harbor no intentions of revealing you. Everyone has their own burdens to bear. Besides, you are still but a child. I have heard you wish to journey to Sabaody. Am I correct? My path also leads there. Would you care to accompany me?" Indeed, the purpose of Gung Sanlang is to settle in the East Sea. What should I do? Should I agree to his proposal? Why would this uncle wish to assist me? Is it simply because I am a child? Leo remained wary of Gung Sanlang. There is no need for such caution toward me, Tiomi. It is merely a matter of convenience. This vessel's ultimate destination is Dressrosa, and once we arrive, I shall transfer to another ship bound for the first half of the Grand Line. You may take your time to contemplate before I disembark. Very well. I shall give your suggestion due consideration. Uncle, I have another inquiry. I have heard that to reach the first half of the Grand Line, One must traverse the red line beneath the sea, and that this journey will pass through Fishman Island. Is there truly a realm of fishmen beneath the ocean? Oh, you are aware of Fishman Island? It seems you are quite knowledgeable, Gung Samlang remarked with a sly glance at Leo. Oh no, have I revealed too much? Is it special to know of Fishman Island? Leo scratched his head sheepishly. I heard about it from my parents. They told me tales of Fishman Island. Gung Samlang chose not to dwell on the matter further. The route to Fishman Island is considered an illegal passage. After reaching Dressrosa, you may contemplate continuing your journey aboard a merchant vessel or utilizing the government as public ships to ascend the Red Line to the first half of the Grand Line. I see. The impression of Fishman Island from the anime was indeed profound. It appears that traversing the Grand Line necessitates passing through Fishman Island, yet I had no idea this was an illicit route. No wonder only pirates would opt for such a passage. Moreover, the existence of an elevator on the Red Line is rather surprising. I presumed only members of the world government could utilize it. It seems preconceived notions can lead one astray. As the journey progressed, Leo became notably more subdued and ceased to practice his abilities. Since the day he conversed with Gung Samlang, he had yet to decide whether to accompany the major swordsman. A character with limited presence in the original narrative that a monotonous maritime existence was destined to be dull, yet today the merchant fleet planned to dock at a small island. They were approaching Barkamono Island, a winter isle blanketed in snow. Though modest in size, the merchant ship was scheduled for a temporary resupply there. Upon hearing the island's name, Leo felt an odd familiarity. Upon reflection, his eyes brightened. This island was the birthplace of Dr. Vegapunk. He simply had to see it. How wonderful it would be to meet the scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world in technology. This marked Leo's first prolonged voyage, and as his feet touched solid ground, he felt a lingering sensation of swaying, a remnant of seasickness that he understood that he would adapt in a day or two. Yet the pressing concern before him was how to keep warm. Barkamono Island was a perpetually snowy locale with frigid temperatures, and having come from a warm climate, he found himself without winter attire. Fortunately, there was a shop at the port offering cotton garments. Albeit at a steep price, it seemed the locals were quite adept at commerce. After some haggling, Leo selected a long cotton coat. The quality was impeccable, and he felt instant relief from the cold upon donning it. Excuse me, sailor, when is the next departure? I wish to explore the island. Fear not, young one, the captain has announced that we shall remain in Barkamono for the night, after so many days at sea. It is important for everyone to rest. Should you tire from your explorations, you may return to the ship to rest, or find an inn for a proper night's sleep. Just be sure to return before we set sail tomorrow at noon. After bidding farewell, Leo embarked on his adventure on Barkamono Island, first seeking out a restaurant to improve his meals. Having grown weary of seafood, he chose the largest eatery in town, relishing the bustling atmosphere. Upon opening the door, a wave of warmth greeted him. Barkamono had a climate reminiscent of the northeastern regions of his previous life, with freezing temperatures outdoors, yet inside felt like summer in this snow-covered isle. Fresh vegetables were a luxury, and the local delicacies consisted primarily of roasted meats and potato-based dishes, fitting for a frozen terrain. Golden fried potatoes, creamy mashed potatoes, and a hearty portion of roasted meat left Leo with grease-stained lips. And tears of joy streamed down his face as he savored the flavors. The restaurant owner, noticing Leo's delight, generously offered him a cup of hot milk. "Uncle, your food is simply divine," Leo exclaimed, balancing his plate while praising the cuisine. "Little one, if you enjoy it, eat your fill. This is all we have, so as long as you are not displeased, I am content." The people of Barkamono were warm-hearted. Indeed, it seemed that cold regions fostered passionate souls. "Uncle, does Barkamono Island have any special features? I wish to explore. This is the future nation of Barkamono. The island is home to many scientific wonders, with numerous mechanical innovations. Uncle, do you know Dr. Vegapunk? I have heard he is an extraordinary scientist, and I admire him greatly. Where might I find him?" The restaurant owner's expression shifted to one of recognition. It appeared this young boy was a fan of Dr. Vegapunk as well. Dr. Vegapunk is a celebrity on this island, revered by all. You see, the warmth in this very room is a result of a heating system he invented. Dr. Vegapunk has always dreamed of making this frigid island as warm as spring. He has created numerous inventions to improve living conditions that if you wish to learn more about the doctor, you can visit his laboratory, located not far from the edge of the forest near the town. However, do avoid the forest behind the laboratory. It is home to many dangerous modified creatures that will attack anyone who trespasses. Oh, what a delightful surprise. The workshop of Vegapunk is open to the public. I'm deeply intrigued by the prospect of visiting. Following the owner's directions and inquiring with several passersby, Leo soon arrived at a colossal steel structure, its exterior adorned with exposed gears and flickering electronic indicators. With numerous pipes protruding from the walls, the stark industrial aesthetic was a stark contrast to the quaint town he had just departed, as though he had stepped into a steampunk realm. As Leo immersed himself in observation, a peculiar dog trotted by. A small creature with mechanical hind legs and a wind-up mechanism on its back. Leo's eyes sparkled with wonder. Is this a modified creature? How astonishing! Indeed, no boy could resist the allure of mechanical wonders. After bidding farewell to the mechanical dog, Leo felt a surge of anticipation. With eager enthusiasm, he pushed open the large door and was greeted by what appeared to be a steam engine. Before he could approach for a closer examination, alarms blared throughout the building. Moments later, two young men armed with rifles rushed out to investigate. Upon realizing the intruder was merely a small boy, their expressions relaxed, as they had mistaken him for a lost visitor. "Young lad, who brought you here? Where are your guardians?" One of the youths inquired politely, silencing the alarm with a flick of his hand. "Hello, I just arrived at Barkamono Island today. I greatly admire Dr. Vegapunk, so I wish to visit his laboratory. I came alone, guided here by the restaurant owner. I see. In that case, I shall show you around. There are many security systems in place, and strangers are not permitted to wander freely." The two young men, upon hearing the boy's admiration for Vegapunk, became more amiable and took on the role of guides. After a thorough tour, they finally arrived at the workshop left behind by Vegapunk. The room appeared to have been untouched for quite some time, filled with tools hanging on the walls, many of which Leo could not name. A thick stack of blueprints lay scattered across the table. With permission granted, Leo eagerly selected a few sheets to examine closely. The young guard observed the boy's fascination with the early sketches of Dr. Vegapunk and remarked, "These are blueprints drawn by the doctor himself. Feel free to peruse them, but please return them to their original place after you are done. We all strive to maintain the integrity of the doctor's workshop as a token of gratitude for all he has done for this island. And we hope one day he will return." The words of the guard barely registered with Leo, as he was utterly captivated by the illustrations on the paper before him. A path to greater strength gradually crystallized in his mind. That evening, Leo returned to the merchant ship, where he informed Mr. Gung Sanlang of his decision not to accompany him, and bid farewell to the sailors who had cared for him. After parting ways with the merchant vessel, Leo made his way back to the village. Bakamoya rightfully earned its reputation as a nation of the future, a land where genius is born. The deeper one delves, the more complex it reveals itself to be. If Sphinx Island, where Leo was born, can be likened to a primitive society, then Bakamoya has evolved into an era of machinery and steam. Once settled in the village, Leo once again visited the home of Vegapunk and expressed his desire to study there for some time. The young guard led him into a larger steel structure, the organization of scientists that resided in Bakamoya. This island in the New World lacked conventional governmental institutions. Its primary overseers were a group of scientists, whom the islanders revered and willingly supported. In turn, these scientists endeavored to enhance the lives of the residents through their inventions, fostering a rich academic atmosphere. The scientists of Bakamoya were eager to share their research findings, and the islanders were free to learn any technology that piqued their interest. Such an environment cultivated a nation of brilliance. When Leo expressed his wish to study the techniques left by Vegapunk, the scientists readily agreed. Vegapunk, indeed the most distinguished scientist on the island, had developed semi-mechanized animals to alleviate the physical labor of the islanders and created large heating systems to improve the quality of life. However, due to financial constraints, he later altered his approach, resulting in a heating system akin to a steam boiler. Though it was merely a change in heating method, Vegapunk lived up to his reputation of being 500 years ahead of the world's technology. After all, the transition from combustible fuel to water heating in the world before Leo had taken centuries. The semi-mechanized animals Vegapunk invented were even more remarkable. Leo meticulously examined the guard's small dog, which featured an electronic eye that served as an identification system. It would attack if a stranger exhibited dangerous behavior. This single technology elevated Vegapunk's stature in Leo's eyes to unprecedented heights. To create such a device without a central processing unit was beyond Leo's ability to describe. Additionally, the dog was equipped with an external weapon system, carrying a missile launcher on its back. When attacking, the ammunition compartment would open. Although the carrying capacity was limited to 2 missiles, their power rivaled that of ordinary artillery. Compared to heavy and outdated cannons, this device was far more portable, and its fully automated operation mode broadened its applications significantly. For instance, if the identification system and external weapon system were mounted on a seabird, it would yield a biological weapon comparable to an unmanned attack drone. Would not warships equipped with such weapons become akin to aircraft carriers? In summary, with the electronic eye and small missile weaponry, Vegapunk demonstrated a profound understanding of a man's romance. Leo believed he could surely become a confidant of his. As Leo delved deeper into the study of the semi-mechanized dog, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he turned to the guard, saying, "Uncle, wouldn't it be better to replace the explosive material in the missile with a liquid?" The guard, clearly puzzled by Leo's idea, asked why he thought so. Given Bakamoya's frigid climate, where water could freeze upon contact, if a weapon detonated while the target's surface was wet, it would soon encase them in ice, proving far more lethal than conventional explosives. The guard pondered for a moment, astonished by Leo's ingenuity. My goodness, young brother, how did you come up with that? Are you a genius as well? The islanders of Bakamoya evidently held a fondness for those with exceptional intellect. It wasn't my idea. It belongs to a person named Chow Chow. Chow Chow, with a name like that, he must be quite an extraordinary individual. Bakamoya welcomes imaginative minds like his. I truly wish I could meet him. Uncle Guard, do you have a wife? What? It's nothing, Leo replied, clearly not wanting to elaborate on the nature of the illustrious Prime Minister Chow to avoid tarnishing the guard's favorable impression. After their brief exchange, Leo returned to his studies, while the guard discreetly exited the room, leaving the space to the young scholar. When one is engrossed in a task, time tends to slip away unnoticed before Leo realized it. He had spent a month in Bakamoya. Having comprehensively studied the technology of semi-mechanization, he now intended to develop a weapon uniquely his own. Amidst a plethora of design blueprints, Leo stumbled upon a conceptual diagram for a laser weapon. It became evident that Vegapunk had not only conceived the idea after encountering Kazuru, but had formed it in his youth. One could not help but marvel at Vegapunk's intellect. While others were still pleading with their parents for figurines, he was already contemplating how to develop them on his own. Although Vegapunk's laser weapon remained theoretical, Leo could enhance it using memories from his past life. Suddenly, he recalled Frankie, the seemingly rugged yet dexterous inventor who had developed a device powered by cola. Thus, Leo resolved to utilize the powers of the devil fruit to address the energy requirements for activating the laser weapon. With a clear vision, Leo set to work. The Vegapunk workshop was replete with metal scraps, and the equipment for modification was readily available. The studio soon echoed with the sounds of clanging metal, and sparks flew during the welding process. After several days of labor, Leo finally completed a small generator. He utilized the power of the fruit to make the water in the generator's tank spin rapidly, allowing the generator to convert mechanical energy into electrical energy. This energy was then stored until it met the activation standards for the laser weapon. Next, he could proceed to create the laser emitter. Vegapunk had successfully theorized the excitation process, but had stumbled at the next step. Leo suspected Vegapunk later studied Kizuru's Pika Pika no Mi to understand how to enhance the intensity of the beam. However, this step posed no challenge for Leo. By employing the powers of the fruit to energize the generator, he could continuously produce energy. With sufficient energy, he could convert it into a substantial number of photons, which, through constant reflection and absorption, would achieve the goal of amplifying the beam. The final focusing phase was the simplest to resolve, akin to igniting paper with a magnifying glass. A single lens would suffice. After several days of relentless effort, the first laser firing device in the world of One Piece was born. Due to technical constraints, Leo could only configure it as a ship-mounted cannon, naming it El Photon No. One-nutted structure was notably simple, consisting of a water tank, a hydraulic generator, a battery, and a laser emitter. Photon number 1 lacked a conventional activation button. Its ignition was determined by when Leo chose to activate his power to make the water in the tank spin. Therefore, the control panel featured only an energy progress bar and a launch button. Eager to test his creation, Leo awaited the lengthy charging process to conclude. Finally, the moment arrived. Pressing the launch button, the cannon's muzzle exhibited the effect of concentrated photons. After a brief charge of 2 seconds, he released the button. In an instant, a flash erupted from the muzzle, and Leo scarcely discerned the trajectory of the shot before a tree was severed in half. Staring blankly at the smoldering stump, he glanced at the energy gauge, astonished to discover that the previous shot had consumed merely 2 units of energy. Wow, it really worked, and with such power. After a brief moment of astonishment, Leo's heart swelled with joy. He had created a laser weapon that even Dr. Vegapunk had not managed to produce. The output power of the laser cannon was entirely contingent on how long the launch button was held down. The longer the charge time, the greater the power. The minimum charge time was 2 seconds, while the maximum power charge time was 7 seconds. Beyond 7 seconds, the laser emitter would overheat and damage the focusing apparatus. However, the energy required for maximum output increased exponentially. A single shot demanded 32 units of energy, allowing for a maximum of 3 shots under full energy conditions. Next, Leo aimed to test the laser weapon's maximum power. He pressed the launch button, and the cannon's muzzle illuminated with a cross of light that gradually shrank. Upon reaching the 7-second charge time, an alarm sounded, and simultaneously, Leo released the launch button but a red laser, trailing a long beam of light, vanished into the depths of the jungle, and approximately 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. The strike created a basin deep within the jungle. Gazing at the results of his research, Leo was moved to tears. This was precisely what he desired. It was truly magnificent. Indeed, mechanical ascension was his path of perseverance. More than 3 months had passed since the successful development of the laser weapon. After a period of modifications, the laser cannon had finally met the requirements for combat deployment. Leo promptly installed 2 units on his small vessel, and with this completed, he prepared to embark on his journey once more. While organizing the notes of Vegapunk, he stumbled upon clues regarding the Dr. S voyage at sea. Thus, Leo resolved to follow this lead in search of Vegapunk. His time spent with the scientists of Barcamoria had been harmonious. Leo appreciated their accommodating nature and the spirit of knowledge-sharing, while the scientists were equally fond of this imaginative youth. During his studies on the island, Leo proposed enhancements for the heating equipment, which not only improved efficiency but also reduced operational costs. Consequently, this educational journey in Barcamoria proved to be a mutually beneficial experience for both Leo and the locals. Before his departure, Leo generously gifted the majority of the treasures he had acquired from pirates to the scientists, who graciously accepted this boon. With these funds, many projects could now move forward. As he set sail again, Leo sensed that finding Vegapunk at this juncture might yield an opportunity to join MADS. Within that organization, apart from Dr. Vegapunk, there were also Vince Merck, Quain, and Caesar, each a potential future leading scientist. The mere thought of the possibility of collaborating with them was exhilarating. Having departed from Barcamoria, Leo steered his small craft along the clues he had deduced from Dr. Vegapunk's notes. His initial destination was a small island named Tinar. According to the doctor's records, this island was home to a plant metal, a material essential for his biomechanical modifications. The plant metal was classified as a high-risk species, characterized by its tough exterior and carnivorous tendencies. Furthermore, signs of cannibalistic tribes were also noted on Tinar Island. Closing the notes, Leo could not help but lament that even the foremost scientists faced formidable challenges in scientific research without substantial logistical support. This made him question the Dr. S remark inscribed on the title page of his notes. I require hints from the mysteries of nature. This statement seemed to express the notion that an individual's wisdom is limited. However, upon further contemplation, Leo concluded that it was merely Vegapunk's pretentiousness. Had someone been available to gather materials for him, Vegapunk would undoubtedly be a recluse in the world of pirates. This journey was fraught with difficulties as he navigated through storms, great whirlpools, and ascending sea currents, calamities only encountered on the Grand Line. After overcoming numerous perils, Leo finally sighted Tanar Island at dawn on the 5th day of his voyage, considering the dangers posed by the plant metal and the cannibal tribes on the island. Leo decided to anchor his vessel 2 nautical miles away. He was reluctant to approach the island recklessly without understanding what lay ahead. Thus, the surveillance phone bug he had salvaged from the slave ship proved invaluable. Leo assembled a drone using the remaining parts and affixed the anxious phone bug to it, resulting in a charming flying surveillance device that ensured the phone bug could withstand the aerial currents. Leo even thoughtfully provided it with a pair of windproof goggles. The phone bug, experiencing flight for the first time, was understandably nervous. The footage was shaky and unclear, and when the altitude became too high, it would close its eyes in fright. This was hardly suitable for surveillance. Consequently, Leo devised a contraption to hold the bug's eyelids open and secured its neck with parts, allowing it to function adequately. By the time he completed this setup, night had fallen. Having learned from past experiences, Leo was cautious and focused on detecting any potential threats in the vicinity. Once he confirmed it was entirely safe, he resolved to conduct a nocturnal exploration of the island. "Yoshi, all set. Little one, it's your turn tonight," Leo declared as he activated the phone bug flying surveillance device. The 4 propellers whirred to life simultaneously, and the phone bug wobbled slightly before stabilizing in midair. After adjusting to its flight, Leo turned on the lighting apparatus and began his exploration of Tanar Island, following an S-shaped flight path. The night enveloped Tanar Island in darkness, and an eerie silence prevailed. The surveillance device flew for quite some time without capturing any sounds of life, for Leo, who had grown up in the forest. This was decidedly unusual. A nocturnal jungle should be teeming with vitality. Yet here it was hauntingly still as the phone bug delved deeper. Faint rustling sounds finally emerged, reminiscent of objects being dragged across the ground. He maneuvered the surveillance device toward the source of the sound, and after approximately 20 minutes of flight, he discovered a lake at the center of the island. That on an islet in the midst of the lake stood a plant that appeared to be on the verge of wilting. This plant resembled a tree devoid of crown, with its branches weakly intertwined and drooping to the ground, creating the illusion of a tangled mass. However, when the light from the surveillance device shone upon it, the plant suddenly sprang to life, its branches twisting to evade the illumination. Some branches even flailed in the air, attempting to strike the flying device. As the branches moved, Leo finally discerned the scene below. The island's soil was littered with numerous animal skeletons, for which a number of seedlings had sprouted. Leo surmised that this was likely the plant metal, yet he could not ascertain its hardness without further testing, so he refrained from jumping to conclusions. Just as Leo pondered this, the plant underwent another transformation. All its branches shot upward, intertwining like twisted strands of dough, and then, with a swift motion, it plunged into the ground, leaving behind a dark opening at the center of the island. The remaining seedlings also folded their leaves and buried themselves beneath the earth, rendering the once lush islet starkly bare. This plant metal is rather shy. Leo mused. I never anticipated such a fierce flora would be averse to light. It seems I must collect samples of this plant under the cover of night. That a sudden thought struck him. Wait, wasn't I here to search for traces of Vegapunk? Why am I now contemplating collecting plant metal? Could it be that Vegapunk is toxic? Or perhaps I possess the potential to become a top-tier scientist myself? With this question lingering in his mind, Leo found himself unable to sleep well that night. And by morning, he bore the burden of 2 dark circles under his eyes as he continued his work. After consuming a less than satisfactory breakfast, Leo sighed, feeling as though he had brought shame to the renowned traversers of the Flower Clan, those exceptional culinary talents who had emerged from their adventures. How could he have fallen so short? It seemed imperative that he find a chef as a companion soon. Reactivating the phone bug flying surveillance device, he retraced the trajectory from the previous day and soon arrived back at the lake islet. As expected, the center of the islet remained a vast hole, and he wondered where the core of the plant metal had disappeared. In a moment of mischief, he tossed a few incendiary bombs into the hole. But after waiting patiently, no response came. Reluctantly, he abandoned this location and returned to the jungle in search of further clues. The surveillance device aimlessly floated through the forest, and during the day, Tanar Island was quite vibrant. Leo even spotted a large herbivorous dinosaur and maneuvered the device to hover near its head, engaging in a silent staring contest. Suddenly, the dinosaur's face vanished from the screen. Alarmed, Leo adjusted the angle of the phone bug, only to witness the herbivore being dragged screaming into the depths of the jungle, disappearing in mere moments. The phone bug stared wide-eyed in the direction of the dinosaur's disappearance, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Apologies, dear dinosaur," Leo remarked. "You brought this upon yourself by insisting on playing a staring contest. Perhaps you were unaware that I had propped open the phone bug's eyelids, so do try to keep your eyes peeled in your next life." Just as Leo was about to guide the surveillance device away, it was suddenly attacked from below. The alarm on the device blared, and one of the propellers ceased functioning due to an unknown assault. Frightened, Leo quickly ascended the device to a height exceeding 100 meters before daring to return home. Upon his return, the phone bug's wide-open eyes were welling with tears. The little creature was indeed frightened. After removing the support, it withdrew into its shell, refusing to emerge. This reaction filled Leo with guilt, prompting him to place a fresh leaf near the phone bug as a peace offering, hoping it would soon calm down. He then inspected the damaged area and discovered that the assailant was a 3-centimeter-long beast-tooth arrow, evidently launched from a blowpipe. As Leo reached for the arrow, it suddenly came to life. Specifically, the shaft began writhing wildly. It turned out to be crafted from a segment of plant metal. What a fortuitous turn of events! Just as Leo had been pondering how to obtain a specimen, one had conveniently presented itself to him. It is undoubtedly the work of the island's cannibalistic inhabitants. Surprisingly, these indigenous people are rather warm-hearted. With such an incident, Leo is almost certain that Vegapunk is no longer present on this small island. Given the nature of those mad scientists, if MADS were established here, the metalloplants would have likely been sent to their laboratory long. It seems that the next destination will have to be the second island recorded in the notes, and the tribute to the natives of Tanar Island will have to be postponed for another occasion. However, before setting off, it is imperative to securely store the metallic plant, for who knows what dangers might arise should this substance be exposed to the air. Thus, the 3-centimeter twig was placed into a test tube. During the journey to the next island, Leo conducted numerous experiments with a metallic plant. When submerged in seawater, the metallic plant gradually turned black, and only the blackened metallic plant could be deemed immensely durable. After being removed from the seawater, it would slowly return to its normal state. Conversely, when placed in drinking water, the metallic plant would begin to sprout, and with just a few drops of blood, it would swiftly absorb the fluid. Astonishingly, blood seems to accelerate the growth of the metallic plant. Leo gazed at the experimental report in his hands with satisfaction. Perhaps this metallic plant could indeed serve as an ideal biological weapon for him. However, for the time being, it must remain securely sealed in seawater until a stable laboratory can be established to consider cultivating this perilous plant. After sailing for half a month, Leo finally caught sight of the destination of this expedition, Ruin Island. Before the small boat could approach, it began to decelerate. Leo remembered well that this area of the sea was quite treacherous. According to the Doctor's notes, many large marine creatures inhabit the waters near Ruin Island, and Leo did not wish to emulate a certain pretentious guide who sacrificed an arm to the king of the near shore. Thus, the boat needed to be disguised before getting too close. Activating the divine vessel's abilities, a hollow water sphere enveloped the small boat, a function Leo had fortuitously discovered after venturing out to sea. With the boat encased in this aquatic sphere created by the divine vessel, the perception of marine creatures would be misled into believing it was merely a mass of seawater. What could possibly be safer in the ocean than masquerading as a droplet of seawater? As Leo stealthily approached the waters surrounding Ruin Island, he indeed spotted numerous traces of large oceanic creatures. He maneuvered the small boat forward with utmost caution, not daring to utter a sound, lest he disturb these formidable beings. Upon submerging to a distance of a few hundred meters from the island, Leo suddenly noticed several mechanical sharks patrolling the near shore, their electronic eyes glinting coldly on the seabed, a sight that was particularly fearsome. However, a slow smile crept across Leo's face, and he muttered to himself with excitement, "I've found you, Dr. Vegapunk." Leo cautiously navigated around the shark sentinels, Despite disguising himself as seawater, he dared not move quickly. Fortunately, he managed to avoid attracting the guard's attention and successfully made landfall. After concealing the small boat at the shore, Leo, bearing only a toolbox, slowly infiltrated the island. For safety's sake, he had modified the telephone bug monitor for terrestrial use. It now sported a peculiar design, featuring a metallic chassis with 4 large wheels, resembling a flatbed cart. Placing the telephone bug onto the cart, he propped open its eyelids and remotely navigated the land-based monitor ahead, while he trailed approximately 200 meters behind. Carefully observing the transmitted images, Leo adeptly evaded the patrolling mechanical animals along the way. The security measures surrounding the doctor's laboratory were evidently quite effective. He could only wonder what research was being conducted here. Fortunately, the telephone bug also classified as a mechanical organism, allowing it to pass unnoticed by other guards until it reached the foot of a small rocky hill, where it came to a halt. Before him stood a cave, guarded by 2 upright crocodiles. Upon witnessing this scene, Leo knew he had found the right place. Vegapunk certainly had an affinity for the clandestine, establishing his laboratory in such a locale. It was evident that the research conducted here was anything but mundane. The presence of 2 intimidating sentinels only piqued Leo's curiosity about the secrets hidden within the cave. However, the pressing issue was how to infiltrate without drawing attention. Eliminating the guards would undoubtedly alert those inside, yet bypassing them was equally unfeasible. In desperation, he opted to control the land-based monitor to scout ahead, ultimately discovering a blind spot. Maneuvering the monitor up the hillside, he carefully crept around the upper entrance of the cave, evading the crocodile sentinels. Inside the cave, only a single path extended into the depths. After proceeding a short distance, he arrived at a metallic chamber. Approximately 500 square meters in area. Apart from a lift on the opposite wall, there was little else to behold. Leo dared not risk having the monitor take the lift, but fortunately, he noticed a ventilation duct in the upper left corner of the room. The duct's interior resembled a labyrinth, and the land-based monitor spent a considerable amount of time searching for an exit. Yet another fork in the path presented itself. Leo had lost count of how many times he had encountered such intersections. In previous instances, he had relied on instinct, only to find it had proven quite unreliable. As he contemplated using a coin toss to decide which direction to take, laughter suddenly echoed from the right passage. "Ha ha ha! I am indeed the greatest genius! How captivatingly purple it is! With this the entire world shall kneel before the great Caesar Cumin." Peering through the grate of the ventilation duct, Leo glimpsed a man with 2 horns atop his head, who was clutching a glass test tube and laughing maniacally as a mass of purple matter writhed within. After a brief fit of laughter, the man exited the room with the test tube in hand, muttering something about Quinn being an utterly useless fool and that Vegapunk would pay for it. Could this individual truly be Caesar Cumin? He certainly appeared rather eccentric. Was that bizarre mist he had invented merely a precursor to the land of the dead? After waiting for a while, the corridor remained eerily silent. It seemed that Caesar would not return anytime soon. Thus, Leo directed the land-based monitor to leap down from the ventilation shaft. The laboratory was illuminated by harsh white lights, and the monitor arrived beneath the experimental table. After gathering some strength, it leapt onto the tabletop. The experimental station was in disarray. Research data was strewn haphazardly, and a test tube rack sat on the edge of the table, housing 3 glass tubes filled with black, green, and red gases respectively. Instinctively, Leo directed the monitor to distance itself from these substances, but in doing so, it accidentally knocked a glass container to the ground. With a crash, glass shards scattered across the floor, and a cloud of grayish-white smoke began to waft into the air. Damn it. This is bad. What will I do if that eccentric returns? Leo thought frantically, needing to address the smoke immediately. Just then, the grayish-white substance seemed to possess a life of its own, floating toward the telephone bug's scent. What on earth? This unexpected turn of events startled the telephone bug, which appeared to be on the verge of panic. Without hesitation, Leo commanded the land-based monitor to flee the laboratory at top speed. The monitor dashed around the research facility like a headless chicken, and upon reaching a corner at the end of the corridor, it cautiously glanced back to confirm that the smoky substance was not in pursuit. Only then did Leo let out a sigh of relief. his disheveled expression perfectly mirrored on the telephone bug's face. Before Leo could catch his breath, a peculiar face suddenly appeared on the screen. That it was a man sporting sunglasses and thick lipstick. The sudden appearance of the man's face startled Leo. What manner of creature was this? Had one of the doctor's experiments escaped? The flamboyantly dressed man appeared equally puzzled and promptly began shouting at the telephone bug. "Vegapunk, is this your new toy? When did you develop a penchant for voyeurism? Hey, answer me." As the man spoke, he shook the monitor vigorously. When the telephone bug failed to respond, the man seemed to lose interest. "TSK, why are you being so shy? Vegapunk, you know what shame is?" He casually tossed the monitor to the ground and whistled as he walked away. After the initial panic subsided, Leo recognized the individual before him. This was none other than Quinn in his earlier, slimmer days. That if Caesar left an impression of eccentricity, Quinn exuded a sense of irreverence. Even after becoming a pirate, Quinn had not shed this quality. And in fact, he had garnered quite a fan base because of it. Having evaded Quinn, the monitor continued its reconnaissance, eventually spotting Vegapunk in a laboratory, where he was embroiled in a heated argument with Vinsmoke Judge. A mere glance confirmed their identities. They were simply too distinctive, one with an exaggeratedly large head and the other with eyebrows curling like incense coils. The argument between the two intensified. Vegapunk stood atop a stool, one hand grasping Judge's hair while the other waved a piece of paper, spitting venomous words at his adversary. Judge, equally animated, clutched the doctor's collar, spewing saliva in return on a nearby table. A devil fruit lay in plain sight. Leo instantly recognized it as the Zoan-type oxox fruit, perhaps the source of their quarrel. After eavesdropping on their fruitless exchange for a while, Leo began to grow bored. Ever since infiltrating the laboratory, he had encountered an array of peculiar individuals. A maniacal genius with a terrifying laugh, a flamboyantly dressed brute, and two ruffians exchanging insults regarding each other's female relatives. But he had seen many faces, yet none had left a favorable impression on him. Moreover, these individuals appeared rather difficult to engage with. One could not help but wonder whether their abrupt request to join the research institute would be met with consent. In that moment, Leo began to waver in his decision. Just as he grappled with the choice of joining him with DS, a delightful fragrance wafted in from behind him, followed by two soft forms pressing against his back. A pair of fair arms encircled his neck, rendering Leo utterly motionless. Straining to glance sideways, he finally beheld a stunning visage. "Young man, might you share with your sister what you are doing here? What could those old men possibly offer you? Would you like your sister to introduce you to some delightful experiences?" "Well, no, madam. You misunderstand. I am merely a refugee washed ashore by the sea," he stammered, feeling the embrace tighten around his neck, prompting him to cease his nonsensical ramblings. Sensing Leo's newfound silence, the beautiful woman relaxed her grip and pointed at the screen, inquiring, "Are you particularly interested in these gentlemen? Allow me to take you in to meet them." Leo wished to politely decline her invitation, but it seemed she discerned his thoughts. With a gun pressed to his temple, he found himself conceding in a mere 0.01 seconds. "All right, sister, I can hardly wait." Being encircled by a beautiful woman and four unsightly figures was undeniably a tense experience. The five individuals, silhouetted against the light, scrutinized Leo with intense gazes, as if he were not a human at all. Under such scrutiny, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and he tremulously spoke, "Esteemed gentlemen, please refrain from regarding me with such fervent eyes. I feel as though I might melt. Flattery will get you nowhere. Let us discuss how to divide him." The young woman named Stussy interjected, breaking the silence. Yet her words only intensified Leo's anxiety. "Divide? Are they planning to dismember me?" He thought that I am in dire need of a test subject. I hope this one can endure longer than the last. Caesar, not even glancing at the others, reached for Leo, intent on taking him away. "Not so fast. Such a fresh test subject is certainly ours to use. I wish to validate my theory against that of the scoundrel Vegapunk. Since everyone wishes to claim him, I shan't contest it. However, I must first extract 500 cubic centimeters of blood from this lad, as my supplies are running low." Stussy declared ominously, her intentions clear. Meanwhile, Leo felt a growing pool of sweat beneath him as he realized he might perish from dehydration before they reached a consensus, just as despair enveloped him. An unexpected voice broke through. Kid, do you enjoy red bean soup? Surprisingly, it was Quinn, the one who appeared most menacing, whose query felt the least threatening. The question was so mundane that Leo responded instinctively. I don't eat many sweets, but if I have soup, I prefer to add a bit of pepper. Quinn's eyes widened, and he suddenly drew a handgun, pressing it against Leo's forehead. Ah, so you are an aberration as well. My name is Leo, male, age 10. I set out to sea in search of an idol, only to find myself at the mercy of a pervert with a gun to my head, surrounded by 3 grotesque figures and one beautiful, yet terrifying woman deliberating how to share my flesh. What should I do now? I am anxiously awaiting guidance. My research is of utmost importance. Abyss 1 is nearly complete, and I require this test subject, Caesar said with a menacing countenance. Foolish judge, your mind is muddled. The bloodline factor can directly induce mutations in the host. Your method of inheriting the abilities of the devil fruit is far too crude. Bah, Vegapunk retorted, spitting disdainfully. Impudent Vegapunk, you exhibit a distinct lack of etiquette. One could utilize genetic methods to safely pass on the bloodline factors to the next generation without direct injection, Judge remarked, wiping his face in disgust. The 2 men seemed oblivious to Caesar, who was speaking off to the side as they remained absorbed in their own discourse. The lovely Stussy had already begun to prepare a syringe, bringing it near Leo's arm. Little brother, it won't hurt. Just be a dear and stay still. It will all be over shortly. Despite her sweet smile, she was the most agile among them. You heretic, if you don't admit that sweet soup is delicious. I will eliminate you, Quinn shouted, lost in his own thoughts, though his focus could easily cost Leo his life. Observing the bickering around him, Leo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Oddly, he was no longer as fearful. Esteemed doctors, perhaps you might first consider my defense. Ah, I mean my explanation. Vegapunk and the others ignored Leo's words, viewing him merely as experimental material. Noticing their disinterest, Leo discreetly extracted a sample of plant metal, letting a few drops of blood fall into a test tube before shattering it on the ground. The plant metal, upon absorbing the blood, began to grow wildly, soon reaching over 2 meters in height. Its grotesque branches thrashing about and wreaking havoc in the cramped laboratory. As the plant metal expanded, the 5 observers retreated, 4 of them casting curious glances at the spectacle, while Vegapunk merely raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kid, where did you procure this? Vegapunk inquired, clearly recognizing the plant metal. Leo, now standing at the door, called out loudly, Dr. Vegapunk, I am your admirer. I found this plant metal following your notes. Before Vegapunk could respond, Stussy interjected, Oh, little brother, is this your reason for infiltrating Ruin Island? Vegapunk, this fan of yours is quite impressive, managing to bypass security at such a young age to reach your laboratory. Vegapunk scrutinized Leo for a moment. You aren't for Barkamora, are you? How did you acquire my notes? Doctor, I am your devotee. I have been studying in Barkamora and discovered your notes in your laboratory that I set sail to find you. And in light of my dedication, might you take me under your wing? Oh, by the way, I have also developed the laser weapon you envisioned. Yes, that's so. Stussy, weren't you planning to draw blood? You may proceed. Vegapunk replied nonchalantly, the doctor truly understands my intentions. I advise you to cooperate willingly, or you may find yourself in a predicament, Stussy warned, her demeanor shifting. Doctor, I have also improved the heating system in Barkamora, achieving better results than what you left behind. Truly, you cannot harm someone who has aided your homeland, can you? Oh, it seems you have fared well with them. Very well, come with me. There is no need for contention. I will handle this little one, Vegapunk declared. Hearing this, Leo finally felt a sense of relief as he bent forward, following the doctor away from this tumultuous place. As they departed, Quinn's voice echoed behind them. Wait, he still hasn't said whether he likes red bean soup. Leo could only shake his head, finding Quinn's navet somewhat endearing. And thus, that was the situation. Before leaving, I even left a considerable sum of money for Barkamora. Vegapunk fell silent for a moment. Your design for the heating system is commendable, but if you wish to study under me, refrain from bringing it up. For now, you may serve as my assistant, responsible for tidying the laboratory and running errands. All right, that is enough small talk. First, show me this laser weapon of yours. Days later, Leo and Vegapunk stood by the shore, tending to a massive mechanical apparatus before them. Ever since Leo had showcased the laser cannon to Vegapunk, the doctor had only expressed disdain. Perhaps he could not bear to see such a remarkable invention squandered, for he took it upon himself to construct a new laser cannon. In my youth, I harbored a dream of creating a robot with independent thought, capable of soaring through the skies and plunging into the depths of the ocean, easily vanquishing any foe, becoming the guardian of Barkamora. The weapon this robot would wield would be one that emits light. Oh, Doctor, you had never encountered a laser weapon. How did you conceive of it originally? In my childhood, due to my laziness in shoveling snow, I ingeniously crafted a mobile snow removal device using several mirrors that by harnessing the sun's rays and concentrating them at a single point through reflection, I was able to effortlessly melt the snow. Eventually, I discovered that using a convex lens significantly enhanced the focusing effect, which led to my conception of laser weaponry. Upon hearing this, Leo exclaimed in admiration, remarking on how true top-tier scientists can draw inspiration from the minutiae of daily life. Doctor, why don't you continue this research? He inquired. Scientists need to eat. Leo's question abruptly pulled the conversation back to reality. Indeed, without substantial financial backing, scientific inquiries cannot proceed. Doctor, where does the funding for MADS research come from? Forgive me for saying, but you don't seem like affluent individuals that, of course. We have financial backers. Have you heard of Duke Feld? He is an ambitious man whose capabilities do not match his aspirations. He dreams of conquering the dark world through superior technology, yet lacks the necessary expertise among his associates, which is why he employs you as in truth, we should be grateful to that Navi benefactor. Without him, many of our projects would be unfeasible. After another hour, the new laser cannon was finally calibrated. Vegapunk stood at the control panel, aimed at the target, and pressed the activation button. The cannon's aperture began to gather light. And in the next moment, a distant explosion echoed through the air. Following Dr. Vegapunk's modifications, the laser cannon no longer required Leo's fruit abilities for operation, featuring a shorter charging time and greater power. Upon impact, the laser would also detonate, rendering it significantly more formidable than Leo's original design. Leo was left agape, pointing at the target as he exclaimed, "This is utterly exaggerated. Why has the power increased so dramatically with the same structure? Doctor, how can your contraption made from scrap materials possibly compare to my meticulously selected components? The beam enhancement issue that had long perplexed me has been resolved by you. If I cannot produce a competent weapon henceforth, I shall not deserve the title of the foremost scientist in Barkamor." Leo, at a loss for words, replied, "Doctor, can we not converse earnestly? Why must you always seize the opportunity to show off, since the successful experiment?" Vegapunk had lost interest in laser weaponry. Consequently, Leo found himself immersed in the busy life of an assistant, not solely to Vegapunk, but also overseeing the laboratories of others. This arrangement afforded Leo the chance to engage with various research endeavors openly. Beyond Vegapunk's multifaceted talents, the others specialized in specific fields. Despite their frequent quarrels, they were mutually reliant, each needing the other's expertise to compensate for their deficiencies. For instance, Gaji, who possessed profound knowledge in electronics, had recently become captivated by the study of devil fruits. He sought to transplant the powers of these fruits into human subjects through technological means, necessitating collaboration with Vegapunk on genetics. Leo recognized this as the nascent form of the bloodline factor. Moreover, Gaji aimed to covertly learn about laser weapon technology from Vegapunk, prompting Leo to feel like he was guarding against a thief. Caesar, on the other hand, was intensely devoted to the study of toxic gases, which would eventually lead him to become a user of the gas fruit. Leo had previously encountered Caesar's research, witnessing a gas that seemed almost alive, which he found unsettling. The most surprising revelation was that the seemingly deranged Caesar was friends with Quinn, who willingly shared his expertise on toxic gases. Quinn, appearing to be a fool, was in fact quite cunning. As Leo discovered, he was playing both sides, bonding with Caesar while engaging in lively discussions with Gaji. More than once, Leo had observed them collaborating on the development of new weaponry in the lab. This demonstrated Quinn's remarkable adaptability. Despite being the least skilled among the five, he had learned a great deal through his connections. Lastly, there was Stussy, Truth be told, Leo felt apprehensive about being alone with her, as he perceived her to be the most dangerous of the group. From his past life memories, he knew Stussie's full name was Bakigam Stussie, a former crew member of Rocks. However, her age was incongruent with her youthful appearance. Despite being over 40, she resembled an 18-year-old girl. It wasn't until Leo stumbled upon her research data that he realized her expertise lay in cloning. Ever since, Leo had the unsettling impression that Stussie regarded him as prey. Thus, Leo endeavored to acquire knowledge while enduring Stussie's incessant teasing, leading to a life that was both painful and pleasurable. One day, after finally escaping Stussie, he was on the verge of retreating to his room, weary from both mental and physical exertion, when Vagabond called out to him, "Leo, come here and take a look at my new toy." Curious, Leo approached the doctor and discovered a square metallic box before him. Confused, he asked, "Doctor, what is this contraption? Try strapping it on. The activation button is on the right side." Vagabond replied, crossing his legs in self-satisfaction. Leo obediently donned the metallic box, pressing the activation button. Suddenly, the box began to shake, and within a minute, it enveloped him entirely. "Whoa, this is a robot! Doctor, you truly understand the romance of man." "Indeed. Now go take a look in a mirror and see how cool you look." Vagabond appeared quite pleased with his creation, even shaking with excitement as he spoke. Leo examined himself from various angles before turning to the doctor. "It feels a bit tight. Did you design this with your own height in mind?" "Just try it out," Vagabond urged. Reluctantly, Leo clumsily maneuvered the robot a few steps before firing at a target. The weapon's capabilities exceeded his expectations. The energy projectiles were fired in rapid succession. Although the power was somewhat diminished, the density of fire increased. Tears streamed down Leo's face as he felt profoundly moved, choking back emotions as he told Vagabond, "Doctor, I want to learn this." "Careful, you fool. That is an incredibly valuable experimental subject. It is one of the few successful cases of a material bearing the powers of a devil fruit." Vagabond felt as though his head might explode from Leo's increasing recklessness. "Old man, spare me the lecture. This sword has absorbed the bulbul fruit. Aside from its odd appearance, its capabilities remain fairly ordinary. Moreover, animal-type fruits are quite resilient. They cannot be easily damaged." Leo dismissed the concern, having spent enough time with Vagabond to feel comfortable in their exchanges. However, the other experimental subject is indeed remarkable. It can wield the power of the porcupine fruit, achieving infinite ammunition, and the bullets possess penetrating attributes. "Doctor, I am very interested in this technology. Could you teach me?" "That sounds easy, but if I teach you, you must bring back another animal-type devil fruit," Vagabond replied curtly. Before long, everyone gathered in Vagabond's laboratory, surrounding the peculiar bull's sword with wide eyes. Despite its straight blade, it now resembled a trident. "What is this, Vagabond?" Gaji asked disdainfully, picking up the bull sword. "It is evidently a sword that has ingested a devil fruit." Vagabond replied with precision. "You even allowed it to consume a devil fruit? What purpose does it serve? Can it be exchanged for an animal-type devil fruit?" Gaji was clearly displeased with Vagabond's use of precious materials for this research. "Can you not see its greatness? It transcends the barriers of life. It bears the power of a devil fruit and has gained life itself." As their argument escalated, Stussie interjected, "Doctor, is it possible for a paramecia or logia-type fruit to merge with an object?" "Not at this time. This is a product of bloodline factor technology, and currently, only animal-type devil fruits can accomplish this. Paramecia and logia types lack soul feedback, thus cannot merge with objects." Stussie's inquiry resonated with Leo, as he too was curious about the implications. The utility of objects consuming animal-type devil fruits was limited, but if they could ingest paramecia-type fruits, it might lead to the creation of extraordinary items. Stussie glanced at Vagabond with resignation. "Well, Doctor, even if it is a significant discovery, its practical applications are too limited to warrant further investigation." This exchange highlighted the distinction between Dr. Vagabond and the others. He was willing to pursue scientific exploration without regard for cost, truly embodying the spirit of a pioneer. What Gaji requires are technologies that can serve his ambitions, placing greater emphasis on the biological transfer of lineage factors. Thus, it is understandable that he harbors anger towards Vegapunk for seemingly squandering the devil fruits on futile experiments. Stussy, on the other hand, prioritizes the practicality of research outcomes. To her, the results of feeding a sword with a devil fruit are akin to mere toys. As for Caesar and Queen, they exhibit complete disinterest. Noticing that everyone was engrossed in discussing the sword, Leo softly remarked, "Perhaps there is a way to enhance the practicality of this research." Suddenly, several individuals fell silent and turned their attention to Leo. What if we attempted to let other objects consume the fruits? For instance, if we allowed a cloak to consume a zoan-type fruit that grants flight, could it not transport a person? Following this line of thought, wouldn't one person be able to possess the abilities of multiple zoan fruits simultaneously? Furthermore, have you all heard of the spirit of ship? It is said that a ship can develop a soul. What would happen if we allowed the ship's spirit to consume a paramecia or logia-type fruit? Perhaps we could end up with a ship possessing superpowers. Leo's words left several people exchanging glances. It must be said that this young man indeed provided a broader perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Vegapunk was the first to speak. "To prove your second hypothesis is too stringent. We can set that aside for now. As for the first, it remains feasible as long as we select an appropriate zoan fruit." The group continued to discuss Leo's proposal, ultimately concluding to temporarily shelve the research. However, following this discussion, Leo undeniably left an impression of vibrant thinking on the others, which proved advantageous as they began to value his opinions in subsequent exchanges. After the meeting, life returned to tranquility. The work of an assistant relies on practice, and Leo, having grown accustomed to his routine, found himself with ample time each day, finally free to delve into his desired studies. Ever since Vegapunk showcased the transformable mechanized armor dam, Leo conceived the idea of developing his own personalized vehicle. However, it required a redesign, for Leo's mecha was to integrate with the powers of the fruits. This was Leo's initial thought. Upon seeing the blueprints in Balquamoya, he resolved to adopt a power system based on the fruit abilities, supplemented by technological prowess, thus aiming to reach the pinnacle of combat power in the pirate world. On this day, Leo sat before the experimental table, one hand manipulating a mass of water that perpetually changed form, while the other meticulously sketched blueprints. He had already dismantled the transformable mecha created by Vegapunk, studying each component before embarking on his own design. Before long, Vegapunk entered the laboratory, glancing at the distracted Leo with a furrowed brow. "If you wish to draw, focus a bit more. Playing around while working is hardly fitting." Leo, unfazed, replied, "Doctor, I am not playing. I am training my water manipulation ability. I intend to use seawater to simulate the mecha." Quinn is right. You truly are a heretic. Only machines composed of metal and gears embody a man's romance. What you are doing, using abilities to simulate, is hardly the same. Besides, can a water-formed mecha even function? Upon hearing the doctor's rebuke, Leo did not retort, merely allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. "Doctor, let me show you something entertaining." With that, two streams of water floated from the nearby reservoir, connecting with the mass of water in Leo's hand. The ensuing transformation left Vegapunk wide-eyed, as the water's hue shifted from light blue to deep blue, eventually reflecting a metallic sheen. After completing this process, Leo gestured for Vegapunk to come closer, and the doctor, filled with anticipation, rushed to the new substance, exclaiming, "Is this sea prism stone? And the purity is quite high. How did you manage this?" Proudly, Leo replied, "Of course, it was accomplished using my fruit ability. The seawater contains trace amounts of sea prism stone factors, which I can easily extract and then concentrate into the desired form." "Are you suggesting you can substitute sea prism stone for metal materials? No wonder you were practicing with seawater to simulate mechanical parts. Your fruit ability is indeed remarkable, capable of such feats. I had previously thought you were Logia type." "I do not possess elementalization," Leo remarked, beckoning the mass of sea prism stone back to his hand. As time passed, Leo became proficient in simulating all the mecha components and began experimenting with their assembly. Once he successfully assembled the mecha, he used his fruit ability to convert the seawater-formed mecha into sea prism stone material. When he completed the task, Leo was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as though he had achieved something extraordinary. If Vegapunk had developed the Iron Man 5 Malawian Quatch's suit, portable, Then what Leo had created using his fruit ability was akin to the Iron Man 50 Malawian Quatches, super nano armor. Yet, this step alone did not signify completion. Vegapunk's laser cannon was more powerful than his own due to their differing charging methods. Leo's charging method was inefficient, necessitating the search for an alternative energy source. Thus, he contemplated the arc reactor from Iron Man. Possessing such a device would equate to having a stable and efficient energy source. However, a new problem arose. Although Leo understood what the arc reactor was, he was at a loss as to how to fabricate one and had no choice but to seek Vegapunk's assistance once more. What is this arc reactor? Where did you acquire such peculiar knowledge? Vegapunk inquired. Leo endeavored to recall his memories of the arc reactor and relayed the information to Vegapunk, mentioning terms like circular, vacuum, magnetic, and coil. After finally elucidating the concept of nuclear fusion, Vegapunk began the process of creation. The technological landscape of the world of One Piece is indeed starkly polarized, featuring cannons ignited by black powder and flintlock guns alongside futuristic technologies like the pacifista and seraphim. Leo had initially believed that developing the arc reactor would take considerable time. However, Vegapunk completed it in less than a week. When the doctor tossed the shimmering energy core to Leo, he was left utterly astonished. "You truly managed to create this?" "Humph. It is hardly a particularly complex item, and moreover, it resembles technology left behind by the Ancient Kingdom." "The Ancient Kingdom?" Leo expressed surprise, not expecting Vegapunk to be aware of such matters so soon. "Forget what I just said. Enough with the chatter. Let's install it and give it a try." Prompted by the doctor, Leo dismissed any further idle conversation, refocusing on condensing the sea prism stone armor before firmly pressing the energy core into the chest cavity's recess. Excitement gleamed in Leo's eyes as he declared, "Doctor, I will undoubtedly become the Tony Stark of the Grand Line." "Who is Tony Stark?" "A flamboyant, womanizing top-tier scientist." "Impossible." Vegapunk jumped up, startled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Leo raised an eyebrow. "I am working so hard, yet have no romantic partner. Scientists are inherently solitary. Tell me, how does it get to be such a womanizer? Can you explain that?" Vegapunk continued to ramble on, while Leo absorbed none of it, utterly thunderstruck by the doctor's revelations to be why the shores of Ruin Island. The waves gently lapped at the shore. This moment. Leo stood on the water's surface, seawater gradually enveloping his body. Dr. Vegapunk stood on the beach, taking notes with a stopwatch in hand. As the seawater receded, it revealed a suit of black-gray armor encasing Leo entirely, his exclusive weapon, the Sea Prism Stone Mecha Type 1. 35 seconds. The conversion speed has increased by 20. "Are you ready? Let us test the power system." Vegapunk called out to Leo, who stood at a distance. The Sea Prism Stone armor raised its hand in acknowledgement, and with an explosive sound, the water erupted beneath him. The powerful propulsion made the Sea Prism Stone Mecha resemble a streak of black lightning, its speed surpassing even that of the Marine 6 style shave. The armor's legs alternated as they propelled Leo across the water's surface, each footfall sending sprays of water into the in the blink of an eye. He covered a distance of over 10 nautical miles back and forth. Approaching the shore, Leo began to decelerate, finally coming to a steady halt before Vegapunk. "Not bad. 45 meters per second. Your speed is nearing that a level 15 wind that would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to perceive your figure. Even with observation hockey, the user would find it challenging to keep up with your movements. Now, let us test the weaponry." Leo nodded slightly, raising his right hand to aim at the distant sea surface. The launch poured in his palm, illuminated with a cross-shaped beam of light. After gathering energy for 5 seconds, a beam of light, as thick as an infant's arm, shot forth. The blue laser evaporated all the seawater in its path until it struck a small boat a kilometer away. Upon hitting the target, a shock wave radiated outward, followed by the sea surface exploding into a depression over 50 meters in diameter, with all the water within evaporated, leaving the targeted boat reduced to ashes. The doctor, satisfied, recorded the weapon's power on paper. When Leo spoke up, "Doctor, find some cover. I wish to test a new ability." Leo raised both hands before him, and a massive water sphere gradually formed, its diameter exceeding 20 meters. Hollow in the center, he began compressing the water sphere's volume. While the sea stone armor on his body slowly faded away, he infused all the concentrated sea stone particles into the water sphere to increase the density of the seawater, ensuring that the air inside could not escape. The sphere was compressed until it rested between his palms, radiating a dazzling blue light. Indeed, Leo's new skill imitated Bear's bear will impact, based on the principle of compressed air explosion. The small blue water sphere shot from Leo's palms, drifting slowly toward the distance. Upon traveling 2 nautical miles, the water sphere suddenly erupted with an even more intense light, filling Leo's field of vision with a blinding white. A thunderous explosion followed, the powerful shock wave pushing seawater to inundate the beach of Reunion Island, the explosion lasting a full 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. After a brief moment of blindness, Leo opened his eyes, stunned by the sight before him. The near shore had been transformed into a shallow bay, with the seawater taking its time to return to its original state. On the beach, trees lay toppled and askew from the shock wave. Even smaller rocks shattered. Witnessing this scene, Leo gasped in astonishment, muttering in awe, "How terrifying." Meanwhile, from behind a distant rock, Vegapunk emerged, spitting out sand and cursing, "Bah! You little rascal, what have you done now? Don't become so enamored with high-damage weapons. It's better to have a greater reverence for life," Vegapunk reprimanded Leo. Having spent nearly a year at MADS, Vegapunk had celebrated Leo's 11th birthday with him, gifting him the porcupine gun, which Leo had long coveted. Much to his delight, fastening it to his waist alongside Susanna's dagger. After his 11th birthday, Leo's life returned to tranquility. Even after the successful experiment with the sea stone armor, he continued his daily training in seawater control. Determined to master the speed of sea stone transformation to instantaneous completion that in the following days, Leo's work revolved entirely around Vegapunk and Judge, as their research on bloodline factors neared completion. However, as the culmination of their research approached, unease settled within Leo that in the original narrative, MADS was designated an illegal organization by the world government, seemingly due to the completion of bloodline factor research. Vegapunk had thus become a prisoner of the government, forced to work for them, losing his personal freedom entirely. Leo had long regarded Vegapunk as his mentor and naturally wished to prevent such a fate from befalling him in the remaining days. Leo secretly constructed a small submarine, confident that with this, combined with his devil fruit abilities, he could help Vegapunk escape. Subsequently, Leo noticed Stussie's movements becoming increasingly suspicious, worrying that she might be an undercover agent for the world government. He felt he could not wait any longer and stealthily approached Vegapunk. "Doctor, I have something important to discuss with you." Vegapunk, without glancing at him, continued his experiments. "What could you possibly have that's important? Have you finished today's assignments? Doctor, are you familiar with Stussie? I have a feeling something's off about her. That woman has always been like that. You needn't concern yourself with her," Vegapunk replied indifferently. Leo, conflicted, decided to lay his cards on the table. "Doctor, Stussie may be an agent of the world government's CP0. She might be waiting for the completion of your bloodline factor research to act. Continuing to stay here is too dangerous. I secretly built a small submarine. While Stussie remains unaware, let us escape together." Vegapunk continued his experimentation. Only after a while did he respond to Leo. "It seems you're not as simple as you appear, but those matters are unimportant. I cannot leave. Moreover, do not underestimate the complexity of the bloodline factor. Our current research progress is merely the tip of the iceberg. Only a fool like Judge would think this is all there is to the bloodline factor. I can somewhat deduce that Stussie is affiliated with the government. However, even if they capture me, what of it? They won't kill me. They will need me to continue developing technology for them, and I may as well leverage their resources." Vegapunk's words left Leo speechless. "Doctor, you need not sacrifice your freedom to continue your research. Before Leo could finish, Vegapunk interrupted, "You needn't say more. Being captured by the world government was part of my plan all along. Without a world-class team to support me, my dreams will forever remain unfulfilled. You, on the other hand, should contemplate your escape route. Originally, you were an inconsequential character, but now that you've developed laser weapons and weapons of mass destruction, Stussie has justification to deal with you at this point." Vegapunk sighed. "The first phase of the bloodline factor experiment is nearing completion. For now, stay by my side. No ship can approach within 200 nautical miles without my detection. When the government attacks MADS, I will ensure your safe departure." Leo stared blankly at Vegapunk, busying himself, momentarily at a loss for words. Even at this juncture, the doctor was still looking out for him, filling his heart with profound gratitude. The bloodline factor transfer experiment finally reached its final stage, and on this day, everyone gathered in Vegapunk's laboratory, surrounding and marveling at a blue devil fruit. Upon closer inspection, this fruit bore significant differences from a typical devil fruit. Its shape still resembled that of a normal fruit, and it was deemed a devil fruit due to the cloud-like patterns on its skin. In the presence of all, Vegapunk fed this artificial devil fruit to a lab mouse. After a brief wait, wings sprouted from the mouse's back. That ha ha ha, it's finally complete. Judge laughed maniacally, his ambition fulfilled with this successful experiment. At this moment, he cast aside all pretense, his eyes filled with madness. Caesar and Queen were equally astonished at the success of the bloodline factor experiment, with Caesar eagerly wanting to examine Vegapunk's research notes, while Stussy subtly reached toward her back, each of them harboring ulterior motives regarding the test subject. Now, the test subject isn't stable enough yet. It requires an additional week of observation that if it shows no signs of collapse and can utilize the abilities of the devil fruit within that week, then the bloodline factor transfer experiment will be deemed successful. For now, please be patient, Vegapunk concluded. Everyone acknowledged Vegapunk's statement, and seeing no further matters at hand, they began to leave the laboratory. However, Leo discerned that each individual harbored different intentions. After everyone departed, Vegapunk grasped Leo's sleeve, leading him into a back room of the laboratory. Soon, they arrived at the materials warehouse, and as they entered, the steel door closed behind them. "Listen carefully, kid. There's a passage leading directly to the seabed. You will escape through here using that little contraption you've secretly made. You have a maximum of 4 hours to flee, that if you can evade the world government's ships, you will be entirely free. You need not thank me. Consider it a gift for everything you've done for Baljeet. The boxes over there are also a gift for you, that if you get the chance, build yourself a real robot. Don T, always rely on your devil fruit abilities. That is not cool, you know?" With that, the doctor opened the warehouse door and left without looking back, as the door slowly closed. Leo watched Vegapunk's retreating figure and suddenly bowed deeply. "Take care, teacher. I will ensure you regain your freedom. I swear." Vegapunk chuckled softly. He did not refute Leo's address to him as teacher, gently saying over his shoulder, "Leo, strive to live on. You will encounter many people and traverse many places in the future. You should not stop here. I look forward to the day your name resonates across the seas. That I end the year 1496 of the sea circle calendar on the island of our union in the New World seas." Vegapunk gazed at the closed warehouse doors, reminiscing about the boy's promise made moments ago, a smile gracing his lips before he resolutely turned back towards his laboratory. Upon returning to his lab, he sat before the experiment table in a daze, when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, and a striking figure entered through the door. She did not approach Vegapunk, but leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. "You sent that little fellow away, didn't you? I had quite an affection for that child. Doctor, how do you intend to compensate me?" The newcomer was Stussy, her demeanor markedly different from her usual self. "Should I address you as Stussy, or as Beijingham Stussy?" he queried with a chuckle that, enough of your tedious tests, doctor. However, I truly did not expect that little one could become your Achilles heel. Rest assured, I have not reported Leo to the government. Who would have imagined that the bloodline factor experiment had long been completed, with the first subject being none other than a colleague? Only those 3 fools, Kizaru, Caesar, and Quinn, remain oblivious. Vegapunk continued, lost in his own musings. In an instant, Stussy appeared behind Vegapunk, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Doctor, we are both intelligent individuals. You are the sole guardian of my secret. If you were to lose it, no one would ever know." That a series of clicks echoed, and numerous small holes appeared in the ceiling and walls of the laboratory, cold barrels all aimed at Vegapunk's position, their muzzles flickering with beams of light. "I've devoted my entire life to scientific research, never having experienced love, even at this age. Though you may not be the most remarkable person, you're still quite beautiful. So, what do you say? Shall we descend into hell together?" Vegapunk boldly uttered words unbefitting his stature. "Doctor, at your age, why must you be so obstinate? Very well, let us call it even. The matter of that child and the secret of my identity shall vanish from this world." With that, Stussy lowered her arm and gracefully returned to the doorway. Just then, another figure entered from outside, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Stussy. "All right, Doctor, I've come to bid you farewell. From this moment forth, she shall be Stussy, and we shall never meet again." With that, Stussy elegantly exited the office, her footsteps fading into the distance, accompanied by a faint, cheerful hum. "Foolish rocks, stupid Jinbe, dull Newgate, never to be seen again. Only I have attained true freedom, to live under the sun," humming along. Meanwhile, Leo piloted a submarine, drifting in the waters off our Union Island, secretly contemplating, "Teacher, this time I cannot save you. Let me bid you farewell." Within Leo's perception, a large fleet was swiftly approaching our Union from 5 nautical miles away. As Leo, trained day by day, his ability to sense extended to a 10 nautical mile radius, where he could now perceive reflections in the water and even hear sounds transmitted through the sea. A fleet of 3 large warships emerged in his line of sight, one flying the flag of the world government, while the others bore the Navy's insignia. Leo knew they were there to capture his teacher. Though he wished to resolve them with a few shots, reason ultimately prevailed on the government ship. Soldiers reported to a man clad in a white suit and mask, "Sir, we are nearing our Union Island. Please give your orders. Inform the Navy to encircle our Union Island. Any vessels appearing nearby must be eliminated before our return." Shortly, the government ship reached our Union Island, and a group disembarked, striding confidently onto the small island. In the MDS laboratory, Quinn was savoring a bowl of red bean soup, as usual, when, suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the facility, followed by violent tremors that Quinn's eyes widened in fury as he surveyed the spilled soup. Which scoundrel did this? Before Quinn could vent his anger, alarms blared throughout the research facility. "Alert! Alert! The laboratory perimeter is under enemy attack. The automated defense systems have been completely destroyed." Now fully enraged, Quinn seized his weapon and charged out. Encountering several CP0 agents at the cave entrance, without exchanging pleasantries, they immediately opened fire. Quinn wielded his self-developed multi-barrel gun, unleashing a hail of bullets aimed at the enemies before him. Suddenly, a CP0 agent appeared behind Quinn, brandishing a spear. Before Quinn could react, he felt several punctures in his back, collapsing into a pool of blood with a pained gasp. Inside the research facility, Kizaru pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath as he cautiously peered out at the CP0 agents who had just passed. Damn it, how did world government's agents end up here? Who leaked the information? After watching the agents disappear from view, Kizaru gasped for air, glancing at a nearby box. Fortunately, the research materials had already been organized. It was time to escape. Raging storm, Bloodblade. Just as Kizaru was about to flee, a massive slash burst through the wall, striking his back. Without uttering a sound, he fell, blood spilling from his mouth as debris buried him beneath the rubble. What happened? The lead CP0 agent inquired of his colleagues without breaking stride. Just eliminated a small pest. It won't affect our mission, another CP0 agent replied monotonously. Who are you? How did you get in here? No, don't hit my face. Before Caesar could finish speaking upon encountering the agents in the corridor, he was swiftly knocked out, lying on the ground with vacant eyes and broken teeth. The sound of synchronized footsteps approached. Halting before Vegapunk's laboratory door, Caesar, having been dragged along, was in worse shape now, sporting numerous bumps on his head. With a creak, the lead CP0 agent opened the door, glancing at Stussy leaning against the wall. Stussy immediately stood at attention, saluting, "Sir, Vegapunk has made no resistance and is ready for transport. All research materials have been organized. Well done. You will be commended for your contributions upon our return. Now, accompany us as we escort Vegapunk back to Mariewa." "Yes, sir," Stussy responded, moving beside Vegapunk and gesturing for him to follow. Vegapunk observed the unfolding events in silence, saying nothing as he stood and followed the CP0 agents out of the laboratory. The entire process was quiet and orderly, as if the agents were escorting an important figure rather than apprehending a criminal. The operation proceeded smoothly, and, as Vegapunk boarded the ship without incident, The lead CP0 agent commanded the return journey, and soon they vanished from the surface of the sea. Leo watched from a distance, silently bidding farewell to his teacher, while internally marking this as the second mentor taken from him by CP0. Suddenly, another large vessel entered Leo's perception range, revealing itself to be a pirate ship. A colossal pirate ship approached our Union Island. At the bow sat a muscular man, drinking heartily from a gourd. Ah, how difficult it is to stand alone at sea. This time, I must capture a powerful ally. With a dragon-shaped horn on his head and dragon-scale tattoos adorning his arms, the man drank and lamented, his intoxication evident. Brother Kaido, be cautious with your words. We sincerely invite Quinn to join the Beast Pirates. Please don't reveal your true thoughts, a man with black feathered wings advised. Jean, come drink with me. Kaido bellowed, oblivious to Jin's concerns, already snoring with bubbles escaping his nose. Leo piloted his small vessel beneath the pirate ship, 5 nautical miles away, gritting his teeth. Once again, the world government's tactics are as despicable as ever. Even involving the beast pirates. Listening intently to their conversation, Leo clenched his fists, recognizing that the handling of our Union Island mirrored the events in his homeland, Sphinx, where pirates were used to obscure the truth. As memories of Susanna, Rick, and the faces of Sphinx Island flooded back, Leo's anger shifted towards the beast pirates. World government? Pirates? None of this is anything good. I am indifferent to notions of justice or evil. My apologies, Kaido, but I shall take out my frustrations on you today. The submarine quietly surfaced, enveloped in a hollow sphere of water that contained air, only to submerge once more. To remain concealed, Leo planned to unleash a compressed air explosion beneath the waves. Feel the wrath of the sea. You refuse. The glowing blue orbs broke free from Leo's control, drifting towards the bottom of the beast pirate ship. Meanwhile, Kaido, dozing at the bow, was abruptly awakened as a bubble of mucus burst with a pop, prompting him to leap into his beast form. Jean, be cautious. Someone is launching a surprise attack from below. But before Kaido could finish, a blinding white light enveloped him. With a deafening boom, a violent shockwave dispersed the seawater around it. And at the center of the explosion, a cerulean dragon soared into the sky, clutching a tattered man in its claws. Jean hung limply, a wound on his arm oozing blood. Even a warrior of his caliber had been injured by Leo's ambush. Which bastard dares to attack me? He roared, the dragon's furious roar echoing through the heavens. Kaido could only seethe in impotent rage. His observation haki detected no formidable life forms nearby. The dragon danced in the air, unleashing tornadoes and lightning upon the sea, churning the waters into a frothy tumult. Brother Kaido, forget about that little thief. We should make haste to the island. In the brief time that passed, Jin's wound ceased bleeding. If I catch him, I shall surely boil him alive. After uttering his threats, Kaido begrudgingly soared towards the island. Before long, an enraged roar erupted from the island. Which scoundrel did this? Following the roar, a cerulean dragon ascended into the clouds, its scales shimmering in and out of visibility. Suddenly, a massive column of fire erupted towards the island, followed by a tremendous explosion in a mushroom cloud, causing Rooney Island to vanish completely from the world. In the year 1496 of the Sea Circle, after a month of sailing, Leo finally reached the renowned Shambodi archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line. This voyage had been relatively smooth. Leo opted against the Fishman Island route, as someone like him, with no affiliations, could not utilize the elevator. Instead, he employed the most hardcore method, hefting the submarine over the Red Line with a Seastone mech. Leo landed at dock number 25 in the Shambodi archipelago, a hub for lawlessness, and immediately sensed the malevolent gazes surrounding him. The rogues lurking there scrutinized Leo with impunity, some even whistling provocatively. Look over there. What a handsome little boy. Just look at that face. He's bound to be a favorite among those wealthy ladies. And those eyes, deep as the sea. Those who collect human curiosities would surely go mad for him. A burly man with a beard appraised Leo as if he were a commodity. Hook, shall we follow this lad? Before he gets snatched by the traffickers, let us have our fun. Leo had long sensed several waves of ill intent directed at him, and thus he intended to fish for them. After all, who would shy away from money? In Leo's eyes, These ruffians were nothing more than stacks of walking berries. Throughout his journey, Leo feigned the demeanor of a Na'vi child, brimming with curiosity about everything, never haggling, and even smiling foolishly at the vendors, thanking them despite being overcharged. The villains, seeing him as a lamb, decided to strike swiftly. We finally have a bite. Suddenly, Leo accelerated and darted into a nearby alley. The pursuers, realizing he had bolted, hastened after him in a frenzied chase. Due to his unfamiliarity with the route, Leo soon found himself cornered in a dead end. However, his demeanor caught the villains off guard. He exhibited no sign of panic at being surrounded, instead wearing a cold smile as he regarded them. "Gentlemen, have you been following me for some particular reason?" "Dear handsome, we have no ill intentions. We merely wish to take you to see some goldfish. WTF? You want to take me to see goldfish? You truly are something else." Initially thinking them to be ordinary traffickers, Leo was taken aback by how shameless the local gangsters were, attempting to rob him before they enslaved him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If they wished to toy with him, he would not hesitate to make them pay boom, before Hook could utter another word. Leo shot him in the head. His lackey's eyes widened in astonishment. The lamb they had perceived had transformed into a fierce wolf. Nevertheless, the ruffians did not falter. They thrived on the blood of others, and the death of a minor leader would not dampen their spirits. Instead, they brandished their weapons and charged at Leo with wild abandon. Leo, unhurried, stowed his porcupine gun and clasped his hands together, as if in prayer. So eager to meet your demise. Very well. Let me fulfill your wish." Suddenly, streams of water erupted from beneath Leo's cloak, shooting forth like water guns, ensnaring everyone in a matter of breaths. Leo gazed upon his handiwork with satisfaction, seemingly relishing the sight of the villains struggling within the water. Though he maintained a smile, his words held no warmth. "Do you realize that mosquitoes are the most despised insects in this world? They exist solely to suck blood and spread disease, contributing nothing of value. Yet, if a drop of tree sap fortuitously falls upon a mosquito, over time, it may transform into a priceless gem. You are akin to mosquitoes in this world, and thus I intend to grant you the most splendid demise." Gradually, all struggles ceased, and the bodies floated motionless within the water spheres, resembling blue amber. After admiring the scene for a while, Leo grew bored. He dug several deep pits, discarded the water spheres within, and covered them up, thereby concluding their nefarious lives. Having finished this, Leo pulled out his ostentatious tome and recorded the words he had just spoken. I should have exuded more disdain in my gaze while saying that, and perhaps my chin should have been raised a bit higher. Leo understood that he was no harbinger of justice. Even if confronted by the Navy or Revolutionary Army, he would show no mercy. The words he had spoken were merely a reflection of his youthful bravado. The thrill of playing the fool was rather delightful. It seems I forgot to loot the bodies. Well, let us consider you all as accompanying offerings." Leo swiftly dismissed the thought of the ruffians and continued to wander until he exited Area 29 and arrived at Shambodi Park. From a distance, he heard jubilant screams. As he approached, Leo stood awestruck by the park's splendor. Wow, this truly is Shambodi Park. How magnificent! The Ferris wheel, roller coasters, pirate ships, bumper cars, haunted houses, having been a recluse in his past life, he had never experienced such joy. Today, Leo intended to revel in it to the fullest. However, as he partook in the festivities, Leo noticed something amiss. While riding the roller coaster and screaming along with the crowd, he realized he was the only one alone. Feeling a bit sour, he took his frustrations out on the other games, deliberately targeting couples in bumper cars, vowing not to relent until he sent them flying off the field. In the haunted house, he played the ghost, using his fruit ability to not only elicit screams from couples, but also ensure they left dampened. After a while of exuberant play, Leo felt quite satiated by the dog food he had consumed. Yet he recognized that this was merely a mental indulgence. His stomach soon began to protest with audible grumbles. Thus, he made his way to the food street, bustling with activity in the evening. After several attempts at finding a table, Leo finally spotted a small eatery, perched lonely on a hillside. "Whatever delicious dishes you have, bring them forth, and a drink as well." Leo boisterously began ordering. oblivious to the fact that he was still below the legal drinking age. "Hey there, little brother, how old are you to be ordering alcohol? Here, have this instead." A short-haired, alluring proprietress presented Leo with a glass of lemonade, playfully ruffling his cheek as she departed. Hey, I'm here for food, not for a delivery service." The customer hasn't even started eating, and the lady is already unable to contain herself. Before long, mouth-watering dishes were set before him, the aroma igniting Leo's appetite. Time to dig in. He seized a plate of fried rice and voraciously devoured it, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious. Sister, your culinary skills are remarkable." The seductive proprietress leaned against the bar, one hand propping up her chin while the other held a cigarette, gazing at Leo with a smile, as if appraising a plump lamb. 100,000 berries. Puffed. Leo spat out his mouthful of rice. "What? Hey, beautiful sister, please don't joke like that." The proprietress maintained a serene smile, slowly extending her hand towards the bar counter. "Little brother, I've been bustling about, and look how delightfully you are devouring your meal. Now that you've indulged yourself, you wouldn't dare claim you lack the means to settle the bill, would you?" "Oh no, I assure you, I have the funds at But wait, you can't possibly treat me this way. Are those sunflower seeds made of gold, or the grains of rice?" "Oh, so you wish to play games with us?" The young lady, fierce yet succinct, brandished a stick as thick as an adult's arm, approaching Leo menacingly. "Wait, miss, why aren't you sticking to the script?" Leo, at last, recalled who this alluring extortionist was. Wasn't he this summer's fiery sensation, Shachi? What sin had he committed that every establishment he entered was a den of iniquity? He merely sought to satiate his hunger. Was that such a crime? As Shachi's smile grew increasingly perilous, Leo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hastened his eating. He was also single. It was either finish his meal and flee, or fill his belly and endure a beating. In any case, arguing or resisting her was far less practical than simply consuming more. Shachi was momentarily taken aback. In all her years of extortion experience, she had never encountered such an unwitting target. After a brief daze, she swiftly approached the table, seizing Leo by an ear and attempting to drag him outside. Leo, however, was resolute, gripping the table's edge with both hands and burying his face into the bowl of rice, voraciously eating. Seeing his stubbornness, Shachi couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. By the heavens, after traversing the seas for so long, today has truly opened my eyes. You little rascal, you have quite the spirit. Since you insist on enjoying your meal, I shall allow you to take your time. Once you're done, I will see you off in peace." Before long, Leo had devoured everything on the table, patting his belly and burping. "Proprietress, may I have another glass of juice? Your cooking is a tad dry and is lodged in my throat." Recognizing Shachi, Leo surrendered to his fate. Escaping was impossible, and staying would likely lead to his demise, but running away would guarantee a rather undignified end. Shachi cast a glance at Leo, her fingers dancing over the calculator as she muttered, "Selling you may yield little profit. A pair of eyes, a heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys would fetch a better price. Hey now, miss, it was just a meal. Must you be so ruthless? I never said I wouldn't pay." Leo interjected, his words halting Shachi's calculating hand. "But I find myself short on cash at the moment," he added, and the sound of the calculator resumed its rhythmic tapping. Leo was on the verge of a breakdown, shouting, "I'll trade you intelligence." "You think I would believe you? What valuable information could you possibly possess?" Shachi squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the audacious youth before Leo's mind raced. He was aware of many things. Yet the nature of intelligence was delicate. Should he divulge information about future events, Shachi might very well strike him down. "How about I offer you information about a rare devil fruit?" Shachi raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, information regarding a devil fruit. Why don't you obtain it yourself, instead of waiting until now? If you dare deceive me, your fate will be far worse. Leo raised a hand, revealing a stream of water emerging from beneath his cloak. As you can see, I'm a devil fruit user. You needn't worry about me feeding you falsehoods. It is indeed a highly coveted nature-type devil fruit, sufficient to cover your meal. Upon realizing Leo was a devil fruit user, and his powers seemed rather peculiar, Shachi's demeanor shifted slightly. Speak, then. I cannot guarantee it will suffice for your meal. Humph. Listen well, this nature-type devil fruit is the thunder fruit, located in the Sky Island, Leo stated ambiguously. Now that he recognized Shachi, he felt less intimidated. If it came to it, he could always invoke his father, Whitebeard, and perhaps she might even transform into Aunt Shachi. Shachi regarded him with a mix of amusement and skepticism. Cunning little brat, is this the intelligence you offer? Perhaps I should just dismantle you for parts instead. Ugh, if I were to perish, could you deliver my remains to my father, Whitebeard? Consider it the last wish of one about to meet his end. Shachi fixed Leo with a penetrating stare, then struck him on the head, leaving a sizable bump. Finish your meal and scram. Yes, I'll be on my way, but honestly, why must such a beautiful woman possess such a foul temperament? With that, Leo was unceremoniously ejected from Shachi's establishment. Rubbing his head as he walked through the commercial street, Leo pondered how fiercely that madwoman had acted, yet she did possess a warm heart beneath her icy exterior. And her culinary skills were genuinely commendable. He resolved to return to her establishment when time allowed. As he ambled along, lost in thought, he inadvertently found himself at the entrance of a human auction house. Just as the event was concluding, numerous opulent nobles were parading their spoils as they exited the premises. Feeling a wave of disdain, Leo slipped into a nearby alley, cautiously observing the scene. Some nobles were comparing their slaves as if they were mere livestock, while others mercilessly beat their slaves, even as blood flowed from their mouths. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, parting the crowd to reveal a celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble helmet, riding atop a slave. The once arrogant nobles now knelt in submission, humbled before the greatest scourge of the world. Good heavens, a celestial dragon, Leo thought, unwilling to bow before them or provoke a confrontation. He retreated further into the alley, thinking it wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. Charlemagne, your recent acquisition has been completed. Please issue your orders. One celestial dragon replied dully. Today has been tiresome. Let us return to Mariois with the slaves, Charlemagne commanded, his tone lacking enthusiasm. Suddenly, Charlemagne kicked the slave beneath him, signaling to halt. After ensuring they were still, he scrutinized the young girl kneeling by the roadside and pointed, "Bring her back as my 15th wife, and expel the first 5 from the Holy Land." A bearded noble beside the girl interjected, "Sir, she is a princess from the Cocolia Kingdom, visiting with her king." Thud! The noble collapsed, and the girl gasped, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. "And who are you to speak to me? What of the princess? Serving the descendants of the divine is her greatest honor. Guards, take her and her slaves away." Today was fortuitous. He could pick up a slave on the way. Despair overtook the girl's expression as she offered no resistance as the guards fitted her with a slave collar, merging her into the ranks of the celestial dragons like a soulless automaton. Leo coldly observed the unfolding events. What was this? The cycle of larger fish consuming smaller ones. Those aristocrats, who trampled upon the dignity of others, were no more than ants in the eyes of the celestial dragons. In that case, he would not hold back. Having eliminated those rogues previously, he would reclaim what he deserved from these nobles. After the farce concluded, Leo discreetly followed a hurried noble as he navigated through the crowd. He overheard the shaken nobles murmuring, "Those damned Cocolia people truly know how to stir up trouble. Serves that wretched girl right for dressing so provocatively. She was bound to attract the attention of a celestial dragon. Now she shall learn to revel in her fate." They laughed, their arrogance restored once the danger had passed, seemingly forgetting that one among them had just been taken. Leo mused darkly, truly a despicable bunch, deriving joy from the suffering of others. But your wealth will soon find its way into my hands. That he followed the noble out to sea, preparing to make his move. 1,000,000 berries. Quite the bargain for such a delightful young lady. Allow me to cherish you properly. A rotund noble sniffed around a girl clad in a dancer's attire. Such youthful maidens could be bought for 50 to 100,000 berries in the human auction house. According to the auction house, this particular slave was of exceptional quality. The girl was merely 16, her bright eyes now brimming with tears. She wore a sheer garment that barely concealed her upper body, while her lower half was clad in cropped trousers, adorned with a bell on her left ankle. Her pitiable appearance and modest clothing rendered her even more alluring, and the swine-like noble could no longer restrain himself. Soon, the room echoed with the sound of tearing fabric and the girl's cries. Diving into the depths of the sea, Leo sought out a colossal sea serpent, intending to direct it towards the noble's ship to test the strength of their guards. As the sea serpent approached the vessel, it launched a fierce attack, coiling its enraged body around the hull and violently shaking the ship while snapping its jaws at the panicked guards. Just as the situation seemed dire, Leo suddenly unleashed his power, triggering a maritime disaster. The colossal whirlpool emerged, mercilessly swallowing both the noble's ship and the surrounding waters. To any observer, it appeared to be a mere accident. The unfortunate noble encountered a maritime calamity on his return journey, with all aboard and the treasure sinking into the depths. After conjuring the great whirlpool, Leo turned a blind eye to the fate of those on the vessel, leaving their survival to chance, while he diligently scoured the seabed with a submarine, collecting the scattered gold coins. For Leo, sinking a ship was a trivial matter, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that a naked maiden was slowly succumbing to the frigid sea. Perhaps she had already perished before the ship sank, and in Leo's perception, the girl was no different from inanimate objects, both devoid of soul. Indeed, the silent cries of the forgotten are often overlooked by the world. Upon returning to Port 25 with his spoils, Leo counted 2 large chests filled with gold and nodded in satisfaction. After a long day of labor, hunger struck him, and he chuckled, thinking he could once again mooch a meal from Shacky. As dinner time approached, the little establishment remained unusually quiet. Shacky lounged lazily at the bar, casting a glance at the newcomer and curtly remarking, "You've got some nerve coming back, kid." Leo approached the bar, plopping down onto a high stool and shaking the gold coins in his hand. "Let us settle the tab from last time," he said with an air of nonchalance. Shacky raised an eyebrow, weighing the bag with a dismissive tone. "Have you been up to no good?" "Not at all. Don't be ridiculous. That I merely happened upon a chance to do a good deed at sea, and these are merely rewards from the other party." "Ah, so you're the kind who dares to dine and dash here. Your audacity is as grand as your shamelessness. With pirates roaming everywhere, what is there to be ashamed of? Stop, I teach him why upbringing is quite strict, and I detest pirates. All this money belongs to those filthy nobles. They have more than enough to squander, and I'm just helping them part with it." Shacky frowned at Leo's disdain for pirates. "Who do you think you're fooling? It's all robbery. How do you consider yourself above them? I can't quite grasp the reasoning of this thick-skinned, arrogant brat. That what's the difference? To me, you are even less than those pirates. At least they dare to act on their intentions, while you're just a hypocritical little scoundrel." She finished with, "Now get lost. I won't serve you." With a grin, Leo tossed another bag of gold onto the table. "How about preparing me something to eat? I genuinely enjoy your cooking." Shacky shot him a cold stare. "No, this establishment doesn't welcome your kind. Leave now, or I'll show you what a real pirate is like." Leo chuckled lightly. "Pirate sister, are you sending me away just because I said I dislike pirates? Don't be so petty." All right, you claim pirates are bold and straightforward. I beg to differ. Times have changed. Today's pirates lack the backbone of those from the old days. At least the pirates of the new era have learned to beg for mercy." Pausing for a moment, Leo noticed Shacky's continued icy demeanor and continued, "You say I'm hypocritical, and I won't dispute that. However, I never shy away from confrontation. If provoked, I would dare to rob even the celestial dragons." Shacky was left speechless, wondering if this kid had lost his mind. Did he not know his own limitations? To dare speak of the celestial dragons was utterly ludicrous. If it were Rock saying this, it would be one thing, but for this audacious little brat, it was simply laughable. "Kid, I misunderstood. Turns out, you're just a madman looking for death? You should choose a scenic spot for your grave." Shacky mocked out, "No, I set sail in pursuit of freedom. True freedom," Leo replied earnestly, emphasizing his words. Shacky, taken aback by his response, found herself intrigued. "Freedom? What kind of freedom do you seek?" "I seek unrestrained freedom that I will find a group of friends I can trust with my life. Traverse the vast seas, indulge in all culinary delights, and acquire everything I desire. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be ruthlessly crushed." Shacky stared at Leo in astonishment. "Rocks? How terrifyingly naive. To do as you please on these seas requires matching strength." "Oh my, Beautiful pirate sister, are you imparting wisdom to me? I'm nearly moved to tears. However, could you first satiate my hunger? Otherwise, I might starve before I'm done being touched. He pushed the coin pouch toward her, his big, watery eyes fixed on her. Shaki rolled her eyes, pocketing the coin pouch. You voluntarily allow yourself to be extorted, and I can hardly refuse. If I had more customers like you, my business would be much easier. By the way, my name is Shaki. By seniority, you should address me as Aunt. Don't be so presumptuous. All right, Sister Shaki. That moment, Leo's smile radiated warmth like the sun. Leo had been in Shambody for a month, during which he had conducted another transaction. Fortunately for the nobles, they were escorted back to Shambody by the guards. Meanwhile, Leo continued to watch the scene with amusement, finding satisfaction in witnessing the nobles weeping by the shore. Another day passed, and Shambody was blessed with rare good weather. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the coast, prompting Leo to doze off on the deck of the submarine. In his hazy state, he suddenly overheard a whispered conversation. Boss Dean, the slave ship says it will arrive in Shambody before 5 o'clock tonight, so we should prepare to receive the goods. The man named Dean cautiously scanned the surroundings before speaking sternly to his subordinates. Chill. Keep your voices down. This cargo is required by a significant figure. Tell the brothers to prepare ahead of time. There's a substantial amount of goods to escort, so we must exercise utmost caution. Once the cargo arrives, notify the auction house to send some people to provide midway support. A slave ship? Sounds promising, Leo thought, instantly alert. Checking the time, he realized it was already 3 p.m., prompting him to hasten his preparations as time was of the essence. Carefully retreating into the submarine, Leo retrieved his poor little transponder snail. Little guy, it looks like you're in for another tough day. It's been a while since your last flight, hasn't it? I bet you're looking forward to it. The transponder snail, unable to speak, would likely have scolded him for being a fool. Leo, however, was oblivious to the tears in its eyes, interpreting them as excitement for flying. Once everything was ready, the submarine quietly departed the harbor. Leo knew he couldn't make a move near Shambody, so he relied on the flying transponder snail's monitor to track the target. Finding a slave ship in the vast ocean was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After waiting for over an hour, Leo's eyes were bloodshot with frustration. Damn it! If I fail to catch those slavers, I'll be at a loss. Please don't let my efforts be in vain. Come on, you bastards, show yourselves. It seemed the ocean heard Leo's plea. The monitoring transponder snail had spotted a target. A ship without a flag appeared on screen. While its precise activities were unknown, the ship's draft indicated it was laden with goods. The target seemed suspicious, Leo thought as he swam out of the submarine, letting the ocean carry him toward the unknown vessel. Observing the ship's hull in the water, he noted that no guards seemed to be paying attention to his side. Leo manipulated the water, gliding up the wooden planks like a slime. Meanwhile, on the Shambody side, Dean and his crew had set out early to escort the ship, noting that the other vessel was indeed heading towards the unflagged ship. Dean lowered his binoculars. I see them. Notify the following ships to prepare for escort. After giving the order, Dean raised the binoculars again to survey the situation. Suddenly, Dean's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he gasped in shock. In the distance, a massive wave surged forth, crashing towards the slave ship. That moment, chaos erupted aboard the slave vessel, with the captain gripping the helm while directing his crew to tighten the ropes. Yet despite this, the slaver ship was still swept off course by the waves. Hurtling towards the naval base's harbor, Rio's intentions were rather straightforward. He aimed to deliver the slaver ship right before the eyes of the Navy and then sink it in their presence, while he himself would submerge below to deal with the drowning traffickers, leaving the rescue of the slaves to the Navy. The situation aboard the slaver ship had descended into chaos. The sudden acceleration left many sailors unsteady on their feet, sprawling in disarray, while the iron cages in the hold began to slide back and forth due to the ship's tilt, with some even suffering damage. Meanwhile, Rio's underwater assault became the final straw that broke the camel's back, as the deep blue blade effortlessly sliced through the hull, allowing torrents of seawater to flood into the hold. Captain, we're in trouble. The ship's bottom is leaking, reported a sailor, his voice trembling with fear. What? Exclaimed the captain in shock. The Navy had already dispatched warships, and their vessel was immobilized, If the slaves in the hold were discovered, they would all be sent to impel down. The captain cursed under his breath. Then, seemingly resolved, you take a few men and hurry down to the lowest part of the hold. Eliminate anyone who resists. What, Captain? Are you really going to? The sailor was caught off guard. Realizing that if they killed the slaves, they too would not have a favorable fate. Enough chatter. Get moving. Yes, sir. However, before the sailors could depart, another flash of blue light sliced through the ship's hull, cleaving the slaver's ship in two. The bow and stern sank simultaneously into the depths, and those still on deck plunged into the water. Ironically, the slaves trapped in their cages were saved as the iron enclosures lodged in the fissures. At that moment, the Navy had arrived, busy rescuing the slaves, while the drowning traffickers met their doom, for a grim reaper awaited them beneath the waves. Rio, concealed underwater with Susanna's dagger in hand, became the harbinger of death for the traffickers, his deep blue blades precisely severing their throats, in less than 5 minutes. The remaining traffickers had perished. Sink into the boundless darkness, you scoundrels, he thought, feeling quite satisfied with his handiwork, striking a pose he deemed impressively heroic. Just as he turned, he caught sight of a rotund figure with a black back and white belly, wide-eyed and staring at him. Suddenly locking eyes with Rio, the figure seemed a bit embarrassed, his gaze darting away. In the next moment, the sea turned into a giant hand, seizing the chubby figure he now wished to silence the one who had discovered his secret, the little fat fish. Suddenly caught by the sea's grasp, cried out in terror, "No, let go! You can't do that!" Rio couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, you're quite the character. Before long, a submarine surfaced not far from Shambady's shores, where Rio was wringing out his clothes. "Fatty, don't blame me. Since you've uncovered my true identity, I can't let you live that I suppose I'll have to settle for some sashimi for dinner." Upon being discovered, Rio's face flushed with embarrassment. His first instinct was to eliminate the witness. How could he let anyone know about his delusions of grandeur? "Don't eat, Will. Will isn't tasty at all," protested the chubby fish, bound tightly. Suddenly, he began to struggle desperately. Oddly enough, Rio found himself a bit excited. "Speak up. What's your story? How did you end up there, big brother?" "My name is Blake. Well, that I swear I won't tell anyone what I saw today. Just let me go. But honestly, you look really cool back there." Rio's cheeks turned a shade of crimson as he kicked the little fat fish. "Stop changing the subject. Honestly, explain how you ended up there." "I was captured and kept in a cage. Everything was fine until the ship suddenly began to shake, when the iron cage slid. It was damaged, and I managed to crawl out through the hole. Before I could escape, the ship started leaking, and I slipped into the sea through the crack. And then I saw—" Rio interrupted with a punch to Will's head, cutting off his words. No need to say more. Will, perhaps pained and frightened, began to cry. "Shut up, little fat fish. Do you want to go home?" Will couldn't believe his ears. This terrifying figure was offering to take him home. Not being foolish, he quickly agreed. "Of course I want to go. Are you really going to let me go?" Hearing the promise of returning home, Will's cries softened, and he stared intently at Rio. "Yes, of course. But it's not about letting you go. I will personally escort you back to Fishman Island that I haven't visited yet, so you'll guide me." "Great, but can we stop by Shambody Park first?" Will, despite being bound, couldn't help but glance toward the direction of the park. "What do you think you're doing? You think a fat fish like you can visit Shambody Park? Don't create trouble for me." Rio replied impatiently. "What? I want to go. Please, big brother, it's my lifelong wish." Rio was nearly driven to madness by the incessant wailing. "Fine, fine. If you stop crying, I'll take you to Shambody Park just once." "Red bean paste? Big brother, you're such a good person. Meeting you is the best thing ever." Will, overwhelmed with excitement, began to wipe his snot on Rio, prompting another kick from him. "Will, let me ask you this. I saved your life. And I'm going to take you to Shambody Park and back to Fishman Island. How will you repay me?" "I don't know, big brother. What do you want? How about this? Since you have to follow my orders for a while, why not temporarily become my servant?" Will's round body immediately sprang up. "No, no. Fishmen never become slaves." Hearing the suggestion of servitude, the little fat fish's sense of racial pride flared up, his big round eyes glaring at Rio. Strangely, it was rather endearing. "Fine, I won't make you a slave. From now on, you'll be my little brother. When I say go east, you must not go west if I tell you to fight someone." Even if it's a child, you must beat him to a pulp. In short, whatever I command, you will do. You'll also be responsible for cleaning the ship and serving me tea. And no pay, but you'll get food and shelter. Do you agree? All right, it's settled then. Will thought that as long as he wasn't a slave, he could do anything, though the conditions were hardly different from servitude on the commercial street of Shambadi Islands. Rio walked alongside an oddly large figure. The figure wore a wide-brimmed hat, their entire body concealed in a cloak, with twin swords hanging at the waist, resembling a swordsman. Big brother, I'm so hot. This outfit is uncomfortable. Quit complaining. If you don't want to be captured, endure it. Have you forgotten how you got to Shambadi? Poor Will was just a child, forced to bear the burdens not meant for his age. To prevent discovery, Rio had dressed Will up quite thoroughly. The little fat fish stood over 3 meters tall and weighed at least a ton, with a strikingly distinct face, his lower lip jutting out with 2 small fangs, giving him a slightly adorable look. After the makeover, Rio humorously gifted him a pair of round-frame sunglasses, which nearly matched Will's skin tone, making them look almost invisible when worn. Big brother, when are we going to Shambadi Park? Will panted. Rio, puzzled, glanced at Will. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you so out of breath after just a short walk? I'm feeling a bit thirsty and weak. Will's voice carried an unmistakable hint of fatigue. Rio slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that Will was a fisherman, clad in a black cloak under the blazing sun. The little fat fish was bound to turn into dried fish soon. Quickly, Rio grasped Will's arm, activating his fruit ability, and within moments, Will felt a refreshing wave wash over him, as if he had returned to the sea. Kimoji, big brother, your hand feels amazing. Rio, exasperated, smacked Will's belly. Don't make such strange noises. You've been acting off since earlier. Hold on a bit longer. We'll be at Shambadi Park soon. Will finally settled down, and after Rio purchased tickets, he strode confidently into the amusement park. Having visited before, Rio eagerly took on the role of guide for Will, who was no longer alone in his indulgence. They enjoyed the pirate ship, thrilling rapids, carousel, swinging pendulum, and haunted house, with Will grinning throughout. Watching him, Rio couldn't help but feel compelled to buy him some oranges. In the end, under great reluctance, Rio was dragged onto the Ferris wheel by Will. As they gazed at the scenery below, Will suddenly burst into tears. Thank you, brother Rio, for bringing me here. Today has been the happiest day of my life. He continued, you know, every young fisherman dreams of visiting the Sabati archipelago and spending a day enjoying the amusement park, and I'm the first to achieve what my compatriots could only dream of. Seeing Will growing increasingly excited, Rio hastily urged him to be quiet, fearing that the little chubby fish might inadvertently reveal something like, "You've already taken my shape." Will rambled on until he was abruptly interrupted by the growling of his stomach. He fixed his longing gaze on Rio and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." Tiske, this troublesome kid is hard to please. However, Rio felt a pang of hunger as well. After a day of wild fun, he realized he hadn't eaten anything. And now that they were idle, his stomach felt hollow. This prompted him to recall Shaki. Why did she suddenly come to mind? Could it be that he was becoming addicted to extortion? After leaving the amusement park, the two made their way to Shaki's bar. "Hey Shaki, I'm back. Today I brought a guest. Yes, an old friend. Could you give me a discount?" Rio was uncertain about Will's appetite, but he could tell at a glance that he was quite the eater. "Oh, you've changed careers? No longer a pirate, but a human trafficker? Not bad. Still a fishman. Quite a sought-after commodity." Shaki regarded the duo with a hint of amusement. Before Rio could speak, Will hurriedly interjected. "I am not a slave, and fishmen will never be slaves, you wicked woman." Rio noticed a cross forming on Shaki's forehead. "It seems I've misunderstood." "Rio, why are you being so polite today? Bringing your own ingredients for a meal." Shaki's smile grew increasingly dangerous, and she had already begun sharpening her knives. Rio wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to ease the situation. Come on, Shaki. Why argue with a child? This guy is my little brother. Just do me a favor and forgive him." Shaki shot him a sidelong glance. "Friendship aside, there's no discount today. What do you want to eat?" Something substantial. "I'm actually worried this kid might eat me out of house and home." "What is this? Are you babysitting? I didn't realize you were so caring." With that, she placed 2 glasses of lemonade before them. Rio waved his hand, not responding to Shaki, while Will had calmed down. despite his chubby appearance. Will was quite sensitive and could sense that Shaki harbored no malice towards him. Before long, the aroma of food wafted through the air, and saliva almost dripped from the corners of Will's mouth. Two large plates of seafood fried rice were served, and Shaki lit a cigarette. We're running low on ingredients, so make do with this. I'm diving in, they exclaimed in unison, and both began devouring the food. Shaki's cooking was still superb. Will was utterly captivated, and as he ate, tears streamed down his face. The plate of fried rice diminished at an astonishing rate. Poor child, he probably hadn't had a full meal in ages. Hey, Chubby, slow down. No one is competing with you. Why are you crying? Is my cooking really that good? Sister, your cooking's the best. Brother Rio, Sister Shaki. You are both wonderful people. Nobody has ever treated me this well, sob. Will wiped his tears and continued to eat. Seeing that he still had a half-eaten plate of fried rice, Rio pushed it towards Will. If you love it so much. Emord, I really admire how your parents raised you. Hooray! Brother Rio is the best. Will exclaimed, but I've never met my father. My mother passed away when I was very young. That I grew up eating food from the Fishman Street. Rio was taken aback by Will's earnest response, and was surprised to learn that the little chubby fish was also an orphan, much like himself. Perhaps it was empathy or the memories of certain things that made him suddenly fall silent. Sensing that Rio was in a somber mood, Shaki attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Well, how did you end up with this kid? You weren't really kidnapped by him, were you? No, I was captured by human traffickers. And then my brother saved me. He damaged the trafficker's ship. As I escaped, I saw Brother Rio waving from the ocean, and the ship sank. Brother is so powerful. Will's words came out in fits and starts. But Shaki could vividly imagine the scene. As Will described it with increasing enthusiasm, gesticulating wildly. He added, Brother did this, and then that, and the whole ship broke in half. After it sank, he said, Welcome to the endless darkness. Zashu. That was so cool. As Will finished his story, he struck a pose reminiscent of Rio in the water. What do you think, sister? Isn't Brother Rio very handsome? Will mimicked Rio's pose, glancing sideways at Shaki. Eager for affirmation, Shaki paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. Huh. The endless darkness. Ha ha. Rio, you little rascal. Shaki laughed so hard she nearly fell over, her hands pounding the table. Will fell silent. What nonsense are you spouting? Rio, blushing, jumped onto a stool and pointed at Will, shouting, but the more he protested, the louder Shaki's laughter grew. It was undeniably amusing to witness someone's social demise, as the focal point of this social disaster. Rio found his feelings far from delightful. He felt as if he might explode from embarrassment. Just as Rio felt blood rush to his head, a wave of laughter echoed in his mind. Ha ha! Take me home. Suddenly he felt dizzy, and the world went dark as he collapsed from his chair. Huh. Will and Shaki were both stunned. What was happening? Brother, what's wrong? Don't die. Will quickly helped Rio up, but when he saw that Rio was unresponsive, he began to shake him frantically. In a way, isn't this kid supposed to have a thick skin? How could he faint from just a couple of jokes? Little Chubby, stop shaking him. Hurry and get him on the sofa. Shaki found herself imagining the situation was a bit absurd and quickly directed Will on how to care for Rio. After a thorough examination, they could not ascertain what was wrong with Rio. But thankfully, his breathing remained steady, preventing Shaki and Will from becoming overly concerned. Rio felt as though his consciousness had sunk into an endless darkness. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in the pitch black, growing brighter, and the laughter became clearer. As the sun rises, let us set off. The sun will guide your direction from dawn to sunset. Please take me home. Please take me home. Who are you? Rio asked, but received no reply. The blue light continued to expand until it completely engulfed him. Rio suddenly sat up, gasping for air. Brother, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Will knelt beside the sofa, his face tear-streaked and anxious as he looked at Rio. Kid, what happened? You fainted out of nowhere. If it had taken any longer, I would have buried you. How long was I out? Rio finally regained his senses. Almost 12 hours. Can't you see it's dark outside? Shaki replied, exasperated. Sorry to trouble you. Shaka, I feel much better now. I'll take Will back for now and come by another day. All right, hurry and leave. Honestly, you always cause me trouble when you come. Rio sheepishly apologized and left with Will. Back on the ship, Rio couldn't sleep a wink all night, his mind replaying that call. Was this truly the world of One Piece he knew? How had he stumbled upon the whispers of ancient gods? Ultimately, he resolved to follow the words echoing in his mind. As a transmigra, the term home always stirred something deep within him. The next morning, Rio arrived at the shipyard, exchanging his submarine for a small vessel capable of ocean voyages. He also stocked up on provisions, preparing for a long journey, despite the message suggesting a time frame from dawn to dusk. Well, I'll take you on an adventure first, and once this is over, I'll send you back to Fishman Island. If you don't want to come with me, I can leave you with Shaki. Brother, wherever you go, I want to go too. Please don't send me away. Will pleaded, clinging to Rio's leg, oblivious to the fact that he was already taller than Rio when bent over. In the early hours before dawn, Rio roused Will. After a busy flurry of preparations, they stood at the bow of the ship, waiting for the sun to rise. The sea was bathed in golden light from the first rays of sunlight. Rio activated his fruit ability, propelling the small boat straight toward the rising sun. An unknown call? A call to return home? No matter what lies ahead, Rio is coming. Leo stood on the bow of the boat, arms crossed and one foot planted firmly, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his hair. The small vessel beneath him was gently pushed forward by the waves, heading towards the rising sun. Despite the impressive pose Leo struck, he was, in fact, lost in thought. After regaining consciousness that day, he meticulously reflected on the events that had transpired, recalling a similar sound he had heard 6 years ago, after his mother had cast him into the sea. Was there a connection between these two episodes? As the realization dawned upon him, tears began to stream down his face. These tears were not born of sorrowful memories, but rather a result of the blinding sunlight. Will, oh, chubby one, come over and help me. My leg is numb. Leo, now squinting and feeling the effects of his earlier bravado, paid the price for his momentary showmanship. Will rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, Big brother, is it morning already? The sun's rays struck him, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand, peering through his fingers at Leo, whose silhouette danced in the wind. The sunlight framed Leo with a golden glow, making him appear almost divine. Will stood there spellbound. Big brother, what do you mean you? Hurry and come help me. With a resounding clap, the illusion was shattered, and Will finally discerned Leo's face, which was twisted in anguish and streaming with tears. Who are you? Oh no, big brother, what happened? With Will's assistance, Leo slowly settled onto the deck, exhaling softly. Damn it, I was careless. Will take the helm. I need a rest for a bit. Got it, big brother, leave it to me. Will responded with enthusiasm, thumping his chest in assurance. Cough, cough. All right, off you go, Dot. If you have any more guarantees to make, just thump your own chest, Leo remarked, tasting the sweetness in his mouth. Avoid losing face in front of his younger brother. He swallowed it back down. Will was elated. It was the first time in his life that someone needed him, and this feeling warmed his heart. Determined not to let Leo down, he fixed his gaze steadfastly on the sun. After a while, Leo finally felt more at ease, rubbing his eyes vigorously before glancing up. Oh my gosh, Will, what are you doing? Look how far off course we've drifted. Leo snatched the steering wheel, quickly correcting their course. How can you mess up something so simple? What use are you to me? Looking at Will, whose eyes were bloodshot yet still straining to stay open, he felt a pang of guilt. Will, startled by Leo's sudden movement and the words that followed, felt his spirits plummet. Big brother, I'm sorry. Woe is me for being so useless. I can't even handle a bit of sunlight. Enough with the tears. Why aren't you wearing the sunglasses I gave you? I couldn't bear to wear them. That was my first gift, and I want to preserve it well. Hearing Will's response, Leo felt a mix of helplessness and concern. Noticing Will's lingering sadness, he offered words of comfort. All right, it's my fault I shouldn't have lost my temper. Those sunglasses suit you perfectly. I'd be delighted if you wore them every day. Really? Then I shall wear them daily. After sailing for some time, the sun reached its zenith, and even Leo found it challenging to discern their course. Gurgle, gurgle, big brother, I'm hungry. When are we having breakfast? Will complained, looking quite pitiful. Hey, Chubby, you just ate less than an hour ago. How can you be hungry again? You nearly finished off that massive package of food we prepared yesterday. That's all our rations. "You'll have to hold on." Aswell attempted to charm Leo with his antics. A pirate ship bearing a black flag loomed ahead. The pirate flag depicted a skull adorned with a colorful bandana, and spiral patterns danced within its eye sockets. "Captain Fanny, we've spotted a small boat with a fatso and a kid aboard. Should we, hey, let them witness the might of the Mirage pirate crew?" A flamboyantly dressed female pirate exclaimed. "Big brother, there are pirates ahead. We should run." Will trembled, hiding behind Leo, his hands gripping Leo's shoulders, his small eyes darting toward the approaching ship. "Don't be afraid, Will. Do you take me for someone weak?" "Bring the ship closer." Leo scrutinized the flag, recognizing it as one he hadn't seen before. "Humph, just a bunch of petty thieves. Encountering me is your misfortune." Will gazed at Leo in admiration. "Big brother, you're so formidable." He straightened his posture, confidence surging through him as he put on a fierce expression. "That's right, just like that. Scowl a bit more." Leo directed on the pirate ship. A sailor lowered his telescope. "Captain Fanny, they're steering towards us." "Huh, are they blind? Can't they even recognize a pirate flag?" Fanny chuckled in disbelief at their audacity to approach as the small boat drew near the Mirage pirate cruise ship. Leo shouted, "Hey, what's your bounty?" Captain Fanny scoffed. "Listen up, kid. I'm Captain Fanny with a bounty of 50 million berries. If you want to live, hand over your money." However, upon seeing Leo's face clearly, Fanny quickly changed her tune. "Forget the money. You coming with us? Lucky boy, from today onward, you're a member of the Mirage pirate crew." Her crew, knowing their captain's nature, began to jeer, mocking Leo as a pretty boy, fortunate to catch the captain's eye. Bang! A pirate collapsed with a thud. "Damn. Another scoundrel trying to leech off my good looks. All of you, go to hell." Leo disdainfully blew on his porcupine gun, seemingly unfazed by the pirates before him. Fanny, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in fury. "Kid, look me in the eyes." At her command, Leo and Will instinctively looked into her eyes, where colorful spiral patterns emerged. The moment Leo met her gaze, he felt his consciousness slowly sink into a trance. Fanny possessed the power of the illusion fruit. Anyone who looked into her eyes would instantly fall into a dreamlike state. Leo, caught off guard, succumbed. Before him appeared the familiar sight of his childhood home, with Susanna and Rick standing at the door, smiling and waiting for him. The cherished memories of his past surged forth, and in that instant, Leo was utterly enthralled, seeing that Leo had fallen under her spell. Fanny spat. "With such weak abilities, you dare to roam the seas? Tie them up, boys. I'm going to teach this rude brat a lesson today." The pirates swiftly tossed grappling hooks, and 7 or 8 of them leaped aboard Leo's vessel, closing in on him with wicked grins. Just as they reached for Leo, Will sprang into action, swinging his fists and sending several pirates flying. Fanny gasped in surprise, her eyes nearly popping out her head. "What's happening? Did you not fall under my illusion?" Will stood protectively in front of Leo, adopting a defensive stance as he adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose. "Humph, thanks to the gift from the boss." Fanny studied Will intently for a moment before noticing the sunglasses on his face. "With that skin tone, who could tell you were wearing sunglasses? How despicable to use such a trick to break my power." After a brief moment of confusion, the pirates on the small ship regained their composure, raising their curved swords and engaging Will in combat. Will had acted out of concern for Leo's safety, but once the adrenaline faded, he found himself overmatched in the ensuing battle. Wounds began to accumulate on his body, yet Will remained resolute, standing firm before Leo. His determination to protect his companion outweighed his fear of the pirates. Even when aware of their superiority, he refused to retreat. His consciousness began to blur, and he felt himself nearing collapse. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "All right, chubby one, you did well. Now, let me take over." With a grim expression, Leo stepped in front of Will, gazing at the pirates with a hint of murderous intent. "A devil fruit user. How careless of me." Fanny burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I'm known as the Illusion Fanny, the great pirate. If you dare resist, you'll both perish here today." "Humph, I think this farce should come to an end," Leo sneered, and with a wave of his hand, several streams of water surged forth, pulling the remaining 5 pirates from the small boat into the depths of the sea. After the pirates were cleared away, the water flowed back over Leo, and the deep blue sea began to gradually transform into a deep gray. Finney was once again taken aback, realizing that her adversary was also a user of a devil fruit, and a rather peculiar one at that. Seeing Leo enveloped in seawater, she understood that there was no time to waste and quickly commanded her subordinates to fire at him. However, the pirate's attack was a moment too late. The bullet struck the sea prism stone armor, producing a clanging sound. Leo raised his arm towards the pirate's ship, and beams of starry light began to gather in his palm. Sink into the depths, scoundrels! Whoosh! Boom! The blue laser obliterated the pirate's ship into fragments, and the pirates, unable to struggle, were dragged beneath the waves. Before long, a water sphere floated to the surface, within which Captain Finney had long since lost consciousness. Will, bind that woman, especially her eyes. Make sure they're tightly secured. A bounty of 50 million berries is enough for us to feast for quite a while. The ensuing journey was much smoother, with no ships encountered until dusk, as the fiery sun slowly descended into the sea. Leo's heart began to grow restless. Was that message merely a figment of his imagination? But if it wasn't, what did it truly mean? The sun will guide your path from dawn to dusk. Could it be that the sun guiding the way means? Leo gazed at the sun, now mostly submerged in the ocean, when suddenly a spark of realization flickered in his mind. In an instant, Leo began to frantically move across the deck, shaking the small boat violently. Will, terror-stricken, looked at Leo's madness and trembled as he shouted, "Big brother, what are you doing? Stop shaking, the boat's going to capsize." After a flurry of activity, Leo was drenched in sweat, only to turn around and see Will cowering on the deck. "Goodness, you're so heavy lying in the center of the boat. Are you trying to stabilize it?" Leo exclaimed. "I wondered why it hasn't capsized despite all this shaking." "Will, get up and help me rock the boat. I need to turn it over." "Huh, what are you talking about?" Captain Finney was also jolted awake. Sensing the darkness around her, realizing she had become a captive, she began rubbing against her blindfold, and after much effort, she managed to remove it. However, upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a terrifying sight. What were those two little rascals doing? One was running back and forth, while the other was rolling around. At this rate, the boat would surely capsize. "Stop it. Did you both set sail just to commit suicide?" Leo and Will ignored her, remaining fixated on shaking the small boat. "This is it. If I had known you two were such lunatics, I would have kept my distance." As the boat rocked, Finney's complexion grew increasingly pale, her tears and saliva streaming down her face. Resembling someone utterly defeated, in that moment, Leo's expression turned fierce as he shouted at Will, "Will, today I shall take you to the edge of the world." Finally, the small boat capsized, coinciding perfectly with the last ray of sunlight disappearing beneath the sea. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The surface of the water suddenly rippled, and as the ripple spread, the small boat gradually sank into the ocean. Leo gripped the railing tightly, ensuring that he wouldn't be thrown overboard when the boat flipped. Will seemed to be quite relaxed. Were it not for Leo's warning glare, the little chubby fish might have considered letting go. "Will, for goodness sake, don't let go," Leo bubbled out while trying to speak. This state didn't last long before both Leo and Will felt a dizzying sensation. And when they regained their senses, the small boat had righted itself again. However, the scene before them left them speechless. The sky and the ocean had completely reversed, with white clouds flowing quietly beneath the boat while the sky churned with waves. After checking on Captain Finney and resecuring her, Will excitedly asked Leo, "Big brother, where are we? Where are we headed next?" Leo attempted to activate his powers, but it seemed he had reverted to being an ordinary person. Even if he were still a user, he couldn't manipulate the waves to propel the boat, for they were no longer sailing on the sea. "I don't know either. Perhaps this is the crevice of the world. Let's wait and see." Before long, that laugh echoed in Leo's mind again. Welcome to my home." Just as Leo was listening intently, the voice cut off, yet the boat continued to move, seemingly drawn by an unseen force as it sailed through the cloud sea. Who is it? Who is speaking? Leo's wide eyes scanned the surroundings. Silence enveloped them, an eerie stillness where even the sound of the wind had vanished. This world felt strangely surreal, appearing dreamlike yet devoid of life. Just as Leo was about to give up, the voice resonated once more. "I reside within your heart. I am my heart? What's going on? A devil fruit. Are you a devil fruit? Suddenly, Leo recalled the information about devil fruits. Those who consume them would have a devil residing within their hearts. I'm not a devil fruit. Please call me Jesus. The voice sounded childlike, seemingly with a peculiar speech pattern. Jesus? Why have you brought me here? Leo sought to continue questioning, but the voice fell silent, no matter how much he called out. Big brother, what are you doing? You've been frowning since earlier. Be quiet. I'm conversing with the thing in my heart. That Will's expression turned frightfully pale. Big brother, don't scare me. How can there be a voice in your heart? We aren't haunted, are we? Smack. Before Will could finish, Leo slapped him on the head. Yes, we're haunted by a coward. You little chubby fish, how is your imagination so vivid? After being scolded, Will fell silent, sitting beside Leo with a mournful gaze. Eventually, he dozed off, his head bobbing as he seemed on the verge of falling asleep. The small boat moved slowly forward, with Leo curled up on the deck, the quiet surroundings and the solitary figure of the youth creating a chilly tableau. Time slipped by, and it felt as though the mist hanging in the air had thinned considerably, revealing a shadow that pierced the heavens ahead. Leo could distinctly sense Will's breathing becoming heavier. The little chubby fish, clearly startled by the sight before them. Patting Will's belly to soothe him, Leo stood up on the small boat, ready to face whatever that shadow might be. The small boat sailed directly towards the shadow, and the mysterious veil gradually lifted to reveal a colossal tree reaching towards the sky, its roots embedded in the cloud sea, its canopy seemingly connecting to the ocean above. The trunk appeared unique, as if several vines were twisted together, with 4 branches on each side devoid of leaves, each curling into a ring at their tips. The more Leo stared, the more familiar it seemed, reminiscent of the tree of life from Baraka. If his guess was correct, there should be 2 rings between the roots and the treetop, making a total of 10 rings when including those at the tips of the branches, which were said to be the abode of the archangels. The number of roots beneath the cloud sea should also be 22, symbolizing the 22 paths of meditation. To this thought, Leo chuckled at his own fanciful notions. What was he thinking? The world of One Piece couldn't possibly contain a tree of life. Before Leo could finish his daydream, he was interrupted by an unusual phenomenon. His body began to emit light. Da-da! Big brother, you're glowing. Are you a robot? Ugh, stop with the nonsense. Get away from me. Find some cover to shield your body. Meanwhile, the voice in his heart echoed once more. Hee. Welcome to the heart of the world, young man. You are the first living being to arrive here. Jesus, that's quite rude of you to say. Do you treat my little brother well like air? Hee. The following conversation cannot be overheard by him. Wait, what are you planning to do? Before Leo could protest, a snoring sound came from behind. It turned out that not allowing Will to hear meant making him fall asleep. Suddenly, a vine larger than their small boat rose from below, the thinnest tip quivering as if beckoning Leo to board. Without hesitation, Leo stepped onto it, and once he was steady, the vine began to ascend slowly. Curiously, Leo looked around, inwardly musing. The tree of life is quite considerate. I thought I would have to climb like a hermit. But instead, it's providing an elevator. The vine carried Leo upward until it finally halted before a circular branch at the top of the great tree. Before he could even comprehend the situation, a sudden orb of blue light floated out from his body, leisurely drifting towards the circular branch, eventually hovering at its center. Hello there, young one. Welcome to the heart of the world. Thank you for bringing me back to my mother. It spoke to this moment. Leo was utterly bewildered. Not a single word of the light's speech registered in his mind, as he could only think of one thing. Have my demon escaped? Am I still a wielder of power? Trembling, Leo stammered, Jesus, are you the demon residing in my heart? If you have left, does that mean I have reverted to an ordinary person? I've already said, it's not a devil fruit. That's merely a term humans use haphazardly. As for the power, did you not pray to me to avoid perishing in the sea? Thus, I formed a pact with you. Pray tell, are you implying that I am a human-shaped devil fruit? Leo's heart was in chaos. The demon within him had emerged, transforming into a deity, claiming to fulfill his wish and grant him the power to control the sea. The most terrifying aspect was that this deity had signed a contract with him. But what was the price? Was it akin to a contract of servitude? Does this mean that even if you depart from my body, I can still wield this power, right? Leo, still somewhat apprehensive, cautiously sought confirmation from Jesus. A human-shaped devil fruit, you say? An intriguing interpretation. The power I granted you is yours to command. It will not diminish because I have left your body, and you need not fear that I will reclaim this power. My ability is creation. Whatever power you desire, you shall have it. I have bestowed many powers upon my brethren before. You are the creator of the devil fruits. Indeed, that is correct. Then what of the contract? With your prowess, is there anything you cannot accomplish? It is quite simple. I need you to help me retrieve all my brethren to my mother is gravely ill, and I cannot leave her side. Your brethren? The devil fruits? How should I refer to them? Call them as you wish. If you prefer to label them as demons, so be it. But how am I to accomplish this? You could suppress my brethren using the power I have granted you, and you can forcibly extract their powers from their hosts. At that point, you need only cast their souls into the sea, and any surplus power will be your reward. Upon hearing this, Leo's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that I can plunder the abilities of others? Would that not enable me to acquire countless powers? Your thoughts are naive. Once absorbed, those abilities will be assimilated into your existing power. The more you absorb, the stronger your control over the sea will become. But you will not gain new abilities. Leo felt a tinge of disappointment, quickly chastising himself for his greed. The ability to siphon power from others to enhance oneself was already extraordinary enough. And here he was, foolishly yearning for more. Once my power reaches a certain level, will I be able to awaken? The orb flickered intermittently, and suddenly, Jesus' form morphed into a question mark before Leo. What do you mean by awakening? Clearly taken aback by this inquiry, Leo instinctively responded, Perhaps it means the ability to assimilate surrounding entities or significantly enhance one's own abilities. That should be about it. After pondering for a moment, Jesus suddenly appeared enlightened. I understand your meaning now. What you describe is not awakening at all. How do you come by this knowledge? I merely heard tales of individuals who could use the powers of the fruits to assimilate their surroundings. The scenario you describe is simply my brethren awakening. They fall into a deep slumber upon entering a host body, and only a select few hosts can achieve spiritual resonance with my brethren, thus awakening them. Spiritual resonance. Are you implying that the spirit of those who awaken the fruit is gradually overtaken by your brethren? Who knows? After all, the host is merely borrowing power. How could they possibly compare to the true owner of that power? Jesus' explanation sent a chill down Leo's spine. The ultimate consequence of overexploiting the devil fruit was assimilation by the fruit itself. If these speculations held any truth, it was undoubtedly the greatest secret of the pirate world. After Jesus' elaborate explanation, Leo gained a new understanding of the devil fruits. Yet, with increased knowledge came more questions. Even though Leo had already formed a pact, he was reluctant to proceed blindly. Jesus, since you created the other devil fruits, why have they left this place? Do you not have dominion over their powers? How could I not? I simply choose not to eliminate them. After all, they're my brethren. Leo narrowed his eyes, sensing that Jesus was not being entirely truthful. He had caught a flaw in Jesus' words. If you can control their lives and deaths at will, what need do you have of me? Indeed, you are a clever lad. You are correct. I can only exert control over them within this world, which is why I require your assistance in retrieving them. But that does not make sense. Since you have already emerged, why not take action yourself? Are you unable to contend with your brethren? It is not as you presumed that I mentioned earlier that once they enter a host's body, most fall into slumber. However, if they sense my presence, they will awaken immediately. My brethren are quite fearful of me, so as long as they are awake, they will instinctively avoid me. They can escape from your grasp. How is that possible? Originally, it was impossible, but once a host is involved, it becomes feasible. For instance, you're my host, while another of my brethren's host is the Marine Admiral you think we have any chance of defeating them? I see. In other words, I am the weak link. Even if we cannot overpower them, they can still flee. My brethren can awaken one another. And if too many awaken, I will not stand a chance against them. You understand? But I have heard that consuming 2 devil fruits simultaneously causes the demon within to revolt. leading to the host's demise. Indeed, my brethren have been misled by Xiaohe. When they encounter one another, they merely devour each other, which is why consuming two devil fruits results in the host's death. After all, how can a human body withstand the chaos of my brethren's conflict? However, if it is to confront me, they will suppress their instinct to consume and unite against me. I see. The devil fruits can devour one another, which explains their strong territorial instincts. This also clarifies the nature of the rewards Jesus mentioned. But who is Xiaohe? The more I listen, the more questions arise. Lord Jesus, who is Xiaohe? Xiaohe is Xiaohe, my 10th brother. That is where he resides. He is the one who lured the other brethren away from our mother. Upon saying this, the oar transformed into an arrow shape, pointing directly at the 10th circular hole at the base of the tree. Xiaohe possesses such immense power, he was able to entice the other devil fruits away from your control. The orb began to flicker incessantly, with moments of it turning red, clearly indicating Jesus' unstable emotions. Yet, he eventually regained his composure, reverting to the form of a white orb. Xiaohe's ability is devouring. He used his power to assist my brethren in escaping from our mother's body. It was also his ability that briefly allowed me to lose control over my brethren. That sounds eerily familiar. Leo pondered for a moment, and then realized, could Xiaohe be the one associated with the dark fruit? So he is the source of all this chaos. At this point, Leo felt a mischievous impulse rising within him. Jesus, you can suppress the fruit's powers. Could it be that this ability was granted to you after being deceived by Xiaohe? Why would you bestow such a power upon him in the first place? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble? The orb began to glow red once more, and after much stammering, Jesus finally uttered, well, it's a long story. Hearing the orb's voice take on a childish tone, Leo felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He had not anticipated that Jesus possessed a touch of pride. Observing Jesus' growing agitation, Leo tactfully changed the subject and inquired further. Why did Xiaohe entice the other devil fruits to leave? What else could it be but jealousy? He once said to me, "Why must I always be beneath you?" looking up at everyone else. From that moment, he began to secretly incite the other brethren. As he spoke, the orb darkened, suggesting a significant shift in his mood. Speaking of which, our mother's decline is also due to this matter. It is all my fault. Had I discovered Xiaohe's actions sooner, things might have been different. How many brothers have you created in total? On the tree, there exist merely 10 circular rings. Do you mean to suggest that you have created only 10 brothers? Not at all. These 10 rings represent the initial brothers I brought into existence, and they assist me in managing the others. There are many more entwined within our mother's roots, yet the strength of those brothers pales in comparison to that of the original 10. Suddenly, Leo found himself intrigued by the other 8 original devil fruits. Aside from you and the little black one, what powers do the remaining 8 possess? This inquiry seemed to delight Jesus, akin to a child eager to boast before an audience. Allow me to elaborate, lest you encounter them outside and find yourself unable to contend with them. God commanded that there be light. Thus my first brother emitted illumination. Where did you hear the phrase? Jesus questioned, prompting a reminder to speak respectfully. The world felt too desolate, so I endeavored to create the sun. I fashioned 3 prototypes: the sun, radiance, and flame. After a fierce struggle, the sun triumphed over the other 2 and banished them to distant realms, claiming the second ring for itself. Leo was left astounded, as Jesus' account perfectly aligned with Nika, Shan and Xiao, resulting in Nika driving away Shan and Xiao to become the sun's representative. What are the others? There exists the ability to bestow souls upon objects, the power of spatial traversal, the capacity to create memories, and, oh yes, the ability to levitate objects, which aided my brothers in their escape from this world, as well as their assistance. Goodness, everything aligns. Indeed, those few are the culprits. Jesus was right. The combination of myself and Jesus is utterly insufficient to contend with that band of monsters. Should we be discovered, the devil fruits could very well lead to the host's demise. Alas, I cannot fathom how those rascals possess such fortuitous fates, acquiring such formidable fruits. Originally, Leo merely intended to voice a casual complaint, yet Jesus offered a perplexing response. It is all guided by fate. Destiny will direct my brothers to suitable hosts. Leo replied somewhat irately, "Do not jest. Your words are rather cryptic. Had you not released those brothers, how would these subsequent events have transpired? You nearly caused your mother's demise." Upon hearing this, Jesus' luminous sphere dimmed. "I did not wish for it to happen." "Then why create those brothers?" "Well, because I felt immensely lonely. Here, I can see every corner of the world clearly. Yet the more I observe, the more I long for companionship. I never anticipated they would abandon me." Jesus' tears left Leo momentarily speechless, prompting him to comfort. "It's all right. You still have me. Since I have become a human-type devil fruit, I am also considered your brother that I promise to help you retrieve everyone." "Really? Truly? Moreover, I shall assist you in giving the little black one a good thrashing." Leo remarked, "You are indeed kind." The boy seemed too easy to please. Perhaps he could leverage this opportunity for personal gain. "Jesus, considering the arduous nature of my task and my own frailty, would it be possible to enhance my abilities?" "Hiccup, how would you like me to enhance you?" "I do not seek much. Simply strengthen my control over the sea, allowing me to expedite the retrieval of your brothers." Upon finishing his request, Leo gazed expectantly at Jesus' luminous sphere, yet Jesus did not respond, only allowing the light to intensify until Leo found it almost blinding. Suddenly, he felt a warm current flowing within him. The brilliance lasted only a few seconds before Jesus reverted to his original state. "All right, I can assist you no further. I must reserve some strength to sustain my mother's life." Hearing Jesus' slightly fatigued voice, Leo felt a pang of guilt. He anticipated that his mere words would prompt Jesus to boost his power, and if this interfered with Jesus' vital tasks, Leo would be consumed by remorse that, "Are you all right? If not, you may reclaim the strength you just granted me. There's no need. Just help me find my brothers promptly. The more you recover, the stronger I shall become." "No problem. This matter shall be attended to without delay." "How fortuitous. There happens to be a power user bound on the ship." Leo resolved to extract her abilities before departing. "Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall send you back. May I return here in the future?" "Unfortunately, not like this. You do not belong to this world." After saying this, Jesus noticed Leo gazing at him with reluctance and quickly added, "However, once my strength is restored, I can pull your consciousness back here. I am delighted to hear you say that." "Consciousness, you say? Quite agreeable." Finally, Leo broke into a smile. Having conveyed all necessary information, Jesus decided to send them back. The luminous sphere suddenly blazed brighter, this time illuminating the entire world with an intensity surpassing before. The sunlight glistened upon the sea, rendering it dazzlingly bright, while the ocean lay eerily tranquil, as though even the waves were stilled. In the heart of the sea, a small boat floated serenely. Leo furrowed his brow, but soon regained consciousness, propping himself up with effort and gazing around in confusion. "Have I returned?" First, he checked Will's condition. The little chubby fish had drool at the corner of his mouth and appeared adorably asleep. Then he turned his attention to Fanny, the female pirate, who was also in a state of unconsciousness. Leo resolved to act swiftly. Extending his hand to place it upon her head to activate his ability, a semi-transparent orb of light surged forth from Fanny's crown, with a particularly bright point at its center, where Leo sensed a fluctuation of the soul. Suppressing his curiosity, Leo attempted to separate the orb from the light point. Unexpectedly finding the process surprisingly effortless, he then endeavored to press the semi-transparent orb into his own body. Once more experiencing that warm sensation, aware that his power had increased, glancing at the bright light point in his hand, he silently discarded it into the sea. From that day forth, Leo acquired a new responsibility in this world, a destiny of his own. After dealing with Captain Fanny, Leo wished to test the extent of his enhanced abilities. Stretching out his hand towards the ocean, his oceanic power activated. A colossal wave, towering over 50 meters, surged upward. And with a mere flick of his wrist, the wave began to advance, resembling a small-scale tsunami. Goodness, my abilities have improved so significantly. I could not previously conjure a small tsunami with just a wave of my hand. This is truly astonishing. Leo attempted to sense the water molecules within the air. He had previously envisioned the ability to extract moisture from the atmosphere at will, though he could sense it before. He lacked control. Now, with his enhanced abilities, Leo resolved to try once more. Indeed, he distinctly sensed those minuscule water molecules in the air. Fixing his gaze intently as he drew forth a dagger, he observed the water molecules coalescing upon the blade. Once the weight felt sufficient, he swiftly sliced through the air, unleashing a deep blue blade of water. A deep blue water blade materialized 50 meters ahead of the small boat, cleaving through the air and parting the water beneath. Excellent! I succeeded. However, I shall need to practice diligently. My activation speed was slightly slow. Though there remains a minor flaw, Leo nodded in satisfaction. After experimenting with his abilities, Leo decided to head back, upon activating his divine vessel ability. The small boat was propelled forward like a surfer riding a wave, steering toward the direction of Xiangbidi. After all the commotion, Will remained soundly asleep, while Captain Fanny was roused by the noise. She initially gazed at Leo in confusion, then at the ropes binding her, before unleashing a torrent of curses. "You despicable little brat! Do you dare to release me for a one-on-one duel?" Leo's expression was one of mischief as he nonchalantly replied to Fanny. "Ha! I wouldn't dare. Why would I engage in a duel with a prisoner?" Fanny's anger flared as she shouted, "Look into my eyes." Yet, nothing transpired. Fanny remained frozen in a glaring stance, and after some time, her expression morphed into one of terror. "Why is this happening? My devil fruit abilities are ineffective. What have you done to me?" That very utterance sealed Fanny's fate. Leo abruptly realized his mistake. He had forcibly extracted Fanny's devil fruit ability while neglecting her as an individual, naively considering her as a bargaining chip for a bounty. If this were to reach the Navy's ears, and they discovered Fanny's ability was gone, he would undoubtedly find himself on a suspect list, potentially drawing the attention of CP0, cursing his carelessness. Leo's gaze toward Fanny grew laced with a hint of malice. Fanny was evidently aware of her predicament, her calves thrumming with anxiety as she retreated in terror. Yet, the deck was limited in space. Where could she possibly escape? The blue blade sliced across her neck, and with a slight tilt of her head, life ebbed away from her. The moon hung high and bright as they returned to Chambord, now bathed in the glow of evening. Will was awakened by the grumbling of his own stomach. The chubby lad seemed to have forgotten the earlier events, immediately clamoring for food upon waking, noticing that there was still half a bag of provisions left in the cabin. Leo chose not to disembark, and the two managed a meal on the deck. Observing Will's hearty appetite, Leo wore a paternal smile, pushing all the food toward him. "My son, do take your time, don't choke on it." What did you say, big brother?" The little glutton was so engrossed in his meal that he failed to catch Leo's words. "Cough, cough. It's nothing. Will, how old are you this year?" Leo coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Swiftly changing the subject, "I'm 12. Big brother, look at my teeth. I currently have 36 of them. Once I have 48, I'll be an adult." Indeed, he was still a child. Leo seemed to forget that he himself was merely 11. And having lived 2 lives, he didn't perceive himself as anything but an adult when interacting with Will. Moreover, Will's straightforward nature endeared him even more to Leo. With this thought, Leo's gaze softened as he looked at Will. "Come, Will, eat more. Being chubby is quite adorable." "Really? Thank you, big brother. You're so kind to me." Will beamed, his enthusiasm for eating rekindled. "Well, do you want to be the leader?" Puffed. Big brother, what did you say? You want me to be the leader?" "No way. I will forever be your little brother, and will never betray you." Seeing him so flustered, Leo chuckled. "I'm merely meant for you to play the part for a moment that you'll pretend to be the bounty hunter, and I shall be your assistant. We'll bring Fanny's head to the Navy to claim the reward. Why not just go claim it directly? After all, you're the true leader." Upon realizing it was merely a charade, Will relaxed and continued stuffing his face. Leo draped an arm around Will's shoulders. If the Navy discovers a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million was taken down by a child, it would be far too ostentatious. That we must develop discreetly now, so it is most prudent for you to masquerade as a pirate hunter to claim the bounty. With your size, if I dress you appropriately, the Navy will not suspect a thing that we shall present ourselves as a duo of bounty hunters. but I wouldn't know how to act as a pirate hunter. You needn't speak much. Just grunt when the Navy asks you something, and I'll handle the rest. All right, big brother, I'll follow your lead. Will nodded innocently. The port numbered 60 to 69 served as the naval base, where incoming ships could only dock at number 60. Leo adorned Will with a large straw hat, complete with a veil hanging down. He strapped a stolen cutlass to his waist, still clad in the black cloak he wore during their time at Chambord. His appearance resembled that of a wandering hero, leaving Leo to ponder whether such gallant figures existed in this world, after reiterating several times for Will to maintain a serious demeanor and speak less. Leo strode toward the base's main gate, carrying a bag containing Captain Fanny's head. Stop. What are you doing? Unauthorized personnel must not enter the naval base. Leo donned a mask himself. It was no wonder the naval soldiers regarded him with suspicion. Sir, we are bounty hunters here to claim a reward. With that, Leo shook the bag in his hand. The soldier remained vigilant, continuing to inquire, whose bounty are you claiming? For Captain Fanny of the Illusionary Pirates. With a bounty of 50 million berries, the naval soldier appeared visibly startled that a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Please wait a moment. I shall report to my superior. Recognizing the caliber of the bounty hunter capable of apprehending such a pirate, the soldier could not afford to be careless, unconsciously adopting a respectful tone. Not long after the soldier entered, a squadron emerged from the base to escort Leo and Will inside. The rear guard station at Chambord was a major known as Fire Mountain. Leo knew him to be a powerful yet gentle man, likely still an idealistic youth. Upon entering the office, they were greeted not by Major Fire Mountain, but by his lieutenant, Ryan. Greetings, I am Lieutenant Riels Ryan. I have heard that you apprehended the pirate known as Dream Fanny from the Illusionary Pirates? Yes, Lieutenant Ryan, though he only brought back Fanny's head. With that, Leo placed the bag on the desk. Lieutenant Ryan sifted through a thick stack of bounties, locating Fanny's notice. After carefully comparing it with the head, he instructed his subordinates to take it away to capture a pirate with a 50 million bounty. Your abilities are impressive. Might I inquire if you two have any interest in joining the Navy? Ryan regarded them with admiration, his gaze primarily resting on Will, whom he considered the key player in their pirate hunt. Thank you for your kind offer, but my companion and I are accustomed to freedom and thus have no intention of joining the Navy. Ryan did not press the issue, as extending an olive branch to capable bounty hunters was customary for the Navy. And rejections were commonplace. Seeing his recruitment attempt fail, Ryan grew curious about their identities. May I ask your names for my records? It would facilitate your future bounty claims. After a moment's thought, Leo replied, You may call us the Sea Heroes. Ha. That sounds impressive. Might I request a glimpse of your faces? At this, Leo adopted a troubled expression. My companion and I are not suited for openly walking around Chambord. With that, he lifted a corner of Will's veil, allowing Lieutenant Ryan to see Will's fishman features. Will, in turn, let out a perfectly timed huff, expressing the long-held resentment and bitterness of his kind toward humanity. Upon seeing that Will was a fishman, Lieutenant Ryan understood the reason behind their concealed faces. He offered an awkward smile. After all, fishmen held considerable value, and having been stationed here for a while, he was well aware of the situation. The Navy here was diligent, yet powerless against the complex background of the slave auction houses. Perhaps out of sympathy for the fishman race, this kind-hearted naval officer swiftly completed the bounty-claiming procedures, handing Leo a suitcase filled with 50 million berries. With the bounty exchanged, Leo decided to treat Will to a lavish meal at the finest restaurant in Chambord without hesitation, even opting for a private room inclusive of service charges. It wasn't that Leo was showing off his wealth. Rather, he feared that Will's identity as a fishman might incite trouble. Nonetheless, even in such a setting, Will felt the sting of disdain from the waiter's gaze as dishes were served. Will, don't pay mind to the looks of these irrelevant people. With Big Brother around, no one can bully you. Thank you, Big Brother. I understand, I truly do. Now let us eat quickly. Weren't you starving? Today, we shall celebrate our successful hunt. After a hearty meal, they returned to their small boat. Throughout dinner, Leo pondered how his extended stay in Chambord had grown tiresome. Initially intending to earn a little money, he had now easily accomplished that goal. It was time to embark on their journey anew. According to their original plan, their next destination was the Water City to change ships, then traverse Reverse Mountain to return to the Four Seas. Yet now, having encountered Will, Leo wished to visit Fishman Island. With the course set, Leo no longer dilly-dallied. He instructed Will to steady the helm and activated his divine ship abilities, enveloping the vessel in a hollow water sphere before plunging into the depths of the sea. As they departed at night, Leo could not behold the enchanting sight of chambered, shallow waters during their descent, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, with Will leading the way, they could navigate through the darkness. Fishmen did not require visual cues underwater, as their bloodline instincts guided them back to Fishman Island. However, Will was growing weary, his eyelids battling against each other to keep him awake. Leo stuffed a super spicy octopus ball into his mouth, reviving the chubby lad's energy. The underwater world of the pirate realm was truly marvelous. As they descended deeper than 5,000 meters, the surrounding colors transformed from pitch black to deep blue, and visibility improved. Leo could already sense that they were entering a vibrant world teeming with life, with large marine creatures swimming by, some even brushing against their small boat, under the influence of the divine ship. Their descent was swift, and before long, they reached the site of the underwater waterfall, flowing downstream for thousands of meters before revealing a vast expanse. Like a pearl amidst the vast ocean, Fishman Island came into view for Rio. Passing through the dual-layered bubble dome, the small boat gracefully descended into the harbor, marking the safe arrival of Rio and Will at Fishman Island. The air was imbued with the scent of the sea, and upon noticing the new vessel's entry, a guard from the Dragon Palace hurried over. "Human youth, please register here upon entering Fishman Island." However, upon spotting Will behind Rio, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Oh, if it isn't Will, you, a worthless wretch, have become a child's captive." The stark contrast in attitude left Rio questioning who the true fishmen were. Casting a puzzled glance at Will, he felt a mixture of confusion over why Will was being bullied by his kin and concern for the little chubby fish's well-being. Surprisingly, Will's reaction was unexpected. He paid no heed to the guard's attitude and instead greeted him with a silly grin. "Hello, Brother Haitu. Allow me to introduce Rio, my savior." "You fool, don't cause trouble for others. You might as well let yourself be sold." The guard grumbled, "Enough standing around. Come with me to register." To Rio's dissatisfaction with the guard's demeanor grew. In his mind, Will's steadfast protection during perilous moments already made him one of his own. Now, witnessing his little brother being belittled, Rio felt an urge to teach the guard a lesson. Startled, Will quickly embraced Rio from behind, pulling him aside, and turned to the guard with an apologetic smile. "Brother Haitu, my apologies for the trouble. Let us hurry and register." "Rio, wasn't it your aspiration to visit the mermaid CF? I'll accompany you shortly." The atmosphere between them became slightly awkward. Haitu initially felt a tinge of resentment, but for some reason, Rio's piercing gaze made him feel as though he were under the scrutiny of Sea King, prompting him to huff and expedite their entry permit. With the permit in hand, Will tugged Rio away, and seeing this, Rio chose not to voice any further complaints. It seemed Will's life was quite arduous, yet he did not inquire further, allowing Will to lead him on a tour of Fishman Island. True to its reputation as a remarkable destination along the Grand Line, Fishman Island exuded a dreamlike quality. The island was built atop a colossal coral reef, encased in a dual-layered hemispherical protective dome, with air circulating through the gaps in the middle. The entrance featured specialized air storage devices, supplying oxygen to the entire island, despite being situated at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea. The island basked in sunlight provided by the eave tree, allowing for a cycle of day and night. Vibrant corals adorned the streets and alleyways, while the architecture resembled the shells of crustaceans, presenting a kaleidoscope of colors and varying shapes. Much like Sabaody, Fishman Island upheld the tradition of utilizing Archeman red tree resin, with the most iconic forms of transportation being bubble taxis and fish buses, alongside mermaids adorned with resin swimming rings around their waists when traversing the land. According to Will, he hailed from Fishman Street, a stark contrast to Fishman Island, characterized by lawlessness and poverty, with far worse security. After a brief exploration, Rio urged Will to lead him to the mermaid CF, not out of lust, but rather to confront his vulnerabilities and gauge the perilousness of the place that had once caused Sanji to bleed profusely. Indeed, it is purely for the sake of experience. The pair quickly arrived at the mermaid CF via bubble taxi, and as soon as they disembarked, Rio was captivated by a chorus of delicate laughter. Oh my! Suddenly, Fishman Island appeared even more enchanting, he thought, as several young mermaid maidens frolicked in the pool, sending waves crashing playfully. Rio felt his eyes widen and squint in rapid succession, overwhelmed by the sight. The maidens wore scant clothing, exuding an array of charm. Lolas, young maidens, mature women, and even married ladies, cough cough. Suddenly, Rio felt a tickle in his nose, as if warm liquid was about to escape. The mermaids, unshy, waved enthusiastically at Rio. With one daring soul leaping ashore to embrace his arm, an exquisite sensation. Oh dear! Ladies, please, take it easy, Rio protested, though his gaze involuntarily began to wander. The mermaid giggled. What a handsome young man! Welcome to the most unique CAF on Fishman Island. The maidens laughed like flowers in bloom, while the mermaids in the pool chimed in unison. Welcome! That infuriatingly familiar feeling struck Rio. It seemed he would be surrendering himself to this place tonight. Will intended to introduce Rio further, but Rio eagerly engaged the maidens, quickly eliciting peals of laughter from them. After a while, he remembered Will. Brother, order whatever you like. Today, I'm feeling generous. After you're full, you can head back home. I won't accompany you today. Will obliged with a cheerful all right, but a sense of unease crept in. Why did Rio seem different today? After indulging in a hearty meal, Will departed from the mermaid CF, patting his belly as he strolled along Fishman Street. This area was considerably quieter compared to the lively Mermaid Island, and while the chubby boy relished the delectable cakes he had just consumed, he remained oblivious to the disdainful glares directed at him from the shadows of the street. Before long, Will returned home, the door ajar, with paint-like splatters decorating the walls. He paid no mind to these details as he stepped inside, only to find the chairs and tables askew on the floor. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears welled in his eyes as he trudged into the bedroom, where the bed lay buried under a heap of clutter. After a brief tidying up, he lay down, his tears continuing to flow, yet he dared not cry out loud. The following day, Rio emerged from the CF feeling refreshed, having enjoyed a delightful night of conversation with the maidens. He walked down the street with an air of indifference, fully satisfied mentally, although his stomach protested with loud grumbles. After wandering for a while, he finally found a tavern. Famished, he decided to make do with a meal here before heading to Fishman Street to find Will. The little glutton would surely know where to find good food. The tavern was still relatively empty at this hour, and as Rio entered, the few patrons present cast him hateful glances, having grown accustomed to such treatment. Rio chose to ignore them, harboring no desire to engage. Upon reaching the bar, before he could utter a word, the owner pointed to a wooden sign nearby, which stated that minors were prohibited from drinking alcohol. Rio chuckled softly. This owner was rather amusing, and his actions indicated he did not harbor animosity towards humans. Sir, I would like a plate of seafood fried rice and a glass of fruit juice. Please, Rio smiled, striving to appear friendly. 10,000 berries. The owner replied coolly, collecting the payment before retreating to the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a generous serving of seafood fried rice and a cup of Fishman Island's signature seaweed juice. Rio took a sip of the dark concoction, surprised to find it quite palatable, its mildly sour and refreshing flavor igniting his appetite. Delicious, he declared, diving into his meal. The owner, initially wary, began to relax as Rio sampled a few more appetizers, ultimately admitting that Fishman Island's cuisine was indeed distinctive. Seeing Rio enjoy his meal, the owner initiated conversation. That I never expected a young child like you to arrive alone at Fishman Island. It's something many adults struggle to achieve. Haha, I owe my arrival to the assistance of many, Rio replied with a smile. Yet, it has truly been worth it. Fishman Island is a beautiful place. Are your parents not concerned about you being at sea alone? You didn't sneak away, did you? Not at all. I have no family left in my homeland. They were all slaughtered by pirates. I apologize for bringing up such painful memories. Those damned pirates truly bring chaos wherever they go. No need to worry. I've grown accustomed to it, Rio reassured him. Uncle, I perceive that Fishman Island seems quite peaceful. Fishman Island has its share of troubles. It's not just pirates we must guard against, but also slave traders, Many of our kin go missing each year. This moment, a shark fisherman interjected. Humph. Many of our kin have been captured by your kind. Me, humans are all filthy and despicable. The truly despicable ones are the pirates and the slave traders. In fact, compared to your people, human commoners suffer even more under their oppression. Much like in my homeland, Rio's words were skillfully articulated, subtly positioning himself alongside the fishmen, as expected. The shark fisherman's expression softened slightly at Rio's statement. After all, they were both in the lower echelons of society. He ceased to press the child further, saying, "How is it that you dared to come to Fishman Island alone? One might say you are quite fortunate. I possess great strength. I have vanquished several groups of human traffickers, and most recently, I rescued a merman. My visit to Merman Island is also to return him safely." Upon hearing Leo proclaim his rescue of the merman, the patrons of the tavern raised their glasses in tribute. Leo's actions here are akin to those of a hero. He welcomed all, lifting his cup of juice to toast each one. That moment, a tall, deep red-skinned merman took a seat beside Leo. "Young man, you are truly remarkable to defeat human traffickers at such a tender age. May I inquire, what is the name of the merman you saved? Perhaps I know him," he asked, testing the waters. Leo stared in awe at the robust figure beside him, realizing he had encountered a notable individual. Fisher Tave. He appeared far younger than the depiction he had seen in the comics. Recognizing who he was, Leo's demeanor became more casual. "Greetings, kind sir. The merman I rescued is named Will, Black Will. Do you know him? He is rather chubby." Tage paused momentarily, taken aback that Leo had indeed rescued an acquaintance of his. "Ah, that child Will. I certainly know him. I watch him grow since childhood." "Thank you so much, young man. I am Fisher Tage, an adventurer and the leader of Merman Street. Brandon Leo." He introduced himself, an adventurer and part-time bounty hunter. "What a splendid idea. Young people should explore more places. I believe it will be a wonderful journey." The two exchanged smiles and clinked their glasses. "Leo, you are quite different from most of the individuals I have encountered. I, too, was once an adventurer during my years at sea. I witnessed the depths of human greed and cruelty. Even the common folk you mention are often averse to mingling with the merman race. Yet, I sense no trace of prejudice from you." "Brother Tage," Leo replied, "I hold dear the belief that all individuals are free and equal. However, I do not impose my views upon others. In my eyes, those who do not derive their happiness from the suffering of others are good people. Their fear of you stems from ignorance. If there were more understanding and communication, I firmly believe that one day humans and mermen could coexist peacefully." Upon hearing Leo's words, Tage's eyes lit up. "What a wonderful perspective. Leo, you are truly a friend worth making. You have time later? I wish to introduce you to someone who shares your views." "Certainly. I am here for sightseeing after all. I would love to meet this friend of yours. But I would like to visit Merman Street first and bring Will along. Allow me to guide you. No one knows that place better than I do," Tage declared with a pat on his chest. Accepting the task. After their meal, Leo followed Tage to Merman Street, and the two engaged in delightful conversation along the way. After resting for a night, Will gathered his spirits, intending to seek out Leo. However, just a few steps outside, he was confronted by several individuals, led by a black whale merman. "Will, you bring misfortune wherever you go. Have the audacity to return. Get out of Merman Street." The mermen encircled Will, and before he could utter a word, they began to strike. Will, too frightened to retaliate, crouched down, cradling his head with his arms. The commotion quickly drew the attention of passers-by, who, upon seeing the black whale mermen assaulting one of their own, dared not intervene. The black whale clan was the tyrants among mermen. If ordinary mermen possessed 10 times the strength of humans, then the whale mermen boasted tenfold that power. Yet, not everyone lacked the courage to intervene. "Stop it, you scoundrels! What kind of bravery is it to bully a coward?" Before the words finished, one of the black whale mermen was sent flying by a kick. "Dragon, do not meddle in our affairs. This is an internal matter." Soon, 2 more mermen arrived. One a burly blue-skinned giant, the other donned in a karate GI with his hair styled in a bun. None other than Jinbei and Kruby. They had been practicing karate in the dojo when they heard the commotion outside and rushed over to stop the fight. With Jinbei's assistance, The two swiftly drove away, the black whale merman. The dragon disdainfully glared at Will, who remained crouched on the ground. "You coward, still so weak. Why don't you fight back? Weren't you the one who snuck away from Merman Island? Why return?" Kruby chimed in to comfort the dragon. "Oh, come now. You know Will has always been a timid child. He hasn't changed a bit over the years, but we have always had to rescue him. So just cool your temper." Will stood up, his head bowed. Remaining silent, Jinbei, feeling a tinge of disappointment, patted his shoulder. After all, they had grown up together in Merman Street, and Will was the youngest among them. Surely they could not stand by and watch their little brother be bullied. As the dragon and his companions were about to leave, a torrent of water sliced through their path, initiated by a human boy who now glared at them, curiously accompanied by Brother Tej. "What have you scoundrels done to Will?" Upon seeing Will battered and bruised, Leo's anger erupted. He had long regarded Will as his brother, and witnessing him in such a state ignited his fury. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Leo trembled as he dashed forward, aiming a kick at Jinbei. Jinbei's reflexes were quick enough to block Leo's surprise attack, but before he could counter, he found himself ensnared within a deep-sea prison. Having enhanced his abilities, Leo could now manipulate water molecules in the air to form skills, and in a place abundant with moisture like Merman Island, he wielded this power with ease. He simultaneously launched an assault on Jinbei, the dragon, and Kruby, confining them within 3 swirling water spheres before sending them crashing through a wall. Leo approached Will and playfully tapped his belly. "From this day forth, if anyone bullies you again, feel free to retaliate. If trouble arises, Big Brother will resolve it for you." Will gazed at Leo with tearful eyes. Seeing no contempt in his expression only made him cry harder. "All right, if anyone bullies me, I will fight back. I'll never bring shame to Big Brother." Just then, a young mermaid dashed over from street, appearing to be around Leo's age. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at Leo. "You bad person. Why did you hit my brother? You little brat, do you think bullying others is justified? Your brother deserved the beating for tormenting my little brother." Leo stood his ground, the two now locked in a standoff. "Enough, Sherry." Leo only acted to help Will, albeit a bit impulsively. "And Leo, you might have misunderstood. Jinbei and the others were merely trying to assist Will." Tej hurriedly interjected, bemused. "Little rascal, you better apologize to my brother. He only retaliated against that bully." With Tej's arrival, Sherry felt emboldened. After a while, the misunderstanding was finally clarified. Leo laughed heartily and apologized to Jinbei, who, along with the dragon and Kruby, found themselves with less animosity towards Leo upon learning that he had rescued Will and returned him to Merman Island. With the misunderstanding resolved, Leo decided to invite a few friends to the tavern for a drink. Tej, bemused, thought to himself how this child was quite the handful. Having just left the tavern, he was now returning after a fight. After a few drinks, Leo, curious about why Will's kin always bullied him, inquired about the reasons. Will merely hung his head, silent as a clam. However, Sherry could not contain herself and shared the backstory with Leo. It turned out that Will was born into the Whale Merman clan, where everyone else had black skin, while he alone was born with a white belly, leading the others to view him as an outcast. Until he was 5, his mother protected him, so he was not subjected to much bullying. The other whale children would simply refrain from playing with him. However, when Will turned 5, his mother passed away from exhaustion. From that point on, life became increasingly difficult for Will, often met with beatings and scorn, and sometimes even going days without food, had it not been for the protection of Tej, the leader of Merman Street. Will might not have had the chance to grow up at all. Sherry paused briefly before continuing. There are many orphans on Merman Street, and Will is merely one of them. However, this fellow is so clumsy and always grinning foolishly. He doesn't dare fight back when bullied. Over time, everyone began to take advantage of him. He was compelled to flee Fishman Island due to unbearable circumstances. During this time, while Will was absent, Brother Tiger even sent others out to search for you. Leo grasped the situation. This was nothing less than the Fishman version of the ugly duckling. Although he had only known Will for a few days, Leo could never forget the figure that bravely stood in front of him, facing danger head-on. From that moment, Leo acknowledged him and wished for Will to be his first companion. Gently ruffling Will's hair, which was somewhat prickly to the touch, he turned to Tap with a serious expression and declared, "Will, I intend to take you to sea. You shall be my first mate, leaving behind this sorrowful place." Will, unable to believe it, lifted his head to gaze intently at Leo. It was the first time in his life someone needed him. And the thought of being needed by the brother he admired filled him with joy. Tears brimmed in the little fat fish's eyes. He longed to go to sea with Leo, but was reluctant to part with his companions on Fishman Island. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Leo chuckled lightly. "I almost forgot. I ought to be more assertive with you. From today onward, Will, you are my companion. We will become comrades who can rely on each other's backs, embarking on countless adventures together. Henceforth, you belong to me." Just then, a fist crashed onto the table beside them with a resounding thud. "You treacherous human! None of you are worthy of trust. Even someone as worthless as will not be taken away by you." At that moment, the dragon's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he glared at Leo, clearly displeased by his previous remarks. Over the years, the slave traders had recklessly captured their kin, bringing immense harm to Fishman Island. Now, a human dared to declare intentions of taking one of their own in front of them, inciting the fury of these extreme-minded young fishmen. Leo ignored the dragon and turned to Tiger. "Brother Tiger, do you believe humans and fishmen can coexist as equals? Would you be willing to stake your trust on Will and me?" After speaking, he glanced back at the dragon. "Untrustworthy? It was I, this untrustworthy human, who rescued him from the clutches of slave traders, and the ones who have hurt him the most are your fellow kin." Tiger regarded Leo with a deep, contemplative gaze, finally exhaling a sigh. "Leo, my boy, this is not a decision to be made impulsively. Why are you so fixated on Will? Because Will is a trustworthy companion, absolutely not the worthless being you claim him to be." Leo replied, his tone resolute. "Trustworthy, you say? If you wish for Will to be your companion, do you possess the ability to protect him?" Tiger pressed further. "I can only promise you that I will never betray him. If necessary, I would lay down my life for him. Remember your vow, for if you ever break it, you shall become an enemy to all fishmen." Meanwhile, Will was already in tears, his mind filled with Leo's declaration of him being a trustworthy companion. The wavering thoughts he had just moments ago transformed into unwavering determination. The little fat fish suddenly stood up, his considerable bulk toppling the table, and exclaimed, "Brother Leo, I wish to venture out to sea with you." After boldly uttering those words, this once timid fisherman boy now bore an unwavering gaze. Upon exiting the tavern, Fisher Tiger invited Leo to meet the Wise One, and naturally, Will, now a crew member of Leo's, followed along to Leo's surprise. Sherry insisted on joining as well, and ultimately he could not refuse the little girl. "Brother Tiger, who are we going to meet?" Leo asked, filled with curiosity about the individual who could earn such reverence from the Fishman Street boss. "Haha, you will find out upon arrival. She is a true sage and possesses many ideas that resonate with yours that I believe she will be pleased to meet you." The group boarded a mermaid bus that took them to the Dragon Palace. Upon arrival, the guards, recognizing Tiger, did not require an announcement and directly escorted them inside. Leo meticulously observed the surroundings, noting details he had overlooked in previous lives. He increasingly felt that the architectural style of the Dragon Palace bore a striking resemblance to that of his homeland. A realization that filled him with warmth and anticipation for the upcoming meeting. From the moment Tiger referred to the individual as one of the few sages of Fishman Island, Leo had an inkling of who it would be. Though his thoughts may have seemed naive, she was indeed a person of rare foresight. Passing through the pavilions and corridors of the Dragon Palace, they arrived at a white tower, before the four of them could reach the entrance. A goldfish fishman came bounding toward them. Upon seeing the girl dressed like an ancient court maid, Leo's fondness for her grew instantly, prompting him to greet her with a sunny smile. "Brother Tiger, when did you return? Come, share your adventure stories with me. I have been eagerly awaiting them." The petite fishman girl approached the group with a cheerful demeanor. "Ha-ha. This time, not only do I have stories, but I have also brought you a human friend," Tiger said, pushing Leo forward. The girl blinked in surprise, her eyes lighting up as she circled around Leo joyfully. She poked and prodded him, and when she noticed he did not resist, she even attempted to pat the boy's head while standing on her tail. Leo felt a wave of embarrassment. Little did he know that the future kind-hearted Princess Otoheim was once such a mischievous child. Realizing she was about to grab his hair, Leo quickly interjected, "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Leo." Startled, Odoheim quickly hid behind Tiger, making her appear even smaller in comparison, barely reaching his calf. Peeking from behind Tiger's leg, she murmured to herself, oh my, the human boy just spoke to me. How wonderful. It is my first time hearing a human speak." Odoheim was utterly thrilled. "Wow, how cool." Tiger awkwardly adjusted his pants and lifted Odoheim. "Otoheim, he is greeting you." That Odoheim's fingers danced nervously at her chest, wanting to look but too shy to do so. After several attempts, she finally mustered the courage to meet Leo's gaze and said, "Hello, I am Odoheim. May I be your friend?" "Ah, so this is who you are, Odoheim," Leo replied, his smile growing warmer. He slightly bent forward, extending a hand toward her. "Of course, you may. My mother instilled in me the importance of treating others with kindness, especially someone as gentle-hearted as you." "Oh my, your words are so delightful. I'm already a young lady, not a mere girl," she retorted. "Your mother must be a kind person." Yet Leo's mind drifted to a memory of Susanna gazing intently at a large fish, her hand gently gliding over its scales as she softly remarked on how splendid it was. Leo quickly cut off that train of thought. He could not dwell on such memories, as certain images were not meant to be seen without parental accompaniment. If Odoheim's observation hockey detected them, it would utterly shatter the image of humanity in her mind. Odoheim cheerfully invited everyone into the White Tower, her home, adorned with pink decorations that exuded a youthful charm. Leo took a seat opposite her, his demeanor relaxed, which in turn made Odoheim smile brightly. "Leo, how did you arrive at Fishman Island? Can you share your story with me?" she eagerly inquired. Leo smiled and pointed at Will. "I came to return this little fatso home. I wanted to see Fishman Island after hearing so many legends during my travels. Witnessing it firsthand has truly been worthwhile." Will chimed in, "Yes, Sister Odoheim. I snuck to the surface to play and was captured by a terrifying group of people that was Brother Leo who saved me, and he even took me to Chambord Park." With that, Will proudly puffed out his chest. Upon hearing that Will had visited Chambord Park, Odoheim's eyes sparkled with envy. It was a dream destination for all young merfolk. She eagerly bombarded Will with questions, her excitement palpable. Leo and Tiger exchanged paternal smiles, their gazes filled with warmth. After several minutes of conversation, Odoheim finally realized she had neglected her guests and turned to Leo with an apologetic smile. "Leo, thank you for helping Will and for your kindness towards the Fishman people. You're truly a hero of Fishman Island. May I pose a question to you?" "Of course, please do. What is your perspective on the relationship between humans and fishmen?" "That question is quite simple, in my view, all races in this world are equal, and thus we should approach every race with kindness. This is the first step toward mutual understanding. For instance, Will and I are a perfect example. Although I initially saved him, he stood up for me when we encountered pirates, which deeply moved me. And then there's Brother Tiger, whose generosity I greatly admire." Leo paused for a moment before continuing, asserting that differing races should not serve as a basis for judging an individual's character. My homeland is a peaceful and tranquil island where we rise with the sun and rest at sunset, living self-sufficiently without engaging in conflict. Yet, despite this serenity, my homeland was devastated by a pirate attack, and my parents perished during that invasion. Thus, I do not concern myself with the race of others. Anyone who treats me with kindness can become my friend." AG's eyes sparkled with hope as she exclaimed, "Really? Leo, that is beautifully said. The fishmen are also a peace-loving race that I have always believed that as long as we can understand each other, humanity will eventually embrace the fishmen. Then my kin and I can emerge from the sea to live under the sun." Although Leo cherished AG for her innocence and kindness, he recognized that sometimes excessive naivety could be detrimental. He recalled the original story, where both AG and Tiger lost their lives due to their goodness and innocence. Adopting a serious demeanor, Leo said, "AG, I wholeheartedly admire your yearning for peace. But your perspective is overly idealistic, even Navi." AG maintained her smile, yet tears began to well in her eyes. Suddenly, she turned away, covering her face as she sobbed. Leo does not acknowledge my thoughts. It is my fault for being too Navi, and now I cry." Tiger and Emil hurriedly tried to comfort Ag, with Tiger shouting at Leo, "You scoundrel! How could you make Ag cry? You must console her immediately." Leo shrugged helplessly and spoke softly, "Ag, I do not dismiss your ideas. Yearning for peace is certainly commendable." Ag peeked through her fingers, asking, "Really? Then why?" Leo's tone grew increasingly gentle. "What I mean is that your approach is flawed. Please do not cry. Just listen to me. Since Fishman Island joined the world government in 1320, it has been over 170 years by law. The world government recognizes Fishman Island as a member state, which should entitle it to the same treatment as other member states. But is that truly the case?" Ag and Tiger understood that Leo's statement held merit, and a solemn silence enveloped them. Ag lowered her head and asked, "Is it really so difficult for humanity to accept us? The fishmen have lived on Fishman Island for generations, that we merely yearn to breathe the air above the sea and bask in the sunlight. What wrong have we committed?" Leo discerned that she was an inexperienced young girl who viewed the world too simply and exhibited a somewhat people-pleasing demeanor, willing to make concessions just to communicate with humans. "Ag, are you aware of Will's story?" Ag shook her head, having lived in Ryugu Palace for so long that she was unaware of the life Will had led in Fishman Street. From an objective standpoint, Leo recounted Will's past briefly. Ag listened with tear-filled eyes, shaking her head repeatedly, unable to believe that such dark corners existed on the beautiful Fishman Island. Good and evil transcend race. Within every community, there are both virtuous and malevolent individuals. For instance, the abhorrent slave trade is something the fishmen despise, attributing it to humanity's transgressions. Indeed, the instigators are predominantly human, but how can one be certain that no fishmen were involved? Similarly, the majority of those who capture and trade slaves are humans that, in the eyes of slave traders, both humans and fishmen are mere commodities, with the only distinction being the varying degrees of rarity that dictate their prices. Upon hearing this, Ag was evidently shaken. How can they do this? Does the world government and the Navy not care? Aren't they supposed to protect everyone? Leo refrained from answering Ag's question, as he too was uncertain how to explain the world government's role behind the scenes without leaving her in despair upon learning the truth. Instead, Leo deliberately shifted the conversation back to Ag's aspirations. "Ag, your wish is for fishmen to enjoy the right to live under the sun. That is a noble dream. Those who strive for freedom and equality are truly remarkable. However, have you considered how to achieve this?" Had Leo not previously shared his thoughts, Ag would have eagerly presented her ideas. But now, feeling disheartened, her voice lowered significantly as she replied, "I wish to use smiles to convey our goodwill to humanity. Only by demonstrating that we are not a dangerous race can we usher in an era of peaceful communication." Leo couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration as he listened to Ag's words. He could sense her emotions fluctuating from despondency to fervor, yet she remained trapped in her idealism. As he reflected, he thought, "Navi Ag. In another world, there exists a place called Konoha, where a young fox spirit would surely understand you." After contemplating for a moment, Leo inquired, "Ag, have you ever considered whether the fishmen are truly suited to life above the sea? Moreover, will your ideas receive the endorsement of all fishmen? My kin will embrace my thoughts. I am confident that they also yearn for the world outside," Ag asserted. Leo remained silent and turned his attention to Tiger, who wore a furrowed brow and trembled lips, seemingly struggling to voice his thoughts. Finally, he sighed and addressed Ag. "Ag, the truth is that most of our kin harbor animosity towards humans. Every year, many of our brethren go missing, and over the years, the hatred between humans and fishmen has reached an irreconcilable level." Ag's eyes widened in shock, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Can we truly not let go of this hatred? How long must this cycle continue? Do my people not deserve the right to live under the sun and breathe the same air as other races? Leo suddenly gazed out the window at the sun's rays. "Ag, do you know? The sun is merely a conglomeration of light and heat. Those who seek to approach it only ignite themselves. If fishmen draw near the sun, they would merely become desiccated fish." Tiger wished to continue comforting Ag, but was at a loss for words, so he sat in silence, which only intensified Ag's distress. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Leo turned to AG once more. I asked Will, and he told me that many fishermen children dream of visiting Sabeti Park. AG, is this your dream as well? Yes, AG replied. Although I cannot venture far to see Sabeti Park, I have heard my brother Tiger speak of it, so I too wish to go to. I asked that why you desire for humanity to accept the fishmen? Leo probed. Indeed, I want my kin to enjoy equal treatment with humans. Leo grasped that AG indeed possessed more profound thoughts than other fishmen. She could elevate her aspirations through the dreams of fishmen children to the ideals of freedom and equality, surpassing the majority of her kin. However, her thoughts remained in the realm of ideals, lacking concrete plans. The dream of visiting Sabeti Park was not insurmountable. After all, Will had already experienced it. For them, going to Sabeti Park was akin to a spiritual luxury, and such luxuries often lose their allure once experienced. Yet, your aspiration for the fishmen to attain equal rights is a far more complex endeavor. At least from my perspective, you're not yet prepared. No, I am ready. Regardless of how challenging this endeavor may be, or how arduous the process, I will ensure that my kin receive equal treatment as humans, AG declared resolutely. But have you considered how to implement this? AG was momentarily speechless, realizing that she had not contemplated the specifics of execution. Leo, if you have any thoughts, please share them with us. We're eager to hear your ideas. Leo pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts before addressing them. AG, first you must become the leader of the fishmen and gain the recognition of the vast majority on Fishman Island for your ideas. Tiger interjected. Believing Leo was unaware, Leo, AG is actually the fiancée of King Neptune. Once they marry, AG will naturally become the leader of Fishman Island. Leo shook his head. What I am referring to goes beyond mere status. Relying solely on status will instill fear, but it will not earn genuine respect. AG, you must become the spiritual leader of the fishmen, their guiding light, someone who can lead them forward. Achieving this requires more than noble lineage. AG seemed to find hope in Leo's words, her face alight with expectation as she awaited his next points. There are two matters you must address. First, bridge the gap between the residents of Fishman Street and those of Fishman Island. You must facilitate mutual understanding between these two classes that, if you cannot achieve this, there is little hope for reconciliation across races. Firstly, it is imperative to bolster national defense and eliminate the issue of missing citizens. Should this endeavor be executed successfully, it would undoubtedly elevate your stature significantly. Yahim nodded incessantly, exclaiming, "Yes, I shall instruct Neptune to enhance the kingdom's vigilance." Leo let out a bitter smile, remarking, "Surely, you do not believe that Fishman Island possesses the strength to repel human traffickers at this juncture?" After listening quietly for some time, Shaylee suddenly interjected, "Do you dare to look down upon us? Let us not forget that the strength of fishmen is tenfold that of humans. Moreover, my brother and Jinbei have successfully repelled pirates. So in my eyes, it is you humans who are pitifully weak. Furthermore, do not forget that we are situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. How could humans possibly rival the fishman race in such depths?" Leo began to clap, only to cast a scornful glance at Shaylee, saying, "You truly are a naive little country girl. Are Jinbei and the dragon truly considered strong? Spare me the jest. Not to mention the real powerhouses of the sea. Even I could easily defeat them." For reasons unknown, Leo felt an urge to tease Shaylee, and indeed, upon hearing his words, she nearly exploded with fury, rolling up her sleeves to teach Leo a lesson. Leo, relishing the rare opportunity to bully a smaller opponent, held Shaylee's forehead with one hand, allowing her small arms to flail helplessly. Relying solely on their own strength, Fishman Island cannot achieve its goals. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to seek a formidable ally to help them navigate this challenging period. Tage furrowed his brow and asked Leo, "Are you suggesting that Fishman Island should submit to the Sea Emperor?" "If that is the case, I must vehemently disagree that if one is to seek support, it must be from the most substantial source. Compared to the Sea Emperor, I have greater faith in the Navy." "The Navy," the fishmen present exclaimed in unison, finding Leo's suggestion utterly astonishing. What is there to be surprised about? The Navy can recruit giants. Why should they not be able to enlist fishmen? In comparison, the advantages of fishmen are even more pronounced. In terms of numbers and utility, fishmen are certainly not inferior to giants. Tej appeared quite resistant to this proposal. Leo, I believe that joining the Navy would not be wise. To be candid, we lack a foundation of trust with them. Leo smirked slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I fear you have misunderstood. Collaborating with the Navy does not necessitate becoming a part of it. Have you heard of the 7 warlords of the sea? Before anyone could voice their astonishment, Leo turned his gaze towards Tej. Brother Tej, do you have confidence in your own abilities? Suddenly called out. Tej was at a loss. Could you clarify, what is it that you require me to do? This year, the fierce battle between Crocodile and Douglas Barrett shocked the world, and it was through this confrontation that Crocodile earned the right to be invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government witnessed the potential of pirates combating pirates, hence the establishment of the warlords, and Brother Tej, your goal should be to secure one of those positions. Though intrigued, Tej was genuinely perplexed about how to become a warlord. I am not a pirate. How could I become one of the 7 warlords? Why could you not be a pirate? You possess strength and followers. Forming a crew comprised solely of fishmen should not pose a challenge. But I do not wish to resort to robbery. I do not desire to oppress others through force. Who says that being a pirate must entail robbing civilians? Do you not detest pirates and human traffickers? Let them be your targets instead. The benefits of such an approach are manifold. Not only would it showcase the strength of the fisherman race to humanity, but it would also serve as a training exercise. Of course, the ultimate aim is to become a warlord, achieving 3 goals with 1 action. What is there to hesitate about? Tej pondered over these words. While Yahim could not help but interject, would becoming a warlord bring our dreams closer to fruition? Indeed, becoming a warlord comes with considerable authority. Without even mentioning the legal right to plunder, warlords can choose an island to reside on for an extended period, and I believe that establishing a presence on Fishman Island would be a splendid choice. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present lit up. This suggestion sounded quite promising, and imaginations began to soar with the scenarios Leo had painted. Hey, everyone, snap back to reality. It is far too early to be dreaming. Brother Tej, you must first ascertain how many of the little brothers from Fishman Street are willing to venture out to sea with you, and you must also clarify your intentions for setting sail. Be wary of inadvertently cultivating a band of ruffians who rely solely on brute force. Yahim, you too. I have noticed your insufficient understanding of the lives of the lower echelons of Fishman Island. To truly comprehend Fishman Island, you must immerse yourself in the community and observe more closely. Aspiring for the sunshine is commendable, but every light casts a shadow. You cannot merely see the bright side of Fishman Island while neglecting its darker corners. Yahim nodded resolutely, her smile returning. It is truly wonderful to have met you, Leo. Thank you for your suggestions. Leo waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Are we not friends? You must act swiftly, lest you fall too far behind me, and will die. Ha. What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue as bounty hunters? Leo shook his head, having formulated a preliminary plan for his team. I intend to establish a maritime rescue team. Whether it is profitable is secondary. My primary goal is to earn a reputation as a rescue team. What does that entail? It involves undertaking the task of saving those who are shipwrecked at sea. I simply wish to adopt a title to facilitate my travels on the ocean. Perhaps one day, and I might even gain fame through this endeavor. At this juncture, Leo suddenly paused, a new idea surfacing in his mind. He had been offering suggestions for the Fishman race, nearly overlooking his own purpose for venturing out to sea. After all, his adversary was the world government, and if he could forge a relationship with Fishman Island through this exchange, there might be opportunities to bind Fishman Island to his cause in the future. Alas, such a splendid opportunity nearly slipped through his fingers. Thus, Leo donned a smile once more. Yahim, would you care to invest in me? Invest? Leo, are you in dire need of funds? No. What I require is for you, Yahim, to bestow upon me a chartered citizen certificate in your royal capacity. A chartered citizen certificate. What is that? Are you planning to reside long-term on Fishman Island? This is not for the purpose of residing on Fishman Island. I desire Fishman Island to officially recognize my contributions, acknowledging the significant deeds I have accomplished for the Fishman race. Ultimately, this would culminate in the issuance of a chartered citizen certificate as a reward for my efforts. The aim is to convey Fishman Island's willingness to engage with the outside world. Should Will and I achieve renown across the seas, we shall become exemplars of the friendship between humanity and the Fishman race. Upon hearing that Leo intended to promote Fishman Island, Yahim agreed without hesitation, extending her hand towards Leo. May our friendship endure, and may the day of mutual understanding between humans and fishmen arrive swiftly. At that moment, a voice echoed within Leo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have received a Sea King fragment. In the days that followed, accompanied by Will, Leo traversed the bustling streets and alleys of Fishman Island. Even encountering the historical text documenting Joy Boy's apology in the sea of trees, as he touched the cold surface of the stone, Leo sensed an inevitable intersection with it in the future. Even the most exquisite scenery can become tiresome over time. Having resided here for over a month, Leo found everything somewhat mundane. Thus, he began contemplating his next itinerary, according to plan, prior to reaching the Four Seas. Leo intended to visit Water City to change ships to excel in his craft. One must first wield the finest tools. Therefore, constructing a ship of exceptional performance is imperative. However, a new dilemma arose: where to procure the necessary funds. After much contemplation, he could only mourn for the pirates for a few seconds. For the sake of his grand ambitions, they would have to make sacrifices. Brother Leo, shall we go for a stroll together? The island is so beautiful today. Little fatty, what is with your carefree attitude? In just a few days, the new king's coronation ceremony will take place. You should not be solely focused on play. We must attend the dojo together shortly. Will's massive physique visibly trembled, as if the dojo were some terrifying place. This was not surprising. Every fisherman is required to learn fisherman karate from a young age. And Will, during his childhood, had been the community's punching bag. The painful memories of his youth lingered to this day, and the mere mention of the dojo filled Will with resistance. Seeing him like this, Leo sighed in exasperation. Brother, you must conquer your inner demons. I have heard from Brother Tage that your racial talent is among the finest among fishmen. Do you not wish to one day trample those who once bullied you beneath your feet? Can I really? Absolutely. Do you remember the story I shared about eating, sleeping, and practicing karate? If you do not strive for improvement, you shall remain a mere punching bag for life. 2 deep breaths escaped Will's nostrils. I refuse to be a punching bag. I will transform those who have bullied me into punching bags instead. Exactly, let us go. Soon, the two of them found Fisher Tiger training in the dojo on Fishman Street. Ever since he had heard about Leo's plan, Tiger had been honing his skills. He was already the pinnacle of strength on Fishman Street. And now, with his continued dedication to self-improvement, his future power would undoubtedly surpass Jinbei's in the original story. The stronger Tiger became, the greater the benefits he could secure for his people. Brother Tiger, we have arrived. I also wish to learn Fishman karate, Leo declared without hesitation, believing that Fishman karate would complement his devil fruit abilities. Leo, I don't mean to discourage you, but you may lack the talent for martial arts. Even if you insist on learning, your future achievements might not be particularly high. I am aware of my limited aptitude for martial arts and do not expect to master Fishman karate. I am primarily interested in just 2 techniques, water strike and gun wave. Could you teach me those 2? Leo's words caused Tiger's brows to twitch slightly as he hesitated, fearing he might discourage Leo. Why do you insist on learning those 2 techniques? If it were any other techniques, a human might have a chance to master them, but water strike and gun wave can only be executed by fishmen. Why is that? Tiger cleared his throat and extended his hand, splaying his fingers before Leo. Beside him, Will foolishly mimicked the gesture, grinning. Leo, irritated, smacked Will's hand lightly. Are you implying I lack web fingers? Precisely, to perform these techniques. One must be capable of containing seawater. Your fingers cannot allow any water to escape during the motion. Ensure Leo understood. Tiger even demonstrated the techniques. It was undeniable that Tiger was a master of Fishman karate. His water strike could penetrate several walls, and his gun wave was more powerful than cannon fire. However, Tiger's concerns were unwarranted. Leo only needed to grasp the method of execution for these techniques, without worrying about the necessity of webbing. Thus, Leo demonstrated his own technique, and upon witnessing him form a water sphere in his palm, Tiger's eyes widened in astonishment when that small water sphere shattered a massive coral reef. Tiger was left slack-jawed. To be frank, Tiger felt a bit disheartened. He had previously been confident that he could secure a position among the 7 warlords. But after witnessing Leo's water strike, he realized how terrifying the outside world could be. If the water strikes used by other fishmen were akin to bullets, then Tiger's would be comparable to sniper rounds, while Leo, this unscrupulous fellow, had thrown a hand grenade. Who could withstand that? The same shock reverberated through Jinbei and the Dragon's crew. Initially, when they heard Leo wanted to learn fisherman karate, they mocked him for his audacity. However, after witnessing the explosive power of his water strike, they fell silent, though they refused to admit it verbally. Their attitudes toward Leo had visibly softened. During Leo's training in fisherman karate, Charlie came to watch him every day. The two seemed like natural adversaries, bickering incessantly since their first encounter, yet the more they argued, the more she clung to him. After a day of training, Leo invited Will to join him at the Mermaid CF for some relaxation. Out of nowhere, Charlie insisted on tagging along. Initially, Leo refused, but upon learning that Charlie owned the CF, he instantly changed his demeanor. "Welcome." "Oh, is that you, Leo? You haven't been here in days. Have you forgotten your sisters?" The CAF's charming hostess greeted Leo enthusiastically, leaning in close, her soft touch nearly causing Leo to lose his composure. "Oh, Leo, I didn't realize you were such a regular here. How did I overlook your charm that attracts all these lovely ladies?" Charlie's tone dripped with sarcasm, the air thick with her jealousy. "Umph, you know nothing, young lady, that I aspire to be a king of the sea," Leo replied with a double entendre, though it was clear Charlie did not comprehend. As Leo leisurely sipped his coffee, flirting with the mermaid behind the bar, Charlie felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Hey, you've never experienced the CAF Special Service, have you? Want to give it a try?" "Oh, the legendary 298? What is this special service you speak of?" Leo nearly exposed his true self, but quickly recovered his composure. "298? What nonsense! The special service I meant is fortune-telling. That MY predictions are incredibly accurate. Care to try?" Though Charlie's demeanor was haughty, the blush on her cheeks and her furtive glances revealed that this was no ordinary matter. However, Leo was oblivious to Charlie's transformation, his attention solely captured by the prospect of fortune-telling. If the future pirate king was foretold to destroy Fishman Island, what fate awaited him? He was filled with anticipation. "Relax, I'm about to begin. Please focus on the crystal ball and do not get distracted." Charlie mystically placed her hands on either side of the crystal ball, her eyes fixed intently on its surface. Soon, her brow furrowed, and to Leo's surprise, she fell from her perch, her face a mask of fright. "Charlie, are you all right?" Leo rushed to help her, but as he reached out, Charlie suddenly shrieked and recoiled as if electrocuted. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly composed herself and respectfully resumed her seat before Leo. This left Leo utterly perplexed. "Charlie, what on earth happened? What did you see that made you act so submissively?" "It was merely a fortune-telling. You must have lost your mind. What did you see?" With that, Leo placed his hand on Charlie's forehead. This time, Charlie did not shy away from Leo's touch, but shook her head, refusing to reveal the outcome of the reading. Being all mysterious. Fine, if you want to say, let us go grab a drink on me." Thus Leo and Will settled into a routine, traversing between the Mermaid CF and the dojo daily. Leo's progress in Fishman karate was remarkably swift. Within a week, he had mastered both water strike and gun wave, leaving Tiger in awe and lamenting that Leo was not of Fishman heritage. Finally, the day arrived for Neptune's coronation as king in the central square of Fishman Island. Neptune donned a crown before the watchful eyes of his citizens, declaring that Odoheim would become his queen. The coronation ceremony proceeded amidst the cheers of the populace until suddenly, a cannon shot interrupted the sacred moment. "Your Majesty, pirates have infiltrated Fishman Island. They have already ravaged the port," the octopus guard reported. Prompting gasps from the ministers, Neptune tightened his grip on his weapon and announced loudly to the people, "Fellow citizens, the ceremony is hereby concluded. Please return home to seek refuge, while the Ryugu guards accompany me to repel the pirates." "Jinbei, dragon, let us go and eliminate those pirates," Tiger immediately rallied the ruffians of Fishman Street to resist the pirate invasion. Leo did not join in the shouting, instead quietly following behind the group with Will. Fortunately, the Fishman Island defenders were quick to respond. By the time Neptune and Tiger arrived, the pirates were just about to breach the town, but they had already been pushed back to the port. Neptune was formidable, cutting through the pirates with his golden trident, while Tiger's performance was equally impressive. His Fishman karate techniques varied seamlessly, each strike taking down multiple foes. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of Fishman Island. Seeing his men falter, the pirate captain hastily abandoned his comrades, clutching a large sack on his back. Just as he was about to board his ship, he was struck by Jinbei's water strike, causing him to cry out in pain and drop the sack, revealing several tightly bound mermaid maidens. Damn it, they dare to kidnap mermaids! Soldiers, charge with me! We must rescue our kin! The eyes of all the fishmen were aflame with rage at the pirate's audacity. Yet the pirate captain staggered to his feet, seizing a mermaid maiden and leaping onto his ship. Not good, he's trying to escape. Everyone, put in more effort. We can't let him get away, despite their fervent cries. They could only watch helplessly as the pirate ship passed through the double-layered bubbles and sailed into the open sea. Despair washed over the crowd, feeling defeated. Just as they were about to give up, Leo suddenly dashed toward the exit of Ryugu Castle, seawater swirling around him as he ran. Leo, don't be impulsive. We're 10,000 meters underwater. Humans cannot withstand the external water pressure. Tigger was taken aback by Leo's actions. But it was too late to intervene. Leo had already donned the sea prison stone armor and burst out of the double-layered bubble, just as Tigger was about to rush out to save him. He was suddenly restrained by a hand. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was Sherry. Captain Tigger, you needn't worry about that guy. He'll be fine, Sherry said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Leo's retreating silhouette. Sherry, stop fooling around. Leo is human. If he goes out there, the water pressure will crush him. Let go of me. Tigger was genuinely angry. How could she still be joking at such a critical moment? No, Captain Tigger, you don't understand. Leo is not an ordinary person. Sherry released her grip on Tigger, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and bowed her head towards the sea in a gesture of prayer. Because Leo is the god of the ocean. Watching the distant Fishman Island, the pirate captain burst in a loud laughter to ha ha ha. Men, full speed ahead back to Sabaody. With this catch, we'll all be rich. The pirate captain boasted gleefully about their haul, seemingly forgetting those comrades who had bought him time to escape. Caught up in his excitement, he even slapped the mermaid girl's backside, before he could revel in his triumph for long. A resounding thud echoed as a figure clad in armor pierced through the membrane and landed on the deck. The helmet of the armor opened, revealing Leo's face. The boastful words of the pirate captain abruptly halted, his eyes fixed on Leo in disbelief. How did you get up here? Are you with the fishmen? Before the pirates could rush at him, Leo spoke first. Wait a moment. May I ask, Captain, what is your bounty? Leo, adhering to his customary practice, inquired about the value of the captain's head. Keek, kid, listen well. Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million. The great Captain John, a pirate lackey, jumped out beside the captain, brimming with pride that, 60 million, is it? Not bad. Then could you kindly release the mermaid lady? I wouldn't want to accidentally harm her while cleaning up the trash, Leo said, slowly flexing his wrist as he approached Captain John with a smile. Kid, you're seeking death. Men, take him down. With a command from John, all the pirates surged towards Leo. The foremost pirate leapt high, swinging his sword down towards Leo's head. Kid, this is the consequence of not recognizing the situation. Perhaps you'll learn to be smarter in your next life. Yet before the curved blade could descend, the pirate's cruel expression froze in place, his arm holding the sword severed and drifting in the air, blood splattering onto the deck. It was only then that the excruciating pain registered in the pirate's mind. My hand! The pirate clutched his wound, writhing in agony on the deck, instantly staining it crimson. The gruesome sight of the pirates suffering only stunned the others for a moment before more curved blades came flying towards Leo. However, Leo seemed unfazed, casually waving his hand as if swatting away flies. The water molecules in the air received his command, and within a few breaths, the remaining pirates were ensnared within water orbs. Captain John's eyes widened in shock at the sudden turn of events. His hand trembling as he pointed at Leo, speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Leo snatched the mermaid girl away. "Are you all right? Hurry back home." "Thank you, big brother." After sending the mermaid girl away, Leo also removed his sea prison stone armor, casting a disdainful glance at John. "Come on, now it's just you left. I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user. Do you really think you can defeat me?" Regaining his composure, John glared at Leo with gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. The deep blue blade, continuous slash. Leo did not give John a moment to breathe. In an environment rich in water molecules, he swiftly unleashed his skills. As his dagger danced, deep blue water blades sealed off all of John's escape routes. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. After a series of clashing sounds, John's captain's coat was shredded to tatters, revealing his muscular form beneath. Leo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I didn't expect your hockey to be so strong. It almost covers your entire body." Kid, didn't anyone tell you that hockey is an essential skill for navigating the seas? Even if you're a Logia user, it won't help." Apparently, Leo's previous display of skill had led John to mistakenly believe he was a Logia user. Thus began a fierce battle on the deck, with Leo employing a hit-and-run strategy using water orbs and blades, aware that his physical prowess was lacking. John, on the other hand, charged forward like a human tank, braving the deep blue blade's onslaught. In truth, both were testing each other. John refrained from recklessly attacking, uncertain of Leo's abilities, while Leo aimed to capture him alive as a gift for Neptune. After exchanging blows for several rounds, John made the first move. The deck buckled as John accelerated, suddenly appearing before Leo, a dark fist propelled by force aimed at Leo's head. Leo's eyes sharpened. He had been waiting for this opportunity. With a sudden burst, water erupted beneath Leo's feet, generating the thrust needed to distance himself. As John's punch missed, Leo unleashed his long-prepared deep blue blade, striking at John's neck. Even with hockey to defend, Leo's cut penetrated slightly, nearly severing John's throat, but ultimately being withstood. Just as Leo prepared to swing again, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bullets pierced Leo's abdomen. "Keek. Finally got you, kid. You rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities." Leaning against the ship's railing, one hand pressed against his wound, Leo coldly regarded John. "I was careless. I didn't expect you to be using physical techniques to mask those 2 shots." Having successfully hunted pirates several times, had inflated Leo's arrogance. He thought he could resolve everything with his fruit abilities, only to receive a harsh lesson today from John, reminding him that battles with pirates were a fight to the death. "This ends here, kid, but I can recruit more men if needed. I will return to Fishman Island soon. But on that day, you shall not be present." With a cold snort, Leo straightened his posture, the wound on his abdomen temporarily sealed by 2 dense spheres of seawater. "Thank you for reminding me how to fight pirates. You are right, this battle should come to an end. Still putting up a tough front? Die." With a powerful punch, John launched himself towards Leo like a cannonball. However, Leo executed an unexpected maneuver, flipping over and leaping off the pirate ship. "Nanny, kid, do you want to commit suicide? The water outside will crush you." But the outcome disappointed John. Even without the sea prison stone armor, Leo had a way to maneuver in the ocean. He merely needed to use his divine vessel ability to mimic the membrane. "I want to give you another chance. You should feel honored to die under my new technique." Leo pointed, a stream of water resembling a rope ensnaring the pirate ship, then drawing an elliptical area around them as the focus. Originally intended for use on the surface, this technique proved even more effective underwater. "Captain, prepare to experience the wrath of the sea." Leo quickly unleashed a barrage of water bullets, each striking the edges of the elliptical field and ricocheting back towards the pirate ship. Naturally, John would not sit idly by. He swung his hockey-imbued fist to deflect the water bullets. Yet those deflected bullets continued to rush back at him upon hitting the elliptical boundary, creating an unending cycle. John could only keep swinging his fists. As time passed, he felt his arms growing heavier, despair creeping into his heart. Leo coldly observed his struggles until John began to plead for mercy. "Please spare me. I am willing to give you all my treasures. I can also become your subordinate. Please, just stop." Go to hell and repent. See God's limit. Leo clenched his fist and struck the elliptical field. With a tremor, more water bullets erupted from the outer wall, converging with the previously ricocheting bullets, striking John simultaneously. The impact resembled a grand fireworks display in the depths of the ocean, leaving all who stood at the Fishman Island port in awe. Jaws dropped as the waters regained their calm. The pirate ship had vanished without a trace, leaving only chaos behind. The crowd was still in shock when, with a clap, Leo re-entered Fishman Island through the double-layered bubble. Neptune and Tigger rushed over, surrounding Leo, the crowd cheering as they lifted him, honoring him as a hero. With a broad smile, Leo gave a thumbs up to everyone. King Neptune, Brother Tigger, I brought everyone back. In the ocean, I am invincible. No sooner had he spoken than Leo, maintaining his victorious pose, collapsed straight down. The team must be said that Leo possesses an unwavering sense of bravado, even in the direst of circumstances. He remains defiant, his hand raised defiantly toward the heavens, despite having collapsed. Alas, what has befallen our hero? Outside the operating room, e.g., Tiger, Will, Shaylee, and a host of companions from Fishman Street anxiously await news. Suddenly, an octopus doctor bursts forth from the surgical chamber, urgently exclaiming, "Is there anyone here with type S blood? Our blood supply is critically low." The group exchanges worried glances. Type S blood is exceedingly rare, perhaps one in hundreds of thousands, just as the doctor begins to perspire with anxiety. Two figures emerge from the crowd. "I am type S blood," they declare in unison. Huh. Tiger and Shaylee exchange a glance, incredulous at the coincidence. Shaylee, "Allow me to do it. I'm stronger." Tiger interjects that no, draw for me instead. "Leo was injured while saving my sister, so please grant me this opportunity." Shaylee insists, her resolve unwavering. Enough of this quarrel. Saving a life is paramount. "Shaylee, you shall donate." E.G. interjects, naming her without hesitation. E.G. has her reasons. She believes this is no ordinary act of rescue, and thus she wishes for Shaylee, a commoner from Fishman Island, to fulfill this significant role. Before long, Shaylee lies upon the operating table, turning her head to lock eyes with Leo. It is a moment that should radiate the brilliance of humanity. However, Shaylee, with a haughty demeanor, remarks, "You little rascal, always showing off. You insisted on boarding the ship to engage in close combat with pirates. And look where that got you. Wounded. How utterly pathetic." Leo, with an air of disdain, retorts, "Ah, what can I say? My brilliance is simply too dazzling. Even when I wish to be inconspicuous, it proves difficult, by the way. I believe I saw someone kneeling in prayer." With that, Leo gives Shaylee a mischievous wink. "Woe betide you. Once I save your life, you shall kneel at my feet," she quips. "Huh. Not a chance, you little dimwit." Leo scoffs, even picking his nose in disdain. Perhaps, years hence, this tale will be sung by many. An elderly octopus doctor, reminiscing, recalls the scene of two immature youths, transfusing blood while playfully spitting at each other. At the bottom of this scene lies a crimson bond, symbolizing friendship. The Fishman Island port, Neptune, E.G., Tiger, Shaylee, and the lovely maidens from the Mermaid CAF gather to bid farewell to the hero of Fishman Island. "Leo, remember to return and visit us. Fishman Island will forever be your second home." E.G. smiles as she waves. "We will miss you, dear Leo. Your kindness shall never be forgotten." Several beautiful mermaid maidens weep. "You scoundrel, do not perish out there. Remember, there are still those on Fishman Island waiting for your return," Shaylee says, her cheeks flushed, maintaining her proud facade even in farewell. After exchanging nods with everyone, Leo's gaze lingers on Tiger. Their eyes meet, and Tiger nods solemnly. They have made arrangements to train and await their moment, especially after the confrontation with John, wherein Leo specifically urged Tiger to hone his dual hockey skills. The small boat swiftly departs from Fishman Island, and, as the shimmering gem of the sea diminishes in the distance, Leo turns his gaze away. "Well, step up the pace. We may be moving too swiftly." Our next destination is the water city of the seven seas. Hours later, the Shenzhou propels the small craft above the waves, utilizing its fruit abilities to ascend from the depths of 10,000 meters in merely 1 hour, before heading to the water city. Leo remembers to stop at Sabaody to exchange his bounty. After briefly orienting himself, the small boat heads toward the naval port. At the naval base, the guard soldiers maintain their customary relaxed demeanor, a hallmark of the Sabaody Navy, appearing to stand watch yet essentially lounging. The sound of footsteps echoes, jolting a soldier who had been struggling to stay awake. Back into a proper stance. Halt. This is a restricted area. The soldiers routinely issue their warning. Greetings, sir. We have come to exchange our bounty, Leo responds, shaking a bag containing John's head. The esteemed Captain John is revered not merely for his prowess, but for the bounty he has contributed to Leo's cause. Coupled with Captain Fanny's previous bounty, Leo's total assets have now surpassed 100 million. The familiar routine unfolds, yet Lieutenant Ryan is even more enthusiastic than before. In just 2 months, this duo of sea heroes has vanquished 2 notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 50 million, a feat worthy of naval recognition. As he observes the youthful pair, Ryan reflects on his own wasted time and concludes it is time to request a transfer from Sabaody. Leo, unbeknownst to him, has unwittingly altered the fate of a naval officer. As they part ways, Lieutenant Ryan attempts to recruit Leo and his companion, yet the outcome is as expected. After a swift and straightforward bounty exchange, Ryan personally escorts the 2 out of the base. Well, before we leave, let us stop by Shaki's for a meal. It would be rude to depart without a proper farewell, Leo suggests. Absolutely. I miss Shaki's cooking. Will replies eagerly, though wishing the drool at the corner of his mouth would disappear. Shaki, we are here to bother you once more, Leo announces, but his words falter as he takes in the scene. Shaki is currently instructing a towering man over 3 meters tall on proper dining etiquette with a series of punches that is that Leo, and will, please take a seat. I will be with you shortly. She says, unfazed. The subsequent scene requires no words to describe. Will's quivering form speaks volumes about the inappropriateness of the moment. The meal unfolds with joy for both hosts and guests, as Leo shares the embellished tale of their adventures on Fishman Island, concluding with, and thus, I have inexplicably become the hero of Fishman Island. You never miss an opportunity to boast, do you? Just be cautious in your future battles with pirates. I do not wish to hear of your demise one day. Shaki warns, fear not, Shaki. I shall not repeat the same mistakes. When next we meet, I will be renowned across the seas. Leo assures her, Taha, I eagerly await that day. Lazily sprawled on the deck, Leo barely opens one eye upon hearing the cries of seabirds. With practiced ease, he flicks a coin, which the newsbird catches in a graceful arc, simultaneously delivering a newspaper with equal precision into Leo's hands. Bored, Leo flips through the pages, his gaze caught by a massive photograph of crocodile. Cigar in mouth, his gaze imperious. It is hard to believe this was taken surreptitiously. The reporters of the World Economic Journal have truly outdone themselves, capturing his defiance, arrogance, and haughtiness with vivid clarity. The headline boldly reads, First Warlord of the Sea, Mr. Crocodile announces residency in the Desert Kingdom. A calamity or a blessing? Let us await the outcome. Morgan, that audacious fellow, has indeed dared to pen such a title, managing to predict 2 correct answers. But why are there 2 correct answers? Will inquires, clearly perplexed. Just watch. Crocodile's presence in Sabaody will at least ensure peace for 20 years. Surely that is a blessing, Leo replies. And what is the other correct answer? With a light chuckle, Leo refrains from answering Will's question, casually flipping through a few more pages before placing the newspaper over his face and drifting into slumber. Before setting sail, Leo could still envision the grandeur of maritime life, yet reality has taught him that encountering a ship on the boundless sea after 2 weeks is merely normal. Thus, he often finds himself bored, gazing into the unchanging deep blue, which, after prolonged staring, leads to nothing but aesthetic fatigue and drowsiness. A.S. Captain Leo has effectively passed on his laziness to Will, who, upon embarking, has begun to transition into a slothful state. With the Shunzhou's abilities propelling the small vessel, Will spends his days merely wiping the deck. After several days, Will find himself sleeping even more soundly than Leo. Suddenly, one day, Leo realizes that this cannot continue, and he resolves to spur Will into action. Will, wake up. We must train together. Will, rubbing his sleepy eyes, reluctantly sits up. Did we not practice yesterday? Must we continue with Fishman Karate today? No, rather than honing combat skills. I believe foundational training is crucial, especially for you. Well, that I intend to help you uncover your potential. Upon concluding his words, Leo controlled the flow of water and hurled Will into the sea. The sudden splash of seawater jolted Will into full awareness. And the chubby fish peered with a look of profound grievance at his captain, half of his head bobbing above the surface. Will, today we shall engage in aerobic exercises that I will halt the ship. And from this point onward, you shall propel us towards the city of water. Come on, young lad. Swim freely beneath the setting sun. That Will's round face scrunched up in dismay. He sensed that Leo was once again succumbing to his eccentricities. Whenever Leo went mad, his eyes seemed to shimmer with tiny stars. Will recognized that in this state, Leo would not heed any advice, and since he could not resist, he resigned himself to comply. Leo reclined comfortably in his chair, allowing the wind to tousle his hair. Faster, Will. Challenge your limits and show me your fury. 2 hours later, Will gasped, Big brother, I can't go on any longer. Please let me rest today. He clung to the ship's railing, panting heavily. Leo's bubble of snot burst at once, his consciousness still somewhat foggy from being awakened. What is the matter? Have we arrived at the city of water? Big brother, I'm both exhausted and starving. I don't want to train anymore. I just want to feast. No, I want to lie down and feast. Seeing Leo drooling in his sleep, Will felt an immense frustration and decided to give up entirely. Oh ho, little chubby, what is this? You crave a grand feast, do you? Very well, just wait a moment. Observing Will floundering in the sea, Leo resolved to provide him with a bit of motivation, detecting a medium-sized sea creature slumbering less than a kilometer behind them. Leo identified it as a manatee and decided it would serve his purpose perfectly. After all, they could enjoy it as a meal once they had captured it. Seizing the moment while Will was distracted, a sphere of water discreetly shot forth towards the rear. The manatee, deep in slumber, was suddenly startled awake by a sharp pain on its forehead as it opened its eyes to discover the source of the vile attack. It was greeted by a swirling water sphere, which promptly transformed into a standard international gesture, igniting the manatee's fury. With a flick of its tail, the manatee pursued the water sphere with fervor. On the surface, Will was puzzled as to why Leo had suddenly fallen silent after uttering a nonsensical phrase, and before he had time to ponder, the answer soon revealed itself. He felt the waves behind him surge violently, followed by the shadow of an enormous figure engulfing him. Slowly turning, Will found his vision filled with an enraged bovine face. Moo moo. What the heck? Both parties instinctively exclaimed in unison, leading to a dramatic escape from the jaws of danger. As Will wept while pushing the small boat, leaving only a trail of white foam in his wake. Leo stood triumphantly on the prow of the boat. Well done, Will. Keep it up. Don't let our dinner catch up with us. The chase persisted for another hour, proving that anyone fleeing for their lives could unleash untold energy. Yet just as they were reveling in their spirited game, the sky darkened unexpectedly, ominous clouds overshadowing the sun, creating a stifling atmosphere that caused both the manatee and Will to gradually slow their pace. That a crack of lightning split the sky, and the sea surged upwards like a dragon drinking from the heavens, causing the entire ocean surface to become restless, tilting noticeably. They say that when a mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. But what if the oriole were to suddenly transform into a bald eagle? This scenario had previously seemed impossible. Yet today, both the manatee and Will were experiencing it firsthand. As the distance between the manatee and the sky diminished, an enormous wave surged towards them. Will and the manatee, their weary bodies infused with renewed strength, simultaneously broke through their limits, gliding across the surface of the sea as though they were skimming stones. Before long, an island appeared in their path, its architecture remarkably unique. Resembling a structure built up layer upon layer, the heart of the island stood a fountain resembling a wine tower. Last, we have arrived. The city of water, here we come. Leo laughed heartily as he activated the ship, propelling their already airborne vessel with even greater force. A piercing scream sliced through the air, capturing the attention of all. The residents of the city of water witnessed a scene they would never forget. A small boat, riding the colossal waves of the water deities, Akula and Lagna, forcefully made landfall in the city of water. The water gods completely submerged the lower district, an occurrence that had become routine for its inhabitants. However, today was slightly different, all due to a boy brought in by the gigantic wave. Under the massive fountain, a crowd gazed up in awe at the small boat lodged atop the fountain, eager to catch a glimpse of the fortunate soul who had survived such an ordeal. Leo, still dazed from the chaos, pulled his head from the wreckage, sporting a befuddled expression. Who am I? Where am I? No, wait, Will, where are you? Are you unharmed? Yet after calling out for a considerable time, he saw no sign of the chubby fish. Great. I've messed up. First things first, he needed to locate his little brother. Leo leaped down from the fountain and sincerely apologized to the onlookers before vanishing into the crowd. After renting a blue ride, Leo began his search in the direction where the waves had tossed Will, hoping he ended up in the lower district, or else he would truly have to fish him out of the sea. Strolling leisurely through the bustling mid-level district, he found it densely packed with people. As both areas had converged here, the thronging crowd spurred on consumption, with shops overflowing with patrons, especially the food stalls, which were particularly crowded. Suddenly, Leo was drawn to a small stall by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The area surrounding the stall was teeming with people, all of whom were shouting enthusiastically, devoid of any semblance of customers. Struggling to reach the front, Leo finally glimpsed a familiar black silhouette. It appeared to be a contest. The stall owner was fervently encouraging the contestants. Come on, little brother, just eat 50 more pieces of water meat, and you'll break the record for the big eater. Leo couldn't help but marvel at the strange bonds between people. Just by following the scent, he had found Will, who was indeed one of the finalists. His opponent was a boy clad in a floral shirt, with only a pair of shorts adorning his lower half. Leo immediately deemed him eccentric. The competition had reached a fever pitch, with a towering pile of grilled meat diminishing at a visible rate. Big guy, don't push yourself too hard. You might just burst. The oddly dressed youth called out, even with his mouth stuffed full of grilled meat, attempting to distract Will. But Will had no time to heed his opponent's words. The grilled meat before him was everything. Delicious. Truly delightful. Boss, you are a good person for treating me to this grilled meat. Humph. Today, I am super invincible. Let us settle this. It was unclear what had triggered the youth, but suddenly he began to accelerate. Leo watched, exasperated, as these two, with seemingly no interaction, turned the competition into an extraordinary spectacle. Will, you rascal, are you sneaking a snack? Huh. Big brother Leo, I'm so relieved you're okay. Come and try this water meat. The boss said if I finish it all, it's free. Perhaps Leo's face was more appetizing than the food itself, as Will devoured a skewer of grilled meat, enjoying it as if he were at a barbecue. His terrifying speed left the eccentric youth nearly choking. The onlookers erupted into cheers. A new record had been set. The stall owner ran over with a beaming smile, eager to take a photo with Will, even boldly welcoming future challenges, seemingly unafraid that Will might eat him out of business. Leo, seizing the opportunity, also purchased a skewer of water meat and savored it, the juices bursting forth with each bite. After finishing a few pieces, he intended to drag Will away. Meanwhile, the eccentric youth appeared utterly dejected. His head hung low as he attempted to push through the crowd, but before he could leave, he was stopped by the stall owner, who pointed to a sign nearby. Hey, little brother, since you lost the contest, you must pay the full price. 50,000 belly. Pay? You deceitful merchant. Didn't you say it was free? I don't have any money. Don't drag me into this, trying to wriggle out of it. The sign clearly states that only the champion eats for free. Enough chatter, pay up. Will suddenly grasp Leo's arm. Big brother. Help that guy out. He is a worthy opponent. With that, Will adjusted his sunglasses, striking a cool pose that don't be overly kind-hearted. If you lose to him, I'll one T come to your rescue, and the one getting beaten will be you. Hurry, we have our own matters to attend to that moment. The eccentric youth had already been knocked down by the stall owner, shielding his head with his arms while shouting, "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? If I hadn't gone 10 days without eating, I would teach you a lesson." Just as the stall owner prepared to throw another punch, his arm was seized by Leo, who looked at him with an impassive expression. Enough already. It's simply a matter of a meal unpaid for. Are you really going to kill him over this? After uttering those words, he slammed 50,000 berries onto the table and turned to leave with Will. Brother Leo, where are we headed? What about our ship? Ha! I'm glad you haven't forgotten about our little vessel. IT should currently be docked at the shipyard. Unfortunately, it has sustained significant damage, and it remains uncertain whether it can be repaired. The thought of a ship gave Leo a headache. It was now unavoidable to change vessels. He had developed a fondness for that ship, and thought that even with a new one, the old vessel could serve as a lifeboat. But now that plan was dashed. As Leo mourned for his small ship, he suddenly heard someone calling out to them from behind. "Hey, you short guy and chubby boy. Wait up. What a talent. How could one person manage to step on two landmines at once?" Today, Leo witnessed that even though we usually didn't team mind Leo calling him chubby fish, that was merely a term of endearment for his captain. If anyone else dared to say such a thing, they would soon learn the consequences. We'll teach him a lesson. How dare you call someone short? Humph. And here I thought you were a good person. Turns out you're just foul-mouthed. Oh dear. Oh dear. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. The peculiar boy was swiftly beaten into a pulp, yet when he opened his mouth again, he nearly faced another thrashing. I will not be grateful to you. Tell me where you live, and when I get money, I will repay you. My name is Carter Fram. Remember it. You scoundrel. Leo found himself laughing in anger. Carter Fram? Wasn't it the name of the infamous cyborg Frankie? If not for knowing that he was a person of loyalty, Leo would have been inclined to teach him a lesson in manners today. Given the state you're in, there's no need for bravado. Mind your tongue. Not everyone is as easygoing as we are. Leo waved his hand dismissively, having no intention of forming a close bond with him. Among Luffy's companions, only 3 piqued Leo's interest, and unfortunately, Frankie was not one of them. After saying this, Leo will turn to head toward shipyard number 1, leaving Carter Fram behind, who, feeling ignored, began to yell in frustration. He then trailed behind them to shipyard No. 1. Gazing at his ruined ship, Leo let out a soft sigh. Master Charmin, how long will it take to repair this vessel? Master Charmin rubbed his chin, looking somewhat troubled as he replied, Young lad, there's no point in repairing this ship. The bow is completely destroyed, and the keel is fractured. I've never encountered a ship that was written off after crashing into a fountain. How did you even manage that? Could you demonstrate it for me? After deliberating for a long time, Leo ultimately decided against it. Master Charmin, how much would it cost to build a new ship? What style do you want? Any specific requirements regarding size and materials? Leo pondered for a moment. In his vision, he would need to recruit 10 crew members, so the size of his ship could be modeled after the Thousand Sunny. After much consideration, he finally said to the shipwright, I would like a 3-masted sailing ship, 50 meters in length and 65 meters in height, with the keel made of atom wood. Please provide me with an estimate. Master Charmin regarded Leo with a puzzled expression. He had heard that the lad was alone, and even with the merman beside him, there were only 2 of them. How could they possibly operate a large sailing ship? Moreover, such a long piece of atom wood would not come cheap. Did they have that much money? Suppressing his doubts, Master Charmin provided a professional estimate. According to your specifications, it would cost at least 250 million berries, with half of that going toward the keel since such large atom wood is quite rare. Damn, I need to borrow some from the pirates. I'm short by over half. Leo muttered that he would think about it and left shipyard No. 1. Upon exiting, he spotted Carter Fram arguing with the guards outside. After a quick glance, he ignored him and continued discussing their new ship with Will. Will, we don't have enough money. Do you think we should buy a smaller ship for now? Or find a way to gather enough money for a big one? Does the big ship come with a swimming pool? Will's eyes sparkled brightly as he looked at Leo. That is a possibility. And we also need a large laboratory. Leo, too, began to earnestly imagine the amenities of the new ship, that a big kitchen and a large refrigerator for storing plenty of food are also essential. We'll suggest it again. IT would be best to have an outdoor barbecue area. Being able to barbecue on the sea would be such a delight. The mention of food piqued Leo's interest. However, before they could continue their daydreaming, a loud shout interrupted their thoughts. What nonsense! Do you even know anything about sailing? A formidable ship must have a super powerful bow cannon. Firepower is paramount at sea. Carter Fram nearly shouted his opinion. Bam! Leo will simultaneously punch Fram on the head, causing him to topple over with 2 large lumps on his head. Hey, you idiot! Can a cannon replace food? Leo shot him a look that conveyed his utter disbelief. Exactly! Without a swimming pool, how much joy would life lack? Do you know? Will felt his desires were being threatened and retaliated without mercy. Ate tea that moment. Leo suddenly realized he was about to be led astray by Will. The chubby boy, stop dreaming, Will. We simply don't have enough money. Wah, my big swimming pool is gone. Oh, I know a place where new ships are built at a very cheap price. Would you like me to introduce you to it? Bang! Poor Fram's head received another blow, resembling a cactus. Why didn't you say that earlier? You idiot. What are we waiting for? Leo and Will each grabbed one of Fram's legs and dashed off down street. This way. I secretly observed that guy building ships before. He is really impressive, Fram boasted proudly. Hey, you mean you're spying on him, right? You don't actually know him, do you? Leo was clearly skeptical of Fram, suddenly feeling that this peculiar fellow was a bit unreliable. Oh, don't mind those details. In any case, that guy is really skilled, so there is no problem in having him build a ship. Fram excitedly defended himself, looking like a child caught bragging. The three traversed a desolate area and finally arrived in front of the house that exuded a sense of antiquity. It was a building steeped in history. But in reality, it was merely a dilapidated structure on the verge of collapse. Leo had guessed that the person they were looking for was the legendary shipwright, Mr. Tom, but he truly hadn't expected such a harsh working environment for Tom. With even his workshop in such a state of disrepair, gently knocking on the door yielded no response. Instead, a series of hearty laughter from behind the house drew their attention. Ha! Great job. Iceberg. A true man must do things with a bang. The laughter, though intermittent, was robust and full of vigor. Following the sound, Leo and the others found themselves witnessing a grand spectacle. A large ship was descending from the sky, only to be caught by a formidable figure. The individual then flipped the ship over and tossed it back into the air, subsequently throwing several logs towards the vessel, which were expertly inserted into the hull. That moment, Leo finally understood. It was a three-masted sailing ship. The trio was utterly astonished by the display, their expressions reflecting their naivety. What is he doing? Leo asked Will, maintaining his astonished demeanor. Chubby Fish was so taken aback that he was left speechless. Super. He's the shipwright I want to introduce to you. How about that? Are you impressed? Youngsters, do you need something from this old man? Mr. Tom noticed them, his excitement particularly heightened upon seeing Will, suppressing their astonishment. Leo spoke first. Mr. Tom, I would like to commission you to build a ship. What kind of ship? Leo initially intended to repeat what he had said at shipyard number 1, but he changed his mind at the last moment. He looked earnestly at Mr. Tom and declared, I desire a ship that is unyielding to storms and waves, one that can carry us to any corner of the world, a ship of dreams. Leo's words left both Will and Frankie momentarily stunned. Was this really a request? They had asked for specifications, not for a poetic soliloquy. That is an outstanding idea, young navigator, from the day you resolved to traverse the world. You've become a true man. Mr. Tom laughed heartily, patting Leo on the shoulder, while Leo could only force a smile in response. That evening, Mr. Tom warmly hosted Leo and his companions, during which were recounted their recent adventures and how Leo had become a hero of Fishman Island. A few words brought forth hearty laughter from the old man, deepening his admiration for Leo. The next day, Mr. Tom introduced Leo to the drawing room. Let us discuss the specific requirements. I envision a three-masted sailing ship, approximately 50 meters in length and 65 meters in height. The keel should be crafted from atom wood, and the hull must feature a streamlined design, ideally with the ability to transform. Additionally, it should have retractable side panels that can enclose the ship entirely. This was all Leo could think of at the moment. The subsequent requirements are quite intriguing. Are you suggesting you want an amphibious vessel capable of navigating both the sea and functioning underwater? Not merely that. I desire a tri-functional ship that can sail upon the ocean, navigate beneath the waves, and even soar through the skies. I senti that a splendid idea. Upon finishing, Leo turned to Tom, only to find the old man utterly astonished. It can fly. How would that be achieved? Leo, caught up in his enthusiasm, seemed to have forgotten that aside from the powers granted by devil fruits, there were no flying ships in this era. His mind was consumed by thoughts of 1,000 sunny, and he had almost lost himself in the fantasy. It appears I have become overly proud. Perhaps I should rephrase, no, your idea is remarkable. I would even say it's brilliant. It's exhilarating just to contemplate. I must bring this ship to fruition. Leo had not anticipated that his fanciful musings would ignite the old man's fighting spirit. Truly, those who are deemed legendary are often a bit mad, it seems. However, envisioning a ship is not enough. Leo's foremost concern was still the issue of funding. Mr. Tom, we currently possess only 130 million berries. I understand that this sum is insufficient for constructing a grand vessel, but please grant me a few days to devise a way to acquire more. Yet Mr. Tom waved away Leo's concerns nonchalantly. Young Leo, do not fret about finances. Treasure Island is abundant with riches. All the materials needed for shipbuilding can be found here. Your 130 million will suffice for acquiring atom trees. Consider it a token of gratitude for all you have done for Fishman Island. Once the design was finalized, Leo handed an old ship's wheel to Mr. Tom. Old man, please install this on the new ship. What is this? This is the wheel from my previous ship. It brought me here. Unfortunately, it has deteriorated beyond repair. The only remnant is this, and I wish for the new ship to inherit its spirit and accompany me forward. Ha ha ha. What a romantic notion. Leo, you shall become an exceptional captain. A man must boldly forge ahead. Mr. Tom, with remarkable speed, completed the initial draft of the new ship's design in just 7 days. This was merely a draft, for the vessel's flight capabilities were a novel endeavor for him. During this time, Leo contributed numerous suggestions based on fragmented memories from his past life. With the design in hand, preparations for construction commenced. Before they began, Tom summoned Leo and his companions, Will and Fram. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentices? The reactions were mixed. Fram appeared rather dismissive, while Will was taken aback. Uncle Tom, why only us? Leo is far smarter than I am. Why not take him on as well? Ha ha ha. I'm not worthy of taking him on as a student. Without my guidance, Leo's future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. His mind is filled with extraordinary ideas that few possess. Leo felt his face flush at Tom's praise. Uncle Tom, on behalf of the Wright brothers and Neely's Drail, I thank you that I suspect those gentlemen have never received compliment from a two-dimensional character in their lifetimes. Thus, Will became Tom's apprentice, alongside an unwilling junior, and the five began their official work. The first task in building the new ship was to scavenge for materials on Treasure Island. They dismantled old and derelict ships, sorting and recycling usable wood and metal. After 2 days of diligent effort, they managed to gather enough materials for the new vessel. Looking at the neatly arranged supplies, Leo couldn't help but reflect, to ordinary people, scrap is merely waste. Yet to a master, it represents valuable resources. If they successfully constructed the new ship, it would indeed be a transformation of waste into treasure. Will ignited the boiler outside, in a moment. We will complete the assembly in a heated environment. Why must we do this, teacher? Haha. This is my unique technique. Completing the assembly and sealing process in a heated environment allows the hull to naturally cool and form a cohesive whole. The temperature fluctuations will help ensure a perfect fit for the planks, after which we will apply waterproof paint, completing the initial phase of the hull's construction. Under Tom's meticulous guidance, and with Will's dedicated learning, the shipbuilding skills of the little chubby fish naturally progressed at a rapid pace. Over the past 2 days, Leo had also been busy designing the power core for his ship. Essentially, he aimed to amplify the arc reactor. This would not only provide propulsion for flight, but also serve as a stable energy source for laser weaponry. When Leo presented the reactor's design to Tom, the old man was taken aback. After inquiring about its purpose, he seemed to realize something, furrowing his brow in silence. Leo, where did you acquire the method for manufacturing this power core? Leo gazed at the old man curiously, wondering why he was so concerned. Mr. Tom, I learned this from my teacher. Who is your teacher? My teacher is Vegapunk. I see. I never would have guessed you were a student. The doctor is indeed a scientist who transcends this era by 500 years. I've heard that in the past year, he has assisted the Navy in constructing a number of new warships. Leo was also taken aback. This was the first time he had heard news of the doctor since leaving MDS. After being taken by the world government, he had already achieved such remarkable results. What an impressive feat. With this thought, Leo couldn't help but clench his teeth. Wait for me, teacher. Mr. Tom, I entrust the new ship to you. After completing the core design, Leo found himself with little else to do. With time on his hands, he decided to challenge the gods of water. To be precise, Leo had drawn inspiration from Akula Lagna. Given his ability to manipulate the sea, it made perfect sense to imitate a tsunami. Who wouldn't he want to shout who repaired the dam? During a confrontation, besides simulating a tsunami, he had another skill. With his enhanced abilities, Leo could now finally control the water molecules in the air, and he envisioned combining Fishman karate to create a more personalized attack technique. Once he had arranged everything, Leo departed from the shipyard. Before leaving, Will assured him that he would diligently learn shipbuilding from him, or to mimic the gods of water. The best approach was to observe them once more, so Leo made his way to the lower district of Water City, seeking out an open stretch of coastline. Facing the sea, he sat cross-legged on the shore, his expression solemn as he gazed into the distance. Come forth, gods of water, and meet my challenge. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon the ocean. While many had already returned home, leaving behind a solitary figure standing by the shore, by the end of the day, Leo's once sun-kissed skin had turned a deep shade of bronze, and his expression had shifted from eager anticipation to one of disappointment. How outrageous! The gods of water dare to stand me up, leaving me here to roast under the sun all day. Filled with regret and frustration, Leo made his way back to Treasure Island. Ha ha ha. Will, you've done well. You are quite talented. Let us see another one. Before even reaching Mr. Tom's workshop, Leo was greeted by the sound of hearty laughter. He felt a sense of relief. Will was fortunate to have such a responsible mentor in Tom. Following the sounds, he spotted Will effortlessly tossing a ship into the air and catching it, even balancing it on his nose when he became excited. Meanwhile, Mr. Tom and Iceberg were seated nearby, laughing and cheering Will on. Leo felt a surge of indignation that I've been out here, suffering all day. And you're over there playing? What happened to your promise to study diligently? What happened to your commitment to serious instruction? Well, what are you doing? Big brother Leo, you're back. Come quick and see what I've just learned. Will exclaimed, momentarily mistaking Leo for one of his kin due to their similar skin tones, aside from Leo being slightly thinner. Big brother Leo, what happened to your face? Hemph. It's my misfortune. Today, I was played for a fool. Mentioning his skin color reminded Leo of his earlier experiences, causing his anger to flare anew. Ha ha ha. Young Leo, who tricked you? Do share with me. Mr. Tom appeared eager, clearly intrigued by Leo's misadventures. Mr. Tom, I intended to challenge the gods of water. But after waiting by the sea all day, that guy stood me up. Mr. Tom was momentarily taken aback after listening, clearly unable to grasp the meaning behind Leo's words immediately. However, upon further contemplation, the reason became evident. Ah, how amusing it is that he had spent an entire day by the seaside waiting for the deities of water. Leo, you rascal, you are truly entertaining. The deities of water only appear once a year. Huh. Tom's single remark left Leo utterly petrified, realizing that he had endured a day of pointless suffering, all due to his own carelessness. Nevertheless, on the following day, Leo returned to the seaside, undeterred. He refused to believe that without the deities of water, he could not indulge in the waves. Thus, he resolved to first develop his tsunami technique that he sprinted out for dozens of nautical miles until the city of water was no longer visible. Finally halting on the surface of the sea, feeling a significant uplift in his spirits. Raising a hand to activate his ability, a colossal wave exceeding 50 meters in height and nearly 100 meters in width suddenly surged from the sea. Indeed, this wave could be classified as a minor tsunami based solely on its scale. Yet, Leo knew it lacked the relentless momentum characteristic of a true tsunami. With a flick of his hand, the wave advanced in the direction of his gesture, traveling a distance of 500 meters before crashing back down. Unsurprisingly, such force proved incapable of inflicting harm. Alas, it appears further effort is required. Over the ensuing months, Leo diligently practiced, rising early and returning late, dedicating no less than 10 hours daily to his training upon the ocean. He aimed to enhance the sustained output of his fruit ability. Initially, Leo could only maintain his ability for 20 minutes before requiring a break, managing merely 10 sessions each day. However, as Leo grew increasingly adept at wielding his power, the duration of his continuous ability to generate waves extended, eventually leading to the formation of a small tsunami. Though it could not rival the scale of the deities of water, it sufficed to bring Leo satisfaction. Meanwhile, on Will's end, the shipbuilding progress was equally gratifying. The hull was nearly completed, with only the addition of components for the deck remaining. Will, a worthy disciple of Mr. Tom, demonstrated the art of launching a ship's mast, mirroring precisely what Tom had done on Leo's first day. Mr. Tom, why must the mast be installed this way? Leo inquired. You do not understand. This method signifies that the shipwright can fully master the vessel they have crafted, akin to a child with their toy. Leo felt a wave of frustration. Did the old man assume he was entirely ignorant? Who else could construct a ship in such a manner? The story was quite convincing, yet seeing Will's evident joy, Leo chose to let it be. Days turned into weeks, with Will continuing to learn from Mr. Tom daily, while Leo focused intently on enhancing his abilities. Each evening, they gathered in Tom's workshop to enjoy a warm dinner together, a period marked by both fulfillment and happiness. Carter Fran was officially adopted by Mr. Tom, and despite his outward resistance, everyone knew he had long since considered this place his home. One day, 3 months later, Leo stood upon the ocean, the ripples beneath his feet expanding outward. Suddenly, a massive wave, towering over 100 meters in height and spanning 2 nautical miles, surged from behind him. With a mere thought, the wave surged forward, engulfing vast volumes of seawater, before the first wave had even receded. Another arose, one after another, ultimately culminating in a natural disaster comparable to a medium-sized tsunami. I have finally accomplished it. Who dares to challenge me on the vast ocean now? Let those who wish to confront me taste the wrath of the deep blue. Yet, that was not the end. Leo donned his sea tower stone mech and surged towards the tsunami, ultimately returning to the city of water just before the wave arrived. Come forth, nature's calamity. Let us engage in a confrontation. Leo's gaze was fixed on the horizon, soon spotting the colossal waves wrought by the deep blue rushing toward the city of water. To his surprise, the wave was growing in size as it approached, carrying even more seawater, transforming what had initially seemed a medium-sized tsunami into a large one. In the face of such a natural disaster, Leo maintained his combat stance, yet the twitching of his eyes betrayed his inner fear. In a moment of sheer desperation, he turned and fled, abandoning his heroic dreams. Meanwhile, many residents of the lower district also spotted the impending tsunami. After a brief moment of shock, chaos erupted as people screamed in panic. Those unable to escape collapsed in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly massive tsunami began to diminish before reaching the city of water, ultimately inundating the lower district only to the ankles. Truly a tempest of sound with little rain. The phenomenon was, of course, due to Leo having prematurely dispelled his ability. The seawater influenced by his power lost its force and fell back into the ocean, rendering the wave incapable of maintaining its scale. We are saved. What a farce. It was merely a larger tide. Helen, where are you? It was wrong of me to abandon you. Please give me another chance. Following the false alarm, order gradually returned to the lower district. Many were engaged in discussions regarding the recent tsunami, some bewildered, others outraged, while some even broke up. The varied reactions were manifold, until someone claimed to have seen the tsunami seemingly pursuing a person. This notion cloaked the disaster in an air of mystery. Consequently, this topic gained traction, and the following day, Leo overheard discussions about the sea god chasing the spirits of the departed from the deep sea, transforming the rumor into an urban legend. Damn, that was truly terrifying. Facing a large tsunami, I felt the threat of death looming. It seemed that control over his abilities required further refinement. He could not allow a lack of practice to cost him his life. Leo repeatedly reminded himself to exercise caution. In the days that followed, Leo began to rigorously practice controlling the tsunami's intensity, yet each attempt ended in retreat. He could not comprehend why, despite lowering the initial power, the tsunami still escalated to disaster levels. Recently, the residents of the lower district have been quite fortunate. Although they witnessed tsunamis daily, they appeared formidable without causing any substantial harm. Moreover, each time the tide surged into the lower streets, it left behind a bounty of seafood, much to the delight of the residents, who had long suffered under the deities of water. Some speculated whether these were offerings from a sea god, or perhaps a sign that they would no longer face the wrath of the deities. Among the numerous theories circulating, the most popular was the urban legend of the benevolent spirits bringing happiness, leaving Leo quite bemused, having unwittingly become a hero. One day, while strolling through the lower district, Leo was suddenly stopped by an older gentleman who grasped his arm and mysteriously inquired, "Young man, are you aware of the recent urban legends surrounding the city of water?" Leo found himself at a loss for words. Urban legends? He was, after all, the protagonist of one. He longed to declare this aloud, yet hesitated, acutely aware that his actions had caused inconvenience for the residents. "I know. The benevolent spirits bringing happiness. I've heard many speak of it, though I do not quite believe. Not believing is the right approach. What benevolent spirits? It sounds utterly fabricated." Leo replied, "Oh, it seems I have encountered a discerning individual." He regarded the older man with newfound respect. Indeed, the wise could put a stop to the spread of rumors. Just as Leo was about to commend him, the older gentleman continued cryptically, "Young man, have you heard of the ghost ship that bounces around on Ghost Ship Island? In the year 1497 of the Ocean Circle, it lingered in the city of water for nearly a year." Leo stood at the seaside, feeling the gentle sea breeze against his face, the sky clear and the sun shining brightly, the ocean mirroring the serene sky. Today marked a rare good day in the city of water. The wind speed was optimal, humidity was just right, and his physical condition was excellent. Everything was in readiness. Today was the day to prove himself. An unprecedented confidence radiated from Leo. Having trained in the city of water for nearly a year, he could now consistently generate large tsunamis. The only goal remaining was to conquer the colossal waves, and all conditions were finally met. Will shouted from a distance, "Leo, when will you successfully slay a god?" Today, water enveloped Leo's body as the sea tower stone armor was fully donned, preparing for activation. Boom! On the beach, a deep pit lay as if it had been struck by cannon fire. Riao detonated a water balloon, encased in compressed air, beneath his feet, propelling him forward with instantaneous velocity akin to teleportation. The seawater, propelled by the high-pressure jets emanating from his marine stone armor, left a trail of white froth as it surged onward, as if the ocean itself had been cleaved in two. In a single breath, he reached a maritime expanse 50 nautical miles from the water city, glancing at the recording pointer on his wrist to confirm his direction once more. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy to manipulate the rising water. Initially, several waterspouts shot straight into the azure sky, followed by a colossal wave that rose ominously, spanning an indeterminate number of nautical miles. The fury of the deep blue, a repository of wrath, the artificial deities of water stirred up a cataclysmic tide that surged toward the water city, and on the beach, a figure appeared in an instant. Riao, having returned, shed his marine stone mech, but he brushed his wind-tousled hair back with his hand, flexed his wrists, and grounded himself in a horse stance, his right fist at his waist and his left hand raised in a palm-forward gesture. With eyes closed, he felt the sea breeze intensifying from gentle to fierce, and suddenly he opened his eyes to find the clear sky vanished, replaced by a gathering mass of clouds, heralding an immense wave rolling in his direction. Finally, it had arrived. This moment had been long awaited. Riao bellowed, "Sea god flow, twilight of the gods," as his right fist surged forward, seemingly unleashing an invisible shockwave that rippled through the air, conjuring countless droplets of water until they coalesced into a blue beam that struck the giant wave directly. After a brief standoff, the shockwave carved a massive hole in the heart of the wave, its edges continuing to expand, as if the titanic wave, akin to the deities of water, had been pierced by Riao's fist. Following the breach, the successive waves parted in layers, ultimately gliding past the fringe of the water city without a single droplet landing on the island. The inhabitants of the water city stood in stunned silence. Utterly speechless at the moment the wave was cleaved in two, the occurrence was so abrupt that some people remained frozen in mid-action, coffee spilling from cups unheated, while others with cigars found the embers burned down to the nub. Oblivious to the heat, the once boisterous city seemed to be paused, suspended in time. Roars of jubilation erupted as the crowd celebrated the miraculous cleaving of the water deities, though the hows and whys eluded them. Yet, witnessing the conquest of a calamity that had plagued the water city for over a century was exhilarating. Riao, however, was indifferent to the thoughts of the townsfolk. He was entirely enraptured in the joy of his triumph, a joy he wished to share solely with Weil. After a brief celebration, the two returned to Shipwreck Island, where they could see Mr. Tom fine-tuning the new vessel from afar. Mr. Tom, Iceberg, and the eccentric Flam. "I have returned," Riao called out cheerfully. Is eccentric a compliment? Flam chuckled heartily. "Just in time, Riao. The new ship is complete. Come and see it. It is truly a marvel of a vessel," as the ship's owner approached. Mr. Tom beamed with pride, confident that this ship was the pinnacle of his career. The new ship's exterior differed vastly from most sailing vessels of this era. It was sleek and narrow, measuring 50 meters in length but only 10 meters in width. The bow featured a slight curvature at the bottom, resembling the blade of a samurai sword. The stern boasted stabilizing fins, and the overall design mimicked the skeletal wings of deep-sea creatures. Propellers were affixed to the sides of the hull, equipped with spiral blades. What pleased Riao most was the bow, designed in the shape of a trident, as he had an inkling that this would be intrinsically linked to his title in the future. Beneath the bow lay the main cannon, which, inspired by Flam's suggestions, had been designed as a rotating rapid-fire laser cannon. The streamlined hull, adorned in blue and white, exuded a sense of speed, and Riao and Wall could hardly contain their excitement to sail upon the open sea. "Tell me, young Riao, are you not awed by this perfect masterpiece? With the power system you provided, the concept of oceanic speed has been vividly brought to life in my mind. I may never create another like it in my lifetime. Come, let me show you more details. There are many surprises awaiting." As Riao gazed in astonishment, Mr. Tom pointed to the midsection of the hull. "First, look closely. You can see a fine seam here, as per your request. The midsection of the hull can open to reveal a 10-meter-long folding wing, which will enhance stability while the ship is in flight. When deployed at maximum speed, the wings will allow the vessel to glide atop the water, further reducing drag and achieving unparalleled speed." Oh, tell me more, Mr. Tom," Riao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "No boy could resist the allure of a paper airplane, let alone a flying ship. You're surprised too soon. Allow me to unveil an even greater design. Flam, activate the third form." Mr. Tom led Riao away for a better view, but Riao was already captivated upon hearing the ship could transform. "Okay, behold this super invincible design." With a rumble, metallic panels rose from the stern, enclosing a 90-degree space. With a transparent circular section in the center point, 3 masts retracted like fishing rods into the hull, while wooden and metal strips ascended from the sides, ultimately locking together to form a dome-shaped structure, transforming the ship from a 3-masted sailing vessel into a yacht-like silhouette. Riao, neck craned, eyes aglow, tears of joy streaming down his face, reveled in the sight of the ship. His excitement beyond words. "Ahaha! Young Riao, this is your second surprise. The ship's speed does not end here. In its third form, whether sailing, diving, or flying, it can elevate its speed to an entirely new level." After admiring the exterior, Iceberg and Flam introduced Riao to the ship's interior features: a swimming pool, laboratory, spacious kitchen, and barbecue area. Everything he and Wall had previously discussed had now materialized. "Big Brother Riao, name it. Such a handsome vessel deserves a striking name." While feeling a bit bashful, suggested, "I think Mr. White-Bellied Whale is a splendid name. Don't be ridiculous, you little chub. It must be called Super Invincible Advanced Flam. This is a name bestowed by Flam. Riao, it will surely carry you across the globe, conquering all storms. A vessel of dreams. Its ultra-streamlined hull slices through the ocean like a blade, so it shall be named Dream Blade." This was Iceberg's suggestion. Don't let his serious demeanor fool you. P.S. Unexpectedly whimsical. Upon seeing the ship for the first time, Riao had already settled on a name. "Mr. Tom, could we paint the bow gold?" "Of course, but isn't that a bit ostentatious?" Riao's lips curled into a slight smile. "This ship must not only take us anywhere in the world, but also embody our spirit of freedom and indomitable will. While on Fishman Island, Shaley once foretold that I would become the sea god in the future." So this ship shall be named Golden Ronseur or Sea Goddess Spirited O. Oh, indeed. Everyone's eyes sparkled at Riao's name choice, especially while, as he was a member of this vessel, Mr. Tom laughed heartily. Patting Riao on the shoulder, young man, your journey is about to continue. During your time in the Water City, although while his team mastered all my techniques, he has become quite adept with the Sea Goddess Spear and can handle routine maintenance and modifications. You can set off with confidence. Mr. Tom also offered while fatherly advice. While although you can no longer study beside me, do not squander your shipbuilding talents. Continue honing your skills so you can better assist Riao. Mr. Tom's tone reflected a parental concern, for Weil was the first fisherman to forge a friendship with humanity, and Mr. Tom harbored great hopes for his future. Days later, at the port of the Water City, the striking silhouette of the Sea Goddess Spear drew countless onlookers, all speculating about the vessel's unique design. Riao, and while waved farewell to Mr. Tom, Iceberg, and Flam from the deck. Mr. Tom, thank you for crafting this ship for me. I shall conquer any adversity with it. Sailing freely upon the ocean, that I will return to visit you all. Take care. Ultimately, Rio refrained from cautioning Mr. Tom about the world government, nor did he attempt to persuade the master to abandon his current aspirations and return to Fishman Island. Throughout nearly a year of companionship, during countless nights, Rio witnessed Mr. Tom toiling diligently at his workbench, and instead of urging him to relinquish his dreams, Rio offered nothing but encouragement. He was a man of great stature, a master who boldly pursued his dreams. Rio, and had just finished arranging the sails and prepared to set off. The weather on the sea took a dramatic turn. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and sunny, but in an instant, it seemed as if the entire heavens were about to collapse. The colossal waterspout, composed of an immense volume of seawater, spiraled skyward. This scene was all too familiar to Rio. The annual arrival of the water god, Akula Lagna, was upon them once more. It was this very phenomenon that had brought him here, and now it had returned to send him off. Upon witnessing the situation, the onlookers on the shore swiftly turned to flee. Despite having endured countless tsunami assaults over the past year, they were still unable to withstand the primal fear of facing natural disasters. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had dispersed completely. A slight smile curved Rio's lips as he raised his hand to point ahead. We'll charge in that direction, the captain's command. The Sea Goddess Fury bolted out of the harbor like an arrow released from a bow. Rio clenched his right fist, gathering energy, before suddenly thrusting it forward and shouting, Sea God Flow, Twilight of the Gods, full power. With a single punch, a colossal beam of light, several times thicker than the Sea Goddess Fury itself, pierced through the towering waves, splitting the water gods and completely neutralizing their threat to the Water City. The power of Twilight of the Gods penetrated the surging waters without dissipating until it created a gaping hole in the cloud cover. In that moment, a shaft of sunlight streamed down through the opening, and the world seemed to focus entirely on the Sea Goddess Fury. The ship's golden trident reflected dazzling rays of light as the vessel pierced through the raging winds and tumultuous waves like a divine weapon cast by a sea deity. Oh, how exhilarating! Rio, go faster, Will exclaimed, gripping the ship's railing and relishing the thrill of their rapid voyage. Little Chubby, you seem a bit too carried away, but I rather enjoy this request. Just as Rio finished speaking, a series of cracking sounds emanated from both sides of the ship as a pair of 10-meter-long folding wings gradually unfurled. Hold on tight. Prepare for takeoff, Will shouted eagerly. With another explosive sound, the ship's rear thrusters unleashed two beams of blue light, propelling the Sea Goddess Fury into the sky with tremendous force. Rio activated the flying mode of the Sea Goddess Fury, since he'll desire to experience the rush of speed. Rio decided to push the throttle to its limits. In truth, the Sea Goddess Fury was not truly flying. It merely utilized the thrust generated by the boosters to glide briefly through the air. Nevertheless, Rio already had plans in mind to devise a method for providing sustained power in the future. Boom! After soaring for a while, the Sea Goddess Fury plummeted back into the ocean, creating a massive splash. Ugh! This is simply too thrilling, Rio exclaimed, while Will, trembling, clutched the ship's railing and struggled to keep from retching. After regaining his composure, he clasped his hands together and began to pray to the sea. Mother, your son has made something of himself. Now he has soared through the skies like a fishman. Ha ha, Kimoji. This is utterly delightful. The adrenaline rush from the exhilarating experience left Ryo's face flushed with excitement. With its stunning appearance and exceptional performance, no man could resist the allure of the sea god's fury. It had captured Ryo's heart completely. Just as Ryo was still basking in his exhilaration, Will suddenly shouted, Ryo, look! That ship ahead seems to be in distress. Ryo shut off the thrusters and relied on the sails to approach the wrecked vessel, only to discover that it was a pirate ship. The mast had broken in 2 places, and only tattered remnants of the sail fluttered in the wind. The hull bore several gaping holes, and with even the slightest wave, water would breach the ship. It was only thanks to the fair weather that it was still managing to stay afloat, but given its condition, it wouldn't be long before it sank. Seeing the dire state of the pirates, Ryo intended to let them be. However, just as he turned his gaze away, he heard cries for help. Help! Please assist us! Several ragged men clung to the ship's railing, weakly waving their arms. Ryo stepped out onto the deck and inquired, How did you end up in this predicament? Please help us. We haven't eaten in ages. We're on the brink of starvation. The pirates banged their heads against the ship's railing, clearly having drifted at sea for quite some time. We'll toss them a few barrels of fresh water. The jovial little fish tossed several water barrels across. Yes, soon as the pirates heard there was water, they scrambled toward the barrels, drinking greedily, some even sticking their heads directly into the barrels, resembling zombies in their desperation. All right, pace yourselves. That should suffice that if you continue along this course for a day, you'll reach an island. Whether you survive or not depends on your luck. Ryo casually pointed in a direction and decided not to engage further. Turning back to instruct Will to set sail. Yet before they could depart, cheers erupted from the pirate's ship. Huh, we're revived at last. Thank you for the water, but you should help us all the way. Our ship can no longer sail, so why not give us yours? Several pirates, having regained their strength, now regarded Ryo and Will with mocking expressions sigh. It seems all pirates are the same, equally foolish, upon hearing them call out to him. Ryo anticipated the ensuing events. Unsurprisingly, the pirates, emboldened by their revival, sought to seize their ship, as betraying kindness was a common affair for them. More and more satiated pirates joined the ranks, eagerly awaiting Ryo's response. With some impatiently drawing their curved swords, Ryo called, and then summoned several streams of seawater. Will understood instantly and grasped one of the currents. Single-handed sea current shoulder throw, the seawater in Will's hand transformed into a flexible whip, sweeping down a multitude of pirates. But that was not the end. Will continued to unleash punches, each one striking the scatter droplets like a fishman martial arts technique. Water droplet scatter shot. The tiny droplets flew like bullets toward the pirate ship. And under Will's brilliance, the already battered vessel tilted precariously. Many pirates, caught off guard, tumbled into the sea, quickly swallowed by the waves along with their sinking ship. Yet a few exceptionally fortunate individuals managed to toss their grappling hooks overboard just before the ship sank, scrambling aboard the sea god's fury in a desperate bid for survival. Ryo merely observed coldly, not hindering their ascent. The terrified pirates gasped for breath as they boarded, finally regaining their composure before lunging at Ryo. You bastard! How dare you? Ryo and Will had no habit of listening to their enemies' threats within mere moments. They dispatched the remaining pirates, tossing them overboard to feed the fishes. No. Please don't kill me. I swear I won't do it again. Ryo spared one survivor, hoping to extract useful information from him. You answer my questions. If you dare utter any nonsense, I shall dispose of you. He pointed to the recording pointer on the pirate's wrist. Which island does this pointer indicate? Upon seeing the pointer, Ryo's mind sparked with a glimmer of fortune. Their next destination was Long Chain Island, a pirate haven, and he was reluctant to venture there due to potential dangers. Now, with the recording pointer in hand, perhaps they could avoid Long Chain Island altogether. It's the recording pointer for Starry Island. Our captain intends to participate in the world's Top Chef competition held there, faced with death. The pirate was surprisingly forthcoming, divulging everything without needing threats from Ryo. Starry Island. That name was unfamiliar, at least not mentioned in the original work, and the fact that they were hosting a Top Chef competition was intriguing. Such an event surely warranted a visit. Perhaps they could even find a suitable chef. Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your answer. Point one, last question. Are you a user of a devil fruit? Rio smiled mischievously at the pirate, resembling a small demon. Oh, what a delightful surprise. The reason to visit Starry Island has now multiplied, one that might yield a suitable devil fruit for a chef. I wonder whether Charlotte Limlin would come to claim it if she caught wind of this news. Rio gestured toward the pirate kneeling on the deck. Well, this one is yours. Do not let him suffer. You scoundrels, you said you wouldn't kill me. The pirate began to curse as he realized the duo's betrayal. Will, did I ever promise to spare him? Were feigned a serious recollection, but the answer was undoubtedly no. It was merely the other party engaging in self-talk. Approaching the pirate, Weir, still hesitant from his first act of killing, found his compassion dissipated upon recalling how Leo had selflessly assisted them, only for them to attempt to seize the sea god's vessel. You wretched scoundrels! After quenching your thirst, you still wish to attack our ship. How despicable! With that, he unleashed a fisherman karate technique. 5,000 wave stones, after uttering a couple of encouraging words, were struck down the pirate without hesitation, marking a significant rite of passage for the little fat fish in his maritime adventures. Noticing Weir's momentary gloom after taking a life, Leo patted his belly in consolation, saying, "Fear not, the sea is indeed ruthless. If you do not slay them, they will surely turn upon you. Besides, you are well aware of the true nature of those pirates. The fisherman race cannot seek friendship with humanity through such wretches." "I am fine, Leo. There is no need for concern," Weir replied. Let us head to Star Island, where a grand culinary competition is underway. It's time for a feast." Hearing about the sumptuous banquet, the little fat fish was reinvigorated. The sea god's vessel surged forward like a wild stallion, leaving a trail of white froth upon the surface of the water. 5 days later, Leo finally laid eyes on Star Island. He had initially believed it to be in close proximity, but after an exhausting sprint of 5,000 nautical miles, he was grateful that the sea god's vessel lived up to its reputation as the fastest on the seas. Otherwise, the excitement shared by Leo and Weir would have waned. It was no wonder that tales spoke of the Grand Line having 7 fixed routes, which, once chosen, could not be easily altered. Such vast distances would make it perilous to change course. Becoming lost at sea could spell doom, compounded by the myriad of treacherous weather conditions that could lead to a watery grave. Before even docking, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing Leo and Weir's appetites. Even before disembarking, their mouths watered profusely. Star Island is renowned as a gem of the Grand Line, celebrated for its delectable cuisine. This archipelago is uniquely situated at the intersection of the doldrums and the Grand Line, resulting in a pleasant climate with minimal natural disasters. The entire cluster consists of 73 small islands, each uniquely numbered from 1 to 72, surrounding the central Lord Island, which is a dormant volcano and the largest of all. The smaller islands, like stars surrounding the moon, vary in size and are scattered harmoniously. When night falls and the lights of the small islands illuminate, it resembles a celestial tapestry resting upon the sea. Once the ship was secured, Leo and Weir eagerly set foot on Star Island. They each rented a floating pedal bike and commenced their gastronomic journey, following their noses rather than a guide. Their first destination was an isle dedicated to snacks, where they ravenously devoured takoyaki, their cheeks puffing out like goldfish as they feasted. They also sought information. "Oh, San, your takoyaki is simply divine. I feel I could consume 100 of them." "Haha, of course. This year, I aim to claim the title of the best takoyaki," the vendor replied, his hands never ceasing their work, a look of excitement on his face. "The best takoyaki? Isn't the competition for the title of the world's best chef?" Leo inquired, puzzled as to how the title had shifted from chef to snack. "You must be new to Star Island, aren't you? The culinary competition is indeed to crown the world's best chef. But do you have any idea how many chefs participate? How many chefs?" Considering the bustling atmosphere, Leo guessed at least 5,000, not even half. "Let me tell you, over 10,000 chefs compete daily, and within 3 days. We must determine 72 champions to enter the finals. So, to become the world's best chef, one must be a master of all culinary arts, the vendor explained, his expression shifting to one of envy before shaking his head in resignation. And what of this best takoyaki title you mentioned? Leo pressed that's merely an agreement among chefs. Titles like Best Takoyaki, Best Curry, or Best Barbecue are competitions among chefs specializing in those dishes. The participants are those who Haven Tea made it to the finals, and such private contests are indeed recognized by the Star Island authorities. But why engage in such frivolities? What value do these titles hold? Oh, they hold significance indeed. The majority of attendees of the culinary competition, aside from chefs and tourists, are merchants. Those looking to break into the food industry can find suitable chefs here, making the title of best in a particular dish a criterion for their selection. Understood. And what does the winner of the world's best chef receive? Leo finally asked, eager for the answer. If it were truly a devil fruit, he would need to devise a plan, as his boss Jesus was still waiting. The chefs who become the island's champions after 3 days receive substantial monetary rewards. The closer the island is to the center, the higher the prize. Moreover, royal families and nobles from various nations attend the competition. If you perform well before them, you may even secure a position as their exclusive chef. Now that would be a leap to greatness. As for the title of world's best chef, that's a different story. Even if you reach the finals, your dish must be approved by 3 judges simultaneously. Without unanimous acclaim, the title is unattainable. Did you know that no one has claimed the title of world's best chef for many years? By your account, the title of world's best chef offers little aside from the devil fruit, which is merely worth 100 million berries. Would a top chef even care for such a sum? Leo remarked skeptically. Upon hearing his question, the vendor suddenly adopted a mysterious demeanor. Let me share a secret. If you become the world's best chef, you will be appointed as the exclusive chef for the celestial dragons, directly transported to the abode of the gods. Leo thought to himself, what a calamity that would be. Nevertheless, the vendor's information was invaluable. Perhaps there were members of the world government among the spectators. Thank you, sir. We have enjoyed our meal and shall return to your establishment when time permits. Best of luck in the competition. With that, Leo pulled Weir away as they set off towards other islands. In the days leading up to the competition, Leo and Weir indulged in a veritable feast. Fruit fish roe ice cream, grilled sea kings, deep-sea pearl clam chowder, navy curry, and pirate barbecue. Such a plethora of delicacies it was nearly impossible to count. Amidst their enjoyment, Leo remained vigilant, scouting for suitable chefs for their team, serendipitously encountering a familiar face on the 36th island of Star Island, as Leo and Weir savored deep-sea eel rice. Weir's table was piled high with plates resembling a small mountain. The little fat fish unleashed his racial appetite, devouring food with a ferocity that could only be described as gluttonous. Conversely, Leo exhibited decorum, savoring each bite, though his gaze frequently darted to the vendor at the adjacent stall. To his surprise, he spotted Redfoot Zeph, a true culinary master, capable of nurturing talents like Sanji. Zeph's culinary prowess was indisputable, and his physical skills were commendable, if only he could be persuaded to join their ranks. Yet, Leo pondered whether Zeph was still a pirate, for that would complicate matters with the bounties. How might he entice him? As Leo contemplated strategies, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. What nonsense are you spouting? If you want to eat, stop hogging the space. Get out. A series of loud thuds followed. Curiously, Leo turned to see a green-haired youth being assaulted by 2 burly men. Strangely, the youth shielded himself with his arms crossed over his chest. Absorbing the blows upon his back, despite the beating, he shouted, "The sanmai you are using is past its prime. The fish has lost too much flavor, and you shouldn't use salt from East Blue. That salt is far too mild to enhance the sanmai's taste, rendering your dish utterly subpar. How dare you speak so foolishly? Who do you think you are, a food critic? You are just a fallen noble. A disgrace to Star Island, much like your useless father," retorted the vendor of the grilled sanmai, crossing his arms and watching the youth suffer while hurling insults. The battered youth appeared quite obstinate, almost foolishly so, continuing to rant, "Your cooking lacks sincerity. A dish made without heart cannot bring joy. You are nothing but a stain upon the profession of a chef." A multitude of onlookers engaged in fervent discussions regarding the beleaguered young man. How has he returned once more? I recall this fellow participating year after year, only to face elimination each time that if he lacks talent, He ought not to squander his time in this field. Are you not aware? This chap's family has a lingering grudge with the Lord of Star Island. He has been a source of disruption in recent years. The Lord, in his magnanimity, had originally chosen to overlook him. Yet he shows no gratitude and continues to cause mayhem annually. The spectators regarded the battered youth with scorn, labeling him a bothersome nuisance. However, Leo held a different perspective. The young man's desperate effort to protect his hands signified his identity as a chef, as cherishing one's hands is a fundamental quality for one in his profession. Although his words seemed to nitpick, Leo discerned a profound seriousness in his gaze. Who would willingly subject themselves to such torment year after year? Leo felt compelled to delve deeper into this matter. Approaching the sori stall, he picked up a grilled sori to sample. The proprietor's skill is on par with my own. The fish is unevenly cooked, with some parts charred while others remain soft, indicating a lack of even heat distribution. The flavor is also somewhat bland, affirming the young man's claims. Rather, it is the chef grilling the sori who appears to be filled with self-doubt. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. Cease at once. The Lord has arrived. The spectators automatically parted to create a pathway, allowing a handsome middle-aged nobleman, flanked by soldiers, to approach the young man. The Lord first gestured for silence with a downward motion of his hands, then adjusted the 3 medals adorning his chest before speaking in a gentle tone. What transpired? Why is everyone gathered here? No sooner had the Lord posed his question than a visitor shouted, "My lord, that young man is deliberately causing trouble. Please, drive him away so he does not disrupt the chef competition." Upon hearing this, the Lord glanced at the bruised young man and smiled faintly. "Charles, why have you returned? Did I not inform you that with your current culinary skills, you are unqualified to participate in the competition? I advise you to return and study for a few more years." The young man, brimming with indignation, glared at the Lord, his gaze laced with animosity. "Greedy, spare me your hypocritical fade. You may deceive others, but not me. Alas, Charles, you remain so immature. Your actions bring shame to your father." The Lord purposely paused, then continued to address the gathered crowd. "According to the rules of Star Island, any fighting during the chef competition will result in disqualification. Thus, I hereby announce that both of you are disqualified. Please vacate Star Island post-haste." However, the youth named Charles suddenly struggled against the soldiers, exclaiming, "Greedy, do not mention my father. Just wait. I will certainly win the championship of the chef competition and reclaim my father's legacy with honor." The Lord, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Your father's knife is in my custody precisely because you are still too immature to wield it, when you can prove yourself as a competent chef. I shall return it to you, Greedy. You have consistently used underhanded means to eliminate me, all in an attempt to seize my father's legendary knife. Ah, dear Charles, your misunderstanding truly pains me. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. If you can secure the championship in this competition, I will return your father's knife. But what if you fail? If I lose, I will relinquish my right hand to you and vow never to cook again." "Excellent, such courage. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the competition." As the Lord departed, the crowd continued to mock Charles's audacity, and the proprietor who had clashed with him appeared indifferent to his own disqualification, casting Charles a glance as if he were gazing upon a lifeless being. Leo approached Charles, speaking earnestly. "You are quite the impressive individual. I admire your sentiment that only heartfelt cooking can bring happiness. How about joining me as a partner?" Charles, taken aback by this declaration, stared at Leo as if he were a fool. "Who is this child? Someone should come forth to manage him." Bang! 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 Fireworks ascended into the sky, heralding the commencement of the annual food festival on Star Island, where over 10,000 of the world's most outstanding chefs would compete for a chance to qualify for the world's best chef semifinals over the next 3 days. Amidst the crowd, Charles appeared somewhat anxious. He vowed that this year he would reclaim his father's legendary culinary tool, and coupled with his wager with Greedy, should he lose, he would forfeit the opportunity to fulfill his wish. Thus, for this final chef competition, Charles resolved to give it his all. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual food festival on Star Island has begun. We now invite the esteemed Lord Greedy to deliver the opening address. The host's booming voice echoed throughout the islands via the image-communicating insects stationed at various locations. Leo, however, paid little attention to the Lord's lengthy speech. He was preoccupied with searching for Chef Charles. Leo sensed that Charles possessed considerable skill. Despite having been beaten by a group the previous day, he appeared unfazed. Aside from witnessing Greedy's display of anger, he maintained a remarkably calm demeanor throughout. Such a person could either be a concealed master or an imbecile, and Leo undoubtedly leaned towards the former, deeming Charles the ideal chef for their team. Meanwhile, Greedy concluded his address, and unexpectedly, a celestial dragon was among the guests, introducing an element of uncertainty to the event. Lord Kamayur, please take your seat in the VIP section. This year's competition will surely not disappoint you. Greedy donned a sycophantic smile, carefully attending to the celestial dragon. Oh my, is my very own personal chef about to make an appearance? I shall finally be rid of the mundane fare prepared by the talentless. Though he spoke thus, Kamayur maintained half-closed eyes, seemingly lacking enthusiasm. Year after year, he was promised the emergence of the world's top chef, yet he was perpetually let down. It was a testament to his mercy that he did not erupt in anger immediately. Internally, he grumbled about the futility of such contests among commoners, unless, of course, they were chefs clad only in aprons. That notion was rather amusing. Perhaps it was worth a try. All diners must exchange a significant number of food vouchers for the privilege of indulging on the island, allowing them to sample dishes from various chefs by paying the corresponding amount of vouchers. The 8 chefs who accumulate the highest total of vouchers over the 3 days would advance to the elimination round. Leo, where shall we begin our culinary exploration? That stall over there looks enticing, Will exclaimed, his eyes nearly overwhelmed by the plethora of choices. Stop fixating solely on eating. Do not forget to locate our chef. Hey Leo, look, there's a sea serpent dish over there. Let us go try it. Under the allure of the delectable offerings, Leo and Will quickly forgot their search for the chef. The duo relished their time on the eastern side of Star Island, oblivious to the fact that the individual they sought had commenced his own battle in the west. Charles, having finally found a vacant spot, swiftly set up his stall for business. Due to his lackluster performance in previous days, he could only enter from the outermost perimeter. The culinary standards of the Star Food Festival escalated from the outer layers to the inner ones, while the outer layer featured common dishes. It attracted numerous patrons, albeit at lower prices that to qualify for the top 8. One must establish a stall on the inner islands, where the minimum requirement was to obtain food vouchers valued at 1 million Baileys. Most patrons on the outer layer were comprised of commoners, merchants, and even pirates. In response to this crowd, Charles planned to serve grilled Sea King skewers to assert his dominance. This choice was astute, as the aroma produced during the grilling would swiftly draw in customers, and skewers also had the advantage of quick service. That it was evident that Charles was well prepared to swiftly harvest the food vouchers from eager diners. Before long, a long line formed in front of Charles's stall. The fragrance of his Sea King skewers, enhanced by his secret sauce, wafted across 4 or 5 islands, captivating every passerby. The rich aroma was akin to Cupid's arrows, effortlessly winning the hearts of all diners. Moreover, Charles's dishes seemed to possess an almost magical quality, as every individual who sampled them couldn't help but beam with joy. If Charles was an angel of culinary delights, then Leo and Will were akin to locusts passing through, thoroughly enjoying their gastronomic adventure. They swept through every island, leaving no ingredients untouched, and even managed to exhaust several chefs. If there were a competitive eating contest during the festival, the duo would undoubtedly be strong contender for the top spot. Leo, I'm utterly stuffed. Let us seek out some dessert now. That moment, Will had transformed from a killer whale into pufferfish, his small hands patting his belly, clearly satisfied with his indulgence. It's time to wrap up our enjoyment and focus on our primary objective. Let us see how our chef is faring in the competition. We're off to find someone. Leo, I think I've caught a case of post-meal inertia. Why don't you go ahead? Upon hearing the call to action, Will immediately sprang into motion. Ugh, just die already. Fatso, well, we won't have to search for him ourselves. Let's not forget we have our secret weapon. Before long, Leo retrieved the long-in-use surveillance insect drone, which had grown rather plump from neglect, its shell barely able to contain its girth. Fortunately, its performance remained commendable, managing to wobble and take flight with some effort. Leo and Will huddled before the drone, their eyes glued to the screen. Will, pay close attention. Do not miss that green-haired chef. As this pertains to our livelihoods, the drone scanned the islands, having ventured from the outskirts to the very center. Look, Will, this insect cuisine seems quite appealing. Insect cuisine. It sounds rather unique. Leo, it appears, and Will evidently underestimated their resistance to culinary temptations. Amongst a plethora of delicacies, identifying one individual was easily overshadowed by their gluttonous inclinations. Moreover, on the island dedicated to insect cuisine, Leo spotted the familiar face of Zepp, prompting the duo to unanimously decide to indulge in a taste. Much to the detriment of poor Charles, whose priority was once again diminished to Leo's astonishment. Insect cuisine turned out to be exceedingly popular. Was the world truly so accepting of such peculiar foods? Maintaining a skeptical demeanor, Leo decided to sample a portion of fried burstworms. Upon taking the first bite, he was pleasantly surprised. The flavor was reminiscent of peculiar flavored beans, becoming increasingly addictive with each morsel. Soon, he polished off a bag of worms, his feet halting precisely before Zepp's stall, where he naturally took a seat. He pushed 2 food vouchers towards Zepp, saying, "Boss, what delectable dishes do you offer? Please present a few for me to taste." Zepp glanced at Leo and casually served 2 sets of meals, which included caviar paired with pan-seared foie gras, clam cream chowder, flaky baked cod fillet, and creamy mashed potato salad, a somewhat simplified Western-style meal. Just the aroma alone exuded elegance, revealing Zepp's culinary prowess. Before the sumptuous spread, both Leo and Will unconsciously became conscious of their table manners, grasping knives and forks, napkins in place, as they began to savor each dish in an orderly fashion. After finishing, they elegantly dabbed their mouths, and just as Leo intended to engage in friendly banter with Zepp, Will suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle, another serving of clam cream chowder. Please." Will gazed at Zepp with longing. Zepp said nothing, but turned to serve another bowl of chowder before Will, who, disregarding all decorum, lifted the bowl and downed it in one go. After finishing, he continued to stare at Zepp, demanding yet another serving. Zepp, resigned, complied with Will's insatiable appetite. Leo noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Zepp's eye. Instead of presenting more chowder to Will, Zepp leaned over the table, fixating his gaze on the boy. Zepp's entourage gathered around, and Will felt a pinch of embarrassment. "Uncle, am I eating too much and causing you displeasure?" Zepp's stern demeanor quickly melted in a hearty laughter. How could I ever fault a guest for indulging? Come, come, we are all men of the sea. Eat as much as you desire, and do not hold back. Zepp's companions cheered, admiring Will's voracious appetite. I could see that moment. Leo confirmed that Zepp was indeed the captain of a pirate crew. With a smile, Leo regarded Zepp. "I never expected the famed captain of the chef pirate crew, Redfoot Zepp, to be so amiable. Greetings, I am Leo, and this is my companion Will. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zepp remarked with a hint of jest, "You, young lad, must have recognized my identity at first sight yesterday, yet you dare to spy on me. Are you bounty hunters?" "Oh no, you misunderstand. My intent in observing you was to extend an invitation for you to join my ship as a chef." The unexpected response left Zepp momentarily stunned, followed by a sardonic chuckle. "Ha! You audacious boy, seeking to recruit me as your chef. Do you wish to remain on Starry Island?" Leo understood Zepp was jesting, for despite being a pirate, he seldom slaughtered innocents. Even if matters escalated, Leo held no fear of him. "Since you refuse, I shall take it as a jest. Alas, what a fine chef I shall miss out on. I shall have to settle for inviting Charles aboard instead. Oh, you happen to know his whereabouts, Mr. Zepp? Him? You might as well give up on that notion. He will never accompany you. That fellow's ancestors were the lords of Starry Island, usurped only in his grandfather's generation by the current ruling family. Thus, restoring his family's glory is his sole ambition. Moreover, Charles is exceedingly proud. How could he ever submit to a brat like you? Ha ha ha! All right, old man. Just you wait. I shall deal with your apprentice in due time." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I merely remarked that it will not be easy for Charles to achieve victory, given that his adversary is the lord of this place, who could eliminate him with a mere flick of his finger. What chance does he have for revenge? However, if he were to join us, the outcome would be entirely different. Confidence is commendable, but do not say I did not warn you. With the celestial dragons around, you two best refrain from causing trouble. After some light-hearted conversation, Leo and Will concluded their day of culinary adventures. On their way back, Leo meticulously organized the information gathered throughout the day. It appeared that persuading Charles to join would be quite a daunting task. It seemed the only solution lay in helping him secure victory in the competition. With this thought, Leo's eyes darted around. Well, how about we sneak a peek at the Lord's castle tonight? Huh, boss, we cannot resort to thievery. As the moonlight bathed Starry Island, the evening's tranquility enveloped it. After a day of toil, all participating chefs were busy tallying their day's haul. Yash, over 1,000 food vouchers. Tomorrow, we shall move to the mid-level district. Charles was pleased with today's results, having successfully navigated through the most competitive outer district before sunset. And now he needed to contemplate the dishes for tomorrow's competition. After tidying his stall, he cast one last glance at the Lord's castle, clenching his fists in determination. Meanwhile, on Lord Island, Leo and Will stealthily ascended the cliff in the rear of the castle under the cover of night. Shh, keep it down. There seems to be guards in the back. Engaging in their first covert operation, the thrill electrified them in Leo's imagination. The devil fruit resembled a princess on a balcony, gazing at the moonlight, while he was the impoverished suitor yearning for her affection, or perhaps her body. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a thief. If he could not steal her away, he would simply abduct her. If the princess misbehaved tonight, he would not hesitate to use force. Who goes there? The noise startled the guards, prompting one clad in a black suit to approach the sound. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing and eventually gave up. Once the guard moved away, Leo sprang from his hiding place beneath Will, grateful for Will's dark skin, which served as the perfect camouflage in the pitch-black night. Cautiously bypassing the guard, they reached the castle's base, where, after a thorough search, they discovered a small second-floor balcony accessible for entry. Will, lift me up, and then you stay here, hiding until I return. This height necessitated the two of them stacking atop one another to gain entry. And Will's physique could not fit through the small balcony, so he had to remain outside. With a soft click, Leo pushed open the balcony door just enough, swiftly slipping inside. He found himself in a dressing room adorned with lavish garments hanging along one wall, the air thick with the scent of perfume. Upon this sight, a cunning idea sparked within Leo, and soon a diminutive figure emerged from the room. Leo had donned a black suit and slicked back his hair, transforming himself into a figure reminiscent of a mafia boss. Today, he would play the part of a dark syndicate. After searching for some time, Leo grew increasingly perplexed. How strange that the Lord's castle had no servants. Was Lord Greedy truly this frugal? It was not until he descended to the lower floor that he finally spotted a few silhouettes that a group of maids hurriedly pushed a dining cart. Their pace swift as they entered the dining hall, never to emerge again. Leo stealthily crept into the first floor, peeking his head into the dining hall, only to be taken aback. Where did they go? Those maids vanished in the blink of an eye. Just as Leo pondered this mystery, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Two figures appeared to materialize from the wall at the far end of the dining hall. Devil fruit users? Or is there some mechanism at play? As one figure stepped out of the dining hall, Leo swiftly maneuvered behind them, seizing the figure by the nape of the neck. The ability of the deep-sea prison was activated, ensnaring the individual within a sphere of water. Lacking the traits of a power user, the absence of any demonic fruit response on the opponent indicated that the issue lay with the wall. Realizing this, Leo swiftly discarded the waterlogged, unconscious guard beneath the dining table, where the lengthy tablecloth concealed him from sight. Cautiously swimming to the background wall of the dining area, Leo experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became apparent that there were two walls, and due to their staggered arrangement, the flaw was imperceptible from the angle of the main entrance. In the center of the rear wall, a small door was present, which Leo carefully pushed open, revealing a pitch-black corridor. As he ventured deeper, torches began to illuminate the walls, and in the dim light, Leo discerned a grand door at the end of the hallway. What was this? Such secrecy could only spell trouble. After a brief hesitation, curiosity ultimately prevailed, and Leo approached the grand door, cautiously pushing it open. What the hell was this? Leo gasped internally. The entrance stood a grand theater. Filled to capacity with spectators that on stage, a host eloquently introduced several slaves, revealing that this was a clandestine slave auction. Indeed, that scoundrel Greedy was up to no good, seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention. Leo slipped into a shadowy corner, his gaze fixed intently on this sinister spectacle that a glance around the auction house revealed over 500 attendees, all donning masks, signaling their interest in desired slaves by raising bidding cards. In the central position of the VIP section, the celestial dragons lounged languidly, while Greedy bent over in obsequiousness, conversing with them. Surrounding the auction house were approximately 20 guards from the Starry Island, and beside the celestial dragons stood 8 bodyguards in black suits, clearly not to be trifled with. Given these circumstances, Leo resolved not to extend any courtesy to Greedy. A plan to plunder the Lord's treasury began to form in his mind. However, Leo did not rush. With the celestial dragons present, the risk of action was too great. Retracing his steps, he took the guard concealed beneath the dining table with him and then jumped out from the dressing room. "We're leaving," Leo announced. With a sudden burst of energy, he began to fan Will vigorously. "Huh. Is it dawn already? Dawn my foot. Hurry up." On the second day of the food festival, Charles had secured an excellent position on the mid-level island, which was quite expansive and had only 2 competitors, perhaps due to the formidable skills of these 2 chefs. Others had chosen to steer clear of them. However, Charles was undeterred, as his ambition was the championship, making everyone his rival. Within the Lord's castle, the guards stood rigidly before Greedy. "Report, my lord, the guards on the back mountain went missing last night, and several footprints were discovered on the balcony of the dressing room." You useless lot. You failed to notice someone infiltrating the castle. Are all those belly-fed bastards just a waste of space? Reinforce the guards. If the celestial dragons come under threat, I will stuff each of you into barrels filled with cement and sink you into the sea. The captain of the guards promptly descended to arrange the security for the day, while Greedy's anxiety grew with each passing moment. He feared that the infiltrator might be that rascal Charles, prompting him to investigate Charles's reaction. Given the circumstances, it seemed the plan would have to be adjusted. It would indeed be a pity to instill despair in Charles before the eyes of all during the finals. Meanwhile, Charles had been busy on the mid-level island for much of the day, having just sent off his second table of guests. The diners praised Charles's culinary skills, even discreetly extending invitations to him, all of which he graciously declined. "Hey, where's the food? Hurry up!" 5 boorish middle-aged men, clad in ill-fitting suits, seated themselves at the table point. One of them propped his feet on the table, bellowing for Charles to serve them. Charles frowned. This last table of patrons seemed far from amicable. Yet he needed just this table to secure his qualification for advancement and did not wish to invite trouble. So he suppressed his irritation and inquired what they wished to eat. Leo, I've spotted that chef. Take a look." Leo quickly turned to the image relayed by the phone bug, confirming Charles's presence on Island 22 before promptly setting off with Will. Simultaneously, on Island 22, Lord Greedy had also arrived. "Charles, how's business today? Have you secured your qualification yet? I still hold hope that you will advance. Once you secure the championship, I shall return your father's keepsakes to you." Charles had no desire to engage with the despicable Greedy. Yet he furrowed his brow, sensing that the timing of Greedy's arrival boded ill. Indeed, as Charles had suspected, Greedy exchanged a knowing glance with the last table of patrons before departing, the latter displaying a sinister grin. Thus, when Leo arrived, he found Charles embroiled in a heated debate with the table of patrons, his face flushed with anger at whatever was being said. Why the rush? What kind of chef drives away their own customers? "Exactly. I'm leaving a bad review." "Kid, Captain Khan graced your establishment with his presence. You ought to consider yourself fortunate. Instead of haggling, get more drinks, or I'll smash your place." It turned out this was a band of pirates, and their intentions were now glaringly obvious: to prevent Charles from reaching the finals. After being berated, Charles dejectedly returned to the kitchen, his head hung low as he draped a towel over his face, exuding an air of despair. "Hey, Chef Charles, do you remember me?" Just as Charles was consumed by hopelessness, a voice broke through the gloom. It was the middle schooler from yesterday. Charles, lacking the energy to engage in banter, merely glanced at him without responding. "Did someone bully you? Do you need my help? Please don't disturb me. I wish to be alone. Don't you want to compete for the championship anymore? Hey, don't lose heart. Don't forget, you made a bet. And if you lose, you'll have nothing left. After a brief silence, Charles hoarsely replied, what good would that do? They could just pick a few people to keep me from the finals. Woe is me. As he glanced at the pirates, occupying a table with nothing but a glass of water, Leo's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Perhaps there was a way after all. Leo entered the kitchen, surveyed the remaining ingredients, and set to work. Approximately 20 minutes later, Leo approached Charles with 2 plates, each covered with a cloche. Care to try my dish? Leo lifted the cloche from the first plate, revealing a serving of seafood fried rice. At this moment, Charles couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, and in exasperation, he shouted at Leo, you coward! Ready to give up at the first sign of trouble? Don't forget, your father's cleaver is still in that scoundrel's possession. Leave me alone. You know nothing. Just don't interfere till I'm finished. One cannot fight against fate. Nonsense. Dare you taste my dish? The answers you seek lie within. Charles hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately picked up a spoon and took a bite. Puffed. How does it taste? Tastes worse than dung. Turns out you can't cook. My apologies. Do you think I can prepare a meal for those ruffians? Ruffian? Are you trying to poison my guests? No, really, what are you up to? I have a way to resolve your troubles. But first, please sample my second dish. This is a dish symbolizing the challenge against fate. A defiant struggle. I hope it can rejuvenate your spirit. With that, Leo thrust the plate into Charles's hands. Charles, astonished, accepted the plate and lifted the cover to reveal a pizza adorned with dozens of sardine heads. Each fish's eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the sky, as the sun began to set over the horizon. The second day of the competition drew to a close. Lord Greedy ascended the main stage with a leisurely demeanor, preparing to announce the list of the 8 finalists for the following day. The thought of Charles's despair brought a smirk to his face. Greedy opened the envelope. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now announce the names of the final 8 chefs who have made it through. From the South Sea, Chef Mickey. From the East Sea, Chef Zepp. And as Greedy paused momentarily, his expression twisted with a mix of emotions, almost as if he were on the verge of tearing the list apart. And from Starry Island, Chef Charles. After much difficulty extracting the name Charles from the crevices of his mind, Grady stormed off the stage, oblivious to how Charles had managed to elude that band of pirates. The scene shifted back to the afternoon, where Leo, Charles, and Will huddled in a small circle, plotting their next move. Charles, you should don my cloak and depart to another island for the competition while I masquerade as you to distract the pirates, suggested Leo. Fool. That's impossible. Once the culinary competition commences, no new establishments can open. Even if I were to reach another island, it would be futile, Charles retorted, exasperated. Such stubbornness. Without a restaurant, can't you borrow one from someone else? Many chefs, disheartened by their prospects, would surely relinquish their spots for a carrot-and-stick approach, Leo countered. Charles cast a wary glance skyward. But you can't even cook. If those pirates discover the ruse, they will surely kill you, Leo, incensed, replied. At this juncture, you still have the time to worry about me, and those pirates are hardly here for a meal. Focus on the competition. Everything else is my concern. While I may lack culinary skills, I excel at persuasion, and I assure you, those pirates will not lodge any complaints. Thus, a rather unimpressive scheme of deception led Charles to fulfill his KPI and secure a place in the quarterfinals. Upon hearing Grady announce Charles's name, Leo erupted into applause, accompanied by a row of bruised and battered cheerleaders celebrating alongside him. Upon returning to his study, Grady nearly shattered every decorative object in the room. Damn it, those incompetent fools could not even handle a mere brat, allowing Charles to prevail. After venting his frustration for some time, Grady's anger subsided considerably. After all, he could not prevent Charles from advancing. Instead, he resolved to impart a deeper sense of despair upon him during the finals. As long as he reached the finals, a grand surprise awaited him, allowing him to relish in Charles's descent into oblivion. What a thrilling thought. With his plan set, Grady sought an audience with the celestial dragons. Saint Camer, Lord of Starlight Island, requests an audience. He announced, "Oh dear, it's that bothersome fly again." "Very well, bring her forth," came the reply. Grady spent 2 days ingratiating himself. And although the celestial dragons did not remember his name, they exhibited a modicum of patience towards him. Merciful Saint Camer, your humble servant Grady has something to report regarding tomorrow's finals. I have some new ideas. Before the celestial dragons, Grady transformed into an entirely different persona, exuding a sycophantic demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of the CP agents nearby. What do you intend to do to please me? The celestial dragon asked lazily, hardly lifting an eyelid. Saint Camer, I have just received word that a tsunami will strike the water surrounding Starlight Island tomorrow afternoon. Grady paused for dramatic effect. What did you say? A tsunami? You wretched scoundrel. Why did you not inform me of such crucial information sooner? CP, escort me away immediately. Fear not, Saint Camer. This tsunami's magnitude will not threaten the Lord's Island. It will merely inundate the surrounding isles. Tomorrow, you may leisurely observe the plight of the commoners as they flee, and with so many talented chefs in this culinary competition, do you not wish to discover whether culinary prowess or life holds greater significance for them? Unsurprisingly, Grady's suggestion piqued the interest of the celestial dragons. After all, he himself faced no danger and could witness the struggles of those pitiful ants. This was far more entertaining than the culinary competition. Splendid. I must capture all of this on film to show my brothers back home. The collision of dreams and life and death. How utterly exhilarating. Such a spectacle was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Your name is Grady, correct? I shall remember you. I am immensely grateful for your acknowledgement, Grady replied, kneeling at the feet of the celestial dragon, seemingly intent on kissing their toes on the day of the Starlight Island Food Festival finals. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, 8 exceptional chefs took to the stage, making final preparations for the competition. Charles, are you truly not considering making gazing at the stars? That dish embodies your resolve to defy fate. Leo earnestly suggested. Nonsense. That dish should be called dying with eyes open. Are you trying to scare the judges? Charles shouted back, exasperated. Soon, the draw for the competition concluded, and to Charles's surprise, his first opponent was the highly regarded insect cuisine chef. As the referee announced the commencement of the competition, the chefs entered their zones, knives flying as ingredients were swiftly transformed. An hour sped by, and the duel of culinary masters left the audience breathless. The insect cuisine chef presented a splendid dish. Golden beetle, steamed bioluminescent larvae done on the plate. A golden beetle spread its wings, adorned with a layer of vibrant green larvae atop white protein, creating a visual reminiscent of gold-inlaid jade. In contrast, Charles served a seemingly ordinary plate of seafood fried rice. Charles, return my efforts to me. You dare to present seafood fried rice in such an important competition? If you want to give up, just say so. Leo's face flushed with anger. Were it not for Will's restraint, he would have rushed on stage to kick Charles. The judges examined the 2 dishes before them, finding the insect cuisine far more enticing, and thus took the first bite of the bioluminescent larvae. With just one taste, their eyes sparkled with a vibrant green glow, the fragrance transporting them to the heart of an untouched jungle. The judges reveled in ecstasy, awarding it an impressive score of 8. Next came Charles's unremarkable seafood fried rice. As he took a spoonful, the experience paled in comparison to the previous dish. Suddenly, the judge's hair stood on end, their arms instinctively outstretched as if to embrace the world. After a moment, they regained their senses, only to find their plate empty. Without hesitation, they awarded a perfect score of 10. This is the taste of heaven. Superb! Many spectators were left bewildered. How could a mere plate of fried rice surpass the grandeur of the insect dish? Whispers of confusion rippled through the crowd. However, Charles's seafood fried rice was no ordinary dish. The seemingly white grains were, in fact, the roe of deep-sea peacock fish, an exquisite ingredient. Even more impressive was that Charles managed to cook the roe without a single one bursting, a feat of divine skill. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Charles successfully advanced to the semifinals. Congratulations, Charles. You nearly scared me to death with that fried rice. Humph. My culinary skills are far from simple. After saying this, Charles presented 2 plates of peacock fish roe fried rice to Leo and Will. After a brief respite, Charles returned to the stage, facing his semifinal opponent, Zeph. Both chefs coincidentally opted for sashimi. That it was as if the kitchen was hosting a dance between knives and ingredients. 20 minutes later, Charles and Zeph simultaneously completed their dishes, presenting them to the judges for evaluation. Zeph glanced at Charles's creation. Impressive. I never imagined you would choose starlight jellyfish as your ingredient. It is notoriously challenging to handle. The starlight jellyfish's surface was glossy and smooth, and slicing it into such thin pieces demonstrated that Charles truly deserved the title of world-class chef. On Charles's plate, if one looked closely, it appeared nearly empty. Only upon rotating the plate did the delicate ingredients reveal themselves, with the jellyfish meat reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. The judges, intrigued by the rarity of the starlight jellyfish, recognized that this was a delicacy not easily encountered. As they sampled a slice of the gossamer jellyfish sashimi, they were transported to a night sky, experiencing a sensation of weightlessness that left them momentarily dizzy, just as they began to feel unsteady. A spark of starlight erupted in the darkness. Tears of emotion streamed down the judges' faces. A perfect score is mandatory. Awarding this dish a score of 10 is merely an acknowledgement of a maximum. To assign any score lower would be a travesty. Upon encountering the judges, Jappu exhibited an unexpected composure, seemingly unfazed despite presenting a rather simple dish of mackerel sashimi. However, following Charles's inaugural culinary performance, the judges were no longer inclined to underestimate any contestant. As the judges began to savor Jappu's creation, Leo observed that with each bite, one of the judges appeared to radiate an ethereal glow. By the time the judge set down his fork, he resembled a small golden figure. Truly, this was a contest of masters. Mr. Charles had executed his dish with unparalleled knife skills and the finest ingredients, achieving sheer perfection, while Mr. Jappu had breathed life into ordinary ingredients. The entire mackerel seemed to be revived within the mouth. Your culinary prowess has transcended my ability to judge. Thus I propose that you each taste one another's creations and determine the victor amongst yourselves. This was indeed an unforeseen outcome, with the decision resting on mutual tasting, a true test of the chef's integrity. Yet both Charles and Jappu were pioneers in the pursuit of exquisite flavors. How could they render insincere judgments? Simultaneously, Charles and Jappu sampled each other's dishes. After a thoughtful appraisal, Jappu spoke first. I concede defeat. Your knife skills are impeccable. You cut along the texture of the starlight jellyfish's skin. Such precision is beyond my capability. Is your hand truly a chef's knife? Jappu gazed at Charles in disbelief. Charles did not allow Jappu's astonishment to linger for long. Before him, he transformed his hand into a chef's knife. I am a user of the cold weapon fruit. You guessed correctly, the knife is indeed a part of my being. However, Mr. Jappu, your ability to create top-tier dishes from humble ingredients is far more admirable. You are the true chef of the seas. Haha. I care not whether the ingredients are exquisite or ordinary, as long as they bring happiness. The utmost principle is to never waste food. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause for Charles, who had risen once more to the finals after numerous defeats. I could see that moment. Charles was as sharp as the knife in his hand, his gaze fixed resolutely towards Lord Island. Grady, I am coming for you. This time, I must reclaim the honor of my family. Having finally reached the stage of the finals, after 2 intense rounds, he found a calmness wash over him. Years of effort had led to this day, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. The host swiftly announced the commencement of the competition, and both Charles and his opponent began to prepare their ingredients. The theme of the finals was the main dish. With a time limit of 2 hours from preparation to cooking, the viewing area for the esteemed guests on Lord Island was already set, with nobles from various nations watching the finals through projection telephone bugs. This was an unprecedented occurrence. In previous years, the experience had been one of simultaneous visual and olfactory indulgence. Yet this year, they were relegated to viewing projections, much to the discontent of many. What was Grady thinking? Can a culinary competition truly be considered as such without the aroma of the dishes? Indeed, Grady, do you even know how to organize a culinary contest? You are tarnishing the tradition of this competition. If you cannot manage it, then step aside. Such small-town folk have never seen the world. You dare call yourself a noble of Starlight Island? The disdain and scorn from the nobles reached Grady's ears, nearly causing him to clench his fists until they bled. Curse me all you like. Once I become a subordinate of the celestial dragons, let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly before me." Yet, amidst the nobles, some remained rational. "Hush, quiet down. It has been said that Grady has already ingratiated himself with the celestial dragons. Be wary of his potential retaliation." The Grady's actions incited a mix of hatred and jealousy among many nobles. Although they outwardly disdained Grady's behavior, they secretly wished to replace him. What a splendid competition! What a tradition of grandeur! All merely excuses. For the nobles, this was but a social arena to enhance their visibility. As the finals progressed, Charles and his opponent had completed their ingredient preparations. His opponent hailed from the Chambody archipelago, a top-tier chef known solely for serving nobles. Named Richard Riel, he was quite renowned within the noble circles. Yet among the guests was a celestial dragon, prompting Richard to concoct a dish that expressed his submission. Richard's dish was titled Treasure for the Deity, featuring a base of blue soup adorned with clouds crafted from ingredients, atop which rested a treasure chest brimming with edible jewels. To cater to the celestial dragon's tastes, Richard even included mermaid candy figures wearing slave collars within the soup. The main dish was indeed extravagant, yet its symbolic meaning was chillingly cruel. That Charles's culinary creation was equally intriguing, also featuring a base of blue soup. This shared inspiration between the two chefs was coincidental. However, what followed was influenced by Leo's earlier dish, presenting a large fish leaping out of the sea, its tail appearing to splash against the surface, evoking a sense of imminent flight. The fish held several golden-fried sea snakes in its mouth, adding an element of playfulness to the dish, which seemed to symbolize the fish leaping over the dragon's gate, though Leo sensed that Charles might be conveying a deeper meaning. The 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and both Charles and Richard were nearing the conclusion of their dishes, when suddenly, the weather at sea took a dramatic turn. "Look, what is that?" exclaimed an astute audience member, pointing into the distance as a white line began to rise ominously from the ocean, the sky darkening with thick clouds. "Run! It's a tsunami!" The sudden upheaval plunged Starlight Island into chaos, particularly for those on the smaller islands, as they frantically scrambled for amphibious bicycles to escape to the larger inner islands. Suddenly, someone shouted to seek refuge on Lord Island, where the elevation would shield them from the tsunami, prompting another throng of people to flee in that direction. Many were swept along by the crowd before they could even comprehend the situation. Chef Richard, as if anticipating the calamity, promptly packaged his unfinished dish and gathered the remaining ingredients, making his way to Lord Island. In contrast, Charles remained unfazed, his gaze never leaving his culinary creation. On Island No. 1, the spectators had all fled, leaving only Charles and a handful of others behind. Ha ha ha. How amusing. This is simply delightful. I declare that anyone who successfully reaches Lord Island shall be deemed to have escaped. With a limit of 100 individuals, St. Camel, now invigorated, excitedly announced the commencement of a deadly escape game, brandishing a pistol and joining the fray to thwart the refugees from landing. "Shoot at these wretched commoners. I do not wish for more than 100 to reach the island." The celestial dragon's orders compelled the other nobles, whether willing or not, to join in, transforming the culinary competition into a devilish game. At this moment, Chef Richard approached Lord Grady to continue his culinary task. "Perfect. Treasure for the Deity is complete. This dish is prepared especially for you. St. Camel, please indulge." The celestial dragon disregarded Richard entirely, fixated on his cruel game, while Richard was treated like a jester, blocked by the celestial dragon's bodyguards. "Ahem, Chef Richard, please do not disturb St. Camel as he plays. Allow me to announce the results of this competition," Grady interjected swiftly, diffusing the awkward situation. The projection telephone bug focused intently on Lord Grady. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare Chef Richard Riel the champion of this culinary competition, with a legendary kitchen tool, the Star Knife, as his reward." After making this proclamation, Grady intentionally directed the projection toward Charles, eager to witness the look of despair on his face on the big screen. At that moment, Charles had also completed his dish, seemingly unaffected by Grady's antics. After simply adjusting his chef's attire, he gazed expressionlessly at the projection telephone bug. "Grady, you are but a scoundrel who sullies the tradition of the culinary competition. What right do you have to declare the champion?" According to the age-old rules, the champion must emerge from Island Number 1, with both creation and tasting conducted here. From the moment Richard fled, he became a failure. I am the Lord of Starlight Island. My words are the law. Grady hissed with a menacing countenance. D. Oh, not jest. The Lord of Starlight Island has never had the authority to alter this ironclad rule. You, sir, are merely a blemish on this grand event. And thus, you are unfit to host the culinary competition. At this juncture, Charles paused before dropping an even greater revelation. Not only are you unfit to host the culinary competition, but you are also not the true Lord of Starlight Island. Look at the insignia upon the castle. It represents the spear of assault and the shield of protection. Starlight Island has historically been led by the Malty family, the bearers of the spear of assault, while you are but a descendant of the Ross family, the guardians of the shield. The knight, who was meant to protect the Lord, betrayed his master. It was your grandfather who transformed the shield of protection into the shield of betrayal. During that fateful resistance against the pirate invasion, your grandfather was supposed to safeguard my grandfather's rear, but instead, he insidiously launched a surprise attack from behind. It was only after that battle that the Ross family successfully usurped the lordship, transitioning from servants to masters. Among the nobility, a select few are aware of the connection between these two families, yet they never anticipated that the truth behind the Ross family's rise to power was rooted in treachery. A grave taboo among nobles. Feeling the pointed fingers of the surrounding aristocrats, Grady's expression contorted to the utmost degree. His status within the noble circles had always been scrutinized, and now, being publicly exposed by the legitimate heir regarding that history of betrayal, he was overwhelmed with shame. Haha, what a delightful surprise! Grady, you must prove yourself now. I hereby command you to head to Island Number 1 and confront that lowly commoner. Should you fail, the charges of regicide and usurpation will be confirmed against your family, and the gallows shall await you. Hurry, go, and personally inform that commoner of who the true lord is here. Indeed, Grady, accept the challenge like a man. The nobility erupted in uproar, urging Grady to duel with Charles. CP agents escorted Grady to Island Number 1, fortunately allowing the guards of Star Island to accompany their master. With a cold demeanor, Grady approached Charles. I should have slain you, this remnant of the past. You are as foolish as your father. Charles appeared remarkably indifferent, as if the raging youth from earlier had vanished. Yet his gaze upon Grady was as lifeless as that directed at a corpse. The CP agents departed after delivering Grady, leaving Island Number 1 as their arena. Suddenly, Charles surged toward Grady, leaping to deliver a high kick, his leg transforming into a spear aimed at Grady's head. Clang, Grady raised his arm, a shield materializing to deflect the fierce strike. Oh, not forget, the Ross family has also inherited the shield fruit. You cannot harm me, Grady sneered. Charles, swift and skilled, utilized the abilities of the cold weapon fruit. Each strike aimed to pierce through the enemy before him. Grady found himself on the defensive, gradually being suppressed by Charles. Damn it, how can this kid be so strong? Are the guns in your hands mere decorations? Fire at him! Grady, now stripped of his previous composure, cowered behind a shield, fearing imminent death at the hands of Charles' transformed spear, and thus abandoned all notions of dual spirit, hastily commanding the guards to fire. Bang, bang, bang! A barrage of bullets rained down. Charles evaded with agile movements, but chose not to continue his assault on Grady. Die, Charles. Once you are gone, I can continue as a noble that I aspire to reach greater heights. I shall inform the celestial dragons of my intentions to present Star Island to them, seeking a position within the world government to escape this remote backwater. Charles gritted his teeth and pressed on, initially aiming to eliminate the gun-wielding guards, but they were all thwarted by Grady's shield, resulting in several gunshot wounds that stained his pristine chef's attire with blood. Well, go deal with those guards. Leo would not allow Charles to perish here and immediately instructed Will to assist. With water strikes, gun waves, and shoulder throws, Will executed a spinning kick, albeit the image of how Will's short legs managed such a maneuver was hard to fathom. With Will's assistance, Charles could once again apply pressure on Grady. The rising sea had begun to engulf Island Number 1, the land diminishing until the two were confined within a small circle. Both were devil fruit users. They had no choice but to shift the battlefield to higher ground. The area shrank, Charles' speed advantage gradually diminished. Just wait, Charles. Soon I will force you into the sea, and then you shall be finished. Grady had devised a plan. As long as he maintained his elevated position, he would ensure that Charles fell into the water first, while he himself, protected by guards, could swim to the Lord's Island even if he fell into the ocean. Will engaged the guards in battle, the water now lapping at their knees. Utilizing the fishman karate, the water's power grew, allowing him to assist Charles by kicking a guard away and hurling a water sphere toward Grady. However, Grady raised his other hand, conjuring a second shield to block Will's water strike. A double-sided shield, isn't it a surprise? Previous users of the shield fruit could only wield one shield, remembering your grandfather's demise. I vowed never to turn my back to anyone again, hence I mastered the dual shield technique. This is my absolute defense, haha. After his laughter subsided, Grady turned his gaze to Will. Damn fishman. Once I deal with Charles, I shall present you to the celestial dragons. Grady's words infuriated Will, who, in a surge of rage, swiftly dispatched the guards and charged at Grady, his massive frame colliding with the shield. The tremendous impact causing Grady's arm to buckle. The so-called absolute defense was shattered with such ease that, in truth, the shield fruit was not infallible. While it could block all frontal attacks, it did not possess the all-encompassing protection of the barrier fruit. In an attack of sufficient force, it could indeed affect the user. For instance, although Will's collision did not breach the shield's defense, his considerable size combined with the force of the impact affected Grady. Will seized the fleeting opportunity, launching a water strike. Who can tell me how this will go wrong? Unfortunately, Will's fishman karate was not yet second nature to him. In a moment of urgency, he failed to gather water droplets, resulting in a resounding slap to Grady's face, sending the Lord spinning in midair before he collapsed onto the ground. Grady, clutching his face, turned to Will, tears glistening in his eyes as he incredulously exclaimed, "You dare strike me? You, a lowly fishman, presume to slap me? My bad. I suppose I'm not mature enough yet." Will cheekily apologize to Grady. Furious, Grady rose, about to retort when darkness enveloped his vision. His legs gave way, and he nearly fell. Though Will had not employed a water strike, one must not forget that a fishman's strength is tenfold that of a human, and Will was among the finest of fishmen. At this moment, Grady was already suffering from a concussion from that slap. Seizing the moment while Grady was distracted, Charles instantly appeared beside him, delivering a swift kick in a masterful maneuver. He executed a spinning kick that sent Grady plunging into the sea. This strike was executed with great finesse, echoing the betrayal from years past. Just as Grady had stabbed Charles' grandfather in the back, today, Charles avenged his family with the same method, bringing closure to this vendetta. Leo approached the kitchen counter, the encroaching seawater parting to create a path that he sampled Charles' cooking, particularly savoring the deep-fried sea snake, and raised his thumb in approval. "Delicious! Marvelous! Charles, I declare you the winner of this competition." Charles, momentarily bewildered, removed his chef's hat and smiled, saying, "Apologies for the hospitality. Enough of your bravado. We must flee. Surely, you do not wish to perish at sea right after avenging yourself." As Leo's words fell, a series of gunshots echoed, followed by Will's pained cry. Leo turned in shock to see CP agents rushing toward Will with a slave collar. Meanwhile, the St. Camille roared at the large screen, "Capture that fishman. He is my slave." Seeing Will fall to gunfire, Leo's eyes turned crimson with rage. "You shall pay for this." The actions of the CP agents had ignited Leo's fury. Will was his little brother. And now that he was injured by these scoundrels, Leo sought vengeance. Will, too, was consumed by rage. Fishman, never a slave, gun waves, rapid fire. The CP agents were caught off guard by Will's retaliation, several of them meeting a swift demise as water bullets burst through their heads. St. Camille, witnessing his quarry defy his orders, erupted in fury, commanding the guards to bombard Island number 1. Boom. In an instant, the island was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Once again, that loathsome feeling filled Leo's heart. "No one shall take my comrades from me. Those who wish to harm my friends shall perish." Suddenly, Leo let out a thunderous roar, his aura surging to new heights, as though something within him was on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. Yet, He ultimately fell just short of a complete transformation. However, his fury inadvertently amplified the power of the tsunami, which surged with a ferocious roar, circumventing Island Number 1 and crashing towards Lord's Island. The unexpected turn of events left the survivors on Island No. 1 exchanging bewildered glances, fully aware of what had transpired. Yet the closest to Leo, Charles, widened his eyes in astonishment, his lips trembling as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Leo, and from this day forth, I shall be your captain," Leo replied with a confident smile, extending his hand toward Charles. "Aha! Silly Bob .oo." The newsbird soared through the sky, as if it had caught a whiff of Bailey's scent. On board the ship, the Sea God, Leo lounged leisurely in a chair, basking in the sun. Ding! A coin landed precisely in the beak of a bird, while a stack of newspapers plopped down beside Leo. "The current state of the seas is truly chaotic. Charles, come quickly. I have news that might pique your interest." Charles emerged from the cabin, balancing 3 cups of beverages. "Is it news from Star Island?" "Indeed, and it's good news. That scoundrel, Gretty, was executed on the spot for deceiving the celestial dragons. Star Island is temporarily under the administration of the world government. Perhaps you might still reclaim your heritage." "Forget it. For these past years, I've been striving for the title of the world's greatest chef. Now that my dream has been realized, it feels rather unremarkable. Besides, I've already promised to be your cook. Do you wish for me to retract my word? Have you lost your mind? What I announced that day was your victory in the competition, not an acknowledgement of you as the world's greatest chef. You should travel more, engage with various chefs, and only after you have truly defeated all the top chefs can you claim that title. Easy for you to say. Traversing the entire world is no small feat. Who knows if I can achieve it in my lifetime?" Charles rested his hands behind his head, daydreaming about the future. It had been half a month since the Star Island chef competition. Leo controlled the tsunami that engulfed Lord's Island, leaving behind a scene of unconscious individuals as the waters receded. Seizing the opportunity, Leo reclaimed the powers of Gretty's shield fruit and plundered the Lord's treasury. Having successfully absorbed the powers, Leo's fruit abilities were once again enhanced. In a cheerful mood, Leo found Gretty less intolerable, tossing him into the embrace of the celestial dragons as the 3 departed from Star Island. As for Kamel Saint's reaction upon awakening, it was beyond their concern. Their journey to Star Island was indeed fruitful. Not only had they found a suitable chef, but they also acquired a substantial amount of wealth. Leo truly had hit the jackpot. As the winner of the culinary competition, Charles was undoubtedly skilled in the culinary arts. His combat capabilities were commendable as well. Being a user of the cold weapon fruit, he could transform various parts of his body into steel weapons. And when combined with his family's martial arts, his power was formidable. As noon approached, S stomach, more punctual than an alarm clock, growled, "Leo, Charles, I'm hungry. When do we eat? Let us have a barbecue feast. The weather is splendid today. Let us dine on the deck." Charles perked up at the mention of food. "What a splendid idea. Just in time for you to sample my secret sauce, which is guaranteed to be so delicious that you'll want to swallow your tongues." Thus, the 3 began their bustling preparations, and before long, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted away with the sea breeze. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a ship suddenly appeared in the distance, moving swiftly and leaving a trail of white foam in its wake, soon arriving alongside the Sea God. Leo, puzzled, called out, "Hey, have you encountered pirates? Do you require assistance? Our fees are quite reasonable." The captain of the opposing ship was momentarily taken aback. Were those young men bounty hunters? Suddenly recalling something, he urgently warned, "Hurry, the island behind us devours souls." His terrified expression pointed towards the rear, but his words ignited a spark of interest in Leo's eyes. Leo dismissed the notion of supernatural occurrences in the world of One Piece. If such phenomena existed, they must surely be caused by devil fruit users. His luck was indeed favorable, as he had stumbled upon another lead regarding a devil fruit. He had intended to express his gratitude, but the captain ran off before Leo could utter a word. "Why are your eyes gleaming like that? That S an island that devours souls. What are you so excited about?" Well, having spent considerable time with Leo, could read his expression all too well. Yet this understanding only fueled his apprehension. "I believe I've heard of that island, the renowned Ghost Island of the Grand Line, affectionately known as Doll Island. Charles, being a native of the first half of the Grand Line, promptly identified the island. Don't be cowardly. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. It must be a devil fruit user, Leo reassured Will, turning the ship's bow without allowing anyone the chance to decline. In less than half a day, Leo encountered another fleeing ship, this time a genuine pirate vessel. Leo cheekily shouted, "Hey, have you encountered pirates? Do you need help? Our fees are very reasonable." The pirate captain, equally alarmed, replied, "Kid, you all should run. That island is terrifying." "Huh, how dare you call me a coward? I'm a pirate. Pay closer attention." The pirate captain indignantly pointed at their pirate flag, as if he found Leo's words an affront. "Oh, do you have any devil fruit users among you? If fate has brought us together, I'll offer you a ride if you have a capable user." Blocked by the sea god, the pirate captain was already in a foul mood, and Leo's nonchalant demeanor only fueled his fury further. "I'm a user of the war fruit. I have 8,000 subordinates behind me that if you don't want to die, get lost." 8,000 subordinates? Impressive. Charles will come here. I've discovered a rare devil fruit user. Have you ever encountered the bragging fruit? Charles spat out the grilled meat he had been chewing, while did not even lift his head. "Why can't you cooperate? Your reactions are making this quite awkward for me." Sea god Flo, water deities. Leo, unimpressed, casually waved his hand, summoning a colossal wave that submerged the band of pirates beneath the sea. Returning to the dining table, Leo expressed his displeasure. "Why must business be so difficult? It seems I need to find a charming figurehead." Half a day later, the trio arrived at a beautiful island. As dusk had fallen, numerous ships queued to enter the bustling harbor, creating a lively scene. However, gazing at the prosperity before him, Leo was left dumbfounded. How can this be? Where's the terrifying atmosphere? Where is Ghost Island? Is this it? Feeling dejected, Leo docked the ship and listlessly declared, "I'll go gather intelligence. You two are free to explore. I'll check the market. Our food supplies are running low." Charles suggested, uninterested in gathering intelligence. "And you, Will?" The little chubby fish peered nervously over the side of the ship. "Can I stay behind?" Leo raised an eyebrow and shrugged indifferently. "Very well. You can stay to watch the ship." "Oh my, Will, your courage has grown. You dare to watch the ship alone now." With that, Leo and Charles set off in opposite directions into the town. "Wait, don't leave without me," Will exclaimed, terror-stricken, as he jumped off the ship. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dashed after Charles, his little legs moving quickly. Gathering intelligence was most convenient in a tavern, so Leo deliberately chose the largest tavern in town and pushed the door open. The atmosphere inside the tavern was lively, and after surveying the surroundings, Leo nodded in satisfaction. It could be considered a clean establishment, with not a pirate in sight. Taking a seat at the bar, Leo tapped the surface with his fingers. "A glass of whiskey with milk, please." The bartender, busy polishing glasses, barely acknowledged him, pulling out a sign from beneath the bar. "No minors allowed to drink." "Hey, this is the pirate world. This is the Grand Line. Who would adhere to such ridiculous rules? I hail from the great celestial empire, where my father would dip chopsticks in white liquor and offer it to me from a young age. And now, you claim I can't drink just because I'm a minor. Absurd." Just as he was about to throw a tantrum, a glass of milk was placed before him. "Drink up. Little ones should drink more milk to help them grow. Be a good boy and finish your drink before heading back. This isn't a place for someone your age. Who are you calling a little runt who won't grow up?" Leo huffed, downing the milk, then suddenly exclaimed, "What business do I have with that intolerable bartender?" Taking out 10,000 berries, he slid them across the bar. "May I ask what this island is called?" The bartender raised an eyebrow, discreetly pocketing the berries. "This is Perm Island. Are you tourists?" "Ah, indeed, but it seems we have taken a wrong turn. We were supposed to head to Doll Island. You happen to know where Doll Island is?" Suddenly, with a crash, the glass in the bartender's hand fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, and the raucous tavern fell into an immediate silence. It appears that you all seem to know. So who among you can answer my question?" Leo did not expect the name Doll Island to carry such a menacing weight. Merely hearing it was enough to frighten everyone in the room. The bald man seated on the opposite side of the bar was the first to break the silence. "Another reckless soul. I advise you not to seek your own demise. Bartender, Pour this gentleman a glass of rum instead of that South Welsh beer. Could you share the tale of Doll Island with me, sir? After taking a sip of his drink, the bald man spoke with a distant gaze. Doll Island is merely a small archipelago adjacent to Perm Island. It was not originally known as Doll Island and certainly lacked any terrifying legends. What was that small island called? We refer to that small island as Moonwatch Island. It was once a beautiful isle. The man took another sip of his drink and continued. Everything began 7 years ago when the old count's beloved daughter, Miss Annabel, a girl of extraordinary beauty, kindness, and wisdom, suddenly vanished one day. Despite extensive searches, she could not be found. Just when everyone feared she had been abducted by human traffickers, her brother, Mr. Tommy. Oh no, he should now be called Count Tommy, returned from Moonwatch Island bearing his sister's lifeless body. The reason I say body is that Miss Annabel's soul is forever trapped on that island. Some say she met her tragic end, her spirit transformed into a vengeful specter, eternally wandering the isle. Whenever a traveler passes by, she ensnares their soul, binding them to her forever. Another patron interjected, that is no mere legend. Doll Island received its name because Miss Annabel's malevolent spirit enjoys imprisoning souls within dolls, which she then hangs from trees. I have seen with my own eyes the trees of that island adorned with countless dolls, their faces all turned toward me, grinning wickedly. The sight was utterly horrifying. After sharing this, the patron shuddered. Leo lingered in the tavern until darkness enveloped the sky before returning to the ship, the sea goddess Wrath. Upon boarding, he noticed that Charles and Will had already returned. Charles, Will, I am certain there exists a devil fruit user on that terrifying island. And I can also ascertain that they possess the powers of a ghost fruit user. Impressive, Captain. The truth is almost within our grasp, Charles replied, a hint of pride in his tone, that we just need that map of Doll Island. Charles remained ever so haughty. Even with the map in his possession, he still insisted on putting on airs. Fantastic! Tomorrow we shall explore Doll Island and uncover who is behind these supernatural antics. Before Leo could finish his statement, he began to retch. Charles, do you have an antidote for drunkenness? The following day at dawn, Leo deliberately chose the darkest hour to arrive at Doll Island. Leo, do we truly have to go ashore? Why not wait for daylight? Will clung to the ship's railing, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the pitch-black island. Fear not. At dawn, the rising yang energy dispels spirits, the very thing they dread most. If we are to hunt ghosts, we must do so under the full moon, Leo explained, stroking his non-existent beard with an air of mystery. Charles, visibly annoyed, shot Leo a glare. Stop pretending and get moving. Charles suddenly felt a sense of urgency, as if confronted by a formidable foe. Leo never missed an opportunity to flaunt his bravado. The three swiftly leapt from the ship, with Leo using his abilities to submerge the sea god's wrath underwater, concealing their presence. This was the first time Charles had witnessed such a capability, and he exclaimed, Captain, I have long wanted to ask, what devil fruit user are you? Is it possible you can truly control the sea? Aren't all devil fruit users supposed to be landlubbers? How can you be such an anomaly? Ah, matters of the divine are beyond your comprehension. Leo shrugged dismissively. Let us hasten our exploration of the island. Charles, unwilling to engage further, felt increasingly certain that Leo was destined to be his lifelong rival. Though they had been jesting, Leo solemnly reminded the two to avoid contact with the ghosts, as the powers of a ghost fruit user are exceedingly formidable. It is wise to proceed with caution until their strength is ascertained. The trio began their exploration, initially limiting their range to the coastal area, refraining from recklessly venturing into the jungle. Leo, Will, look over there. Charles, ever observant, was the first to spot something. Hanging from a tree was a doll woven from plant fibers, a discovery that brought to mind the tale recounted by one of the patrons the previous night. Leo picked up a stone and, with utmost seriousness, instructed the others. If a ghost emerges, Will, you must take Charles and jump into the sea. Without waiting for Charles to protest, Leo hurled the stone, which struck the doll with precision. The trio anxiously stared into the woods, but after several minutes, nothing transpired. Phew, they exhaled in unison, relieved. Tisish, what a letdown. It's merely a decorative item. That old man's story was an exaggeration. Leo scoffed, retrieving the doll from the tree and inspecting its grotesque visage. Who crafted this? It's truly hideous, he remarked with disdain before carelessly tossing the doll into the underbrush and continuing deeper into the jungle. Just as Leo and his companions moved further away, the discarded doll suddenly stood upright. The little doll stomped its feet in anger, its smile morphing into an expression of fury before vanishing into the foliage with a swift motion. As the trio trudged through the undergrowth, it became evident that the island had not seen visitors in quite some time. The grass towered overhead. Leo, the shortest of the three, was nearly obscured entirely. The light in the jungle was considerably dimmer than by the coast, and the three formed a line, moving cautiously forward, with Leo leading the way, flashlight in hand, while trembling in the middle and Charles bringing up the rear. The air was filled with rustling sounds, and the timid will grasped Leo's shoulder, his voice quivering as he asked, "Leo, do you hear any strange noises? It's just the wind and the rustling of plants. There's nothing to fear." Just as Leo spoke, eerie laughter echoed around them, mingled with distant howls. The sudden cacophony startled all three, and according to their prior arrangement, they quickly formed a triangular formation. Backs pressed together, Leo shone his flashlight around, revealing dozens of dolls hanging from the trees, all sporting eerie grins, while countless glowing green eyes peered at them from the underbrush. "Damn it, we're surrounded," Charles muttered, his eyes glinting with apprehension as he scanned their surroundings. "Leo, what do we do now? With wolves and ghosts lurking, this is the end." Will, frightened to the point of reverting to his island dialect, stammered. However, Leo remained unfazed, pulling a small sphere from his pocket, a flashbang of his own, making he instructed Charles and Will to don their sunglasses, then tossed the flashbang into the air. Flash bomb. Boom. The blinding light incapacitated the surrounding wolves, abruptly silencing the sinister laughter. "Now, it's our chance. Run," Leo commanded, and the three dashed in different directions while the enemy was temporarily blinded. Just moments after they fled, a horde of white ghosts erupted from the thicket, pursuing them relentlessly. In the chaos, Charles stumbled, and in that instant, a ghost passed through him. Kneeling on the ground, Charles lamented, "I'm merely a master chef of unparalleled skill, yet at this age, I still lack a girlfriend. I no longer wish to live." Hearing Charles's lament, Leo nearly burst into laughter, amused that even the specter of death could not temper his arrogance, that you're truly something else. Even the ghost fruit cannot change your haughty nature. Leo quipped. Raising his hand to point at Charles, he unleashed his newly grasped skill, Deep Sea Tornado, causing the moisture in the air to coalesce in a swirling water that encased Charles and began to spin at high speed, scattering the ghosts in a panic. "Ha ha! Oh, how amusing! You think you can frighten me, grotesque fiend? Grotesque! You shall perish, fearsome spirit!" Leo's words precisely struck a nerve, causing all the specters to turn crimson and rush towards the trio. The fear specter, merely by its name, was known to evoke the deepest terrors within one's heart. Leo had no desire to be ensnared by such a tactic, and fortunately, the specter's flight was not swift. Allowing for an easy evasion to that moment, Will hoisted Charles on his back, but before they could escape, a red specter swiftly executed a double kill. After being hit, Charles suddenly screamed, "Oh no, I cut my hand. Ouch, that hurts. I burned myself." Will, tears streaming down his face, fled with Charles on his back, exclaiming, "Damn it, stop chasing us." Leo, with a furrowed brow, watched as Will and Charles disappeared from sight, pondering what they had endured in the past. Just a moment of distraction, and Leo found himself ambushed by a negative specter. "In my next life, I wish to be a lazy couch potato again." Ugh, Leo blushed and scrambled to his feet. Equipped with the sea floor stone armor, deep blue radiance, Leo was determined not to fall victim again. The embarrassment was too much to bear. He donned the armor and began to fire wildly in all directions. Duong. Enough shouting, just put me down." Charles was the first to recover from the fear. Noticing Will still frantically fleeing, he swiftly punched Will. "What is happening? Where are we? Where's Leo?" Charles straightened his clothes, stating, "It seems we've lost our way. But we needn't worry about Leo. He is quite formidable." Will twitched his nose, sniffing left and right, then pointed in a direction, saying, "Leo is over there, and we're surrounded again." Well, I didn't know your nose was so keen." "Surrounded again? We should hurry. A howl echoed around them, and in an instant, they found themselves encircled by a pack of wolves. However, these wolves appeared peculiar, merely baring their teeth and growling without advancing to attack. Just as Charles felt both anxious and perplexed, a child's voice rang out from the forest. Howl! Leave here, howl! Howl! Ears perked, Charles locked onto the source of the sound, leaping into the air and hurling a stone in that direction. Thud! Ouch! The rustling in the bushes suggested a small figure was fleeing deeper into the forest. That moment, the wolves changed their demeanor, chasing after the fleeing form and retreating into the thicket. Will and Charles, bewildered by the unfolding situation, exchanged glances. Will inquired, "Did we win? What do we do next?" Charles rummaged through the underbrush and suddenly handed a piece of bee skin to Will. This was left by the one who just escaped. "See if you can track them down. They surely know the secret of Doll Island, that if we uncover it before Leo does, ha." Intrigued, Will was not merely seeking to impress Leo, but also to showcase his own skills. After carefully sniffing the skin and crouching to inspect the ground, he pointed ahead, declaring, "They ran this way, let's go, Will." Simultaneously, on the other side of the forest, Leo was cautiously guarding his surroundings, a circular stream of water swirling protectively around him. "Hey, ghost lady, are you the Count's daughter?" Guess what?" "Stay with me." Handsome, her voice floated from all directions, making it difficult to discern her location. Noticing her lack of cooperation, Leo pressed on with his inquiries. "Did you create the dolls in the trees?" "Indeed. Those are souls I've collected. I placed the souls into the dolls' bodies, thereby trapping them here forever. Soon, you two shall join them." "Ugh, I wouldn't want to." "Your dolls are hideous." "Shut up, you insufferable brat." The surrounding specters suddenly surged forward, charging at Leo. After a fierce exchange, Leo discovered a method to counter the negative specters. More precisely, he realized his ability to reclaim the powers of the devil fruit could neutralize all devil fruit abilities. Utilizing seawater infused with his reclamation power effectively obliterated the negative specters. This revelation filled Leo with newfound confidence, prompting him to channel his inner teacher and ask, "Were the dolls made to resemble you? Surely you don't think you are beautiful, do you? You ought to take a good look in the mirror." "Silence, vile boy, die." The floating specters began to coalesce, countless small specters merging into one massive entity. Leo braced himself with all the water at his disposal to fend off the colossal specter, his eyes scanning desperately. Suddenly, he spotted a small figure hiding behind the leaves, glaring at him with intensity. "There! I found you!" With a thunderous splash, water bombs exploded like cannon fire, toppling several large trees. "Ouch!" The shadow yelped and scampered away on a vine. With the ability user fleeing, the specters lost their efficacy, and Leo seized the opportunity to pursue. However, after a prolonged chase, Leo suddenly realized he had lost track of them. Thud! Leo unexpectedly stepped on a tattered doll, unlike the ones hanging in the trees. This doll appeared to be an ordinary toy, seemingly decades old, dirty, and with bits of stuffing poking out. Disdainfully, Leo lifted the doll by its neck, squinting at it, puzzled by the prominent bump on its head. Gazing intently into the doll's eyes, Leo felt as though it had flinched. Placing his hands beneath the doll's armpits, he began to shake it. "Shake, shake, shake." The doll shuddered, laughing uncontrollably. Don't stop." "Dear miss, I suspect you're driving." Just as Leo was toying with the ragged doll, a rustle in the bushes announced the arrival of a girl clad in animal hides, who burst forth from the underbrush. "Howl! Sister Anna, those bad people are so scary." Before the girl could finish her sentence, she saw a boy before her, reaching for Sister Anna, and her words caught in her throat. The sudden appearance of the girl startled Leo, prompting an instinctive reaction. Thud! The girl, sporting a prominent bump on her head, fell to the ground. That moment, a furious roar echoed through the forest. "Stop right there! I see you!" Will and Charles emerged from the foliage, only to find Leo poking a girl's face with one hand while the other held the struggling ragged doll. Having relentlessly interrogated for information, Leo's expression still bore a twisted smile. Charles and Will, recognizing the situation, promptly retreated into the thicket. Apologies for the interruption, as dawn broke, dispelling the gloom over the island. A pitiful girl found herself encircled by 3 young men deep within the forest. Her disheveled attire, and tear-streaked cheeks betrayed her helplessness as she clutched the doll tightly for comfort. While the three young men, exhausted from a night of exertion, looked rather haggard, Charles broke the silence. Ahem, Leo, this girl is the mastermind behind Doll Island. Though it took some effort, Will and I have cornered her. Who would have thought the ghost princess would be so weak? Charles, feeling a sense of pride, raised his eyebrows at Leo. Leo, however, shot him an exasperated glare. Completely mistaken. The true mastermind is not this girl. Seizing the doll from the girl's grasp, Leo waved it in front of Charles. Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Come greet everyone. Startled by the doll's theft, the girl panicked, bursting into tears as she lunged toward Leo. Return Sister Anna to me. You're all bad people. Please stop bullying my sister. The doll, realizing its cover was blown, pleaded, take it out on me. Scaring you was my idea. Please don't harm Gloria. Leo was infuriated. Feeling as though they were being painted as the villains, he grasped the doll's face with both hands, insisting, don't spout nonsense. Confess to your ghostly antics on the island. The girl, Gloria, witnessing Leo's rough treatment of the doll, became even more distraught, opening her adorable mouth to bite Leo's arm. Stop it, you bad person. You're going to ruin my sister. Leo, exasperated, thought, you foolish child, do not utter words that evoke negative connotations. Who taught this girl to speak this way? Dodging the girl's tiny fangs, he seized her neck, leaving her with no recourse but to whimper, her large eyes wide as she stared at Leo. Well, keep an eye on her. Why do girls always feel compelled to bite? The young girl named Gloria seemed to embody the shadow of Lena in Leo's eyes. With a cheerful smile, Will gently restrained Gloria and produced several candies from his pocket, offering them to her. Here you go. These are fruit candies from Shambad. They're absolutely delightful. Whenever you feel down, just pop one in your mouth and you'll feel better. Gloria leaned in to sniff them and then snatched them away, unwrapping one with no hesitation and stuffing it into her mouth. Will, with a resigned expression, opened one for her, and the moment the sweet flavor spread across her palate, her face lit up with delight. With the candy in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, and she continued to stare wide-eyed at Leo. Will also indulged in a piece, squinting his eyes in enjoyment of the sweetness, only to notice Leo and Charles staring intently at him. Embarrassed, he handed each of them a candy, which created a rather bizarre scene. Everyone sat there with puffed cheeks, awaiting Leo's stern interrogation, while only Anna's doll gazed at the others with envy. Leo returned Anna to Gloria, and the doll, looking dejected, began recounting the backstory. In the year 1489 of the Oceanic era, the Countess's eldest daughter, upon turning 16, was vivacious, cheerful, and eager to help, winning the affection of the people. Coupled with her noble lineage and striking beauty, she was regarded by the locals as the Pearl of Palam, with many believing she was destined to become the next Lord of Palam. At that time, a legend circulated on Palam Island. On the night of a girl's coming-of-age ceremony, if she received the blessing of the sea god on Moonlit Island, she would attain perfect love. Miss Annabelle longed for such a love and believed wholeheartedly in this legend. Therefore, on the night of her 16th birthday, after the coming-of-age banquet, she quietly made her way to Moonlit Island, choosing to pray on the beach. She knelt with her eyes closed towards the sea. Ruler of the deep blue sea, deity of the endless ocean, you are the father of spirits in the sea and the mother who nurtures life. Your mercy can guide hopes to the other shore. Please hear my prayer, and under the sacred moon, grant perfect love to your most devout follower, Annabelle. The girl knelt by the sea, repeatedly reciting her prayer. Time passed, and suddenly, a fruit fell from a tree, striking her on the head. Ouch! That hurts, Annabelle exclaimed, and upon regaining her composure, discovered it was a peculiar fruit resembling a pineapple. Without understanding what it was, she assumed it was a gift from the sea god. Gathering her courage, she took a small bite. Yuck! A taste so indescribably awful filled her mouth that she instinctively covered her mouth, thinking, I can't spit it out. This must be a test from the sea god. With her eyes closed and her heart steeled, she swallowed the remainder of the fruit, after which Annabelle fainted, in a half-dreaming state. Annabelle felt her body becoming weightless, as though she were floating upward. When she suddenly opened her eyes, she saw her body still lying on the beach, while her spirit seemed to hover in midair. The unexpected change sent her into a panic, causing her to flail wildly in the air. Fortunately, after calming down, she sensed a connection between her spirit and body, realizing she could return at any moment, which relieved her greatly. Once the crisis had passed, Annabelle's playful spirit soared, and she began to frolic in her ghostly form, flying to treetops, weaving through the woods, until she stumbled upon a discarded rag doll deep in the forest. Upon attempting to enter the doll's body, she surprisingly succeeded, and the doll seemed to come to life, standing upright once more. Under the bright moonlight, the doll hopped across stones, leaping over a stream, climbing trees to scare small animals, swinging from vines from one tree to another, all while emitting joyous giggles. It was an exhilarating experience for Annabelle, who had always presented herself as a noble lady. For the first time, she felt true freedom. After a while, Annabelle suddenly realized she had been out for quite some time, and her father must be searching for her. Her spirit exited the doll's body and swiftly returned to the shore. Upon reaching the beach, Annabelle was bewildered. Where had her body gone? It had been lying there just a moment ago. She began to anxiously search everywhere, and perhaps days or months passed. She could no longer remember how many times day turned to night, yet she still could not find her body. She attempted to return to Palam, but as a spirit, she could not cross the sea. Ultimately, Annabelle surrendered, and from then on, Moonlit Island gained a moving ragdoll. Oh, poor Sister Anna. Gloria wept as she listened to Anna's tale, hugging the doll even tighter. Charles looked at Leo with disdain, as if to say, "Look at the mess you've made." Meanwhile, Leo gazed at Anna with kind eyes, thinking, "What a wonderful child. Did she just say I'm the father of all beings of the ocean?" "Anna, would you mind repeating that prayer of yours? You've clarified your question, but what about her? How did you come back?" Leo pointed at Gloria and continued to inquire. The doll pouted, "You have quite a filthy mouth. When I encountered her, she was around 5 years old, just sitting foolishly on the beach. If I hadn't found her in time, she would have drowned in the rising tide. I raised her and even named her Gloria." A grumbling sound emerged as Gloria clutched her stomach, looking pitifully at everyone. The little girl had been active all night and had consumed so many appetizing fruit candies that she was now starving. "Let's eat while we talk. We'll go catch a few fish, and Leo, get the cooking utensils from the boat. You two should also stay busy and gather some mushrooms from the forest." Charles methodically assigned tasks to everyone. With smoke rising, a large pot of fish and a pot of mushroom porridge were soon prepared, and the 5 of them sat in a circle, slurping contentedly. "Anna, we may have met by chance, but we will send you back to Palam Island in our boat shortly." The doll's expression fell. "That one tea work, Leo, that I tried that long ago. It feels as if my soul is anchored to this island, and I cannot leave its bounds. That's so?" Leo and the others fell into contemplation. Will suggested, "What if we find Anna's body? If we can return her soul to her physical form, she should be able to leave Doll Island." Charles replied somewhat incredulously, "It's been 7 years. Her body might have long turned to bones. No. Anna's body must be preserved somewhere intact. If she were dead, the effect of the ghost fruit would have vanished. The fact that Anna can appear as a spirit indicates her physical body is still alive. But where exactly is Anna's body?" Gloria asked the pivotal question. Leo seemed confident. "Perhaps we should inquire with her brother. After all, it was Tommy who found Anna's body 7 years ago." As the sea goddess vessel returned to Palam Island, dawn had already broken. "Soon, we'll split up. We'll head to the market, Charles to the tavern. Anna mentioned she was quite popular here 7 years ago, so surely someone must remember her. Let us each search for clues. I'll take a chance near the castle." With tasks assigned, the 3 set off in their respective directions. Palam was truly a bustling little island, with a constant flow of people and vendors in a market. Will approached a fish stall and began chatting with the vendor. "Hello, sir. Oh, here to look at the fish. Are you? They just arrived this morning." The vendor, evidently new to selling fish, appeared momentarily dazed. "I'm not here to buy fish. I want to." Upon hearing what was not buying fish, the vendor immediately grew displeased. "If you're not here to buy fish, then don't linger and disrupt my business. I want to ask. Don't ask for prices if you're not buying. I have no time to entertain you. Then I'll buy." "Ah, young man, which one catches your eye? Do you need help preparing it?" After a long deliberation, Will pointed to a shark. "Just that one. How much?" This left the vendor baffled, as he noticed the shark had a dorsal fin similar to Will's. Confused, he exclaimed, "Are you looking for a brother? Let me tell you, I didn't catch it. I just sell it. The crew does the butchering. If you're seeking revenge, you've come to the wrong person." Will broke into a cold sweat, quickly clarifying, "Sir, you misunderstand. I'm an orca, not a shark." "Well, that is not quite right either. I'm a fish man, just cut me a piece. You scared me. I thought you were here for revenge." "That'll be 10,000 berees." Will took the shark fin and continued, "Sir, I wish to—" Boom! "Your demeanor is exceedingly impolite. Why do you consistently interrupt my speech? Kindly allow me to finish," after being interrupted multiple times by the fish stall owner. The plump little fish finally erupted, seizing the owner and launching into a tirade. The fish stall owner, taken aback by Will's audacity, could scarcely fathom that after a lifetime of selling fish, he would one day be threatened by mere fish. "Oh dear, what an absurd situation. What is it that you wish to inquire? Are you familiar with Miss Anna? She is the daughter of a count." "Humph. Were you scheming, you rogue? Miss Anna has long since passed away." The fish stall owner glowered at Will. Upon hearing this, Will's spirits soared, and without hesitation, he spoke the unvarnished truth. "Anna is not dead. Her spirit resides on Doll Island, but she cannot locate her own body. I am here to assist her in the search." Upon hearing Will's declaration, the fish stall owner's countenance shifted dramatically, a surge of anger rising within him as he bellowed at Will. "You scoundrel! How dare you desecrate the memory of the deceased? Everyone, come quickly. This fishman is spreading vile rumors, claiming that Miss Anna has transformed into a malevolent spirit. Let us strike him down, clearly ill-suited for gathering intelligence." Navi will inadvertently incited the villagers' wrath, who, armed with brooms, frying pans, and benches, pursued him down several streets. In his haste to flee, he did not forget to take with him the portion of shark fin he was attempting to sell. Meanwhile, Charles strolled leisurely along the streets, unwittingly arriving at the outskirts of the impoverished district. Given that Leo had mentioned Anna's high regard among the common folk, he intended to gather information from them. At this moment, the men of the impoverished district were away at work, leaving a multitude of women to toil at home. Charles approached a girl by the stream who was washing clothes and attempted to strike up a conversation. "Hello, miss. Would you care for a heartfelt chat? I have no time. Please leave me be. Why so irritable, young lady?" "Yet, I find it rather charming." Charles, with a blade of grass in his mouth, casually sat on the grass in a pose he presumed to be suave. "Shall I lend you a hand? Your lovely hands ought not to be engaged in such labor. Ha! Then come help me." "Oh, how unorthodox." Charles felt a bit disheartened, yet having spoken, he took the grimy clothes from the girl and began scrubbing them in the stream. The girl, witnessing Charles genuinely assisting her, could not help but laugh. "You are quite amusing, offering to wash clothes upon our first encounter. I have never been approached in such a manner before. This cannot be termed an approach. I am sincere. A girl is beautiful, as you should not be subjected to such menial tasks. What else could I possibly do?" Charles momentarily found himself at a loss for words until he noticed the stream's banks adorned with yellow wildflowers, leading to an idea. Why not gather some flowers and weave a crown? "Young handsome man, you must not often engage with girls, for your innocent demeanor is rather endearing." "Nonsense. How could a striking figure like myself lack the company of women?" "You might be somewhat handsome, but a true handsome man should resemble Count Tommy." The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration at the mere mention of the Count. "Humph, I shall no longer entertain you. You possess no discernment. Are you jealous? Do not be upset. I shall gather wildflowers while you finish washing the clothes." Before long, Charles had washed an entire bucket of dirty garments, while the girl returned with a bouquet of wildflowers. "Here, this bouquet is for you, as thanks for helping me with my laundry." "Humph, are you insulting me? I could never accept flowers from a lady." "Well, if you do not want them, I shall simply discard them." Reluctantly, Charles accepted the bouquet, only to exclaim in surprise and then propose, "It is nearly noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal." "Oh, now that is starting to resemble a proper approach. And you even wish to treat me to lunch. Indeed. Where do you reside? I shall prepare a meal for you." "Ah, progress. After lunch, you surely would not wish to depart." "Oh dear, that is not my intent. These wildflowers are excellent ingredients. I intend to use them to cook for you." The girl eyed Charles with suspicion, her wariness heightened. What? Wildflowers are edible. Indeed. I am actually a chef, and I genuinely wish to prepare a meal for you. In return for your assistance, all I require is an answer to one question. What question? Are you familiar with Miss Anna? Please share what you know. Miss Anna, surely you mean Sister Annabelle. Why do you inquire about her? You truly know her? Please, I implore you to tell me. It is of utmost importance. The girl pondered for a moment, then smiled. Very well. Come to my home, and after our meal, I shall divulge all that I know. As the smoke began to rise from the hearth, it was not long before Charles had prepared an elaborate feast. The girl gazed at the table, her eyes wide in astonishment, as tantalizing aromas stirred her appetite. Now can you tell me? Wait, did we not agree that you would only share after the meal? Then please eat. I must wait for my husband to return. We shall dine together. You are married? Then you, before Charles could finish his sentence, a deep chuckle emanated from outside. My dear Loris, what delectable dish have you prepared today? Even from several streets away, I can smell the delightful aroma of your cooking. Oh dear, why are you so late? If you delay any longer, the food will grow cold. Ah, do not mention it. Today an insufferable fisherman dared to defame the late Miss Anna. We pursued him for quite some time. Yet he managed to escape. If I ever lay eyes on him again, I shall make him pay. Oh, more about Miss Anna. My dear, a chef visited our home today, and he too was inquiring about Miss Anna. Ah, Charles, where have you gone? Leo strolled leisurely near the Count's castle, only to attract the guard's attention before he could approach. You there, this is the Count's castle. Go play elsewhere, as Leo was being shooed away by the guards. The grand doors swung open, revealing a young and handsome gentleman emerging from the castle. All the guards immediately stood at attention, saluting and proclaiming, My Lord Count. The young man smiled and nodded, then climbed into a carriage. Leo observed the Count with intrigue and approached the guard who had just attempted to dismiss him. Was that the Count himself? He appears rather youthful. How is it that he became a Count at such a young age? Listen well, lad. Do not be deceived by the Count's youth. In the 5 years since he ascended to the title, Palam has flourished beyond measure. The Count has secured a promise from the government to establish a naval base in Palam, ensuring that no pirates will dare to harass us again. Leo discreetly slipped the guard 10,000 beres. Oh, quite impressive. However, I have heard that the Count has a sister who is greatly beloved by the people. Why was she not the one to inherit the title? The guard cast a cautious glance around before accepting the beres. Hush, never mention Miss Anna's name in this vicinity. It is a source of eternal sorrow for the Count. After her tragic demise 7 years ago, the old Count succumbed to his grief, having lost both his daughter and his wife within a mere 2 years. Our Count has suffered immensely. Spare him further heartache. We refrain from discussing Miss Anna. This situation appears plausible, yet based on Leo's extensive experience, it grows increasingly unsettling. How did Miss Anna meet her end? The guard hesitated, but ultimately, for the sake of the beres, decided to divulge. It is said she perished in a maritime disaster 7 years ago. Ultimately, it was Mr. Tommy, the current Count, who recovered Miss Anna's body. However, you ought not to inquire further, as the villagers resent such discussions. Anna's body is undoubtedly in Tommy's possession, that if Tommy truly believed Anna to be deceased, he would have laid her to rest. After 7 years without sustenance, Anna's body would have decayed beyond recognition, leading to the disappearance of her spirit. Yet, the truth remains that Anna continues to exist in a state of spiritual detachment due to the powers of the ghost fruit, indicating that her body must have been preserved by some means at Tommy's hand. Upon grasping the full scope of the situation, Leo wore a disdainful smile, thinking, such trivial tricks are hardly a match for someone from the great flower family. You shall await my revelation, for I shall expose your true nature. After a day of investigation, Leo summoned Will and Charles to exchange intelligence. However, upon observing the despondent expressions of the two, Leo sighed and spoke. Annabella's body must be hidden somewhere within the castle. According to the guards, 7 years ago, her brother Tommy discovered and brought back Anna's body. This situation is rife with several discrepancies. Firstly, why did Tommy venture to Moonlit Island alone? Secondly, what a remarkable coincidence that he found her at the moment her soul departed. and he merely stated that Anna had suffered a shipwreck without specifying where he found her. Why would he conceal the truth? Charles, eager to demonstrate his analytical prowess, interjected, "It is evident that the fellow named Tommy intentionally obscured the truth to inherit the title. I have heard that Count Tommy has frequently expressed his profound sorrow over the loss of his father and sister in various public forums. Yet in recent years, he has refrained from mentioning them altogether, even neglecting to honor their memory. Is that so? I thought you had gleaned no information at all. Oh, come now. That is common knowledge, not something one simply inquires about." Charles blushed slightly as he began to defend himself. Will, feeling somewhat aggrieved, retorted, "You're deceiving me. No one in the market shared this with me, and their lord is quite fond of them." At this juncture, Charles, puzzled, questioned Leo, "We are not even friends with Anna. Why should we assist her?" "Leo, you do not seem like the type to meddle in others' affairs unless you harbor some feelings for those two young ladies," he concluded with a knowing look that only a man could understand. "Charles, do refrain from that distasteful expression. What possible interest could I have in a young girl and a mere toy? Assisting them is merely a trivial matter. This world is full of the unfortunate. I'm not the sort of person who delights in solving others' predicaments. Should anyone become an obstacle to me, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Oh, tell me, Charles, are you disillusioned by such a person as I?" Charles smirked. "On the contrary, if you were excessively benevolent, I would find that rather bothersome." Having endured years of hardship and humiliation at the hands of the lower classes and his peers, Charles was not naive. He was neither bound by moral constraints nor a soft-hearted fool. Will glanced between the two, struggling to comprehend their conversation. However, the rotund lad possessed an admirable trait. He unconditionally trusted Leo, never refusing anything Leo asked of him. Compared to Charles, Will found such a life considerably easier. Now, let us arrange our next course of action. First, we must locate Anna's grave. I need to ascertain whether Tommy actually buried Anna if she was not interred. We will covertly search the castle. Ultimately, our objective remains to retrieve Anna's body and return to Moonlit Island. Having finalized the plan, Leo resolved to commence their undertaking that night. The three stealthily approached the vicinity of the castle. Intending to abduct a guard in hopes of extracting useful information, a patrol of guards wandered the castle's perimeter. Two streams, like tendrils, crept up from behind, silently ensnaring the soldier at the rear and dragging him into the underbrush. After a brief moment of shock, the guard found himself confronted by three masked figures. One of them towered over 3 meters tall, exuding a formidable presence, with saliva dribbling from beneath the mask. Another, tall and slender, had exceedingly long sleeves from which the tip of a blade protruded. The most terrifying aspect was that he was coldly grinning while inflicting harm upon himself with the knife. Lastly, there was a small figure shrouded in a black cloak, sporting a comically grotesque mask. The very streams that ensnared the guard emanated from his hands. "W you? What do you want?" "This is the castle of the Count." The guard felt an overwhelming urge to flee, realizing these figures were anything but benign. "You will answer my questions. Do not utter superfluous words, or else." A knife was plunged ominously between the guard's legs. Unable to suppress himself, the guard lost control, a large puddle forming beneath him, while the long-armed creature swiftly withdrew his blade. Cough, cough, how unsanitary. "Where is Miss Annabelle's grave?" "Be behind the estate on the back mountain. That is the burial site of the Count's family." The guard, on the brink of collapse, divulged the information. The three disguised figures, having gleaned what they sought, escorted the guard towards the estate. After a brief search, they finally located Anna's grave in the corner of the cemetery. They toiled for a considerable time, unearthing the coffin, and upon prying it open, an unpleasant, musty odor wafted forth, indicating it had been buried for quite some time. Indeed, it was empty. Anna had not been interred. The outcome did not surprise Leo in the least. The forcibly brought guard, however, stared in disbelief. "What is happening? Why is it empty? Miss Anna was buried 7 years ago." "Oh, how can you be so certain?" "Leo, press point 7 years ago. Our team buried Miss Anna. Many witnessed her peacefully lying in the coffin. Where has her body gone?" It appeared they had no choice but to return to the castle in search of clues. Essential items were surely hidden in the most secure locations. Just as the three were about to head back, the guard provided a lead. The Count has a basement within the castle that no one is permitted to enter. You are quite the traitor, are you not? Why divulge this information? Should you not be loyal to your Count? The guard forced a smile. My family has served the Count for generations. Miss Anna treated us well. And upon witnessing her body being stolen, I too wish to recover her remains. Oh, you are rather untrustworthy. How is it that the moment we mention searching the castle, you immediately think of the Count's basement? Your reaction seems rather suspect. Leo was not one to easily trust this individual, especially one who seemed to question his own master. The guard smiled helplessly. This matter is hardly a secret among us. The young lady's untimely demise, the old lord's sorrowful passing, and subsequently, Lord Tommy's ascension have led to rumors circulating among the guards about the current Count. Very well, we shall temporarily trust you. Lead us to the castle's basement. With a lead in hand, Leo had no intention of wasting time. Even if this fellow was dubious, he believed he could manage the situation. Inside the castle, 3 soldiers approached the basement. Leo decided that he and Charles would masquerade as guards while would remain outside to provide support. It was the early hours of the morning, and most of the castle's inhabitants were fast asleep, with only a handful of guards still patrolling, with a familiar face guiding them. Leo and Charles quickly arrived at the basement entrance. They swiftly dealt with the guard stationed there, and Charles even knocked out their guide. Cautiously, they descended the staircase and arrived at a wooden door, just as Charles was about to open it. They suddenly heard noises from behind the door. They quickly concealed themselves on either side, preparing to ambush anyone who might emerge. After a while, when no one appeared to open the door, Leo carefully pushed it ajar, allowing both he and Charles to peer inside. The space beyond the door was quite large, illuminated by electric lights. Upon clearly observing the events unfolding within, they gasped in unison, "We found it!" Inside the room stood a young man with golden hair, shouting at a girl, "My dear sister, behold how prosperous this territory has become under my governance. Soon, the subjects shall forget your existence. If only you had agreed to marry me back then. You would not be bound to this eternal slumber. You promised me in our youth that you would marry me. Why have you deceived me? Alas, all is about to end, and you shall no longer partake in such delightful games." The girl, however, remained silent, seated motionless in a chair. Without further introduction, Leo and Charles had already deduced their identities. Count Tommy had somehow preserved Anna's body and hidden her in the basement, as though she were a specimen in a collection. Charles, are all nobles so depraved? Leo's worldview was shaken by Tommy's actions. I am merely a fallen noble, struggling to make ends meet. This preservation is something I have never witnessed before. The scene before us is undeniably shocking, Charles remarked. Leo and Charles were so engrossed in their observations that they inadvertently pushed the door open. Upon seeing the guard at the entrance, Tommy's ecstatic expression suddenly froze. While Leo and Charles sheepishly waved at him, "Why you? How did you get in? Get them!" Leo hurled a water balloon, striking Tommy squarely in the face, as Charles swiftly approached him and knocked him unconscious. After carefully closing the wooden door, Leo scanned the room and realized the truth. It was a life support device, and no wonder Anna's body had been preserved for so long. This fellow named Tommy was indeed formidable. Capable of acquiring such advanced technology, Leo cautiously dressed Anna and placed her body back into the restoration chamber. Having studied at MADS, Leo was familiar with such devices. Once Anna was settled, Leo and Charles hoisted the restoration chamber and, disregarding the need for stealth, dashed outside. They quickly reunited with Will, who was waiting outside, and made their way back to the Poseidon. Meanwhile, the Count's castle was ablaze with lights, and alarms began to sound. Tommy, clutching his neck, contorted his face as he commanded his subordinates, "Find those bastards. I want them dead." Upon returning to Doll Island, Leo and his companions successfully brought back Annabelle's body. Anna, Spirit Lady, we have found your body," Leo called out loudly, uncertain if the unpowered restoration chamber could still preserve the body. Hearing his voice, Anna and Gloria rushed over, having searched for her body for 7 long years. Today was to be their reunion. And Anna's emotions were overwhelming. As Leo opened the restoration chamber and extracted the body, he urged her to hurry inside. Gazing at her reflection, which resembled her appearance from 7 years ago, albeit a tad more gaunt, Anna felt immense gratitude. towards Leo and the others. After composing herself, her spirit returned to her body. Everyone watched anxiously as half an hour passed without any response from Anna. Suddenly, her spirit flew out of her body, and she appeared somewhat distraught. Why can't my body move? I can feel the connection between my spirit and body, yet I cannot move. Woe is me. The others exchanged glances, having thought that finding Anna's body would resolve the issue, only to face this unexpected outcome. Charles furrowed his brow and remarked, "Tommy must have done something to your body. There are many ways to keep someone in a deep slumber." Leo recalled having seen similar cases in medical texts. Indeed, excessive consumption of sleeping mushrooms or consuming zombie mushrooms could induce eternal slumber. Tommy. What has become of him? Upon hearing her brother's name, Anna ceased her weeping, eager to learn of her family's situation. "Your brother has inherited the title of Count and become the new Lord of Purim," Charles began, but was interrupted by Anna. "Tommy inherited the title? What of our father?" Anna questioned, skeptical of Charles's words. 7 years ago, it was Tommy who brought your body back to Purim Island, claiming to everyone that you had perished in a shipwreck. The old Count, heartbroken, passed away 2 years later. Thus, Tommy naturally inherited the title of Count. So my body was brought back by Tommy. I must confront him. I want to tell him everything that I wish to go home. Anna disregarded Charles and Leo's words, her mind solely consumed with thoughts of returning home. Leo and Charles exchanged resigned glances. It would be better to clarify certain matters sooner rather than later, lest Anna be unable to accept the truth when she confronted it herself. "Anna, please calm down and listen carefully. Your brother Tommy is not what he seems. 7 years ago, he retrieved your body but lied, saying you had died. He secretly exhumed your corpse and hid it in the basement. Furthermore, no one knows the true cause of your father's death. Before Charles and I reclaimed your body, we saw Tommy harming it. He is the architect of this entire scheme." Leo recounted all the information they had gathered and what they had witnessed. In her spiritual state, Anna floated with hollow eyes, tears streaming down her face. Gloria, watching her with concern, pleaded, "Leo, please help Sister Anna. You are so capable. Surely you have a way out of course. Helping you reclaim your body is to resolve this matter." "Anna, what are your intentions?" After a long silence, Anna's eyes flickered. "I want to return to Purim. I wish to go home and confront Tommy." "Very well. We shall take you home. However, things have changed since 7 years ago. You must follow my lead. Can you manage that? As long as I can fulfill my wish, I will heed your guidance." Leo instructed Anna to return to her body, then prepared to accompany her back to Purim Island. Planning to infiltrate the Count's castle once more that night, that Leo's plan was straightforward: to bypass the villagers and head directly to the castle to confront Tommy, confident in their overwhelming advantage in terms of strength. Nevertheless, Leo harbored ulterior motives. After helping Anna awaken, he intended to reclaim the power of the ghost fruit, though he felt it unwise to disclose this to her at present. However, the course of events took an unexpected turn. Upon their return to Purim, they were confronted by enraged villagers blocking the port. It appeared that Tommy had already issued a warrant for their arrest, and news of Leo and his companions had spread throughout the town. "That's the big guy who was inquiring about Miss Anna at the market. They must be the ones who stole her body." The villagers, armed with farming tools, glared at them with fury, their agitation palpable as they prepared to act. Meanwhile, a squad of guards arrived, weapons drawn, aiming at Leo and his companions. "Outsiders, you are accused of infiltrating the castle to attack Lord Count and stealing Miss Anna's body. Surrender now and return with us to face Lord Count's judgment." The captain of the guard announced their verdict publicly. The situation escalated uncontrollably. Leo raised Anna's body and implored, "Wait, you have all been deceived. The whole affair is based on Tommy's lies," pointing to the restoration chamber. Leo continued, "Look, if Miss Anna had been buried 7 years ago, how could her body be preserved in such pristine condition? The truth is, Miss Anna is not dead. She has been imprisoned by Tommy in the basement." The crowd gazed at Anna in confusion. Although Leo's words stirred doubt, they were reluctant to believe that Count Tommy had been lying. Just then, several villagers exchanged glances and shouted, "Noble burials must be different from ours. You cannot apply common logic here. Indeed, Lord Count is wealthy enough to preserve a corpse. Clearly, You stole Miss Anna's body and now attempt to argue your case if you claim Miss Anna is alive. Why isn't she here to explain herself? Those who had been swayed by Leo's words now reaffirmed their stance upon hearing these remarks, just as the guards and villagers were about to strike. A translucent spirit emerged from Anna's body. I am Anna. My people. I have returned. Anna exclaimed excitedly, greeting the residents of Purim, her demeanor and voice as melodious and warm as they had been 7 years ago. Yet the crowd's response was not what Anna had anticipated. Instead of welcoming smiles, every face was filled with terror, and a few guards even fired their weapons in fright. The ordinary could not harm the spirit. Yet the fear and suspicion etched on the faces of the villagers pierced Anna's heart deeply. Leo signaled Will and Charles, and together they quickly subdued the guards. Noticing Anna's emotional instability returning, Leo hurriedly reassured her, Anna, we will find Tommy. He will surely resolve the issues with your body. Anna did not respond to Leo's words, but instead drifted towards the castle in her spirit form. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Leo thought, if Anna were to accidentally harm Tommy, they would lose all leads. Will, take Anna's body. We must catch up. Anna, in her spiritual form, floated through the commercial street and residential area, causing villagers to scatter in fear. Some recognized her identity, but fled in terror. Hearing her former subjects shout that there was a ghost, a monster, Anna felt her heart bleed. The castle's entrance loomed ahead when Anna suddenly accelerated, only to be blocked by another squad of guards. The soldiers jogged to Anna's front and knelt on one knee. Miss Anna, your loyal knight Lannister welcomes your return. A.S. Leo and several others caught up. They were struck by the realization upon seeing the guard kneeling before Anna that it dawned on them that this was the guide from the previous day who had mentioned being Anna's knight. Lady Anna, your escort has been awaiting your return. Please allow us to accompany you back to the castle. The Knight of Lannister spoke, his loyalty evident. Anna's gaze softened somewhat as she permitted Lannister to lead the way. Leo and Charles exchanged glances, noting how these two groups of guards had effectively encircled them. What appeared to be an escort bore a striking resemblance to the escorting of prisoners, and Leo couldn't help but suspect that this Lannister fellow was quite dubious. Upon passing through the grand doors into the castle, they arrived directly in the hall, which was brightly lit. Count Tommy sat alone at the center, and upon seeing Anna approach in her ethereal form, he displayed no surprise, even rising to greet her. Annabelle, my dear sister, after 7 years apart, you remain as beautiful as ever. The charming Count Tommy smiled warmly. Still beautiful, you say? Tommy, do you truly find me beautiful in my current state? Anna's heart sank as she recognized Tommy's expression. Leo's assessment had proven correct. Her brother had indeed betrayed her. With a resounding thud, the castle doors slammed shut, and the guard aligned themselves around the circular hall. Ha! I'm truly delighted to see you again, dear sister. Did you not miss me? Tommy conversed with Anna in an unervingly calm manner, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of her harming him. Lannister stepped back a few paces, fortuitously standing beside Will. My lord Tommy, 7 years ago you deceitfully claimed that Lady Anna had perished in a shipwreck, thus deceiving us all and usurping the title of Count. Today, we shall vow to assist the lady in reclaiming all that is rightfully hers. As Lannister finished speaking, a colossal birdcage descended from above, ensnaring everyone within. Leo cast a resigned glance at Lannister, silently critiquing, Brother, your acting leaves much to be desired. The timing of your bravado and the ensuing humiliation is utterly lacking. Who begins a performance only to be struck so swiftly? Following a cloud of dust, the scene revealed the trapped individuals beneath the iron cage, that Tommy's face twisted in fury as he shouted at Lannister. Silence, you traitor! Understand who the true Lord of Palom is, and you, and his little friends. I am aware of his devil fruit powers. This sea stone cage is but a greeting, so kindly watch in silence. After his furious outburst, Tommy regained his composure. Sister, I may grant you a restoration of your corporeal form, but the matters from 7 years ago, shouldn't you be revealing the truth to me today? You can abandon that hope that I am your sister. How dare you utter such words to me? Anna gazed at Tommy with profound sorrow. Tommy's expression darkened instantly. You still refuse, do you? Is it not enough that the pain of the body cannot compel you, to lower your proud head? Father is gone. No one can oppose my love for you. Why do you refuse to accept me? With a thunderous crash, two ghostly bombs exploded beside Tommy, and as the smoke cleared, his slightly disheveled form was revealed. Brother, do not force my hand. Restore my body, and I shall ask for nothing more. You remain the Lord of Palam. Anna's emotions toward her brother were complex. It was precisely because of Tommy's twisted affection that, 7 years prior, she had been compelled to pray to the sea god, seeking to escape Tommy's relentless pursuit. Sister Anna, is this truly your choice? After 7 years of incessant fantasy, you have once again disappointed me. Tommy's laughter was maniacal. Suddenly, Anna, in her ghostly state, clutched her chest and let out a wail. Within the sea stone cage, Lannister seized a moment while everyone's attention was fixated on Tommy, plunging a dagger into Anna's chest. Will, realizing what had transpired, unleashed a furious punch that sent Lannister crashing against the cage. The guards surrounding the hall, in unison, raised their firearms, aiming at Leo and his companions. Lannister coughed blood, leaning against the cage's edge. Forgive me, Lady Anna. You truly should not have returned. Lord Tommy is far more suited to be the master of Palam. In your absence, the Count has governed Palam splendidly. Your presence would only disrupt the peace we have established. Thus, Lady Anna, I must bid you farewell. Lannister's words pierced Anna's heart, a pain more profound than that of the dagger lodged in her chest. Years of solitude on Doll Island had left Anna's impression of Palam frozen in time. 7 years passed. Her yearning to return to her homeland culminated in nothing but endless betrayal. The subjects who once revered Anna now cowered in fear, while the knight who vowed eternal protection had turned traitor. Their betrayal felt like daggers, stabbing relentlessly at Anna's heart. Suppressing her anguish, Anna's spirit straightened, her gaze fixed on Tommy. And you, because I reject your love, you would resort to murder? Tommy's laughter faded. My dear sister, you are extraordinary. Since childhood, our parents took pride in you. Teachers praised your intellect, and upon maturity, the subjects adored you. Knights pledged their loyalty, and you were deemed the next Lord of Palam before you even came of age. All these splendid things were yours, and I never desired to contest with you, for you promised to marry me. Despite all that beauty being yours, you belonged to me. Thus, I willingly stood in your shadow. Yet, on the day of your coming of age, you chose to betray your vow. You turned my years of silent devotion into a cruel jest. Anna closed her eyes in agony, her spirit fading into obscurity. Tommy continued, Look at how prosperous Palam is under my rule. Who will remember you? All subjects laud my achievements, and every knight offers me their fealty. Yet today, you have once again spurned me, so I shall no longer desire you. Please, go die and let me share one more thing. In the 2nd year following your demise, that foolish father of ours, consumed by longing for you, refused to pass the lordship to me, since he yearned for you so dearly. I had no choice but to send him to join you. Tommy's words confirmed yet another of Leo's earlier suspicions that Anna's spirit, eyes shut, began to tremble violently, her once translucent form turning crimson. A shriek enveloped the hall as Anna opened her blood-red eyes. Her hair swirling wildly in the air, an overwhelming aura causing cracks to form in the castle walls. The guards in the hall collapsed instantly, leaving only Anna, Tommy, and Leo conscious within the room. Tommy, clutching his head and kneeling, gazed at Anna in terror, bewildered by the immense power radiating from a being on the brink of death. Leo pressed a hand against the cage's bars. The sea stone birdcage disintegrated in an instant. He murmured to himself as he beheld Anna, now resembling a malevolent spirit. I never anticipated that you would awaken the Conqueror's Haki, Anna. What a pity. Leo was uncertain whether Anna's current state represented an awakening of her fruit powers, as she had lost all consciousness, leaving only the purest of malevolence. Her intent was to obliterate everything, with Tommy as her first target. She lunged downward, intent on tearing him apart, though Tommy was in a pitiful state from the impact of the Conqueror's Haki. He did not forget to flee. He pressed down on a section of the floor, revealing a trapdoor through which he fell. The castle floor could not hinder the passage of a ghostly form. The vengeful Anna plunged into the ground in pursuit of Tommy. Leo instructed everyone to wait above, but as he was about to leap down, Will called out to him, Leo, Anna looks terrible. She seems on the verge of death. With that, he reached for his dagger. Do not remove the dagger. It will hasten her demise. You must take her to find a doctor. Lannister, having regained consciousness, chuckled darkly. Do not waste your efforts. That dagger is specially crafted to accelerate blood loss. What perplexes me is why it hasn't nullified her abilities, given that it is made of sea stone. The hall below had been entirely excavated, revealing a basement. Numerous weapons were neatly arranged on surrounding racks. Upon descending, Tommy swiftly seized a pair of sea stone handcuffs and a pistol from one of the shelves. Somehow, he had learned that sea stone could suppress the powers of those with devil fruits. Yet, even with this knowledge, he underestimated the bizarre capabilities of the devil fruit. Tommy hurled the sea stone handcuffs at Anna, only for them to pass through her ghostly form. He then began to fire frantically at the vengeful Anna. Each bullet from his pistol crafted from sea stone, yet still, he could not inflict harm upon her. Until now, Tommy had finally succumbed to panic, on the verge of paying for his arrogance and cruelty. Anna let out a piercing scream and rushed forward, her entire spirit merging with Tommy's body. In an instant, Tommy clutched his head, beginning to scream in terror, as if he were experiencing something extraordinarily horrifying. As Leo descended, he witnessed Tommy rolling on the ground, cradling his head, while Anna had vanished without a trace. Just as Leo sought the malevolent spirit Anna, a red figure appeared behind Tommy. It was Anna, who embraced him from behind. Tommy's eyes bulged, his wails turning hoarse, a sight that sent shivers down Leo's spine. This torment did not last long, as Tommy's body began to swell, and mere seconds later, it erupted into a shower of flesh. Leo merely watched in silence, making no attempt to intervene. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up into the air, where the malevolent spirit Anna reformed, roaring fiercely, her formidable aura radiating from her ethereal form. Leo allowed this overwhelming presence to wash over his spirit. In the final battle at Star Island, Leo felt a powerful impulse surging within him. And this confrontation with the malevolent spirit Anna became the catalyst for his transformation. A tremendous energy emanated from him, filling the basement with tendrils of dark lightning. It seemed that the malevolent spirit Anna sensed the provocation in Leo's energy, and with determination, she charged directly at him. However, Leo was no novice like Tommy. He had long discovered a method to counter the ghost fruit during his time on Doll Island. He raised his hand toward Anna's approach, and a stream of water materialized, ensnaring the malevolent spirit mid-air. Under the dual effects of life, ebb, and the stripping of abilities, the power of the malevolent spirit Anna waned, her deep red figure gradually returning to white. Anna, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. After your death, I shall utterly destroy this castle and ensure that this family accompanies you in death. Upon hearing Leo's words, the malevolent spirit Anna ceased her struggle, her eyes regaining their luster as she gazed intently at him. Char's Will and Gloria also leapt down. Gloria immediately noticed the weakened Anna. Sister Anna, what has happened to you? Why has your color faded so? Brother Leo, I implore you, help my sister. Leo shook his head gently. Give up. Gloria, Anna's life is nearing its end, and none of us can save her. That moment, Anna's spirit suddenly spoke. Gloria, thank you for mourning for me. But I have deceived you. You were brought to Wanwe Island by shipwreck, along with many others. You were merely 3 years old at the time, and I disguised myself as a doll to lead you into the jungle. I was so lonely that I hoped for someone to keep me company on the island. Gloria, I am sorry that my selfishness caused you to be separated from your parents. Gloria released Leo and ran to Anna, yearning to embrace her, but alas, she passed through Anna's form several times. Sister Anna, I do not care about those things. I only remember the joy of living with you on the island. I can feel your love for me is genuine. Please, do not leave me. Gloria's words softened Anna's gaze, and she turned to Leo. Leo, you have fulfilled my wish. I have one last request, which I implore you to grant. Very well, as long as it is within my power. Please take care of Gloria for me. Bring her with you to sail the seas, so she can witness the sights I never could. Leo fell silent. Truth be told, he was reluctant to acquiesce to Anna's selfish request. Yet upon seeing the weeping Gloria, his heart softened. A little girl of 7 or 8, without care, would either starve in a corner or become prey for human traffickers. It will be dangerous to stay by my side, but if you do not mind, then I have no objections. That Anna's spirit grew increasingly faint in the fleeting moment before her disappearance. Leo thought he saw her lips moving, as if uttering, "I believe in you." With a thunderous boom, a mushroom cloud ascended as Leo bid farewell to Parlam with a grand display of fireworks. The sea god's vessel gradually receded, concluding its journey to Parlam and setting forth on a new adventure. This voyage to Parlam was steeped in sorrow. Leo witnessed the darker aspects of human nature: Tommy's jealousy and distortion, the townsfolk's selfishness and indifference. Even the victim Anna had, out of her own self-interest, led Gloria astray, suggesting that there were no true heroes in this tale, and upon closer reflection, the only genuine victim was the trembling little girl by his side. It was only after departing from Parlam that Leo realized he had overlooked something significant. After successfully reclaiming the ghost fruit, he had received no feedback of power. The reason likely lay in the fact that the soul of the devil fruit had merged with Anna, leading Leo to retrieve only the soul of the devil fruit from Anna's ethereal form. Consequently, the power of the devil fruit dissipated with Anna's demise, leaving Leo uncertain whether the ghost fruit would ever be reborn. Gloria remained engulfed in sorrow over Anna's loss, and Leo entrusted her care to Will, hoping that the cheerful nature of the little chubby fish would help the young girl emerge from her grief. Another half-month passed, and the sea god's vessel was nearing Gemini Cape. On the deck, a fierce food fight was underway. Over the past month of cohabitation, Gloria had begun to integrate into the team, evidenced by her daring to snatch food alongside everyone else. To Leo's surprise, the seemingly delicate girl possessed an unexpected appetite. Gloria and Will shared a close bond, yet once at the dining table, they became rivals. Charles, your seafood pancakes are delicious. Will, put down that octopus leg. I saved it for last. Gloria, resembling a little hamster, puffed her cheeks with food at every meal. Slurp. I devoured it. Such deliciousness must be consumed immediately. Will, satisfied, finished the last bite on the table, letting out a contented belch. This scene unfolded daily, and the atmosphere delighted Leo, who began to understand Whitebeard's words. The feeling of having crew members akin to family was truly wonderful. The team now comprised 4 members: Leo, the captain and the strongest combatant, wielding the human devil fruit, possessing the power to control the sea and strip others of their devil fruit abilities. With the mission of reclaiming all devil fruits, a task he had not disclosed to anyone in the team. Char served as the cook, skilled in culinary arts, a cold weapon fruit user adept at kicking techniques. With a peculiar development of his fruit abilities, allowing him to transform his body into various cooking tools, aside from spear-like weapons. Will, the fishman, was the ship's carpenter, proficient in fishman karate, based on Leo's assessment. His rank was in the single digits. He was gluttonous, timid, craved recognition, valued friendship, and unconditionally trusted Leo. Gloria, the poster girl, was not only an impressive eater, but also possessed innate strength, being a devil fruit user herself. Gloria's fruit was the hunting fruit, an advanced version of the target fruit. The hunting fruit similarly required the user to touch the enemy to activate its effects, yet it offered greater versatility. The user could mark an enemy by touching them with their left hand, enabling them to sense the marked target within a radius of up to 10 kilometers for 24 hours. Moreover, the user's ranged attacks would automatically track the marked target. Touching with the right hand allowed the user to set traps, which remained hidden for 24 hours until triggered. Currently, due to her cognitive limitations, Gloria could only set pitfalls, snares, and mouse traps. Undoubtedly, the hunting fruit was a formidable power, yet Gloria was still weak and unable to harness its full potential, considering she was merely 8 years old. There was ample time for her to grow. Observing the strengthening team, Leo nodded in satisfaction. Let us discuss a name for our team, my partners. Our maritime rescue squad requires a striking name and flag. With the captain's command, everyone began to propose suggestions. Names like Ocean Peacekeepers, Fork and Knife Rescue Team, and Little Princess Retrieval Squad were all promptly dismissed by Leo. Faced with a group lacking in creativity, Leo decided to name the team himself. Since it was a maritime rescue operation, the name should embody the essence of life. Leo recalled a mobile app from his past life called Mobile Life. By translating these two words separately and combining them, it could be read as flowing life, which he deemed fitting for their purpose. With no better ideas, Charles and the others agreed to the captain's suggestion, ultimately deciding on the name Flowing Life for their team. Next came the creation of the flag, which sent the deck into a flurry of activity. I have heard that when it comes to painting the flag, Will and Gloria have completely liberated themselves. The little girl doused Will in dye, then, with a single hand, swung him onto the canvas, leaving behind the silhouette of a puffer fish, Charles, holding a glass of red wine. Paced back and forth on the deck, suddenly struck by inspiration, drew a circle encircling a cross on the canvas, with the two lines of the cross extending to the outer edge of the circle. With an air of confidence, Charles said to Leo, "What do you think of this? The circle represents the world, and the cross signifies rescue. Quite fitting for our profession, wouldn't you say?" Leo looked at him with disdain. Displaying this design makes it resemble a moving target on the sea. Are we intending to provide pirates with target practice? At Leo's critique, Charles hung his head in defeat, just as the group found it impossible to reach a consensus. A beam of sunlight illuminated the golden trident at the bow of the ship, its dazzling reflection capturing everyone's attention. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to use the trident as the symbol for their flag. Then, under Leo's astonished gaze, Gloria utilized the same method she had employed with Will to imprint the trident onto the flag. After much ado, they finally hoisted the flag up the mast. A trident design fluttered in the wind. However, what Leo did not anticipate was that the ink had not dried during the flag raising, causing the ink to run along the trident, giving it the appearance of freshly spilled blood, coupled with the words "flowing life." The entire flag exuded a sense of bloodshed and slaughter, entirely devoid of any implication of saving lives. Leo sighed, feeling exasperated. "Well, so be it. I'm worn out," with the flag raised and the team name confirmed. The Flowing Life Rescue Team was officially established. Leo intended to explain their upcoming plans to everyone. Today marks the official establishment of Flowing Life. Next, we shall traverse Reverse Mountain to the West Sea, where we will gradually make our name known. Leo had pondered for a long time about venturing to the four seas, ultimately choosing the West Sea primarily due to the presence of O'Hara. He planned to study ancient texts, as it might be the only avenue to grasp the ancient language. The West Sea houses many nations under the control of the Mafia. Our first objective upon arrival will be to support a puppet from within, disrupting their operations and ultimately unifying all Mafia factions in the West Sea. Charles queried, "Why unify the Mafia?" "Of course, to have the Mafia generate revenue for us. Otherwise, do you think the rescue team could support everyone?" Casting a wary glance at Will and Gloria, Charles fell silent. Leo elucidated to everyone, "Freedom is the philosophy of our team, and establishing a maritime rescue team merely serves as a veneer of protection. This will minimize our obstacles while sailing. The Mafia is merely a stepping stone. In this world, power is paramount. Beyond individual strength, there are numerous resources that can bolster us that I plan to leverage the Mafia's influence to establish a vast intelligence network to provide us with information. Ideally, we could evolve into titans of the underworld, for after all, identity itself is a form of power." Charles continued to inquire, "What is the purpose of all this? The world government, local aristocrats, the pirate emperors. In the underworld, these known powers represent the strongest organizations in the world to navigate the seas without restraint. We must utilize these forces wisely, while publicly maintaining our guise as a maritime rescue team to gain official recognition. This way, the Navy will not become our adversary. Furthermore, we will employ the supported Mafia to join the ranks of the malevolent, assisting us in dealing with some of their affairs. Our dual identities will ensure our safety to a great extent, at least granting us the time needed for stable development. Once everyone's strength grows to the point where we can disregard the rules of this world, those dual identities will no longer serve a purpose." Leo's inability to maintain a firm stance is extremely perilous, Charles remarked with a frown. "There is no other choice. Our origins are not ideal. We must utilize every advantage to succeed. Time is our greatest enemy. And until everyone has grown stronger, we can only arrange things this way," Leo asserted resolutely. Seeing that no one had objections, Leo steered the ship, the sea goddess warship, onward toward Twin Cape. He wondered if they might encounter Karokas or if Roger's crew had reached Raftel. As the sea god's warship entered Twin Cape, Leo spotted the lighthouse at the entrance and suddenly remembered the whale named Laboon that resided here. He attuned himself to the depths of the sea and called for Will to guide it up. Will leapt into the ocean, and shortly after, he surfaced with a massive whale that was the first time Gloria and Charles had seen an island whale, and they stared wide-eyed at the colossal creature. Leo climbed atop Laboon's head and spoke. "Laboon, I know you can understand me. The one you are waiting for will surely reunite with you." Laboon joyfully let out a bellow, inexplicably terrified of the little figure before it, thus believing in his words wholeheartedly. "Laboon, I have information you wish to know, but I need you to do me a favor," Leo said, patting Laboon's head. Laboon swayed its body in agreement, and Leo smirked slightly. Instructing Gloria to bring him some dye, he then painted a crooked trident symbol atop Laboon's head and inscribed the advertisement for his Flowing Life ocean rescue business upon it. Leo had planned this from the start. Such an excellent advertising space was one he had to seize first, offering an apology to the future Luffy. Satisfied with his handiwork, Leo nodded appreciatively and beckoned Will to return to the sea god's warship. As they soared up Reverse Mountain amidst Laboon's farewell, the ship navigated against the current, climbing higher and breaking through the clouds. Charles, Will, and Gloria were all exhilarated by the spectacle before them. Leo fetched a barrel and placed it at the center of the deck. The first to rest his foot upon it, "I shall shatter all obstacles and sail freely upon the seas," Leo silently added. "If possible, I shall overturn this world. To hell with the world government and the pirate emperors." The others, drawn by Leo's ceremonious declaration, gathered around, each placing a foot upon the barrel. "I will defeat all chefs in the world and truly become the best. I will follow Leo across the globe and find a way for fishmen to thrive under the sun. As long as I am with everyone, I will do anything. I cannot bear to lose my family again." Leo and the others erupted into laughter at Gloria's heartfelt exclamation, and amidst their mirth, the sea god's warship plunged into the waters belonging to the West Sea. The sea god's warship sailed slowly upon the surface, and compared to the Grand Line, navigating the four seas felt considerably more tranquil. The gentle sea was a bit unfamiliar to everyone, and since they intended to expand their business, they naturally aimed for prosperous nations. Thus, the kingdom of Gourd came into Leo's sights. Oh, look! Seagulls soaring freely in the sky. The four aboard were relishing a leisurely afternoon. Will munched on snacks while lounging in the pool. Gloria basked under the sun on a beach chair. Charles sat beneath a sunshade savoring afternoon tea. A guide to West Sea cuisine in hand, seemingly selecting opponents, while Leo immersed himself in the laboratory. Since their goal was to infiltrate the mafia, conquering solely by force held little significance. Unlike pirates, the mafia controlled territories and operated a series of enterprises, albeit mostly illegal, yet their methods of amassing wealth were far more stable than the pirates' reliance on plunder. Therefore, Leo intended to penetrate the arms market of the West Sea, not aiming for low-end businesses. After all, he was a scientist, and the weapons he intended to sell would be unique and immensely powerful. "Just wait. If I have it and you don't, prepare to be beaten," he mused. The first product Leo developed was sea stone bullets, which would be considered high-end products as any devil fruit user in the four seas could be deemed powerful, and the sea stone, being their nemesis, fit the bill. However, Leo planned to carefully regulate their quantity, for too large a supply would attract the attention of CP agents, and they were still weak, necessitating a low-profile approach. His second product was a cannon of formidable power. In this era, both pirates and mafia utilized black powder cannons, firing round iron projectiles. Those were nearly as ineffective as the great fireball from the neighboring village. So Leo aimed to create a weapon akin to Buggy's cannon, quick to load and possessing tremendous power. Increasing the explosive power was a trivial task for Leo, and thus the first cannon was readily produced. "Will, come help with this. Lift this hefty fellow onto the deck." Will dutifully carried out the task, and the others looked on at the weapon Leo had crafted, all plunged into deep contemplation. "What is this? It looks hideous. What purpose do those two iron balls serve?" Gloria cast a disdainful glance between Leo and the cannon, seemingly incredulous that such contraptions could be creations of her own captain. The design of the cannon was indeed peculiar. Perhaps it was too diminutive and short, and I couldn't discern the ignition mechanism. Will, equally perplexed, was comparing it to the cannons from his memory. While Leo could understand Gloria and Will's lack of worldly experience, Charles' reaction left him utterly disheartened. Charles merely glanced at it and sprang up from his seat, rushing over to cover Gloria's eyes. "Oh, Leo, you scoundrel! You dare call this a cannon? Its design is scandalously indecent." Leo, nonchalantly standing by, felt a twinge of embarrassment about his invention, yet he knew he had to muster the resolve to explain. "Charles, you know nothing. This is an internal combustion Armstrong cannon, a groundbreaking invention of its time. Allow me to demonstrate its might." Before long, the group spotted a small rocky islet. Leo set up the Armstrong cannon. He began to elaborate for everyone not let the unsightly appearance of these two iron spheres fool you. They contain the cannonballs. The Armstrong cannon can fire 3 consecutive shots, and do not underestimate this design. It enables effective fire suppression. Leo deftly calibrated the cannon, and after a slight adjustment, he pressed the launch button at the rear of the barrel. With a resounding blast, the entire rocky isle was obliterated. Pleased, Leo patted the Armstrong cannon. Satisfied with its power, if employed in a gang conflict, it could easily annihilate the enemy's stronghold, and Leo envisioned countless coins beckoning to him as the sea goddess vessel approached the rocky isle. Leo was astonished to find numerous splintered planks floating on the water. Panic seized him. Had he inadvertently harmed someone? He hastily instructed Will to stow away the cannon, when suddenly, cries for help echoed from the water. A young man in a black suit clung to a piece of wood, most of his body submerged. Realizing there were survivors, Leo quickly dropped a life buoy and pulled the young man aboard. "Are you all right, sir? This may be a misunderstanding." The young man coughed, sputtering seawater. "Curse those pirates. They stole my cargo and sank my ship. The Bay gang will make them pay dearly." Ignoring Leo, he continued to mutter to himself. Once he regained his composure, he stood tall, defiantly staring at Leo and his companions. "This ship is now under my command. I am Roe Anthony, the third in command of the Bay gang, that if you do not wish to suffer, obey my orders. Fetch me something to eat. The short one should retrieve a sea chart. The rotund fellow must find me some clean clothes, and this young lady shall keep me company with a drink." "Excuse me." 5 minutes later, Roe Anthony, now with a swollen face and missing a few teeth, sheepishly admitted, "I must apologize for my earlier arrogance. I am merely a lowly lackey of the Bay gang. I was attacked by pirates while transporting goods at sea. Thank you for saving me. From where did you come, and what cargo was taken?" Upon learning that this man was affiliated with the mafia, Leo's interest piqued. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him. "Reporting, boss. I hail from Becca Town, the largest port city in the Gallic Kingdom. I was out at sea delivering goods for the Capone family, including arms and scarce pharmaceuticals, but alas, the pirates struck. What is the standing of your Bay gang within the mafia?" "We are but a small faction, subordinate to the John family, primarily overseeing the arms factories and transport logistics." Fearing another beating, Anthony divulged everything Leo inquired about. This man was merely a small-time leader within a minor gang, akin to a petty thief. Yet such individuals were easier to manipulate. Leo resolved to ascertain whether Roe Anthony was worthy of becoming a puppet. "We are the Mobile Life Rescue Team. Since you are a victim, we have a responsibility to escort you back to your homeland. Rest assured, we are professionals that, oh no, please do not send me back. If I lose the cargo, my boss will kill me. Woe unto those cursed pirates who have already been given their due." Anthony fell to his knees before Leo, weeping that, "Oh, do you know those pirates? If I were to assist you in reclaiming your goods, how would you repay me?" Leo asked, a playful glint in his eye. Upon hearing Leo's offer to help retrieve his cargo, Anthony's initial instinct was to refuse. He was merely playing the victim, while he would face some consequences for losing the goods. He would not be killed. Now, however, these powerful individuals were offering assistance, seeking a return for their help. Anthony pondered what they could possibly want from him, yet after a moment's reflection, realized he had little to lose. Thus, he agreed to Leo's terms, curious to see what they had in mind. "Boss, if you can help me reclaim my goods, I will do anything you ask." He nearly fell to kiss Leo's shoes. Startling Leo into retreat, R.O. Anthony led Leo and his companions to the pirates' lair, a modest deserted island with a pirate ship docked to the shore. The mafia and gang factions had long-standing business ties, so Anthony could quickly identify the culprits who had robbed him. "Boss, we have arrived. Please give the order, and I shall be the first to charge in." Anthony respectfully awaited Leo's command. "And no need. Will Charles bring forth our weapons and eliminate these ruffians?" Setting up 3 Armstrong cannons on the deck, they targeted the pirates' isle and unleashed a barrage of firepower, swiftly leveling the entire island. A few pirates crawled from the rubble, their bearded leader shouting for retaliation, only to be silenced by Will's swift strike. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining pirates surrendered, casting down their weapons. Only about 20 pirates survived the assault, and Leo instructed Anthony to identify them. Quickly, Anthony pointed out the pirates who had stolen his cargo, commanding them to transfer all goods onto their ship. Leo then clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal wave that engulfed the remnants of the island and the remaining pirates. R.O. Anthony watched in wide-eyed amazement as Leo and his companions showcased unprecedented power, both through their formidable artillery and Leo's displayed abilities, instilling within him a profound fear. He silently contemplated how these youngsters' prowess nearly rivaled that of the John family's executives. What, he wondered, could they possibly want from a mere foot soldier like himself? Leo remained silent, and Anthony dared not inquire further, feeling a palpable sense of unease as they made their way back to Becca Island. The Galad Kingdom, a member of the world government, thrived economically within the West Sea, dominated by the John family, one of the 5 major mafia families whose enterprise revolved around drug and arms trafficking. The Bay Gang operated from a small drug factory, a business owned by the John family, serving as their watchdog. Upon entering the town, Leo noticed that R.O. Anthony was well-liked, despite his mafia ties. Many villagers greeted him warmly. After some inquiry, Leo discovered that Anthony had grown up in Becca. R.O. Anthony harbored considerable ambition. His eagerness to venture out to sea and transport goods indicated his desire for ascension. Being a native of Becca, all these factors led Leo to conclude that he was precisely the person he sought. After sending R.O. Anthony back to report, Leo departed with his team, dividing them into 2 groups. Charles and Will formed one, while Leo and Gloria constituted the other, each tasked with gathering intelligence in Becca Town. The campaign against the mafia of the West Sea would commence from here. The Galad Kingdom, situated in the West Sea, thrived commercially and prospered under the rule of 2 generations of the Grid family, culminating in the present prosperity under the reign of the 3rd Grid. However, whether due to the adage of wealth not lasting beyond 3 generations or the family name itself, the 3rd Grid bore little resemblance to his grandfather and father. He was merely a greedy individual. Since he attended a world conference, he became profoundly captivated by the lofty demeanor of the celestial dragons, who regard all living beings as mere ants. Regrettably, King Glid, merely the ruler of an ordinary kingdom in the West Sea, falls far short of the aristocratic stature of the celestial dragons, lacking the position of a top-tier noble. He resolved to attain a life befitting one that upon returning from the world conference, he commenced an extensive renovation of the palace, amassing a considerable number of slaves, fantasizing himself as one of the esteemed celestial dragons. Ever since the construction of a towering wall surrounding the palace, King Glid seldom ventured outside his chambers, indulging in a life of hedonistic excess. Focused solely on his pleasures, he entrusted all state affairs to his 2 sons, leading to the nobles and ministers of the Glid Kingdom never again laying eyes on their king. The wall served as a barrier, isolating everyone except for one individual. Sir Alfred, the captain of the knights, clad in resplendent armor, ascended the steps and pushed open the heavy castle doors, striding inside. Sir Alfred traversed the dimly lit corridor until he reached a grand hall, where a Colosseum lay at its center. Within it, 2 robust men were locked in a fierce battle, surrounded by an array of weapons scattered across the ground, the fallen blood having long since stained the earth, creating a grotesque spectacle. Sir Alfred, with lowered gaze, appeared indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. He bypassed the arena and knelt on one knee beneath the throne, proclaiming, "Great Glid III, your most loyal knight Alfred stands ready for your command." King Glid, with half-closed eyes, stifled a great yawn. "My loyal captain, I command you to oversee the tax collectors in gathering tribute from across the lands. Ensure my wealth is closely monitored." After uttering these words, King Glid seemed to regain a modicum of vitality, noticing the gladiators had yet to determine a victor, and he bellowed in anger. "Who are you two performing for? Such a tedious display. If one of you does not perish within 15 minutes, I shall have both of you tossed to feed my little pets." Humph. Commoners are truly pathetic for daring to trivialize the great King Glid. Sir Alfred accepted his orders in silence, turning to depart. As he navigated past the arena and exited the palace, he witnessed through the closing doors crack one gladiator piercing another's chest with a blade. The following day, Sir Alfred donned heavy armor and commanded a contingent of knights escorting the tax collector's convoy as it departed from the palace. The tax collector, a young man in his 20s, approached Sir Alfred with eagerness, attempting to engage with the king's esteemed knight. However, Sir Alfred merely cast a fleeting glance his way, uttering not a word as he guided his steed to the forefront of the procession. "How dare that wretched Alfred disregard me? I am a favored servant of the crown prince, merely a brutish warrior," seethed the tax collector, his face flushed with anger, before he slammed the carriage door shut. In the bustling town of Baika, Leo and Gloria ambled along, hands filled with food, seemingly not on a mission to gather intelligence, but rather to enjoy the sights, thanks to its port city status. The commercial street was vibrant, with shops lining both sides in close proximity. Having learned from his initial experience of taking Lena shopping, Leo resolved not to let Gloria out of his sight this time. To keep her preoccupied, he purchased a plethora of snacks to silence her chatter. Suddenly, a figure was hurled from a clothing store, a young man clutching his stomach and curling up on the ground at the entrance, followed closely by a woman rushing to his side, weeping as she assessed his injuries. Behind them emerged a group of individuals clad in floral shirts, strutting arrogantly towards the young couple, one of them stepping on the youth's head. "Dear Mike, how can you not come up with such a trifling protection fee? You're making things very difficult for me," one of them taunted. The young man, terrified, replied, "I sincerely apologize, Lord Jack. Please grant me a few more days, and I shall repay the debt in full." Jack sneered, then pinched the woman's cheek. "No problem, my friend. Since we are pals, I will extend your deadline by 3 days, but if you fail to pay by then, well, let us just say your fiancée might find herself in a less than desirable situation." Young Mike desperately attempted to pull his head from Jack's foot, shielding the terrified woman behind him, promptly acquiescing to the demands, aware that bargaining would only lead to a more disastrous outcome. Leo observed the scene with indifference, whispering a quiet instruction to Gloria. Noticing their submission, Jack turned away, taking his 2 lackeys with him. As they brushed past Leo and Gloria, Gloria stealthily brushed her hand against Jack's clothing. The activation condition for the hunting fruit ability was met, and a red arrow flickered above Jack's head in Gloria's vision. With their task accomplished, Leo and Gloria lingered behind, seeking a secluded spot to have a candid conversation with the trio. The floral shirt thugs continued their rampage along the commercial street, employing the same tactics on others as they had with Mike. Everyone avoided them at all costs, and just when Leo and Gloria could no longer restrain themselves, an opportunity arose. Jack suddenly seized a passerby, dragging him into a nearby alley, a scene Leo recognized all too well as a classic street thug maneuver. Leo and Gloria hastily followed, entering to find Jack and his companions cornering the unfortunate individual against the wall. The commotion at the alley's entrance caught Jack's attention, and he turned to see 2 children blocking the way, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "Who are these 2 brats? What business do you have here? Hand over your money and scram." 5 minutes later, in a private alley, Jack and his thugs knelt before Leo, their faces swollen and pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. We beg of you. It's all my fault for not recognizing you." The audacity they had displayed moments ago had vanished, leaving them abjectly humble. As these bullies who preyed on the weak were finally receiving their due, Leo gestured towards the passerby, then turned his gaze to Jack. "So you are the infamous Jack, huh? I've been tolerating you long enough." Yes, it's all our fault. We are scum, mere pests. We didn't mean to dirty your hands. We promise never to do it again. Please let us go." Leo clicked his tongue, disappointed by their pathetic pleas, which failed to meet his expectations. Having fantasized about scenarios like this countless times in his previous life as a recluse, he found it frustrating that these thugs were not adhering to the script. His inner fury soon manifested on his face, sending Jack into a cold sweat, soaking his floral shirt. Just as Jack prepared to utter more pleas for mercy, Leo interjected. "You will answer my questions without deviation. Speak out of turn, and I will end you. Now tell me your name and your gang." Jack's eyes darted, contemplating deceit, but Leo swiftly drew his porcupine gun, pressing it against Jack's forehead, leaving no room for trickery. "My name is Jack, a member of the Mole Gang. Surely you know of the Mole Gang. We work for the Jones family, one of the 5 major crime syndicates in the West Sea and the largest gang in the Glid Kingdom." Bang! Before Jack could finish, Leo shot him dead. "Enough of your drivel. You will respond to my inquiries, and I want to repeat myself. Speak nonsense, and this will be your fate." Leo then aimed the porcupine gun at the second floral shirt thug. Startled by the sudden attention, the thug nearly soiled himself, nodding vigorously. "We're both Jack's underlings. We handle protection fees for the Mole Gang." Another lowlife, Leo thought, his expression darkening as he regarded them with disdain. "Where is the Mole Gang's hideout?" "It's the first shop on Old Street, right next to a bubble tea shop that serves excellent drinks that if you go there, you should definitely try it." The thug, now terrified, had forgotten the rules of conversation. "Don't waste my time with trivialities. What is your connection to the Bay Gang?" "No connection at all. We're all just working for the Jones family. They handle drugs and arms, while we oversee turf and collect protection fees." Leo continued to interrogate them, but their lowly positions yielded little valuable information. Ultimately, he decided to send them to reunite with their leader, leaving the 3 of them lying neatly in the alley. "What shall we do next?" Leo inquired. "Should we pay a visit to the Mole Gang? It is unwise to alert them just yet. The loss of 1 or 2 subordinates is inconsequential. However, should we eradicate the entire Mole Gang, I fear it may provoke the John family." Rio and his companions strolled out of the alley as if nothing had happened. Upon emerging, they beheld a procession of knights escorting an opulent carriage, suggesting that a significant figure had arrived in Becca for an inspection. A.S. Rio pondered the identity of the carriage's owner. He suddenly noticed a nearby woman, her face twisted in disdain as she observed the convoy, muttering under her breath, "These bloodsuckers have come to collect taxes again. They're pushing people to their limits." Just after dealing with the rogues on the road, the officials have arrived, indicating that the common folk of Becca are not as well off as they appear. Inside the mayor's office in the town of Becca, the young tax collector sat at the head of the table, while Alfred leaned against the window, his gaze fixed on the street outside. The mayor, seated opposite the tax collector, obsequiously pushed a box toward the young man. The tax collector opened the box and casually inspected its contents. "Is this all?" "Mayor, your tax collection efforts leave much to be desired." The mayor seemed to have anticipated this remark, promptly retrieving a bag of coins from beneath the table and placing it before the young man. The tax collector did not open the bag, but merely nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your efforts, Mayor. His Majesty will remember your contributions." Just as the young tax collector was about to rise, a long sword intercepted his reaching hand. Alfred turned to him. "Accepting bribes is illegal. I advise you not to willfully commit such an offense." The young tax collector's face turned crimson. "Alfred, mind your own business and focus on your duties as a guardian. Do not forget that I am the tax collector." The mayor quickly forced a smile and produced another bag of coins, placing it on the table. "My lord Alfred, why let such trivial matters sour our relations? This is a humble offering from the town of Becca." Ignoring the mayor, Alfred lifted the box with his sword, walked to the door, and urged the young tax collector to follow, leading the way out of the office. I could see that moment. The tax collector's face was ashen with rage. "You will pay for this." Alfred, seeing the situation unfold, the mayor had no choice but to comfort the tax collector, aware that he could not afford to offend either of these formidable figures. After promising to send the remaining tax revenues to the capital's tax office, the young tax collector's demeanor improved slightly. Having placed the box onto the carriage, Alfred mounted his horse and returned to the front of the procession, feeling a wave of frustration over the earlier incident. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the commercial street across from the mayor's office. Alfred's gaze snapped in that direction, where he saw a group of thugs in floral shirts assaulting a middle-aged couple. His simmering anger flared. How dare these ruffians bully the common folk in front of him? The knight commander, with a swift nudge to his steed, he charged toward the group, the leader of the floral-clad gang. Upon seeing the kingdom's knight approach, attempted to mask his bravado with a nervous chuckle. "My lord, we will clear this up immediately. It will not affect the town's appearance." With that, he ordered his men to drag the middle-aged couple into an alley. Alfred, unsheathing his sword, dispatched one of the thugs with a swift strike and leaped off his horse to confront the leader, pressing the blade's tip against his throat, assaulting citizens in broad daylight. "By the laws of the kingdom, you are all under arrest. Stand up and accompany me to the guardhouse." That moment, the mayor emerged with the young tax collector, witnessing Alfred punishing the thugs. The mayor quickly called out to the tax collector, "My lord, those individuals belong to the Mole Gang. They work for the John family. Perhaps you should persuade Commander Alfred to reconsider." Initially dismissive, the tax collector's expression changed upon hearing the John family name, and he hurried over. "Stop, Alfred. I command you to sheath your sword." The thugs, emboldened by the presence of a government official, altered their demeanor, smirking as they attempted to shove the sword away from their leader's neck. Refusing arrest after committing assault only adds to your crimes. It warrants the death penalty. Alfred did not grant them the opportunity. Swiftly plunging his sword into the throat of the floral shirt leader, as the tax collector arrived, breathless, he beheld the lifeless body of the thug, his face flushed with anger, unable to articulate a single word in response. Taking a deep breath, the young tax collector steadied himself, regarding Alfred coldly. "Alfred, this man was a subordinate of the John family. I needn't elaborate on their contributions to the Kingdom of Galad. They are among His Majesty's most loyal allies that I will report today's events to both His Majesty and the Crown Prince." With that, the tax collector turned away from Alfred, boarding the carriage and ordering it to depart. The remaining thugs, having witnessed their leader's demise, had long since fled. The battered middle-aged man turned to Alfred with despair. "My lord, you have brought us great trouble. Why did this have to happen?" The middle-aged woman, ignoring her injuries, glared at him. "You would do well to refrain from meddling in our affairs. Your presence is more of a curse than a blessing. Please, leave us be." With that, she helped her husband limp back into their shop. Alfred stood, momentarily frozen, absorbing their scornful words and piercing gazes. Had he truly erred? "Good job, sir. You are a good person." Just then, he heard a voice beside him. Turning, he found two children, a girl stuffing her cheeks with snacks, her face adorably puffed, and a boy smiling at him. Was he affirming Alfred's actions? "You may be a good person, but you're a foolish one, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. That couple's store will likely close, and they will be forced to surrender it to the gang, begging those scoundrels for mercy." Alfred, perplexed, inquired, "Has justice dwindled to such an extent? If so, I shall eradicate the Mole Gang." Rio chuckled softly, refraining from answering directly, instead posing a question. "I heard your companion mention that such actions could bring you trouble. Why engage in endeavors that go unrecognized and invite conflict?" Alfred stiffened momentarily before straightening his posture, ruffling Rio's hair. "Because if no one stands up, this country is doomed. This is my sense of justice, and I cannot betray it." Upon hearing Alfred's words, Rio's lips curved into a slight smile. "I am Rio. We shall meet again." Alfred replied, "If it pleases you, refer to me as elder brother. I am but 27 years of age. You seem rather impatient." Rio retorted. The dark, oppressive clouds loomed over the royal city. Alfred gazed skyward, his mood mirroring the gloom of the weather. He escorted the tax collection party to the palace gates, halting his horse to conclude this escort duty. The young tax collector alighted from the carriage and strode directly into the palace, completely ignoring the knight commander beside him. Approaching the throne with a money box in hand, the tax collector addressed King Glid. "Your Majesty, the tax collection mission has been successfully completed, and all dues have been collected. King Glid, pleased, believed this to be a testament to his subjects' unwavering respect, ensuring ample tax revenue." Before the king could bask in his self-satisfaction, the young tax collector doused him with cold water. "Your Majesty, during this tax collection, Commander Alfred committed a rather indiscreet act." That fellow is far too serious. He lacks the ability to engage with others." "What grievance has he caused you?" King Glid held Alfred in high regard and was willing to mediate any disputes between his knight and subordinate officials. It is not a matter of discord with subordinates. Commander Alfred killed a member of the John family's entourage in Becca. I attempted to intervene, but the knight commander acted unyieldingly. Upon hearing that Alfred had slain a member of the John family, King Glid furrowed his brow. After all, their annual contributions to the royal family were substantial, and he wished to avoid jeopardizing relations with the John family over such a minor incident. Very well. You may go. Call in Alfred. You command, Your Majesty. The tax collector bowed and withdrew, contemplating the troublesome Alfred and the predicament he had created. Shortly thereafter, Alfred entered the throne room. Your Majesty Glid, your loyal knight is at your service. I have heard that during this mission, you clashed with a member of the John family, even taking the life of one of their own. As soon as King Glid spoke, his tone was exceedingly harsh, indicating he was not in a good mood. In response to my king, I indeed eliminated a member of the mafia in Bica Town, Alfred interjected, but was cut off before he could finish his report. Enough, there is no need for further discussion. I command you to apologize to the Joan family and ensure you earn their forgiveness. Depart now. King Glid, unwilling to hear any more explanations, brusquely dismissed Alfred. At that moment, the Joan family had already received news from the palace. Realizing that the esteemed knight commander had dared to take action against a member of their subordinate family, although the individual was merely a minor player. The affront was significant. The mafia held great value and reputation, and upon receiving the news, numerous small leaders from various families clamored for revenge against Alfred. At this juncture, the leader of the Joan family, Fussman, spoke up. Silence. The opponent is the kingdom's foremost warrior. Do you all wish to court death? However, he added, those who have harmed our people must be held accountable. I trust King Glid will instruct this unreasonable knight commander on the proper course of action. Fussman smirked, confident that they would not need to act themselves. He believed the greedy king had already been bought off, and the family's prosperous dealings within the Gorid kingdom were largely due to this illustrious monarch. This thought brought a measure of delight to Fussman. Yet, after waiting several days without a visit from Alfred, Fussman found himself incredulous. Did the knight commander truly possess a mind encased in iron? He was well aware that King Glid had ordered Alfred to apologize to his family, and had even prepared gifts to curry favor with the kingdom's greatest warrior, despite his immense frustration. After days of internal conflict, Alfred ultimately resolved to fulfill the king's command. The principal knight recognized the Joan family as a gathering of scoundrels, fully aware that their so-called enterprises were entirely illegal. However, at times, one must bow to the harsh realities of life. Even a great swordsman must yield. The burdensome taxation imposed by the world government, coupled with the exorbitant heavenly gold, had rendered the lives of the lower classes increasingly arduous. The prosperity of the Gorid kingdom was sustained by the mafia's enterprises, which, though illegal, provided numerous jobs and meager wages to the impoverished, at least preventing them from starving. Alfred had contemplated using force to expel the mafia's influence. But what then? The king and the nobility were solely concerned with their own indulgences, and even a mere tax collector received bribes exceeding the annual income of an average family, that if he acted impulsively, he would find temporary satisfaction, yet the plight of the citizens would worsen. Thus, until a better solution presented itself, he could only endure in the past. Remaining within the palace had allowed him to remain oblivious to such troubles. However, this time, there was no escaping it. With measured steps, Alfred paused before the Joan family's estate, inhaled deeply, and then entered. The gatekeeper, a petty thug, saw Alfred's arrival and displayed no fear. Instead, he greeted him with a haughty tone. "Ah, is this not the kingdom's foremost warrior, the esteemed knight commander? What brings you to visit us today?" He then regarded Alfred with a mocking expression. Alfred remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the thug, until the latter began to sweat profusely, prompting him to speak again. Just wait here, and no need to act all high and mighty." The thug spat and retreated into the villa. Half an hour later, the grand doors of the villa slowly creaked open to welcome Alfred. Alfred was led into the dining hall, where a raucous atmosphere prevailed, the mingling sense of sweat and alcohol permeating the air. The dining table was laden with food, It appeared the Joan family's mafia members were hosting a feast. At the head of the table sat Fussman, lazily swirling a goblet of wine, his half-closed eyes savoring the rich red liquid. In the corner to the left of the entrance, several mafia members were beating a young man, shouting, "You dare run after borrowing money. You must be tired of living. I don't owe you anything. I only borrowed 20,000 burley, not the 100,000 you claim." The youth gasped for breath, desperately attempting to explain himself. In an instant, Alfred's grip on his sword tightened, his gaze locked on the mafia thugs, as if he were poised to strike them down. Yet, the mafia thugs seemed undeterred, intensifying their assault. Just as Alfred was about to draw his sword, a voice boomed from the head of the table. "When did the Knight Commander arrive? Why was I not informed? I have long admired you. Come, let us share a drink. After this toast, we can put our previous misunderstandings behind us. Bring forth the gifts I prepared for the esteemed Knight Commander." A subordinate standing beside Fussman placed two heavy chests upon the table. Fussman grandly opened the chests, and a dazzling array of gold gleamed forth, a mere token of my respect. "I hope you will not refuse, Lord Alfred." With this, Fussman smiled, awaiting Alfred's response. The choice lay before him. Would he become an ally of the Joan family, or their adversary? However, Alfred did not even glance at the gold. With a swift flash of his sword, he severed the forearm of the mafia thug, the speed of his strike so great that the victim felt no pain. Instead, collapsing with his half-arm thrust against the young man. "Ha! My hand! You bastard, how dare you!" The sudden upheaval rendered the previously boisterous dining hall silent. The closest mafia members, taken aback, fell to the ground in shock. Fussman's smile froze on his face, astonished by Alfred's blatant defiance. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Fussman regained his composure and sneered, "See him out." Alfred hoisted the injured youth and turned to leave the Joan family's headquarters. Within the palace, all the attendants stood with their heads bowed, cautiously averting their gazes as the roar of King Glid III echoed, even the tightly shut palace doors unable to muffle his fury. Alfred knelt before the throne, a bloodied golden goblet beside him. "You insolent fool! How dare you defy my command? For a mere commoner, you would dare to oppose my will." King Glid III was unconcerned about whether Alfred would reconcile with the Joan family. What incensed him was that his Knight Commander, the one who had sworn loyalty to him, would defy his authority for the life of a commoner. This deep humiliation struck at the heart of the greedy monarch. Alfred knelt silently, blood trickling from a wound on his brow inflicted by the golden goblet. After venting his anger for a time, King Glid III appeared exhausted, gasping heavily as he sat upon the throne. "Bring forth his weapons and imprison Alfred." Soon, several knights confiscated Alfred's long sword and led him away. In the dungeon, Alfred's hands were shackled to the wall. He had been imprisoned for 7 days. During this time, King Glid III forbade anyone from bringing him food or water. Intent on breaking Alfred's spirit, waiting for him to crawl before him like a beaten OT that moment. Alfred's lips were cracked, his once neatly trimmed beard now a disheveled mass, and he had lost the noble visage he once bore. The sound of footsteps approached, growing louder until they stopped before the Knight Commander. Alfred slowly lifted his gaze, first noticing a pair of ornate boots. As his gaze traveled upward, it passed over an exquisite robe, finally resting on the face of the visitor, Prince Pride. With an air of arrogance, Prince Pride remarked, "Good day, Lord Alfred. Can you believe what my foolish father has done? He has reduced the kingdom's greatest warrior to this state over a mere mafia matter. Yet you dare to defy his command for the life of a commoner. Should I commend your bravery or chastise your ignorance?" Alfred closed his eyes once more, choosing silence, which prompted Prince Pride to lose his patience. With a frown, he snapped, "I thought you were a Knight Commander of great stature. You must understand that you are merely a servant of the Glid family, wholly devoted to the royal family. Alas, you have defied the king's command. Based on my understanding of my father, he will either completely forget you or, upon a fit of rage, order your execution. However, the great Prince Pride has decided to offer you a chance. Pledge your allegiance to me. Serve as my sword, and help me overthrow that foolish king. You can still be the revered Knight Commander you once were." With cracked lips slowly parting, Alfred's response shattered Prince Pride's composure. "That is usurpation. What the king does not grant you, You cannot claim for yourself. Prince Pride's face contorted with rage as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Alfred's face. Even now, you remain steadfast in your loyalty to that man. I'm the future of this nation, and you have already defied one king's command. Must you also defy another? Obedience to me is your only path to survival. The Pride's fists, stained with blood, have left Alfred's chiseled face somewhat deformed. Ahem, ha ha ha, you are not the future of this nation. Observing Alfred, who remains obstinately deluded, Pride has completely abandoned any thoughts of persuasion. What a pity I initially held you in high regard, only to discover you are a foolish simpleton. Farewell, Paladin. In 3 days, you shall be executed in the capital square before those wretched commoners. Having spoken, Pride turned and departed without casting another glance at Alfred. Within the John family villa, in a windowless room, Fussman sat opposite the second prince, Enway. Lord Fussman, what do you think of my proposal? Enway inquired with a relaxed expression. What difference is there between collaborating with you and the current king? Why should I assist you in your rebellion? If it fails, I would surely incur the wrath of King Glid. Because my father is on the brink of death, stop lying, King Glid is quite healthy. Yet my elder brother desires his demise. Fussman sneered at Enway. Then why should I support you, the second prince? I believe backing your elder brother's rise is the wisest choice. I could even eliminate you here and now. Then present your head to the elder prince. I'm certain he would be quite pleased to become an ally of the John family. No, no, no. My elder brother is far too proud. He would never collaborate with you. His first act upon ascending the throne would be to eliminate you all. Seemingly fearing Fussman's disbelief, Enway added, You are the first target my elder brother wishes to eliminate, and I am the second. Thus, I must ally with you, for this is my only chance at survival. Though Enway spoke of survival, his expression was one of indifference. Should your elder brother ascend, you shall be the one doomed to perish. As for us, we could always withdraw from the kingdom of Galad. So, what will you offer in exchange for the aid of the John family? Your Highness the second prince. Enway replied sheepishly. What do you think of the position of Prime Minister? With that title, your family's development would surely flourish. I am but a weakling. You need not worry about my indiscretions. Fussman pondered seriously for a moment, assessing the risks repeatedly before finally agreeing to the second prince's plan. He was not concerned about Enway deceiving him. A prince lacking power would have little leverage once a coup succeeded. However, to mitigate risks, Fussman proposed a condition. I can agree to assist you, but you must help me eliminate Alfred. With that formidable swordsman around, I cannot dare to act. Thankfully, Fussman was not blinded by greed. He understood that for the coup to succeed, Alfred must not be allowed to live. Furthermore, having the second prince take action would sever his ties with the nobility. Fussman cleverly used one condition to test the second prince's resolve. Should he refuse, Fussman would not lend his support. No problem. While I would love to agree, there is no need for me to lift a finger. My father, the greedy King Glid, has already ordered Alfred's execution in 3 days. You see, I have directly disclosed such crucial information to you. Surely that demonstrates my sincerity. Impossible! Why would King Glid order Alfred's execution? Is it not because the Knight Commander botched matters? Speaking of which, his execution is still a consequence of your family. Enway's words reminded Fussman of Alfred's enmity with their family. What? Has the king lost his mind? Over such a trivial matter? Do not overestimate yourself. It is because Alfred defied his father's commands that he has brought this calamity upon himself. Fussman comprehended and gazed at Enway as if he were a fool. A foolish king and a rebellious prince. This family would inevitably squander their own throne. But what concern was that of Fussman? He and Enway clasped hands, agreeing that the day the Holy Sword shatters would be the day the coup is initiated. The headquarters of the Gopher Gang in Bika Town had been utterly ravaged, surrounded by members of the Gulf Gang, with flower-patterned thugs sprawled across the floor. Bang! Charles kicked over the last resistor. Standing atop his head as he declared, The Leo Gopher Gang has been dealt with. At this moment, only 5 individuals remained in the room, including Leo and Ro Anthony. Leo sat at the center, grinning at the last member of the Gopher Gang, a minor leader he had intentionally left for last. The ones who dare to threaten me are already lying over there. You are the final one. Surely you do not intend to remain oblivious to the situation? You need not mention the John family. Do you think we fear them? Now, tell me your answer, boss. Spare me. I will obey your every command. From now on, I shall follow you. I am not your boss, nor do you need to follow me. From this day forth, there shall be only the Gulf Gang in Bica Town. You will henceforth follow Roe Anthony. I entrust you with taming the surviving underlings, and do not even think of escaping. Doing so will lead to a most brutal demise. Leo pointed at Anthony as he spoke to the minor leader. All right, I will obey you. From now on, we are all members of the Gulf Gang, and I shall follow Brother Anthony. The minor leader responded without hesitation to, Anthony, you alone shall dictate the Gulf Mafia in Bica Town. If you manage them well, you could become a hero here. The subsequent plans require your cooperation. Perhaps you might even become a hero of this nation in the future. I look forward to your performance. Leo said with a smile to Anthony. Though Roe Anthony was ambitious, he realized the position he had been granted. He never imagined that the youth who had rescued him at sea was such a formidable individual. Leo had only allowed his subordinate, Charles, to take action, yet in merely one day, he had eliminated both gang leaders and several defiant minor leaders, subduing the remaining mafia members. The two gangs were merged. With Anthony elevated to leadership while Leo and his associates became the shadowy puppeteers, Anthony was acutely aware that he was merely a puppet for Leo's faction, but he did not mind. In fact, he relished the sensation of wielding power. He had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Being chosen by Leo was pure luck, and he knew precisely what to do and what not to do. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the John family headquarters, Fussman listened intently as his subordinate reported intelligence from Bica. Roe Anthony of the Gulf Gang has inexplicably summoned a skilled fighter, who has slain the leaders of both gangs and subsequently merged them under his command. Upon hearing this report, Fussman was astonished that someone dared to challenge his authority. He was indifferent to the annihilation of his subordinate's faction. Minions could be procured in abundance. Thus, the destruction of the Bica gang did not concern him greatly. The sole aspect that piqued his interest was the identity of that mysterious expert. Fussman's greatest strength lay in recognizing talent. He was willing to welcome capable individuals into his fold. Nonetheless, the affront to the John family's dignity could not go unanswered. Hence, he summoned his right-hand man, the chainsaw killer, Leon. Leon was the third most powerful figure in the John family, a wielder of the chainsaw fruitability. Primarily tasked with executing Fussman's dirty work, he was sent to resolve the Bica incident, partly to assess the skills of that enigmatic fighter. Be easy, the sound of a chainsaw filled the air as a scarred man approached Fussman. Kakik. Leave the matter to me, boss. Rest assured, I shall make those who dare to offend our family's honor pay dearly. The man grinned malevolently, extending his long tongue to lick the chainsaw. Oh dear, I've cut into something evil. At the Bica Town Mafia Tavern, Charles faced off against another individual. Both drew items from behind, and after a flash of golden light, the tavern filled with an enticing aroma, accompanied by the sound of eager swallowing. Charles and another chef presented their dishes before the judges. The judges comprised Will, Gloria, and the town mayor, who eagerly tasted the fragrant cuisine before them. The victor of this competition is Chef Charles. Applause erupted as everyone celebrated Charles' triumph, with the mayor awarding him a culinary medal, signifying that Charles had conquered the art of cooking here. This idea originated from Leo, with the medal crafted by a local blacksmith and the mayor invited by Anthony. The residents of Bica Town found the event novel, and many gathered to partake in the festivities. Simultaneously, Anthony delivered an impassioned speech prior to the commencement of the event, announcing to the residents of Bica Town that there had been a change in the leadership of the gang. The mere mention of the mafia still provoked animosity among the townsfolk, yet the appointment of a local figure like Roe Anthony as the new leader seemed more palatable than that of an outsider. Leon concealed himself within the crowd, his gaze darting between Anthony and Charles. Is that the mysterious master? Yet he appears to be merely a chef. Leon stealthily maneuvered closer, intent on staging a grand performance before everyone, allowing the crimson flower of fear to blossom once more, relishing the expressions of terror that would surely follow. How delightful it would be to last. Leon squeezed through the throng, positioning himself behind Charles. Now, come to me, my prey. Zzz. Suddenly, Leon's arm morphed into a chainsaw. his sleeve shredded in an instant. Just as he was about to spring into action, his foot was unexpectedly entangled. The uproarious cheers from behind caused Charles to turn. Brushing past the tumbling Leon, a cacophony of chaos ensuing, roar. Leon collided with the dining table, the chainsaw arm pinned beneath him. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he found himself in a most undignified position. Rear elevated, head pressed against the ground, desperately concealing his identity as an assassin by hiding the chainsaw beneath him. Despite a gash on his thigh, Leon, a true tough guy, resolutely bit his lip in silence. In moments, blood pooled beneath him, staining the ground crimson, while the spectators clamored for help. Yet, Leon straightened himself defiantly. I am unscathed. It was merely an accident that I was overly eager to sample the culinary creations of Chef Charles and inadvertently toppled the table. My sincerest apologies. He then bowed deeply to Charles. With his face down, Leon noticed a plate being offered to him, and he looked up in bewilderment. Charles, smiling, presented the dish. There's one plate left. Do indulge. Instinctively, Leon grasped the cutlery and tasted the dish. His consciousness elevating to new heights, his body seemingly losing its strength as he knelt before Charles. I shall never refuse anyone who wishes to savor fine cuisine. Upon hearing this, Leon felt as though this individual was radiating brilliance. As night fell within the confines of the Byka Town Inn, Leon was tending to his wounds. Damn it, to think they would resort to such underhanded tactics to erode my resolve is truly despicable. Just wait, I have uncovered the truth. You all reside on a ship, and tonight I shall eliminate you. The ship Poseidon lay quietly at anchor, and Leon stealthily ascended the deck, surveying his surroundings. Perfect, these ruffians are fast asleep. That detestable chef has 2 young accomplices. I shall deal with them first, then present their demise to the chef and relish the despair etched upon his face. Ha ha ha. Just as Leon planned to act. A hatch unexpectedly swung open. Since witnessing Anna's demise, Gloria had been plagued by nightmares, developing a habit of sleepwalking. Though her time spent with Leo and others had improved her condition, she suddenly relapsed today. Leon marveled at his fortune. Such an easy target had presented itself. Ha ha ha. It's time to showcase my true skills. Zzz. Leon transformed his forearm into a chainsaw, slashing downward diagonally toward Gloria's face. How tragic it would be to mar such a lovely visage. Yet, the darkness obscured his aim, and the chainsaw merely grazed Gloria's nose, striking the nearby railing and sending sparks flying. Gloria remained undisturbed, instinctively raising her left hand to slap Leon's face with such force that he was sent flying off the deck. Fortunately, he landed directly on a smaller boat. Bam! The bubble of snot burst, and Gloria, bewildered, gazed at the deck. How did I end up here? Never mind. I'm hungry. I should find something to eat. The girl stealthily entered the kitchen, inspecting the frying pan, which was devoid of any remnants. She discarded the pan and crouched beneath the counter, rummaging through boxes, tossing aside several sets of cutlery. Just a box of utensils. Frowning, she sniffed the air, accurately locating the refrigerator, flinging open its door that a flash of golden light emerged. And Gloria exclaimed, "Oh, how blissful! Curse be it, to ambush me while I falter. Why does that little girl possess such strength?" Leon found himself momentarily disoriented. He did not forget his mission. As he prepared to ascend, he noticed a young boy appearing at the rear of the boat. Leo, bleary-eyed, had come to relieve himself. Oh, just a little boy. Ha ha ha. How unfortunate for you. After today, you shall never experience the joys of life again. Zzz. Leon widened his eyes, determined not to miss this opportunity. The anticipated gruesome scene, however, did not unfold. The silver dragon soared, and Leon felt as if he had collided with a cascading waterfall. He struggled against the current, but was overwhelmed by the oncoming wave. Crashing down, gasping, he clung to the edge of the small boat. That was close. I nearly plunged into the sea. What in the world is going on with this crew? To have the great chainsaw wielder in such a predicament is utterly unacceptable. Just then, clang! A frying pan, seemingly from nowhere, struck Leon on the head, followed by a barrage of cutlery hitting his back. Fack! I refuse to accept this. To bully me is one thing, but to resort to an ambush is simply disgraceful. Those outsiders lack all manners. The silvery moonlight bathed the sea, and all remained tranquil. Bang! Fuzman slammed his fist onto the table. Leon, how could you allow it to come to this? Are you truly incapable of dealing with that mysterious master? Fuzman struggled to comprehend that his top assassin had not only failed, but had done so in a most humiliating manner. Wrapped in bandages, Leon lamented, "Boss Fuzman, the enemy is truly despicable, adept at disguise. It was my momentary lapse that led to my defeat. Please, punish me as you see fit." Fuzman, suppressing his anger for the moment, knew that with the impending coup in the capital, matters in Baika would have to be set aside. Although he internally berated Leon as useless, now was not the time for punishment. Enough of the wailing. Go rest and tend to your wounds that in 2 days, our family has a grand plan to execute in the capital. And you must contribute significantly. Relieved that the boss had not only refrained from punishment, but intended to continue relying on him, Leon felt deeply moved and silently vowed to excel in the upcoming grand plan. The guards escorted Alfred to the castle's main gate, chaining him to the wall. King Glid III had ordered Alfred's execution in 2 days, and suspending him here served as a public demonstration of the fate awaiting those disloyal to the crown. Several knights, while fastening handcuffs on Alfred, covertly offered him sips of water, still holding great respect for the former commander. Yet feeling powerless to alter his fate, Alfred's gaze drifted from the square to the distant horizon, a wave of concern washing over him for the future of the Gorid kingdom. A king lost in indulgence, an ambitious prince, and the mafia wielding control over the nation's economic lifeblood. What direction would this country take? Best not to dwell on it, he thought. These years had been a constant struggle. The question of how to protect the people had lingered in Alfred's mind for long. Now, suspended here, his unwavering beliefs began to waver. As night enveloped the capital, the square fell silent, void of the daytime clamor. Alfred had been hung at the castle gate for an entire day. From this vantage, he observed the capital, many homes flickering with lights. The eastern district shone the brightest, home to the nobility, likely engaged in yet another tiresome banquet. Alfred had once been invited, but found it impossible to integrate into that sphere. To the west lay the residential area, where stable workers resided, and Alfred recalled the happiness etched on their faces. Perhaps they were enjoying a sumptuous dinner at this hour. Directly opposite Alfred stretched a straight street, the bustling commercial avenue of the capital, where the only sounds reaching him came from that direction, the liveliest spot in the city at night. Many individuals, after concluding a day's labor, often find themselves indulging in libations and leisurely strolls in a particular locale, which stands as one of the few places within the capital where people of all ranks, regardless of their societal stature, may gather simultaneously. The outermost ring of the capital is populated by impoverished districts, where scattered lights flicker, distributed widely yet sparsely. Alfred had never ventured into that area and could hardly fathom their existence. Gradually, as one moves from the slums to residential neighborhoods and then to bustling commercial streets, the lights begin to fade, leaving only the noble quarters and the palace illuminated in brilliance. The scene before him unveiled the stark reality of the nation to Alfred, who found himself suspended at the threshold of light and darkness. As if cast aside by the world, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion, he gently closed his eyes. It felt as if the world was gradually dissipating, but just before it was entirely engulfed in darkness. A beam of light pierced through the cracks of his eyelids that a knight, bearing a lantern, descended from the city wall. "My lord Alfred, I have brought you water and sustenance. Seize the moment while no one is around to eat." The knight first offered the water pouch to Alfred's lips, watching as he took a hearty gulp, then presented a piece of bread, saying, "A young man asked me to convey his gratitude for your life-saving intervention." Simultaneously, a lamp flickered to life in the pitch-black square, and by its faint glow, Alfred recognized the youth he had rescued from the John family, who waved at him, seemingly uttering something. Unfortunately, the distance rendered his words inaudible. But his lip movements suggested a thank you. It dawned on Alfred that his actions were not in vain after all. After resting a day in Baika town, Leo resolved to confront the John family in the capital decisively. He issued a command to row Anthony to rally forces for a showdown with the John family, which nearly left the newly appointed leader aghast. Why, Lord Leo? Is this not perilously reckless? The John family wields immense power and has ties with officials from the Gurrid kingdom. With our limited numbers, we cannot possibly stand against them. Please reconsider. Foolishness. You need not lead the charge. We shall handle the leaders and cadre of the John family. Your task is to claim their legacy and win over their common members. Now, hasten to gather your men and prepare for departure. We will take a ship to arrive first. You must set out promptly as well. Should my plans be disrupted, I shall seek a new leader. Baika town is not far from the capital. It takes roughly a day and a half on horseback, whereas Leo and his companions opted for the sea route, utilizing the speed of the sea god's vessel, arriving just in time for dinner. This timing was fortuitous. Momentarily setting aside thoughts of the John family, Leo decided to indulge in the culinary delights the capital had to offer. At the largest restaurant on the commercial street, all eyes were fixed upon a particular table. Boss, another 5 servings of the seafood rice. Please, is 5 portions too much for Will? Come, try this roasted goose. It is exquisite. The dining table was already laden with an abundance of dishes, with nearly all the restaurant staff bustling to serve Leo's table. Since entering the world of One Piece, Leo had accepted his remarkable appetite. Reflecting on his parents' towering stature, which instilled confidence in his future physique, despite currently being the shortest in the group, with Will and Gloria also being hearty eaters, the trio devoured their meals with such fervor that the waitstaff struggled to keep up, almost wearing down the wheels of their carts. Charles, the most refined eater among them, sampled each dish and proceeded to offer meticulous critiques. The meal concluded satisfactorily, and shortly after Leo and Will emerged from the restaurant. Patting their full bellies, Charles suddenly leaned toward Leo and whispered, "A few rascals have been tailing us for some time. Should we deal with them?" Leo dismissed the notion with disdain. Do the mobsters think themselves clever? Decked in black suits and sunglasses, they're practically broadcasting their identities. Just don't kill them. I need to interrogate them for information. Leo had already noticed their followers, mere lowly henchmen not worthy of his concern. Bang, bang, bang! In a narrow alley around the street corner, the once boisterous mobsters now crouched against the wall, heads bowed, trembling like ostriches. Speak! Why have you been following us? You little brat, don't get too cocky. Dare to touch the John family, and you'll meet your end. Incorrect answer. Next. I advise you to tell the truth, or you might want to take a cue from your companion beside you. I presume you wouldn't wish to inherit his fate. Leo aimed his porcupine gun at the second mobster. Gulp. Under the gun's menacing stare, the mobster swallowed hard. Big brothers, we just noticed your extravagant spending at the restaurant, and we thought we might borrow some money. Leo pressed the gun barrel against the mobster's forehead. So this means we are in the wrong. Your John family thinks quite highly of themselves, don't they? Indeed. Who in the capital is unaware of us? Bang. Ah, why did you interrupt him before he finished? TSK. It appears all mobsters are alike. Now I ask, you answered, do not utter any nonsense. Where's the family headquarters located? How many members do you have? And who are the formidable individuals? The family headquarters is at the largest estate in the noble district. It's easy to find. I can't say precisely how many members there are, but it's definitely over 1,000. The strongest member is the chainsaw killer Leon. Though many think he is just boasting. The true powerhouse is Lord Fussman, and then there's Lord Rohard, whom everyone fears due to his penchant for conducting terrifying experiments on people that owe, and there's also Lord Fussman's butler, Terry Candy. The elders say he was quite ruthless in his youth, but we have never seen him act. That's all I know. Please spare me. I no longer wish to be part of the mob. It's too dangerous. Leo listened patiently to the mobster's account before continuing his inquiry. Has anything significant occurred in the capital recently? Yes. That scoundrel Alfred dared to sever a family member's hand in front of the boss, which infuriated him. The boss ordered the king to execute him. Now Alfred hangs at the castle gate, awaiting execution the day after tomorrow. Lord Fussman even mentioned wanting to attend the event. Very good. In your next life, refrain from being so long-winded. Leo holstered his weapon, and the 4 of them exited the alley. Once they were gone, the expressions of the mobsters twisted in despair, awaiting the morrow when they would exact vengeance on those 4. As they plotted torturous fates for their adversaries, they suddenly fell victim to an unseen blade, their bodies severed in an instant. Content with his display of newfound abilities on land, Leo reveled in the fact that he could wield them proficiently, though slightly less potent than in the sea, yet sufficient for dealing with ordinary foes. After a night's rest, the following day saw the pairs dispatched to gather intelligence. This time, Charles and Emma were tasked with observing the headquarters of the John family, while Leo took Gloria to visit their old friend hanging in the square. Since Alfred had been strung up on the city wall, the square had become a spectacle for many onlookers. Some believed he was merely the emperor's henchman, unworthy of sympathy, while others disdained his meddling nature. However, the majority expressed sorrow, having heard that he was being executed for defying the king's orders in a bid to rescue the common folk. Blending into the crowd, Leo listened intently to the discussions. One of the most intriguing perspectives asserted that Alfred should not have targeted the mobsters, for if they were eradicated, the common people would lose their livelihoods. If he possessed such capabilities, why not persuade the king to lower taxes? In all fairness, the citizens were not entirely wrong. After all, they were merely striving to survive. Yet Leo felt a sense of injustice for Alfred. Viewing him as a foolish yet admirable one. Hence, Leo resolved to invite Alfred to join his ranks. However, how might one sway such blind loyalty? Perhaps by beginning with the salvation of his country. The four of them sat solemnly around the deck, their expressions grave. Though they appeared serious at first glance, a closer inspection revealed stark contrasts in their demeanor. Gloria sat upright, clearly nervous, as it was her first meeting. Will struggled to keep his eyes open, on the verge of slumber. Meanwhile, Charles and Leo were engaged in a silent standoff, seemingly in a contest of wills. Suddenly, the sound of a nose bubble bursting broke the tension, and all eyes turned to Will. Awakened from his stupor, he felt the weight of their gazes upon him, prompting a hint of embarrassment. It was Gloria, who quietly urged him, "Will, don't fall asleep. Leo and Charles are about to clash." "Huh." Leo, bewildered by Gloria's remark, retorted, "Nonsense. Why would I strike him without cause? But why are you both glaring at each other?" Faced with the innocent gaze of the young girl, Leo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could not confess that his only desire was to avoid defeat, nor did he understand how Char's penetrating gaze had ignited his competitive spirit. His surprise. Charles, being somewhat brash, outright declared his unwillingness to lose the staring contest. Leo's cheeks flushed slightly as he retorted, "Who said I was playing a game with you? Why are you staring at me? For no reason." "Ugh, I despise those who refuse to accept their losses. You claim to have lost? How could I possibly lose to you? You were the one who blinked first and shifted your gaze. Stop. Let us get to the point." Today, Leo discovered that Charles was indeed a prideful and immature individual, undoubtedly a troublemaker in his youth. Clearing his throat, Leo finally directed the meeting to its intended purpose. A greedy demon runs rampant, and the sacred sword embedded in the seal is on the verge of breaking. Save this world. We must prevent such calamities. Thus I shall herald the dawn of holy light. Upon concluding his statement, Leo discreetly observed the expressions of those present. Will and Gloria appeared bemused, as if they did not fully comprehend, yet felt it was impressive, and they commenced clapping as soon as Leo finished speaking. Meanwhile, Charles wore an expression of exasperation, as if to suggest that their captain was merely posturing. "Charles, did you not understand? Speak plainly," Leo exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Ugh." This was a passage I labored over for quite some time. Leo produced his Chinibu journal from his pocket and marked a couple of lines with his pen. After stowing it away, he translated for everyone in straightforward terms. "I wish for the knight to become our companion, but the king intends to execute him, so we must devise a way to rescue him. Alas, the dashing knight in armor is truly pitiable. I rather like him." Gloria, still in an age where appearances held sway over her judgments, would undoubtedly regret such sentiments in the future. Will, having never encountered Alfred, held no particular opinion, but the portly youth had developed a habit of considering Leo's words as gospel since joining him. Leo felt a pang of regret for consulting with this group of seemingly immature children, but thankfully, Charles could still offer some valuable insights, albeit with an attitude that irked Leo slightly. "In critical moments, it seems you must rely on me, that I've uncovered important information. Not only can we rescue that knight, but we can also conveniently dismantle the mafia." Charles then relayed the intelligence regarding the crown prince and the second prince to everyone. And upon hearing his words, Leo fell into deep contemplation. The crown prince had openly expressed dissatisfaction with the king, while the second prince maintained close ties with the mafia, coupled with a feeble-minded king. It appeared that civil war was imminent in the kingdom. But what did this have to do with Alfred? Were they all merely waiting for his demise? With this thought, Leo's eyes brightened. He believed his intuition was correct. With such a formidable force suppressing everyone, it implied that a coup would occur on the day of the execution. However, a frown creased Leo's brow as he pondered the implications. This presented a dilemma. Numerous factions were poised to strike once the knight was executed, and if they managed to rescue him, they would become targets for all. Charles reminded Leo, even if we successfully rescue him, there is no guarantee that knight will join us, as he remains loyal to the kingdom. After deliberating for an extended period without resolution, both Leo and Charles were nearing mental exhaustion. Ultimately, it was Gloria's simple query that sparked clarity in Leo's mind. Have you invited him yet? How do you know the dashing knight wouldn't wish to join us? Leo responded, Well, I suppose I'll meet with the knight tonight. And what shall we do next? Of course, we must eat first. Charles, hurry and prepare the meal. That night, in the royal capital square, Alfred had been suspended there for 2 days, with tomorrow marking the day of his execution. Previously, he had pondered how to save the kingdom. But now he found solace in the thought that this solitary wait was not so bad. Soon, he would be liberated. Buzzing noises caught Alfred's attention. It was a flying telephone bug. As he gazed at the creature, Alfred mused to himself that it was delightful to encounter something novel before his demise. Ahem, testing, Sir Knight. Are you well? Can you hear me? Alfred was taken aback. While he could accept a flying telephone bug, a speaking one was beyond his comprehension. Wait, no. Someone was attempting to communicate with him, and the voice sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Oh, is it malfunctioning? Why is there no sound? The telephone bug displayed a puzzled expression. Observing the bug's antics, Alfred sighed in resignation. Who are you? Ah, he responded. Greetings, Sir Knight. I mentioned we would meet again. I don't recall making any agreements with the telephone bug. Alfred was reluctant to engage with this elusive being. After a moment of silence, the bug concluded, just wait, and flew away. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted from the corner of the square, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. Alfred turned to see a peculiar suit of armor hurtling toward him, ultimately colliding with the upper city wall. Yet, instead of the expected sound of a heavy impact, he heard a squelching noise, as if that strange armor had adhered to the wall. What transpired next caused Alfred's sanity to plummet. The armor began to crawl toward him in a bizarre manner. Each movement produced a strange sound, and as it drew nearer, Alfred discerned the suit was equipped with suction cups on its limbs. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the armor's face inexplicably split open. Long time no see, Sir Knight. You seem considerably worn. Leo smiled as he gazed at him. Alfred stared blankly at Leo, finally managing to utter, Young man, you've changed quite a bit as well. An awkward silence ensued. Thus, Leo's youthful exuberance reignited, and he exclaimed, I have arrived. As if guided by some unseen force, Alfred instinctively replied, You shouldn't be here. And so, an unremarkable exchange commenced. Hello, I am Leo, a navigator, and I formally invite you to join my crew. Greetings, I'm Alfred, and I refuse. With merely 2 lines of dialogue, Leo found himself at a loss for words. Inwardly lamenting how the noble knight lacked conversational skills, directly stifling the discourse that "Oh, not worry. I will rescue you. I cannot defy the king's orders. In an instant, Leo's frustration peaked, and he shouted at Alfred. Hey, you truly have no friends, do you? Is your tongue made of steel? Don't so abruptly dismiss me, you rascal. I will come to save you tomorrow, and I will also help you deal with the mafia, allowing you to leave without burdens. Alfred was taken aback. This was the first time someone other than the king had raised their voice at him, while the young man's demeanor was less than amiable. His words were undeniably warm. It would have been even better if it had come from a girl. The holy knight's lips curled into a smile, the cracked corners even betraying traces of blood. Thank you, young man. I appreciate your sentiment. However, please do not risk yourself for my sake. It is not worth it. Perhaps death is my best refuge. After a moment of frustration, Leo regained his composure. Mr. Alfred, I mentioned in Beckatown that you were in trouble, and it seems I was right. You have sacrificed enough for this kingdom. Since your loyalty goes unrecognized, why wait here to meet your end? Besides, I can assist you in dealing with the mafia. You've longed to eliminate them, have you not? Leo, may I call you that? You do not understand, whether the king trusts me or whether I confront the mafia. Neither matters to me anymore. I chose death because I cannot envision a future for this kingdom. You are correct. I have tried, yet I have failed. I am now merely a coward seeking escape. So do not waste your time on me. Thus, Alfred's spirit had seemingly withered away. Mr. Alfred, would you like to know how I felt upon our first encounter? To outsiders, you appear valiant and upright, yet I discern the helplessness concealed beneath your exterior. From that moment, I became intrigued by you and learned of your sacrifices for this kingdom. To me, you resemble a person ensnared by shackles, lost and wandering. You possess tremendous strength, yet lack the means to wield it. This condition is aptly termed as having skill without purpose. What does it mean to have skill without purpose? To put it simply, you possess the power to alter the current state of affairs. Yet you remain uncertain as to how to wield it. Thus, you often find yourself inadvertently causing harm despite your good intentions, exerting effort without garnering gratitude. Lacking a guiding principle, Alfred embodies this predicament. He has yet to discover the correct path. Is it true that one often acts with benevolent intentions, yet leads to adverse outcomes? Indeed, it is no wonder that so many harbor self-loathing, believing themselves to be misunderstood. Observing Alfred, who has succumbed to silence, Leo senses an opportunity to showcase his own cleverness. Leo cultivates his emotions and begins. Do you not realize that your demise will hasten the downfall of this nation? Without you, the kingdom's foremost expert to restrain them, ambitious souls will soon emerge. Your death will serve as the signal for their rebellion. Is this truly your desire? Leo's words evoke memories of the Grand Prince's earlier overtures, leading Alfred to acknowledge that Leo speaks the truth. Yet, what does it matter? Even if your assertions hold validity, I find myself powerless to prevent it, feeling that the emotional groundwork has been laid. Leo embarks on his persuasive endeavor. I have heard that the higher echelons of the Navy possess varying interpretations of justice. Justice that reigns supreme, absolute justice, fervent justice, and ambiguous justice. Each individual holds their own understanding and strives to enact their vision of justice. Since your straightforward approach has proven ineffective, might it not be prudent to explore an alternative? What are your thoughts on a more flexible interpretation of justice? What constitutes flexible justice? Leo's words seem imbued with a certain enchantment, successfully piquing Alfred's curiosity. Flexible justice, as I understand it, involves employing unconventional means to realize a just goal, even if it necessitates a slight transgression of boundaries, provided the ultimate objective of justice is achieved. Leo articulates his fabricated rationale to Alfred. However, Alfred furrows his brow. What you propose is the pursuit of objectives by any means necessary, which is inadvisable. Leo, you are still young. Abandon such dangerous notions. Disappointment washes over Alfred, for his education and the ideals he has steadfastly upheld do not permit such methods. Allow me to finish, Leo implores. Take, for instance, the current state of the Garud kingdom. The burdensome taxes and heavenly tributes weigh heavily upon the populace. Ironically, the mafia has become a savior of the kingdom's economy. Though they are indeed scoundrels, working for them is tantamount to committing a crime. Yet the common people, in their struggle for survival, have no other recourse. This is akin to a bottle of slow-acting poison. Should one reject the mafia, the people perish. Yet acceptance leads to the nation becoming the mafia's garden that I in. But a few sentences, Leo elucidates the dire situation of Garud, and Alfred refrains from interrupting, awaiting Leo's conclusion. Without needing to investigate, I can surmise that the mafia is undoubtedly in collusion with the upper echelons of the state. Perhaps even the king himself is among their bribery targets. Thus, your fate today was long ago sealed. It is at this juncture that the concept of flexible justice must be employed to resolve the issue. Since the mafia is indispensable, why not seize control of it? Even if you do not wish to assume the role of leader, you could support an agent, Such a course of action would at least alleviate the suffering of the impoverished. Such utter nonsense. I cannot coexist with the mafia. Once the line is crossed, it will only continue to diminish. Alfred finds this approach abhorrent, and the impulse to rebuke Leo stirs within him. Yet Leo disregards Alfred's furious gaze. Might it be possible that your standards are set too high? Not everyone possesses your level of moral awareness. Just yesterday, I overheard many in the square questioning why you would provoke the mafia, that if they were to be expelled, how would the common folk survive? It is not that they hold the mafia in high esteem, but rather that they fear addressing the root of the problem, thus positioning you as the scapegoat for the entire affair. In that moment, Alfred is rendered speechless. Celestial beings, kings, nobles, the exploitation wrought by class structures is beyond your capacity to rectify, for the world is as it is. You intend to change this world? I suspect you, like the majority, are reluctant to acknowledge this truth, as your upbringing has conditioned you to protect these very people. If there were no heavenly tributes, no unreasonable taxation imposed by the king, and no nobility draining the nation dry, would the populace still endure such hardship? Would the mafia retain its fertile ground for existence? Answer me. Mr. Alfred at Leo's words strike at the very foundation of Alfred's beliefs. To him, Leo's assertions seem profoundly heretical, yet he cannot deny that a part of him resonates with them. Upon reflection, since his formal induction as a knight, the only tenet he has clung to is that of honor. Do you still maintain that flexible justice is so egregious? I believe that with your capabilities, you could manage to keep the mafia under your control, rendering circumstances manageable. But should you perish, all will be lost. Alfred remained silent, finding himself at a loss for words yet again in the face of Leo's arguments. Perhaps you are correct, but until tested in practice, no one can predict the future's trajectory. Moreover, I am to be executed tomorrow. I appreciate your counsel, but I must ask you to leave immediately. Leo feels a surge of frustration. How could Alfred be so obstinate? Were it not for him, who would care about the fate of this wretched kingdom? The mafia is merely a tool to achieve one's ends. Since you have chosen to evade, I must take it upon myself to rescue you. Is not leaving this country and severing your ties a form of evasion? Would it not be preferable to explore the world beyond rather than perish here? Please forgive my refusal. Leo, I appreciate your goodwill, but this is ultimately a matter for the Guru kingdom. I implore you not to interfere. Alfred's gaze is piercing as he fixes his eyes on Leo, his tone laden with warning. Leo is nearly apoplectic with rage. After expending so much effort, Alfred remains obstinately unyielding. Whether I choose to save you is my prerogative. Your acceptance is of no consequence. The future could be addressed in due course, soon as Leo finishes speaking. Dark flashes of lightning appear near the castle, prompting him to abandon restraint and pursue his intentions without hesitation. You? Who are you? Alfred vividly perceives the overwhelming aura of dominance in that instant, causing him to reevaluate his stance toward Leo. Ignoring Alfred, Leo is beset by a more pressing dilemma. The limbs of his armor exert force yet remain immobile. After struggling for a time, Leo finally relents and shouts down to the ground. Wool, come help me. Who purchased the suction cup? Why is it affixed so tightly? What ensues is enough to shatter Alfred's worldview. A hefty figure promptly dislodges Leo from the castle wall, leaving only a large chunk of wall behind. The following morning, the square is teeming with people, and a high platform has been erected at the center, upon which Alfred kneels. King Glid III stands atop the castle wall. Alfred, go to hell with your repentance. Today, I shall show everyone the consequences of defying my orders. With that, King Glid III points to the section of wall that has been stripped bare. Is there still someone who dares to rescue you? It seems that executing you publicly is indeed a wise decision. As time passes without the execution commencing, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A formidable army, mounted on war horses, gallops down the commercial street toward the square. The thunderous sound of hooves capturing the attention of all, even leaving King Glid III bewildered. What army is this? The vanguard of cavalry parts the crowd, and the subsequent riders, led by the Grand Prince, approach the castle wall. King Glid III's expression contorts with fury upon recognizing his eldest son. Pride, what in the world are you doing? Who permitted you to bring an army into the royal capital? Pride does not immediately respond to his father, but instead addresses the platform. Alfred, today I lead my troops to see you off. You, who have lost your knightly honor, may depart with my utmost respect. Afterward, he turns to the king. My dear father, the great King Glid, pray tell, in what manner are you truly great? Observe your current state. It is a disgrace for a king to roar in public while neglecting state affairs, allowing even your most loyal knight to defy your orders. What right do you have to continue as king? King Glid can scarcely believe his ears. His son dares to criticize him before the populace? You insolent wretch! This is a blatant affront to royal authority. Seize pride. The king issues his command, yet no one moves to obey. Instead, numerous elegantly clad nobles emerge from the crowd, stepping forward to stand behind the grand prince in unison. First bowing to the king and then proclaiming, "We implore you, your majesty, to abdicate. You all, you dare to rebel?" At this moment, King Grid III's emotions were on the brink of collapse. The grand gates of the royal castle creaked open, revealing guards loyal to the crown prince. Without the need for a single soldier to be sacrificed, the palace had been seized, and Pride let out a triumphant laugh. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the execution, were rendered speechless by the sudden coup. Yet, a surprise awaited them. Grid III suddenly let out a horrific scream as a sharp blade pierced through his chest. The assailant turned out to be a palace attendant, who, after successfully striking, shouted down to the crowd, proclaiming that the incompetent King Grid had been slain and that His Majesty Pride was invited to ascend the throne. However, Pride's face darkened with fury. Who had orchestrated this? He was being accused of patricide. For someone as haughty as Pride, this was the utmost indignity. If he were to commit such an act, he would do so under his own command, not be ensnared in this manner. Concealed atop a noble villa adjacent to the square, Leo and will witness the entire spectacle, nearly applauding the performance delivered by the two princes. Yet, someone was even more elated than Leo. From another villa's rooftop came a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! The plan has succeeded. Let's see how that fool of a crown prince manages this. It was a middle-aged man with green hair. And before he could finish his sentence, he noticed two figures, a stout man and a short one, gaping at him from the adjacent rooftop. Leo recognized this individual as a member of the Jorn family, seemingly named Rohard. Without allowing him to utter another word, Leo waved his deep blue blade, forcing Rohard to leap down into the square. Rohard was remarkably agile, as if he could predict Leo's attacks. After narrowly dodging the deep blue blade several times, he retaliated with a burst of dark green gas directed at Leo and Will. Leo summoned a whirlpool of water, drawing the toxic gas into the depths, and continued to strike back. Rohard, suspended in midair, could not evade further and assumed a defensive posture to withstand the torrent of water, which sent him crashing to the ground amidst the military formation. Maintaining his defensive stance, Rohard became the focus of everyone's attention as he landed. After a brief silence, someone recognized him. That it's Rohard, the twisted poison master of the Jorn family. Rohard was notorious for using living subjects in his gas experiments. Thus his name was often associated with terror. The series of unexpected events escalated the chaos in the square. Civilians cried out in panic, desperately seeking to flee, while soldiers surrounded the nobles and the crown prince. Remaining vigilant against the surrounding chaos, Rohard's exposure forced the mafia to act prematurely. A massive brawl was about to erupt in the royal square. While today's protagonist, Alfred, was forgotten by all, the square was filled with knights guarding the nobles, and panicked civilians scattering in all directions, with the soldiers facing off against Rohard being the most tense. However, the first shot rang out in the commercial street as countless gun barrels emerged from the buildings on either side. The mafia, compelled to act early, successfully ambushed the crown prince's reinforcements. After the loss of nearly 100 soldiers, the squad leader finally organized a counterattack, leading to fierce combat between the cavalry and the mafia in the commercial street. As gunfire erupted, the soldiers in the square engaged in battle as well, and Rohard, caught in the fray, quickly became the prime target. Rohard adeptly evaded the slashes of swords, nimbly stepping away from the encirclement. Since they were all enemies, it didn't matter who was dealt with first. With a sadistic grin, Rohard unleashed a torrent of toxic gas upon the king's forces. Many soldiers, caught unawares, collapsed foaming at the mouth. Ha ha ha! Feel the agony. Toxic storm. Rohard raised his arms and spun like a top, the green poison mist blossoming like a flower of death, expanding its reach and even engulfing civilians unable to escape. Alfred knelt upon the platform, his eyes wide with rage, the heavy iron chains binding him taut. He could only watch helplessly as Rohard unleashed his slaughter. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was the youth named Leo, who landed at the edge of the toxic mist, wearing peculiar armor. With a wave of his hand, countless droplets of water appeared. Upon contact with the poison, the gas began to dissipate, the droplets absorbing it like a sponge. Seeing Leo successfully thwart Rohard's plan, Alfred felt a glimmer of hope. He strained his neck and shouted to Leo, "Please, Leo, you must defeat Rohard. You cannot allow him to release any more poison. I beg of you." "You little brat. Again, it's you. Whose subordinate are you to dare disrupt our plans?" Rohard was incensed. Having been thwarted multiple times, IT felt as though he were engaged in a joyful endeavor, only to have it abruptly interrupted at the brink of ecstasy. Witnessing the absorption of the poison ignited Rohard's fury, and he directed all his wrath towards Leo. After the poison was absorbed, the water orbs transformed into a deep green hue. Leo scarcely had time to address the toxic water before Rohard ensnared him. To Leo's astonishment, Rohard was also a master of observation hockey, effortlessly evading several probing attacks. Conversely, Rohard, surprised by the peculiarity of Leo's abilities, attempted close-range assaults but was repeatedly repelled by the sudden torrents of swirling water. Thus, the two found themselves locked in a stalemate in the square. "You little brat, I wonder how long you can hold out." Rohard, experienced in combat, discerned Leo's waning stamina, prompting him to intensify his attacks. Leo grew increasingly frustrated. This battle felt restrictive. He had to control the toxic water orbs while refraining from deploying wide-scale destructive weapons. The square was littered with injured soldiers and civilians. He estimated that a single laser cannon could yield multiple kills. Just last night, he had mocked Alfred for being hamstrung in his actions, and now he found himself in a similar predicament, realizing that his own hubris had led to this moment. Rohard darted back and forth across the square, evading all of Leo's attacks. After dodging another strike from the deep blue blade, Rohard unleashed a vast amount of toxic gas, which shot towards Leo like a dark green ray. The deep-sea whirlpool could no longer contain the toxic mist, leaving Leo with no choice but to extract more moisture from the air, forming a swirling water vortex for defense. This, however, was precisely the opportunity Rohard awaited. "Good chance. Die, brat." Rohard leaped into the air. The swirling water was hollow at the top, exposing a defensive blind spot. Rohard seized the opening, closing in on Leo from above. Yet this was the very moment Leo had been anticipating. That Rohard's reckless jump provided Leo the chance he needed. He condensed a single hand's worth of sea stone armor, firing without charging, the blue laser striking Rohard with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through him. Da-da! Rohard screamed as he plummeted from the sky, landing motionless on the ground. Leo exhaled in relief and smiled at Alfred, waving his hand controlling the toxic water orbs. "Alfred, I did it." "Thank you, Leo. You are far more reliable than I." Alfred beamed at Leo, recognizing him as a miraculous youth. Watch out, before Alfred could revel in his joy. The situation took another turn. Leo barely had time to react before a deadly attack approached the back of his head. It turned out that Rohard had feigned death, seizing the moment when Leo conversed with Alfred to launch a surprise attack. That blue laser had prompted Rohard to sense the danger of death, and his extensive combat experience enabled him to dodge just in time, though it only grazed his shoulder. Although it cost him an arm, it did not diminish his fighting capability. Upon landing, Rohard immediately feigned death, lying in wait like a venomous snake for Leo's misstep. As Rohard's dagger neared Leo's nape, will suddenly appear behind him. The stout little fish once again stepped up in Leo's moment of peril, blocking the lethal strike with his body. The dagger pierced through Will's palm, but he seized Rohard in the process. Knowing Leo's limitations in such an environment, Will aim to take Rohard to the harbor, where Leo would have the upper hand. After all, he was the CG ODAS he ran. Will shouted, "Clear the way." This guy is toxic. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Leo finally processed that Will had once again shielded him from fatal attack. In an instant, regret and fury flooded Leo's mind, as black lightning crackled ominously, a formidable force sweeping across the square. The previously chaotic square fell eerily silent, as soldiers, mobsters, and civilians alike lost consciousness, collapsing in droves like harvested wheat. With a thunderous roar, the ground of the square was shattered, a deep pit forming as the sea stone armor roared to life, racing toward Will's direction. The howling wind rushed past Leo, his thoughts consumed with the fervent hope that Will would remain unharmed. Will, clutching Rohard, sprinted towards the port, oblivious to the fact that one of his arms had turned a ghastly shade of purple, as a master of poison. Rohard's dagger was undoubtedly laced with venom. The moment Will caught sight of the port, the tension in his mind dissipated. Soon he would reach the sea, a sanctuary where no one could threaten Leo. What this? Why are there so many ships at the port? And 3 of them are named Sea God S. Fury. Will's pace slowed, eventually reducing to a weary shuffle towards the port. Damn that fat man. Let go of me. Rohard finally managed to free his still-functioning arm, striking Will's head with all his might. Will's vision blurred as he collapsed before the port, still clinging desperately to Rohard, which resulted in Rohard being pinned beneath him. Rohard hit the ground hard, followed by the weight of Will, causing him to involuntarily spit blood. The poison had finally taken effect. Damn it, you bastard, you nearly choked me to death. Rohard struggled to crawl out from beneath Will, and in a fit of rage, kicked him several times. After catching his breath, Rohard retrieved a syringe from his pocket. Damn that fat man, daring to ambush me. Let us see how you enjoy the agony of rotting flesh. Before Rohard could act, he was struck by a tremendous force, sent hurtling towards the sea. Leo, hot on the heels of Rohard, saw Will crumpled at Rohard's feet, and his fury surged to new heights. The sea stone armor unleashed its full power, propelling him to Rohard's side in an instant, where he delivered a powerful kick that sent Rohard flying, his body rebounding off the ocean's surface multiple times before crashing heavily into the depths. Cough, cough, cough. You again, you bastard. This is the 3rd time you've interrupted me. Rohard felt half of his body rendered immobile, barely managing to stay afloat. Leo approached, standing over Rohard in the water. After searching him, he discovered a glass vial filled with a transparent liquid among the syringes. Is this an antidote? Leo inquired, his tone neutral. Who knows? Take a guess, Rohard replied, a cold smirk on his face. Leo wasted no time. He had performed such simple experiments countless times in Vegapunk's lab. After fiddling with Rohard's poison syringe, he confirmed that the liquid was indeed an antidote. You almost made me recall unpleasant memories. So you might find the next events quite grim, Leo said coldly. I certainly didn't mean to bring back any bad memories. My apologies, Rohard retorted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Leo with a deadly glare. You want to escape easily. Prepare to face the CS wrath, Leo declared, summoning a torrent of water to bind Rohard, forming an elliptical sphere around them, reminiscent of a technique he had used once in Fishman Island. Rohard struggled, feigning drowning, but Leo had no intention of letting him die that easily. With a powerful punch against the sphere's edge, the water erupted in a violent shockwave, countless water blades slicing toward Rohard after rebounding. Leo intended for this man to experience the agony of lingering death. In mere moments, Rohard's form was lost. Yet even in his disintegration, he wore a twisted smile. Leo, unwilling to waste time, commanded all the water blades to simultaneously strike Rohard, erasing him from existence. Turning back to Will, Leo injected the antidote into his body, watching as the purple hue faded. With a sigh of relief, he waited until Will's breathing stabilized before escorting him back to the sea god's fury. Then hastily returned to the battlefield, in the royal square. Gloria bounced gleefully to the execution platform, swiftly climbing up like a little monkey. "Handsome uncle, I come to rescue you," she exclaimed with a beaming smile. As she produced the key to the handcuffs, preparing to unlock Alfred's chains, a bullet struck her arm, causing her to drop the key from her grasp. Undeterred, Gloria seized the handcuffs and, in the horrified gaze of Alfred, snapped them apart with a decisive click. Having accomplished this, Gloria slumped to the side, clutching her injured arm. Handsome uncle, it's all up to you now. At long last, the tiger was unleashed. Alfred rose, staring at Fussman, who still maintained his shooting stance. Their eyes met in midair, igniting a spark of fury. The battle in the square had spread throughout the entire royal city, with numerous civilians fleeing in panic. Before the conflict erupted, Leo and his companions had assigned roles. Leo and what were to create chaos, while Gloria would take advantage of the turmoil to rescue Alfred. However, the unfolding events exceeded their expectations. And thankfully, the goal of liberating Alfred had been achieved. As the second combatant of the team, Charles had the task of monitoring the Mafia headquarters, prepared to intercept any high-ranking members if necessary. Things have escalated too far. It feels as if the entire city has turned into a battlefield. It seems Captain S' plan has encountered unforeseen complications, Charles mused, somewhat bored as he hid in a tree near the Mafia headquarters. Observing the John family, suddenly, a group of mobsters burst from the villa, heading toward the square. They quickly split into two teams, with one leader breaking away to venture into the noble district. Charles swiftly followed the lone figure, finding the mobsters heading to the square uninteresting, while the solitary one piqued his curiosity. Navigating through the narrow paths of the noble villas, Charles swiftly outpaced the mobster, cornering him in an alley. To his surprise, he discovered that this man appeared to be a fan of his diet. I remember you. Your name is Leon, right? Given your passion for food, I assure you, if you choose to surrender, I won't harm you. Charles attempted to appear sincere, hoping to sway him. Leon, however, would never forget Charles's face. This shameless man dared to speak so boldly, and Leon's face flushed with anger. I sent this Charles the chef. I've been dreaming about you these past few days. Thank you for your previous kindness. Hearing this, Charles felt elated. Seems the Mafia isn't entirely devoid of ambition. Lay down your weapons, and once we rescue Alfred, I would be delighted to cook for you once more. He smiled and extended his hand toward Leon. Leon charged at Charles. His smile suddenly twisted into a grimace that I dream of dismembering you piece by piece every day. Charles crossed his arms, nodding in acknowledgement. There are many ways to prepare a dismembered dish. I will make my best for you. Die. Leon roared, his arms transforming into chainsaws as he lunged at Charles. Whoa, this guy's a bit too enthusiastic, Charles thought, easily dodging Leon's attack as the chainsaw clattered to the ground, sparking fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a kick that struck Leon squarely in the face, sending him spiraling backward until he crashed into a nearby villa, embedding himself into the wall. Charles cursed under his breath, instinctively launching a counterattack. He rushed over and pried Leon from the wall. Friend, are you all right? I'm not accustomed to close contact. That last attack was purely accidental. Don't hold it against me. Perhaps I could cook for you as an apology. Charles patted Leon's back, feigning remorse. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Who would want to eat your terrible cooking? You bastard, go die. Suddenly, Leon erupted in a surprise attack, his hands morphing into chainsaws as he swung toward Charles's hands. The thought of Chef losing his hands filled Leon with exhilaration. His face flushed with excitement. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, sparks flew once more. In an instant, Char's hand transformed into a frying pan, deftly intercepting the assault of the chainsaw, while the sparks that flew reflected a face devoid of emotion. You bastard, is your tongue merely for show? How dare you claim my cooking is unappetizing? With his bent arm gradually rising, Charles deflected the chainsaw's onslaught. Much to Leon's incredulity, that moment of deflection, Charles pivoted and delivered a swift kick. Shoot him, sharpshooter! A gleaming spear pierced Leon's abdomen, extending further and pinning him against the wall. Cough, cough. I was careless. I didn't anticipate that you were also a user of a devil fruit's powers. Leon coughed blood continuously, his severe injuries igniting his ferocity. Transforming into a hardened warrior, Leon made a staggering decision. He allowed the spear to pass through his abdomen and advanced toward Charles along the shaft. Ha ha ha. Now one of your legs is sealed off? Let us engage in a proper battle. With a crackling sound, Leon's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly accelerated, his arms morphing again into chainsaws, lunging menacingly at Charles. However, Something unexpected obstructed Leon's advance. An oval object abruptly appeared on the spear's shaft, effectively halting Leon in his tracks to no, I refuse to accept this. How can there be a handguard on the spear? It can extend, but isn't a handguard supposed to be on a sword? Why is it in a place it shouldn't be? Leon was left vulnerable by Char's unanticipated maneuver. Ignoring Leon's frantic protests, Char's leaped into the air, pivoting to deliver a kick. The rotation of his body propelled the spear, causing Leon's face to drain of color from the pain. Yet in the next moment, he felt no pain at all. For another spear had pierced his skull. Meanwhile, the battle on this side was also on the verge of erupting. Captain Knight, shouldn't you be adhering to the king's orders and awaiting your demise here? Are you planning to defy the command once more? Fuzzman mockingly taunted Alfred. Fuzzman held a disdainful view of the rigid knight commander, who, despite possessing immense strength, bowed to the foolish grid, harboring intentions of eliminating him, yet hesitating to strike. Confronted with someone who possessed great power, yet failed to utilize it, Fuzzman was filled with contempt. You are correct. I have indeed been bound for far too long. But my king is dead, and the shackles that confine me are no more. Today, I shall personally behead you. However, Alfred did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he picked up the injured Gloria, intending to remove her from the battlefield first. Fuzzman burst into laughter. You always manage to find yourself new shackles. Do you really think you can kill me like this? With that, he severed the execution platform with a single stroke. As Alfred gently placed Gloria down upon landing, he was met with Fuzzman's assault. In a moment of haste, Alfred could only defend with one hand, weaponless, relying solely on his armament hockey to withstand the blows. The clash of the curved blade against his arm resounded as Alfred retreated while fighting. In terms of martial skill, he naturally surpassed Fuzzman, but at this moment, Alfred was unarmed and cradling Gloria. Suddenly, Alfred changed his tactics. He dodged one of Fuzzman's strikes and immediately closed in to deliver a punch. Fuzzman, unable to retract his blade in time, resorted to countering with the hilt of his knife. To Fuzzman's surprise, during this clash of fists, the opposing punch seemed to lack force. It turned out that Alfred intended to use the punch to escape the combat zone. Yet, Fuzzman would not allow Alfred to flee so easily. He inexplicably produced a pistol, and 2 bullets were instantly fired. With a flicker of crimson in his eyes, Alfred's formidable observation hockey enabled him to evade 1 bullet while taking the other squarely on his shoulder. Feeling the pain radiating from his shoulder, Alfred spoke in a low voice. Gunfighting techniques? I didn't expect you once sailed as a pirate. Sure, Fuzzman blew on the gun's muzzle. Who hasn't longed for the sea in their youth? It was indeed an unforgettable time. Alfred gently placed Gloria in a corner of the square, saying softly, Little girl, hide here. I'll return to fetch you once I have dealt with the enemy. Gloria weakly replied, Handsome uncle, do your best and teach that guy who dared to shoot me a lesson. Alfred ruffled Gloria's hair and then casually picked up a knight's sword, striding toward Fuzzman. Come now, Fuzzman, the crimes you've committed no longer require judgment. I shall execute you here today. Grasping the long sword, Alfred emanated a sharp aura. Fuzzman, too, readied himself with his curved blade, facing Alfred. In the past, I dared not confront you. The great sword master, but after enduring a few days of torment, how much of your strength can you truly wield now? In an instant, the 2 swordsmen vanished, the square resonating with the clanging of blades. Fuzzman struck with thrusts and slashes, all of which Alfred deftly deflected, while Alfred remained vigilant against Fuzzman's potential gunfire. Fuzzman's swordsmanship was not lacking. His wealth of combat experience, combined with his armament hockey, allowed him to match Alfred blow for blow to ahaha. Captain Knight, are you not the great swordsman? Where are your soaring slashes? With your current prowess, you have no chance of defeating me. After several hundred exchanges, Fuzzman grasped the extent of his opponent's capabilities, realizing that today he had the opportunity to eliminate the greatest obstacle in his quest to seize the kingdom of Galad. Suddenly, Fuzzman kicked a soldier toward Alfred, seizing the moment of distraction to draw his gun and attack. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets were sliced apart by Alfred's long sword. In an instant, Fuzzman accelerated toward Alfred, delivering a lethal strike. Alfred merely swung his sword downward with casual ease, deflecting the trajectory of Fuzzman's curved blade. then smoothly countering with an upward flick that sent Fusman's sword soaring. Fusman let out a cold laugh, casually tossing a handful of powder, which struck Alfred squarely in the eyes. The sudden obstruction of his vision caused Alfred to momentarily freeze, and Fusman seized this opening to deliver a powerful punch that struck Alfred squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. Alfred crashed through several walls, ultimately being propelled deep within the castle, as Fusman's long-planned strike inflicted severe damage upon him. Cough, cough, coughed that I underestimated Fusman, but when did my strength decline to such an extent? Lying on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, Alfred gazed blankly at the ceiling. Perhaps it was from the moment he began to waver in the faith he had steadfastly believed in that he lost the prowess of the great swordsman. The title of Holy Light's Sword Master, tucked away in the recesses of his memory, seemed to have been forgotten. Forgive me, Your Majesty the King, forgive me, citizens of the Gallid Kingdom, and forgive me, Leo, I have once again failed. Tears streamed down Alfred's face, the defeat at Fusman's hands weighing heavier on him than any previous failure. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object dropping nearby startled him. Turning towards the noise, Alfred's eyes widened in disbelief, his tear-streaked face displaying an expression of incredulity. You haven't abandoned me. It was only then that Alfred truly observed his surroundings, discovering that Fusman's punch had sent him crashing into his own resting chamber within the castle. Alfred picked up what lay beside him, a magnificent longsword, its sheath and hilt in immaculate white, with the grip and pommel gilded in gold. The scabbard was adorned with 3 gemstones, representing loyalty in the form of a gleaming ruby, compassion embodied by a radiant emerald, and courage symbolized by a striking sapphire. The legendary blade, Maria, the holy sword of the 21 artisans. Once cherished as a beloved weapon, it had been cast aside on the sword rack for many years. But now it returned to him just as Alfred was on the brink of surrender. At the same time, Leo's voice echoed in his ears. Twisted justice is still justice. Do not shackle yourself too tightly. Pursue what you believe to be right. Alfred raised Maria to align with his gaze, slowly drawing the exquisite blade, its unparalleled dark edge once again unsheathed, ready to clear the path before its master of all thorns. Traversing the ruins, Alfred returned before Fusman. Come, Fusman, the second round begins. With the holy sword Maria in hand, Alfred underwent a profound transformation. He appeared no longer as a soulless weapon, sharp in appearance yet utterly worn within. Now he seemed to have rediscovered the spirit of a swordsman, the holy sword pulsating with vibrant life. Ha ha. Pretentious fool, prepare to fall swiftly. Fusman charged at Alfred, initially using his firearm to create a distraction, then leaping high into the air for a devastating strike. The armed color on his curved blade was so intense that it nearly turned the blade black. The force of Fusman's impending attack was terrifying. However, Alfred remained unfazed. The holy sword met the curved blade, resisting only briefly before Alfred deftly redirected it with a twist of his wrist, effortlessly neutralizing the power of the curved blade and leaving Fusman's defenses wide open. In a flash of sword light, the holy sword was poised at Fusman's chest. Taken by surprise and on the brink of being cleaved in two, Fusman resolved to trade injury for injury, abandoning his defense to deliver a powerful kick to Alfred's chest. The two separated immediately, leaving Fusman with a diagonal gash that pierced through his torso, while Alfred coughed up blood from the impact of the kick. It appeared to be a mutual defeat. Yet Fusman's expression turned grave. Merely exchanging a sword had elevated your prowess so significantly. Truly, you are deserving of the title of the Great Sword Master. Despite sustaining severe injuries, your swordsmanship has only grown more formidable. Alfred wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied coldly, It is not because I wield the holy sword that I have become stronger. Rather, it has reawakened me, reminding me of the sensation of wielding a sword. Fusman, your strength is commendable, but regrettably, it is misdirected. With that, Alfred advanced with his blade, marking the first instance of his proactive assault since the battle commenced. The relentless slashes forced Fusman to evade left and right. As Alfred continued his onslaught, the dark blade of the holy sword Maria began to shimmer with golden patterns. When these patterns enveloped the blade, a golden slashing attack burst forth, soaring through the air. Sacred light. No darkness / the golden radiance flooded the square, and when the holy light dissipated, Fussman lay amidst a pool of blood. Meanwhile, within the palace, the air was rife with anguished cries that, I will give you anything you desire, just do not kill me. The first prince, Pride, stood before the throne, his countenance dark as he observed the second prince, Envy, sauntering towards him, accompanied by a mysterious middle-aged man whose form flickered in and out of visibility, leaving guards strewn across the floor. The soldiers who had escorted the first prince had long since met their demise, leaving only the supporting nobles trembling in fear around Pride. Yet even the nobles, paralyzed with terror, knelt and begged for mercy. Envy casually approached Pride, lifting his gaze to the elder brother beside the throne. Indeed, you have been scheming behind my back, Envy. Ever since childhood, you have been a despicable creature, scurrying like a rat in the shadows, never daring to step into the light. Despite the dire situation, Pride held his head high, his demeanor suggesting that it was Envy who was at a disadvantage. My dear brother, you remain as arrogant as ever. I cannot wait to see the expression on your face when you kneel at my feet. Envy, you are rejoicing too soon? You believe you have won. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and admit your faults, and I promise I shall spare your life today. As Pride's words hung in the air, two bodyguards emerged from behind him. Is this your ultimate trump card? It falls short of my expectations. Envy scoffed, his disdain evident as he regarded Pride, showing no concern for the bodyguards. Pride's gaze sharpened with growing contempt. He had no desire for further dialogue, issuing a command to the guards. Seize him and break his limbs. The two bodyguards swiftly approached Envy, one targeting his arms and the other his legs, poised to incapacitate the second prince. However, just as they were about to make contact, both bodyguards halted abruptly, a heavy aura of malice enveloping them as iron fists materialized out of thin air. Both bodyguards were skilled martial artists, blocking the incoming strikes in the nick of time. A devil fruit user. Are you the enigmatic butler of the Joan family, surprised to encounter a warrior of the 8 Treasure Navy here? It became evident that the expert accompanying Envy was none other than Terry Candy, the Joan family's secret assassin, who had disguised himself as a butler while shadowing Fussman. Old Sheen of the 8 Treasure Navy reporting in. I never anticipated the famed shadow assassin, Terry Candy, would ally with the mafia. This Old Sheen spoke. He remained vigilant against possible ambushes. Envy approached Pride with a playful demeanor, a grin adorning his face. Oh, brother, you've enlisted pirates as your allies. It seems you are not so far removed from our father. Pride disregarded Envy's jibe, addressing Terry Candy instead. Is this the Joan family's choice? Truly a pack of insatiable wolves. You still have time to abandon this path. Hand Envy over to me, and I will allow your departure. Upon uttering these words, Pride anticipated the look of despair on Envy's face, yet was met with disappointment as Envy maintained his smile. While the two princes continued their verbal sparring, Old Sheen and Terry Candy had already engaged in combat. Terry Candy, a user of the transparent fruit, coupled with his ghostly speed, quickly subdued Old Sheen. Yet, one member of the 8 Treasure Navy had yet to join the fray. Instead of aiding Old Sheen, he pressed forward towards Envy. Fortunately, Terry Candy's speed was sufficient to prevent Envy from becoming a captive. The two sides exchanged blows, reaching a stalemate. Although Terry Candy's strength was formidable, he was hampered by Envy's interference. The two pirates from the 8 Treasure Navy made no significant headway, instead being forced into a defensive position by the ferocity of the enraged Terry Candy. Despite the seemingly balanced confrontation, the arrogant Pride grew increasingly agitated, longing to see Envy's smug face torn asunder. It seemed the heavens had heard Pride's plea as a rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from afar. Approaching the palace, the moment he heard the hoofbeats, a smile returned to Pride's face as he looked down at Envy. It appears I have won. Envy, enjoy your final moments. Perhaps I should not kill you. After capturing you, I shall confine you, ensuring no one can reach you. That profound solitude will serve as your most fitting punishment. However, Envy showed no signs of panic, becoming even more brazen. Excellent, brother. You hear that? The sound of war horses. In light of your commendable performance, I have decided to present you with a grand gift. I hope you can maintain your pride upon witnessing it. Envy's words faded. Terry Candy ceased his assault, swiftly moving to Envy's side and lifting him away from the palace, leaving behind the furious roar of pride in the square of the royal capital. After Alfred had slain Fussman, he immediately sought out Gloria, only to find Leo had arrived before him. Observing the young man and woman before him, Alfred exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face. "Sir Knight, I have defeated Rohard and saved the capital. How will you reward me?" Leo grinned, his tone light and carefree. Regaining his confidence, Alfred laughed heartily in response. "I am utterly destitute. Take whatever you desired." He then turned serious, adding, "Leo, thank you. Without you, I would not have come to realize my true self. Nor would I have triumphed over Fussman.it. Was you who saved me." Seeing Alfred's earnest gratitude left Leo somewhat bashful. He feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively. "What do you intend to do next? With Glid 3 dead and the first prince having successfully staged a coup, do you plan to pledge your loyalty to him?" Alfred would certainly not swear fealty to a king who ascended through regicide. Although the first prince was the primary heir, he would never accept the throne under such circumstances. Boom, boom, boom. Before Alfred could respond, a barrage of cannon fire erupted, shaking the palace. The fierce bombardment focused on the royal palace. With only a few shells landing in the square, the sudden assault startled everyone. The direction of the cannon fire made it clear it was coming from the sea, witnessing the palace, which had stood for a century. Reduced to ruins, Alfred's expression twisted in rage. With his abilities, he could not immediately thwart the attack, and just as despair began to set in, Leo spoke up. "Charles, you take Gloria back to the ship and position it in a safe location. Alfred, I will take you to stop the bombardment from the sea." Alfred was taken aback. He had assumed Leo would use the ship to transport him, but it appeared otherwise. "They are at sea. Without a ship, we cannot stop them." "I know this is perilous, but only you can save the kingdom of Galad now. Leo, I implore you." As Alfred prepared to kneel, Leo quickly steadied him. "I can take you over without a ship. But before we set off, I need to confirm one thing. Alfred, are you afraid of heights?" "Afraid of heights? What?" Before Alfred could fully process the question, Leo donned a sea stone exoskeleton and embraced Alfred's waist from behind. Beep, beep, beep. With the maximum power output, a rumbling sound followed by a surge of energy propelled the Hylu stone mecha skyward. The two figures soared across the heavens, leaving behind a cacophony of Alfred's desperate screams. "Hey, hey, hey, oh my Leo, don't grab my pants. Ah, oof, it's like a celestial shower." Alfred, against all odds, managed to hold on and not faint. The Hylu stone mecha, though incapable of true flight, utilized jet propulsion beneath its feet. Leaping and hurling them toward the seaside, as they landed, Alfred felt his legs turn to jelly, expelling the remnants of his stomach while addressing Leo. "Ugh, Leo, you did splendidly. Just, please don't do that again." Leo regarded him with disdain. "The great swordsman? The kingdom's finest warrior. Is this all you've got? If you can't handle it, feel free to hurl while I take care of the cannon fire." "No, no. Those men are the Royal Navy. They are warriors of Galad. I must confront them personally." With that, Alfred resolutely shook off his dizziness and stood tall. "Leo, there are no boats around here. How shall we approach the warships?" "Perhaps we could fly again," Leo suggested tentatively. "Again? Oh no, is there a more stable method?" Alfred exclaimed, his hands waving in protest. He had no desire to experience that bile-inducing sensation once more. Leo scoffed. "Look at you. From this distance, sinking those 3 warships will be simpler than drinking water. But alas, I must exert effort to get you there." Gripping Alfred's arm, Leo proposed, "In that case, let us surf over. You're not afraid of surfing." "Are you? Surfing? Piece of cake. Don't let my appearance deceive you. I grew up by the sea. Back then, I was the one who conquered the tallest waves in the village." Alfred displayed a rare expression of pride. "All right, you are the king of the waves. I feel reassured." Leo flashed his signature mischievous grin, and Alfred suddenly had a foreboding sense as the two leapt onto the ocean surface. A towering wave, 50 meters high, surged beneath them, hurtling them towards the warship. "What in the world is this?" "Leo, for heaven's sake, don't let go." Alfred's face turned pale as he glanced down, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Leo's version of surfing required no board. It was all about riding the waves. The commotion Leo created had already garnered the attention of the warships, which immediately identified them as prime targets. Noticing Leo's intense focus on controlling the wave, Alfred resolved to take action, shakily drawing his holy sword and unleashing several slashing strikes to intercept cannon fire. Yet, both the Gallid Royal Navy and the Holy Knights had overestimated their own prowess. The cannonballs could not halt the wave's advance, and Alfred's strikes failed to intercept the projectiles as both sides brushed past each other, seemingly unaware. Are you even capable? Your aim is atrocious. I can do this. Just let me get accustomed. No time for that. We've arrived. Before Alfred could comprehend, the colossal wave crashed against the warship. Just as they were about to collide, Leo waved his hand, nullifying his ability, drenching the already dumbfounded Gallid Royal Navy in seawater. Alfred, maintaining his sword-wielding stance, appeared on the deck. All soldiers on the deck were left gaping, staring in shock at Leo and Alfred. After a moment, an officer finally reacted. "Sir Knight Commander, weren't you sentenced to death?" Alfred's face flushed crimson as he performed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. "Ahem, let us address your issues first. Who issued the command to bombard the capital? Are you attempting treason? We received intelligence that the Crown Prince assassinated the king and instigated a coup. Our forces, under the orders of the Second Prince, were to shell the palace and eliminate the usurpers to avenge our king," the captain responded. "Yet, Sir Alfred, you have been sentenced to death. Why are you here now? I am here to stop you. No one has the right to order the bombardment of the capital. Your actions will turn countless innocents into casualties. Cease your fire and return to the city with me at once." The officer did not respond, instead questioning Alfred's actions. "Did you escape on your own? You, a fugitive, wish to incite us to defy military orders? Soldiers, seize them." At the officer's command, soldiers surrounded them, dozens of rifles aimed at Leo and Alfred. Then, the officer abruptly changed his orders, commanding them to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Leo and Alfred. It appeared they were caught in the second princess scheme. The two brothers were indeed quite the troublemakers. Leo, unfazed even with guns pointed at him, clasped his hands together, summoning a deep-sea vortex that shielded them from all bullets. After doing so, Leo turned to Alfred. "What are you hesitating for? Stop wasting time with them. The situation has escalated to a point where bloodshed is inevitable." Alfred, recovering from his shock, recognized the hostility in their eyes and understood he could no longer hold back. A flash of sword light cut through the air, and the soldiers surrounding them clutched their arms, collapsing onto the deck. With another two strikes, he dismantled all the cannons in an instant. The deck was filled with cries of despair. Yet Alfred had shown restraint. None of the soldiers perished, merely wounded. The officer, taken aback, immediately sought assistance from the other two warships. "Indeed, you are the traitor. You must have surrendered to the Crown Prince. You despicable traitor who has abandoned loyalty." The officer's accusation ignited the soldiers' fury, and even the injured glared at Alfred with resentment. "See, even if you refuse to kill them, they won't be grateful. It's fine. This isn't the first time I've faced such a situation. They're merely following orders, so I won't kill them. Leo, please rescue the fallen soldiers as well. I know you can." Alfred, now at peace with being misunderstood, realized that as long as he remained true to his beliefs, it mattered little if others did not comprehend him. After a while, the injured and fallen soldiers were gathered on the deck, and the boisterous officer found himself silenced and trapped against the mast by Leo. Under the furious gazes of the soldiers, Alfred calmly narrated the events surrounding the coup in the capital. Upon hearing that Alfred had slain the mafia leader, the soldiers' hostility began to wane. That is the entirety of the situation. Whether you believe it or not, what matters now is returning to the capital to reassure the civilians and restore order. As for whom you will pledge your allegiance to afterward, that will depend on the outcome of the royal family's power struggle. That moment, several soldiers who admired Alfred spoke up. "Sir Knight Commander, it's not that we don't wish to return, but you just destroyed the ship." Alfred's face turned a shade of red, and he glanced at Leo, who immediately understood and jumped in. Hey, I can take you back," without waiting for Alfred's response. Leo seized his arm and leaped off the ship. A massive wave surged beneath them, propelling the warship toward the shore. The soldiers aboard were so startled that their eyes nearly popped out. Erupting in curses, "You bastard, are you trying to kill us?" "Ah, we're going to die." Leo stood on the water, laughing heartily, waving goodbye to the soldiers. "Huh, lads, go fight well. May fortune favor you." "Hey, Leo, you're being too reckless." "But I suppose that is a fitting punishment for them." Alfred couldn't help but join in the laughter. His spirits lifted. The battle raged from morning until dusk, after thwarting the plot to bombard the capital. The Holy Knight fulfilled his final mission. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, the conclusion was ultimately satisfying. As the sun set over the ocean, bathing everything in golden light, Alfred knelt upon the water's surface. "Thank you for helping me reclaim my honor and find the right path. From this day forth, I, Alfred, pledge my loyalty to Leo, and from now on, I shall wield my sword for you." Leo and Alfred returned to the ship, the sea goddess Fury, where Will and Gloria's injuries had stabilized. The little chubby fish and the little girl were overjoyed as a new companion was joining them. Charles prepared a lavish dinner, and everyone gathered around the table to raise their glasses in celebration of Alfred's joining. "From this day forth, Mr. Alfred is our comrade. I'll take on the role of the ship's steward. I may not possess great skills and might be a bit clumsy, but I hope everyone will bear with me in the future." Leo was quite pleased with Alfred's demeanor. Individuals of such character are readily embraced by others. However, Leo resolved to lend him a hand. "Since you intend to relinquish your past identity, why not change your name as well? From now on, let us call you Afu. The character fu in my hometown signifies happiness and good fortune." "Afu, that sounds quite delightful. Henceforth, let everyone refer to me as such." With that, he bowed to the assembly. The small banquet continued in a jovial atmosphere, lingering late into the night. After a restful slumber, the following day, Leo summoned everyone together. "Next, we shall continue with our plan to absorb the Mafia. Afu, you are newly initiated and may not yet be aware that our purpose in the royal capital is to eliminate the Joan family and subsequently integrate their entire influence, which aligns perfectly with your aspirations. How may I assist?" "Firstly, we need to locate that rascal, Ro Anthony. Yesterday was far too chaotic, and I have no idea if he accomplished his mission. Moreover, we must await the birth of the new king in this nation." "Afu, which of the two princes do you believe will ultimately prevail? Which prince seems more suited to reign?" Afu pondered for a moment before responding. "Although the elder prince wields most of the nation's power, I believe the younger prince will emerge victorious. Neither of these individuals is truly fit to be king, but if your intention, Leo, is to control the Mafia, it would be best if the younger prince ascended the throne." "Oh, please elaborate." "The elder prince is exceedingly proud and obstinate. He desires everyone to bow before him. Thus he would not permit the existence of the Mafia. The younger prince, however, is an enigma, and one must tread carefully when collaborating with him. Indeed, our current intelligence is insufficient. Henceforth, let us split into teams. Whoever locates Ro Anthony must gather at the Joan family headquarters before noon." After a thorough search of the royal capital, it appeared that the Mafia members had vanished overnight. Leo surmised that Ro Anthony had succeeded and decided to head directly to the Joan family's headquarters to investigate. Upon arriving at the Mafia villa, he discovered the estate devoid of any occupants. The front door stood ajar, the dark entrance resembling a den of dragons and tigers. Yet, Leo did not perceive anyone as a threat to him and thus strode boldly into the villa. He had envisioned scenarios where he would be confronted by armed individuals or where Ro Anthony would bow before him with hundreds of subordinates. However, upon entering, he found two factions locked in a standoff. Charles, Will, and Gloria stood behind Afu, while Ro Anthony and his henchmen were battered and cornered in the hall. In the center of the hall sat a young man, flanked by his butler, who was smiling at them. Leo said little, walking directly to the front of the assembly, standing opposite the young man. Enway regarded Leo with an amused expression. "It appears you are their leader. I recall you as the youth who defeated Rohard. So you are also after Mr. Alfred. It seems you have succeeded." Leo ignored Enway's remark and pointed at Ro Anthony. "Did you do this to them?" Upon seeing Enway, Leo instantly felt a profound dislike and spoke with a tone of disdain. Enway dismissed Leo's attitude, but his butler, Terry Candy, was incensed. "How dare you? Not only do you fail to bow before my king, but you also dare to speak so insolently. Do you wish for death? Before he finished speaking, Terry Candy vanished, employing his assassination master skills to initiate an attack. However, the once invincible assassin had met his match today. From the moment he entered, Leo had been on guard. The moisture in the air was an extension of his senses. Before Terry Candy could approach, Leo ensnared him within a water sphere. Gurgling and thrashing, Candy could not escape the confines of the abyssal prison, desperately striking the water sphere as bubbles escaped his lips on the verge of drowning. The first assassin of the West Sea, reduced to this? Respected Prince Wei, can we now have a proper discussion? Wei seemed unfazed by Terry Candy's plight. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on Leo, leaving others bewildered by his excitement. Huh, you are remarkable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei, the fourth king of the Galad Kingdom. You may address me by name. Those individuals were dispatched by my order. What do you intend to do about it? Without warning, Leo struck, landing a powerful blow on Wei, sending him crashing against the wall, where he lay crumpled and bleeding profusely. Captain, remain calm. Wei is the king of Galad. We cannot kill him. We should listen to his intentions. Afu rushed to intervene, aware that inadvertently killing Wei would spell disaster for them. Yet, Wei misinterpreted Afu's actions as a commitment to preserving royal lineage, leading him to taunt. I have nothing to say, but if you kill me, will those skilled individuals you worked hard to subdue not betray you? I am most curious. Afu was correct. Leo had no desire to bear a bounty for this man. Killing a king was far more consequential than raiding a village or merchant ship, should he proceed. The world government would undoubtedly designate them as the foremost fugitives. However, Wei's provocation ignited a fire within Leo. Since he could not slay him, he would settle for delivering a sound thrashing, casting a reassuring glance at Afu. Leo approached Wei, grasping his collar and delivering a punch to his face. With a total of 51 foes, including Anthony and his mafia members, Leo landed 51 punches on Wei, transforming the once youthful and handsome king into a grotesque visage. This spectacle deeply moved Ro Anthony and his cohorts. They had not anticipated that Leo would go to such lengths for their sake. Tears streamed down their faces as they implored Leo to temper his impulses. After the beating, Leo shook his hands and firmly placed Wei back in his chair, adjusting him upright. Well, our grievances are settled. Now let us discuss your intentions. Ahem, as I've stated, I have no ulterior motives. I am merely intrigued by those who would annihilate the Joan family. I initially assumed you were an external mafia force, but it appears I was mistaken. You are not the mafia at all. Raising an eyebrow, Leo found himself intrigued by Wei. Why can we not be the mafia? Taking control of this nation in place of the Joan family, who would refuse such an advantageous proposition? Ha! I cannot be mistaken. Though your appearances are deceiving, your actions betray you. The notion of controlling this nation through the mafia is not what you truly desire. There lurks madness in your eyes. You and I are cut from the same cloth. Leo resisted the urge to roll his eyes. How could he be likened to this man? However, gazing at the frenzied Wei, a plan suddenly crystallized in Leo's mind. He decided to release Terry Candy and signaled everyone to vacate the villa, leaving only Leo and Wei in the room. Surveying the empty space, Leo suddenly bore a manic grin. You are correct. What I seek is indeed annihilation. Why should some individuals be born with everything while others suffer under class distinctions? I shall obliterate those who stand above. Even the celestial dragons shall not escape my wrath. Only then will I find joy. Upon hearing Leo's declaration, Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ah, ha! A kindred spirit. I too have envisioned such a scenario. Without the oppressive elite, what might the world become? Alas, while we share a common goal. I must say it is unattainable, and Wei's expression fluctuated rapidly between mania and despair. Leo was momentarily taken aback. This man was indeed contemplating world destruction, truly a chaos-loving lunatic. In light of this, he felt compelled to divulge a hint regarding a certain filial son. Tell me, would you believe that within 20 years, a tempest capable of upending the entire world will arise? Leo's unwavering confidence rendered Wei speechless. After a brief moment of shock, Wei's lips began to curl upward. Is this true? This is simply marvelous. May I join you? Bang! You've taken the bait. No, no, you are too eager. That force is still amassing strength. Even if you wish to partake in this game, your current standing is insufficient. At the very least, you must hold the status of one of the 50 nations eligible to attend the World Conference. Thus, strive to elevate your national power and standing. How fascinating. Indeed, you do not lie. You truly intend to engage in something grand, that I shall not miss such an exhilarating event. You are indeed correct. The Mafia serves merely as a stepping stone, and my ambition is to unify the shadowy realm, ultimately participating in this game as a sovereign. Therefore, it is imperative to remain dormant for the time being. Splendidly articulated. Your name is Leo, is it not? I resonate with your aspirations. Let us proceed. The Kingdom of Golod will fully support your endeavors. Thus, amidst Leo's ramblings and Enway's perverse self-satisfaction, a devilish pact was forged. After concluding the operations in the royal capital, Leo and his companions returned to Baika town, a decision made to assuage Enway's concerns. Thus, Leo resolved to establish this location as a temporary stronghold. Anthony, however, was retained in the royal capital, tasked with managing the affairs left by the Joan family. He would return to Baika only after the underground network of the capital had been reconstructed. Before departing, Leo instituted new regulations for the emerging family. The Mafia, reliant on the kingdom and its citizens, bore the duty of upholding the underground order of Golod. Collecting protection fees was permissible, yet the interests of the locals must be safeguarded. And any oppression of the civilian populace was absolutely intolerable, as individuals gradually adapted to trading without external intimidation. A sense of identification with the Mafia would blossom. Leo also instructed Anthony to meticulously select gang members, striving for local governance by locals, while all incoming members would be designated as external personnel tasked with outreach and expansion. Subsequently, reforms to the Mafia's industrial chain were mandated to in his former life as a scion of the Dazhongwa family. Leo outright dismissed the drug trade, eliminating this revenue stream in favor of weapon manufacturing, and he envisioned the Anthony family as the foremost arms manufacturer in the West Sea. When Leo unveiled the jet-powered Armstrong cannon, jaws dropped in astonishment. Its unique design was met with disbelief. Initially, only Charles had voiced criticism, but as the dissent grew, Leo was compelled to redesign it. Aside from the peculiar cannon, other products garnered significant popularity. Having studied MADS for an extended period, weapon development was second nature to Leo, whether it be fully automatic submachine guns, Gatling guns, or cutting-edge sniper rifles, all beloved by the Mafia. Not to mention the strategic-grade Seastone bullets. Previously, those endowed with the powers of the Devil Fruit could be deemed masters, yet they faltered against armies equipped with Seastone ammunition, AS for the more potent laser weapons. Leo had no intention of releasing them until he achieved a century's lead in this domain. He christened the weapon factory West M Weapon Manufacturing Company, with all produced arms bearing the designation WM, followed by a numeral 0-9, that many assumed the M represented the initial of the team name Mobile, while in truth, it was a tribute to MADS Research Institute. Gazing at the letter M, Leo reminisced about his mentor, pondering how Beijapunk fared with the world government. After delineating the development strategy, Leo issued a covert directive to Anthony to procure devil fruits through underground channels, purchasing directly where possible and gathering precise intelligence where not. This would be a long-term endeavor, establishing a direct line of communication between Anthony and Leo. Having entrusted the affairs of the royal capital to Anthony, Leo returned to Baika town, effectively relocating this industrial venture, which soon became the economic backbone of Baika. Little did Leo anticipate that this decision would significantly contribute to his future dominion over the West Sea. Following 3 months of relentless effort, the weapon factory was firmly on course. The inaugural substantial order for WM Company came from the Kingdom of Golod, with Enway leveraging this opportunity to provide financial backing while rearming his forces. Since the agreement with Leo, Enway resolved to expand the Kingdom of Golod, aspiring to elevate it to imperial status and secure a position among the world's top 50 nations, while Leo sought to become the king of the underground. Enway aimed to reign as the king of the surface. The transformations within the Kingdom of Golod brought immense satisfaction to Afu, who realized that what he had strived for over many years was accomplished by Leo in mere months. Further solidifying his resolve to follow Leo. With trivial matters resolved, it was time to prioritize the plan for enhancing the team's capabilities. Leo proposed appointing Afu as everyone's instructor. His prowess was evident to all. Thus, the suggestion received unanimous approval that Mr. Afu indeed proved to be a seasoned instructor, employing highly targeted teaching methods. After assessing each individual's abilities, he crafted personalized training regimens, evoking in Leo a sense reminiscent of hiring a personal trainer in a past life. It wouldn't have seemed strange to be asked to lift weights in the next moment. Well, your fisherman lineage endows you with tenfold human strength, and you possess a well-established martial arts system in fisherman karate. All you need to do is maximize this potential. My training plan for you focuses on enhancing your foundational training, commencing with physical conditioning. Sir. Yes, sir. Charles, your remarkable physical coordination and ancestral kicking techniques are commendable. Yet you have yet to fully harness your devil fruit abilities. The cold weapon fruit will enrich your combat style. Hence, you must familiarize yourself with a wider array of weaponry. I understand your reluctance to engage in dual-handed combat. So I shall impart the split kick fist technique.